Spacey shit. fighting.
Who the heck? Scam likely.
Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. The legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat his shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OT to drive and I'm trying to go out with the Korean style and we bout to go win. I bet on myself, give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell about people who hate it and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop, that's from the box state to the east side to the coast. I'm catching every fade, talking every day till they mention Jay with the GOAT. I take the grave shift on the pavement when I say this, listen close. I gotta get it when using these minutes and that's on the rain, hail, sleet, and snow. Talking in it, I ain't hearing you. Just let your words move and turn it physical. Your rhetoric is cheap and very typical. Was hoping that the capping was a minimal. Jalen start to rap, he turn it spiritual. The gift internally, go put some fear in you. We never worry, see, cause what the spirit do. I'm seeing hard work and you see a miracle. Ay, do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Ay, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
After sure he used, it's Aries to pick up one.
Oh my God!
What? Aries cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
And the fact you let YOLO stay alive with a Vandal is sweet retribution. That's an ace for YOLO!
Yeah, and welcome back to our final day of the Nerd Street Champs, where we have a special beach episode, but instead of the sandy beaches, we have sweaty gamers here throughout the arena. We've got 2 tournaments played at the same time, but obviously we're all here to see who will be crowned king and who the champion will be for our Nerd Street Champs. Before we hop into all that, we want to shout out everybody that's tuning in today from home and everybody that showed up today to support their family members, their friends, their homies, whatever it may be. And it all comes down to this. The Big L tournament is going on right now. We've got winner takes all, $100 buy-in, and whoever gets the crown there takes the cash as well. But most importantly, guys, somebody's walking away. Not only our summer champs here for Nerd Street, but they're going to be sporting the ring on top of it all. On April 11th, we started this path, and many of these gamers that play in this venue now are here once more. And hundreds, if not thousands of competitors have walked that same path. Unfortunately for them, it's only 8 teams today. Today we start in the quarterfinals, obviously, as we work our way with 3 best of 3s. And it's Championship Sunday. We're getting started right now, and who better to do it than a couple of goats on the mic? It's the most ravishing man on the internet, Ravishing Ravish, and the content queen herself and Gompers. Take it away, guys.
I hope y'all ready to get into it, because I know I am. What's going on, amigos? I am yet again Ravishing Ravish, most ravishing guy on the internet, as Mr. Tanner Metro said, or should I say Tanner Meowtro? Yeah. Of course, I'm here with Gompers.
Yeah.
Gompers, how you doing?
All right, well, I'm doing good. You call me a content queen, which, we all know by now. And I'm happy to be with the most ravishing man in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. We look...
First time casting together.
I know, first time. I feel like our energy is very on par with each other, so this is going to be really fun.
I hope so at this point.
Yeah.
I spent like 4 days.
Yeah, and it's been tough, right?
It's been a horrible time, personally. I've not had a good time at all. I'm personally currently suffering. But I hope things get better.
I hope things get better, too.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, it's okay. But what matters so far is that we do, of course, have our first stream match of the day to y'all. As y'all know, this right here is the quarterfinals, baby. So every single match counts. And
Yes.
I know the teams on stage right now to know this as well. As they go up and get ready, we will be having Oxygen Academy going up against XSOR. Both of these teams have made such a phenomenal run throughout the bracket, especially XSOR, who I find have looked amazing against some of our top teams and our favorites. We, of course, do have our 4 quarterfinals going on. We, of course, have our B stream too, streaming another match on the other side. But we got us here.
Oh, I'm pretty hyped for this one, okay?
Yeah.
We got, like you said, XSOR versus Oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
Oxygen have been doing, honestly, pretty impressive throughout this whole entire tournament. So I'm not gonna say I'm scared for XSOR. I think.
I would hope not.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know how things are gonna go. I never know how things are gonna go, to be honest with
Well,
you.
that's fine. None of us know really anything. But
yeah,
one thing
we
I
don't
do
know.
know is what the other streams are going to be at. So let's take a quick look at our other streams. Of course, as you know, XSOR versus Oxygen Academy, and we have Sonics versus Teal Scene as well on the other street, Runner Street 2. That should be TTL and Marks taking you through that. So, whoever you like more, you can watch their stream. That's fine. I won't be hurt. It's okay.
No, but we all know who they like more.
Me.
And me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
you.
for
100%
me,
you.
for
This
sure.
is why everybody's here. This is for sure about you. Everything's always about you.
Okay, yeah, everything is about me.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just run with that for sure. Yeah, just get out of the way. But like you said, let's go ahead and focus up on what we got going on here today, right? So, of course, TLC, not TLC, of course, Oxygen Academy,
Yes.
and also with XSOR. Now, can I just call them SOR? Actually, technically they're not SOR anymore. So XSOR,
XSOR.
eSOR. You call it eSOR?
eSOR.
eSOR?
Esports.
Esports. So Oxygen versus all of esports is currently here. Let's see what kind of a battle they can realistically put up. I know it's going to be really tough.
If Oxygen win, I mean, man, they took a whole entire esports out, so that's crazy.
All our sponsorships, no.
No.
Where will I put all my money that I've put into making sure that esports is spelled with a capital E and then sports?
Esports.
Esports? Is that
But
that
my
Spanish for
question
sports?
is it XSOR because they used to be SOR, or is it
That is
XSOR
XSOR because they used to be
because
SOR.
they're SOR's X?
So I think that would be them flipped around, right? So then that way it would say Soar's X, not X Soar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So because
Yeah.
like I don't know who Soar is, but I think Soar's missing out honestly because look at the roster. You got Hizzy,
think
you got Bones, Vic, Apathy, and Scuba.
Yeah.
I like Scuba. We're up against, of course, Verno, Birdie, Walshy, Rustin, and Redux. Redux is very, very good at the video game known as
Yes.
Valorant.
Isn't he young?
He is quite young, and I find that many of the players here are quite young. That's Soar's coach as well, too. He's jacked, by the way. I don't remember his name right now, but he is supremely jacked. I followed his Twitter, and all I got was a six-pack, and I'm like, God damn. What are you doing later?
I mean, you gotta be jacked when you're training some jacked players, right?
You're right. You're right. You got to make sure that you want the up and up, baby. You got to make sure that you're out there setting a good example for your players to go out there, go to gym, right?
Go
Get
to
on that
gym.
Sigma mindset. Mindset.
No, actually, if you haven't heard, there's something higher than Sigma grind set.
There's something higher than Sigma mindset.
Yeah, it's
What's
the
that?
Gompers grind set.
What is the Gompers grind set? What do I have to do to achieve that?
Instead of being a Sigma, which normally you would have to be dependent and not show any emotion.
Sure.
When you're doing the Gompers grind set, you're just living and you don't do anything at all. You just sit and you exist because everybody knows you and you exist.
That sounds like a horrible time.
That's the
Stuck in one plane of existence.
See, but that's the thing.
terms of
Only
mundaneness?
people on the Gompers grind set can do that. That's why it's the highest.
It's only you as well. Yeah.
Only me.
You know, in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's 7 things in the pyramid. All the way at the top is psychological needs.
Okay.
Right. And psychological needs, I find right above that is Gompers needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where on the cringe meter would you say my memes are?
They're definitely right below under food, water, and shelter.
Okay.
As all these guys have that, all food, water, shelter.
And then they have Gompers memes so
They
that
have
they're
Gompers
mental.
And they all have really nice hair too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Rustin too. Verdi as well.
Damn, look at
Welshi,
Verno's hair.
Verno has a
He
mane.
has locks,
I
man.
know. That guy's killing it.
Yeah.
Damn, what's that
Not
like?
as ravishing as your hair.
Thanks, my hair, quote unquote. Yeah, that's really good so far. But let's see what maps we're going to. As Fracture and Bind are taken out, we have Ascent, Pearl.
Okay.
That's interesting. I almost assumed that would be Fracture, Haven, and okay, well look at that.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Pearl. I've seen that. I think we've seen that rotation like 40 times. Fracture, Haven, and Pearl.
I
every
have
single time.
never casted a best of 3 that didn't have Pearl in it, believe it or not.
Within this weekend.
Yes,
I
at
agree.
all.
Yeah, I think Pearl has become so popular at this point. But Ascent is the first map that we are indeed going to. Ascent, though, as usual, is I find the most prominent of maps. It's
Yeah.
a map that every single team has practiced on at least 1,000 times, and it's a map whose composition can be so dependent on just the smallest things and how you change that up. And so far, if we're looking at comps, honestly, it seems decently standard and some pretty fun picks. Please lock that in. Please lock that in. Vic, I'm looking at you. Lock that in right now. If you're my G, you're my dogs, you want me to come up there and dap you, lock that in.
Dap him, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you actually walk up there and dap him up?
If production allows me to, I would go up and dap him.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think he'd allow you to dap him up?
I don't know if he would, but I think that so I do have the production agreement that if Vic locks it in, he's
No. Dang, he said, I heard you.
Vic, man. Where's the Yoru, bro? You had it.
Dang. I saw Yoru. Did I like it? No.
What? I saw Yoru. Did I like it?
No. I don't listen.
I saw Yoru. Did I like it?
He's
No.
a walking Smurf, man. What does he have? What does he have for me personally?
What does he have for me? I personally, I want to know what he
Well,
got.
I
for
love
me.
Verno's cam, by the way. If you're looking at that, it's like the biggest
Verno's
Verno
got,
cam.
Verno's got that Nick Merckx cam going on.
It's like the lighting is just flickering.
Yeah. Exactly.
Looks like he's
just
underwater.
all forehead,
He's in
no
Pearl.
face at all.
Oh, look at that. He's going up and down. You see all the
Oh,
angles.
every single angle. That beautiful mane right in the front. How is he maintaining that? Oh, man. As I believe we're getting word that the game is about to go live. So let's head into our first best of 3 finals of the day right here at the Nerd Street Champs. I hope y'all ready. 'Cause as always, I can finally say that I am ready, Gompers.
I'm ready too, Rav. Let's go into it. We can see that Oxygen starting off on that defensive side, but
Yep.
already some of that prep coming along, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty excited to see what exactly happens here with Soar starting on that attacking side.
I mean, let's find out, right? Because considering the overall setup that we have so
Yeah.
far, we'll imagine to see how things shapes up. This is interesting too, because like I noticed that we're getting two different views. We got both of them machine as well.
Oh,
Oh, but the shock dart actually does not land.
wow. I don't think they're going to know this. I don't think they're going to realize that they didn't hit it a little bit far off center. So, yeah, they're getting caught out.
But hey, for now though, we'll see how things manage to shape out, because currently it's just going to be a trade
Down A.
right down towards mid though, but well, she manages to get a 1-for-2 by the end. XOR started things off at a bit of a disadvantage, but on the attack, I don't think that's the mind. They have to get past Redux. Wall goes up. And considering you just don't have the firepower to realistically deal with that, now just let them go and pass on through towards the A site.
Oh, up on top of that wall, Redux. Oof. That's kind of like an off-center. You don't really necessarily know what exactly is going to happen there, so that was a little unfortunate. Catching him off guard, so that Sage Wall was actually really good in terms of using that to their advantage there for Oxygen.
Yep. But at least not through this though. The advantage is already gained as they got themselves off of the site. Comes down to 2v1. It's up to Vic. Although no Yoru in his hand. Look at Ice the 1v1s. Could get turned around. A second right behind Jenny. Now, pay attention to that though, but I was gonna say Rustin has to come all the way around. He dekes him, he dodges him, and then he decks him. That's Oxygen Academy for the first round of the day.
If I didn't know any better. I mean, this is good. I really liked how they actually use that stage wall to their advantage, knowing that you're the Jet, knowing that you can get into these kinds of positions a lot easier than most. I think taking that to their advantage was really good, especially from Redux. So, I mean, we'll be able to see a little bit more of that stage wall come into action from V1, but from Vic, not V1.
True, from Vic.
Vic. Yeah, but I actually really like that. I think the strategy and the thinking there was nice, but gotta continue on, right? Apathy already looking for those shots down in mid, but there is gonna be a smoke, at least down inside of that catwalk.
Here.
That's ready for Apathy. Looking to see if he can possibly establish mid control though. But so far, they're still just teetering around it. It has to be up to Rustin to how he encounters them. They do have the alarm bot there. As they slowly creep their way in, not triggering it just yet, nor shooting it. And as they get shot away, Rustin looking towards mid, though Pizza, he finds at least two people there, has to back away. The door still not closed yet. But look at XOR. They still want to go towards A. The focus is still very much try to go through spawn.
Shots down in mid, and it always seems like you can see Apathy downside mid, trying to get these shots, but once you're by yourself, you kind of put yourself at risk for that potential to be taken out. Now, really getting your teammates by yourself. Soar doing really good at trying to get those extensions and making sure the site is being cleared. It leaves it up to Redux to try to clutch this back up.
Not going to transition away from that though, but Redux, considering his power, the gravity will manage to make his way over towards the edge. But not much more should be had from this though. But considering Oxygen Academy actually heavily, they actually heavily invested into this round. About a couple of Ares, the Spectres, and even a Bulldog too. They lost two people here. This is a tough run for themselves. XOR coming back really strong and doing more than enough economical damage to possibly take this away. But going right into Scuba, he pops down. They lose on their bonus.
Sheriffs, man, you're close range, you get headshot, you're pretty much done for. And we know that, of course, Soar has the aim to be able to pull off stuff like that, so there isn't really much to worry about there in terms of saving. Yeah, I feel like teams like these, you can't really give them too much hope for, I wouldn't say for the pistol round, I would say too much hope to win. Hey, yeah, they're on those eco buys, so we can pretty much have a little bit of leeway. No, these players know how to aim, these players know how to shoot, so I feel like you should have a little bit more respect for in that sense instead of trying to really push up and take these picks in. But it does seem like we're on the defense, already no respect being created, just really trying to look for those shots.
A little bit gained though as 3 fall immediately. The side of XOR, he pops up, jumps back.
Yeah.
That should be that, because yeah, he's got to get focused up in the barrel of 3 more people. Oxygen Academy ain't got not much work to do here. That should be done.
Nah, they ain't got no work. All right. Nothing to work with.
Yeah.
Which, hey, you got a Sova by yourself. You can try for picks. I feel like that's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, in a 1v5 situation, it's going to be pretty hard to come up from that. Oxygen Academy, there comes Verno walking all the way up, trying to seek out that mid. I think they can get a couple picks down here in mid. Nobody's paying attention over towards that mid top. Yeah, but no, actually, timing perfect here. So already having the Astra watching alongside mid courtyard, and Verno might actually be able to peek up here.
Yep. Flawless.
Flawless.
By the end. So, not going to need to necessarily do much there, but hey, Oxygen Academy from this point, they knew that there was not a ton possible, but about this fast play that they tried to attempt, they knew they had to at least try something out, considering it was just shares for themselves. And considering the way the XOR did come back.
Yes.
There wasn't a chance to take much, but lives across the board, I will say still look pretty decent. Oxygen Academy. Let's see if they can climb their way back in.
Standing ahead.
A main pushing down pretty heavily. Nobody's going to be watching that. And they're heavily relying on that Killjoy U2 here for Oxygen Academy, which I don't know if that's going to work. They have majority of it surrounding down that tree side.
Yep.
Majority of A site completely clear other than that turret. So this may actually just be a retake without any information. They're just going to put that lockdown. And Cosmic Divide, 2 ultimates already expended here.
Heavily investing into this site to just make sure they clear it out and all that for the control, but still they lose 1 on the entry, but they managed to make it up to heaven. They have not cleared out hell yet. There's still 1 person from Oxygen Academy there. A way for them to pop in. They just see the ping now, and that is a 2v1 and that Redux, that Rusted cannot handle.
Everybody kind of surrounding. I really like this off wall here from Vic. Well, she peeking around the corner, not necessarily knowing as to where Vic might be hiding, but then seeing the wall there, you know it's game over. You got to look up, and you're going to see somebody standing there. Oxygen Academy leaving Redux scared for their lives, so they're going to have to back off. And XOR, they just take that 3-1 pretty much, unless Redux can. No, he's not going to. He could possibly hit some shots here.
It's an option, right? You can probably try to at least get 1 out of this. Maybe do some equal damage, but yet again, they catch him on the position as he's rotating towards the outside. Oxygen Academy, unfortunately, is getting red. And with the inconsistency that they're showing so far, it's going to be tough for them to climb the way back because they're stuck in what I aptly dub as the ping pong economy. As they just continue to go between buys. But now there are no ultimates really work with too besides Verdes. And I don't think we should see investment so far, but if this continues on going with the pattern they have, I imagine we'll see a timeout as well.
Yeah, I really like
2 rounds.
Yeah, I really like Vic as this Sage. I think Vic is putting these walls, honestly, to their potential. They're not using it the way that you would think they would, right?
For
Blocking off certain corners. They know that the smokes can do that. They know that the players can do that. And I actually really like how they're utilizing the walls instead to gain the advantage, to gain some ground during fights like that. So I like how they held themselves a little bit above center so that they can take that fight and make sure that they were positioned in a very undirect way, which, you know, obviously it worked out. But I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what SOAR can do in the future for these types of plays. Seems like they're going to split up here.
I don't mind this as well from SOAR. After just the restaurant strats that they were kind of used to, they're looking to face Oxygen head on. Because Oxygen have a tendency to just play a lot more far forward and peek into things that they know they're just going to have to take the battle on. Or try to catch them off guard, and because of which, 2 get taken down, and now we head into another A-side execute, which is pretty easy taking over. It's actually planted, but yeah, it becomes a trade at least.
Oh, I'd be scared if I were Oxygen Academy. I think this is like the maybe the third time that we've seen Oxygen kind of step back and in a 1v4, 1v5 type of situation and just continuously get taken out. So we can see Vic, right, take that 3K in. Let's not forget that this is 4-1 right now. In Oxygen Academy, this is maybe the third to fourth time that they've actually been cornered like that by Soar.
Yeah. And y'all gotta pay attention to Soar's positioning.
Yeah.
Soar is able to consistently take so much more map control, which Oxygen, because they're playing so far up and because they lose early engagements as well, they managed to find the way consistently around the main sites. And then from the Oxygen Academy, we don't know it yet, but they're pincered or they're caught in between a essential 2v1, which they will not be able to win either one of those depending on where they move to.
Yeah.
Even looking right now, Oxygen, like so far back, but it was a fast push coming out from XOR. They get the ace lockdown immediately. And key note, Oxygen want to make this a 5v5 so they do manage to stay alive upon the entry. The question is now, how do they take this back?
Once again, Soar having controlled and gained that ground, but this is good actually. Welshi looking for that opening pick, and Welshi looking for another. Now at least Oxygen Academy, they're not cornered into that wall again, Rav. Instead, they actually have at least that 1v2, but this time Soar, they lose those numbers.
Well, let me take him down, like you said. This was a really good run back as well from Oxygen Academy. All you gotta do is just delay. They managed to get it to half. The second will not tick. And Physic gets clicked.
I like that line.
Thank you.
That was a good one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oxygen Academy, come on. It was unfair.
It was definitely unfair. Yeah. It made things a lot tougher for themselves. And considering, or we did say, they at least get one back to allow themselves to find a way back into this game. And now with the round differential not too far off from themselves, making it forward to only 2 rounds to go, where their bias is still a little bit shaky. You know, you got some snap peas, a little bit of mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
There's no prime rib yet, though.
No, and that's the best part of the meal, right? So.
Exactly.
When is it coming? When is it coming along? Maybe.
I mean, if they win this round, it should come along, realistically.
That's going to be the reward, the nice juicy prime rib. Yeah, but Redux looking for that opening shot with the op, and is actually going to be able to retrieve that.
Nice shot. But the ops are taken away. They have to try to clear this somehow to want to get mid control and possibly move into B, because usually you see them try to move back into spawn. Instead, the Vic getting the res too. And what was it, 4v4? The res makes it a lot more even. Rustin right in the corner, puts down the molly, but he's trapped himself instead. Because usually you see Killjoys play over by a tree.
Yeah.
And now not being able to stop the push at all. Oxygen, yet again, left in a run back where the 3-round lead should be imminent.
Yeah, especially since you can see the save round coming in from Oxygen Academy over on the other side of the site. Not looking for these fights, not looking for any picks. I mean, Verno's looking outside that B lobby and hopeful that somebody's going to come along, and Welshi a little bit prepared for a peek down that CT side. So, yeah, honestly, Oxygen Academy, I feel like it's more so the factor of the positioning that they're in. It really gives Soar somewhat of an advantage. We saw one person hiding down in tree, no assistance, no util for that help.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, and Verno's taking players out left and right here.
This isn't too bad as well, because Verno, in a bit of an off angle, does cast him off guard, right? Decides to at least do as much as he can, but by the end of it, Oxygen only able to save one, and Soar continue to dominate too as Spike explodes. As you take a look back. Even past the early engagement, you saw the smoke does not land in time for him to be covered up and try to go in for the redeploy. Past the op as well. Yeah, this too is unfortunate positionings that Oxygen attacks himself off at. And with there to be a punishment, this is why we, I think, praise teams like Ghost Gaming, who, when they double up, there's always an opportunity for a refrag. Here, there's just not.
Verno ready for some information being down that B main, but majority of players here on XOR, they're going down that courtyard side. And I really like this mid control that they're trying to gain, right? You see that drone coming along down mid.
Yeah.
Apathy trying to work their way up, and I'd be scared because that dash is ready, and I think Apathy's going to peek soon.
Not moving in yet, though. So Oxygen, they have 4 ultimates to play with, so they know that this could easily be a retake. Especially with the lockdown that they have and the Hunter's Fury. So there's delay and delay tactics, if anything. But you got some positioning so far of Exor. It's a very similar mid push they had previously, but instead this time they're doubling up. Astra still playing quite far back. Using smoke shot, possibly moving through spawn to catch Verno off guard. And now here comes the execute onto the Sirenas with just a share. Gets 2 on the entry. That was a beautiful clip.
30 seconds left.
And with that, make it 3v3.
That was great. I mean, those picks from Rustin was honestly a little bit unpredictable. You have a sheriff, you get 2 nasty headshots one-on-one. You're able to secure those shots, great. But the saddening part of it is that Oxygen Academy, even though they got those 2 shots, they still can't seem to redeem more than that. Verdi looking for the opening hooks to be able to get themselves onto that site, but Physic hiding in the backside, that boathouse is always going to be something really hard for you to kind of clear.
And remember, this is Soar's map pick. And actually, so Oxygen decided to take a timeout as they had to come back, recollect, and CK. We have to find a way to come back in these rounds, especially when they're going into a buy round here, too. And sure, on the entries, they're making it expensive, but not much more is happening, sadly. It's looking softer and softer as you look towards just possibly a 4 to 5 or 6 hard differential going into the second half. And they want a defense first, too. And defense on Ascent, especially with the composition on the side of Soar, it's going to become that much tougher for them to do anything at all. You got to try to pick things up against small little pieces. I always do gotta wonder, what are they talking about? You know? I never know.
No, honestly, me too. My brain doesn't work half the time anyways. But yeah, I honestly wanted to talk about Oxygen Academy on their defense side. Things are going really wrong. A lot of time they're losing fights. I think the best thing that they had going on was that mid-market hold. But the problem is once again, right, they saw that smoke coming along. Nobody wanted to aggress to protect. And it kind of feels like everybody's taking these 1v1s unintentionally when they have backup, when they have util. But it's just the positioning of these players. It's the impatience of Oxygen Academy where they decide they want to peak, where they decide they want to play, you know, in a certain position that they shouldn't be. And it kind of feels like, once again, just constant 1v1s down the board. Oxygen Academy, they can't get these trade-offs, and that's what they're missing.
We'll see how they make the way back. As at least for now, though. Oxygen plays super far forward. They should have been able to tag one with the knife, and they did. That's Scuba. But from here, Scuba still managing to stay in position, doesn't give up the hold. You're talking a lot about how Oxygen just unintentionally almost gave away just so much side control. And Physic was there for the reflex. They thought only he was going to be stuck behind, but he's waiting off the wings by Spawn. Now Russia stops his push, that's one, but it's taken down so quickly. It's a trade yet again. And Oxygen just cannot seem to stop the bulldozing that is happening to them.
Remaining.
Only one remaining now, Scuba.
Yep.
Eliminating Ruston. And it's always the higher numbers there for Soar. They never really kind of stray away from these numbers. Scuba cleaning things up real nice and easy for Soar. A 7-2 lead. And this is dangerous. I said Oxygen Academy, they've been performing tremendously throughout this tournament. Yeah, and now I'm seeing that they can't even hold a site here.
Oxygen was doing quite well. We saw them yesterday too. Which of the games that they've had are tremendous.
Yeah.
I think one of the participants in Summer Champs that, you know, has looked good week after week. And our monthlies too, along with the LANs. They were snap performances. But XOR, you gotta remember, these guys have actually won International Monthly before. A couple of weeklies. Gonna talk to the coach before this. So as always mentioned that how good they are at adapting and in their prep. And things like this, when the 12-hour turnaround time, it's really where the prep comes into play.
Ooh. The back off, yeah, they don't want to push that. They already saw 2 players there. They knew one mid-pizza would mid-market, so
yeah.
And that's actually why I really like that Jet play, pushing up, knowing they have that dash prepared and kind of seeing as to what the situation is. So that back off was perfect, not going to fall into the hands of a crosshold there. But of course, the B site, now that they know that these players are kind of surrounding at mid and making sure that they're watching it, this might actually be perfect. The push onto the site that could help. Oof, but a TP back from Welshie trying to get some of that reinforcement in there.
And he moves in his style, but through this though, they still manage to take the alt orb. The dart was interesting, but Vic gets caught with a knife. Now, he had two options. He could have backed off, left it away, but he decides instead to move in and take the battle head on. He ends up moving in, and he scares with Oxygen. Because now look, he has two people on backup, and he comes to pop as they all go into A. Heart of Fury to clear out the entire site. One's already gone, but they get big. Burno gets two with just the ultimate, and what looked like a promising take. Now XOR have 10 seconds to exit.
The Hunter Fury was great. Really no complaints there. Obviously closing things up real nice. But of course a 2v2, so equal numbers here regardless of the Hunter's Fury. Things are laid down on the table. It's an equal playing field, and that Hunter's Fury was the reason why. There comes the shot down, and the spray transfer perfect from Verno. And I'm gonna win. Now finally 3-7. Ooh, that was a good one.
Verno, the absolute hero of that round. Getting two to start off, completely shutting down the site, and had a really solid angle too where he knew that they're all funneled in, right through tree. There's nowhere to really go. They could jump all they wanted, but there's no shot that was getting away from it because, yeah, look at this. All in one corner at the exact angle. It couldn't go anywhere too. And interesting enough is that because actually two of them were flashed, they did not know where to jump. So that util play as well came along clutch with his team. As I believe we should have another small timeout.
Yeah, great here. I like this.
A technical pausation, as I say.
It's good. It's good. I mean, only 3 points in though out of out of 12, right? So a little difficult for Oxygen trying to set themselves up for success here, as we can hear some utility drop down, this being a tech pause, but overall, I think the biggest thing that I really liked out of Oxygen there is, once again, that double push. We saw that double-sided push. We saw that util coming out for a little bit more so of that advantage, and that's what I want to see, right? Cohesion with those utility to assist for those picks, because you're blind peeking things like that and trying to just use your aim to win these types of games. I mean, then the other team is doing 10 times more than you are.
Some could say they're doing the absolute most.
Yes. Yeah. That's perfect.
But instead, though, we'll see Soar reach the run back as we continue this tug of war. Soar. Down, put down. There's a complete cover of the B side, though, but it does force them all the way towards back of sight. And Oxygen have decided to stay along, but this looks like a very clear fake.
Oof. Yeah, I'm a little bit scared here for the Astra down in mid. I'd be a little bit terrified if I were them. I mean, they have to smoke for everybody else. Now they're trying to lurk over and get a flank in. I think this flank is actually going to work because nobody's sitting down, at least near switch. So we can see that lockdown come in. A rotation could happen, and you can hear as to what's going on. But here it comes Redux looking for Apathy. Apathy being able to win that first fight out just because that pressure from that lockdown being created and that flank that I was talking about before, doing a ton of work and effort for this team to be able to at least close down these numbers. So now Oxygen Academy, they're in a 2v3 situation. Once again, still lower numbers, right? And nothing seeming to equal Apathy. Oh, bringing out the Blade Storm. You got to trust your teammates there.
He knew that at the last spot, a couple of seconds, he was going to run out of bullets, and then suddenly, right then and there, clear.
Yeah.
Calm, cool, and collected. That's all good. Not even bring out the pistol. He used the Blade Storm.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, why not bring out your secondary? You got somebody right behind you shooting. But that Blade Storm would have been perfect.
If it worked. If it worked. But not even, honestly, not even needed.
Not even needed. For the next round, it would have been great.
Fantastic. Honestly, but it's fine. He has guns in his hands. He's going to do A-okay. But looking at the possible 8-4, 9-3, XOR. They have one key thing. Fury XOR has lost one person. And there's a Hunter Security as well. As focus down trees, they're pushing in, locked in the corner. And there we go. Visit decides he wants 2 of his own to run that back. Well, she looking at the entry, and there's a second, and another one on top of the site. Makes it 3v2.
We gotta say, hold on. Wait here. Oh, Scuba. Not even letting them rest. Seems like Oxygen Academy can't do anything. All right, on 3, we gotta say adios mio.
Okay.
All right, 1, 2,
3.
3. Adios mio. We have to get Dan to say that one day.
Of course we do. I tried to get her to say it last time we casted. She was not having it.
I saw you
She was
stare at
not
her.
having it. Speaking of Dan, hi Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Guys, Dan Dryad is in the building currently. She's really cool and fun. Say hi to her.
She's so cute.
Isn't she? Wonderful. Twitter.com/@DanDryad for everybody who wants to follow
We're
her.
plugging her now.
Yeah. We have to. What do you mean? She's a wonderful VCT LATAM caster.
Oh, yeah,
She speaks
that's right.
Spanish and English.
Yeah, they say adios mio all the time.
Adios mio.
We
no,
want her to say
¿qué
it so
pasó? That's all the Spanish I know. And also, me gusta uvas.
Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, Tanner is a Latin king.
Yeah,
You should
yeah.
ask him to speak Spanish for you.
He's really good at Spanish.
Really
yeah.
good, yeah.
All I know how to say is I like grapes. Me gusta uvas.
Uvas, okay. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now that our Spanish lesson is done, class dismissed.
Arriba, abajo.
We're now hitting the Valorant lesson, okay, with the professional, Valorant casters. There you go.
Do you want to try to do this round in Spanish if you can?
Me?
Yeah.
Dang, man, I'm still.
Then you got okay.
Listen,
fine.
I can understand Spanish, but I can only speak a
Okay,
little
here.
bit.
Try to say if you can. It's a 5-man push into B.
Okay.
You got it. You got it.
All right, my grammar's terrible, by the way. If you're making fun of me, please.
It's all good. It's all good.
Estás caminando
Sí.
en el creo que B main, so
Ooh,
no, I can't.
that's okay. ¿Estás caminando?
Caminando
¿Estás caminando?
en el B main.
En el B main. Is that good? Is that good? Oh no! Empathy goes down. But this is Oxygen. But this is Oxygen's, I think, specialty.
Ooh,
This is usually quite good. He gets the reload and
that's
get
hard,
ready for the trade. But through this, he had locked out on top of the site. I was just saying how good their pistols are. And to get taken down, that was not Estás caminando. It's a B main.
Rav, you should do Laytown. You should ask Dan to do it with you so you can do Laytown.
That's what I'm saying. I need to do a lot of M's. That's really so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd be amazing at it.
Thank you. Estás caminando. Es un
And
B main.
why do you say it like you're trying to flirt? Like
Hola.
you're endearing. Like, yeah,
Soy
like,
Fernando.
oh, okay. Voice actor over here.
Hola, muchacha.
He's trying to make the players fall in love with him. That's okay. Trying to boost the mental of Oxygen Academy and SOAR Gaming, all right? So that's okay. Seems like they're yelling. They're going real hard. I don't even know if that's them. I think that's somebody else in the crowd.
No, that's definitely somebody else in the crowd. Yeah, they're just yelling.
They're going crazy. Listen, fans be fans.
Fan behavior.
Fan be fans.
It's bad, just shares across the board right now. Oxygen again, making their classic slow pushes. But they're trying to do similar strat that we saw that XOR did, right? It's that crucial mid-control. You gotta remember, this is SOAR's map pick. Pulling up onto Pearl next. And down 10-3 is unideal. All SOAR has to do is hang on a little bit. See the problem. Look at what's the push down A. Look at this, yeah. That's push 2 all the way out. Already the trade. And that flanker with now with him being taken away.
Ooh.
It engages down to B main and a flawless
Dang, dude.
comes
That's not
about.
easy.
That was Estas. I want to say that was 3
Is that like
people.
the word of the day?
Yeah.
Hashtag Nerd Street, and then.
That's the Nerd Street Champs. That's the Nerd Street Champs. Remember?
Oh gosh, yeah. Actually, if you guys don't remember, hashtag Nerd Street Champs, and you can most likely be featured in the mainstream with those tweets.
Yeah.
So please tweet. I know you guys are in the crowd. I know you can hear me.
Please, Ito wants you to tweet.
Yeah, look for boyfriend, girlfriend,
Yeah.
dog.
We'll go ahead and put out a LFG tweet.
Looking for team.
Looking for LFS looking for a shorty.
Looking for scrim.
Looking or shorty.
Or shorty.
I prefer shorty.
Okay, no, I understand. You're the most ravishing man on the planet. Ooh, but Verdi seems pretty
But
ravishing
that's
right
looking
now.
shorty after that one. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, that sounds like a entry. And it just makes it a one taken away. XOR losing 2 early engagements to not, of course, it was a little bit of a gun diff naturally, but if Oxford Academy lost that, then it was honestly about over. It's 2v4 though, and Physic gets spotted. He should be pincered here. He's trying to kick down the door. They could peek him. Yep, Verdi catches him pretty equally, and it's now catches him pretty easily, I should say.
Yeah.
And it's now on Bones.
Yeah, this could be a pretty good round for Oxygen Academy. I like the way things worked out this round, but Bones left alone. They're like, yeah, I'm going to be a backup Bones pretty soon if, you know, I enter this site. Because there's so many players, right? You got a post plant that looks pretty solid. One hiding underneath that hell side, one behind Jenny. Everybody's just really everywhere. Bones lucky enough to get the one on Redux, but, I mean, Verno right behind. Once again, relying on your teammates. There comes Verno. Cleaning things up once again, but a 4-11, still really, really wide gap.
That was the opposite of Bueno right there.
Yeah. Okay.
What is the opposite of Bueno?
Mal.
Mal. All right, that was Super Mal right
Super
there.
Mal?
Yeah. I only know Mal as my anime
Malo,
list.
Mal, I don't know.
Malo. Oh, actually, Mal in French also just means sick or like you know, not well. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's what it means in Spanish too.
I never connected those dots.
I don't know.
My bad.
I'm still
sorry.
learning
You're
them.
the Spanish one here.
I'm literally am, but I can't even speak it. That's
It's
the-
okay. Estás caminando, estoy bien main.
Oh no.
I want to know how to say 4, 3, 2, and 1. Every single variation of that, I want to be able to know.
Next thing you know, you're gonna get an email from one of the
Lada, yeah?
Lada
Yeah.
producers,
It's like-
and they're gonna be like, "Yo, Raph, we really want you on our show."
Yeah, as long as everybody's pushing B main, you can see.
and then that's where you come in.
Exactly.
That's where you come in, and
I'm the
that's
guest
it.
analyst that they bring in. Yeah.
And you're like, and then they switch over to you. You're like, "That's coming up."
Mirando estoy B main. I have one liner that I just say every single time. You're so perfect.
Awesome. Come on, hit him up, guys. He's the most ravishing man on the planet. You can't not hit Ravo.
This is true. Before the
I
internet, now
love
the
saying
planet. Yeah. I have a shtick. So, what would your shtick be? You
I'm
think?
gomping.
You're gomping. You're right.
That's my shtick.
I think like you gotta find out what Gomper stands for, like GOMPERS. Guys, tweet at us at hashtag NerdStreetChamps.
What do you think Gomper stands for? Yeah. There you go.
Thick looking for the initial engagement too. He has the back of Physic yet again, but so it looks like was the Estas Caminando estoy be main is not so anymore. I've looked towards mid.
I don't even think that's how you say main in Spanish. Here.
Be main.
Be main. Be. And el be. I don't know.
So main. Wait, no, that's Portuguese.
Yeah. But
Oh, his gun's sticking out. Oh, but that doesn't matter because you gotta see him. Empathy. That was a little bit of an overpeak in my opinion, but
oh yeah.
at least they managed to get 2 back. So we do get at least the like a favorable trade for XOR. They have guns in their hands now. We'll see what goes on.
I hope they can control the guns in their hands, because now they're gonna try to meet up with Bones here. They kind of covered that tree side. I think Bones knows this. Might actually be able to work their way around the back here.
30
And
seconds
nobody
left.
on Oxygen Academy understand exactly what's going on just yet. One down inside of main. Seems like they're going down to defender side spawn. And
Yep.
ooh, are they? No, they're not pushing for that B. They're going for that A instead. But actually, I'm scared for Scuba here. They think it's going to come the other way around, actually looking towards that main side to try to lift that smoke. He wasn't ready. Really, he was not ready.
6 seconds, dude, to get the plant off. Actually, considering he's all towards the back of the site. Spike gets planted. Oh, that was a nasty shot. My man got 1 tap with a phantom. You don't see that every day.
No, I never see that. I always die after I get a headshot.
Use a phantom?
No, I actually quit using the Phantom.
Oh, good
because
for
I
you.
never.
How long have you been sober?
How long have I been sober?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think maybe 5 months.
Wow.
I hate the Phantom. Hate it.
I agree. Phantom is boring. but I'm a person who sprays with the Vandal and just hope my shots land.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, see, whenever I played with the Phantom, for some reason, I only ever hit headshots, but they never work. And then when I played with the Vandal, I only ever hit body shots, and it never works.
Ah, sounds like you should stop being Valorant.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm down, but it's okay. You like to immortal somehow, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow. Not like you're right.
Caster Gompers, by the way, guys.
Thanks, guys. Not to brag or anything.
There ain't no one-trick Gompers. Flash goes in, Birdie. Look at Crowd down pizza, but Empathy as well. He's locked down. No dash will be there. Zappers contact too, but Vic has the angle, looking for the second. Has to win this too, but good on Redux with the engagement.
I'm interested as to what he was looking at when he was looking on the floor. Thought someone was going to crawl over.
Probably for my elo.
Oh, yeah, all the way down there? Yeah. Yeah, but he was looking for someone. Verdi, though, finding the other. Scuba, I mean, Verdi really is just popping up. Everybody from Oxygen Academy, they have it going for them. Hunter Suri getting some damage down on Epithy, so I think this is going to be a really, really easy advancement there for them on that site. So Oxygen Academy 5-12, still at that match point. I'm still scared for Oxygen Academy, to be honest with you. 5-12 is a really big span of points that
You're right.
is hard to manage.
But here's the thing. They're doing quite well at it,
Yeah,
right?
they are.
It's been round by round so far, and I think the response has generally been quite positive.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course, they can take it like one after another, and at least not through this. They've managed to put XOR on a save. So, not too bad so far, but a 13-6 possibility scoreline is what I'm currently predicting. And I thought they had, unless XOR just wins. They could possibly win on the save. But Redux has that Blade Storm. Redux, remember, is this young prodigy. This absolute frag monster. This cookie monsters.
Oh!
And then there's the man like
Come
Redux,
on, Redux.
who does that effortlessly. There's no sweat on his brow. There's no water in his veins. It's simply just skill.
He only drinks
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, man. Like, that's it. Just like our friend Dan.
Just like our friend Dan. Dan Dryad. Light end caster.
Oh,
Extraordinary.
no,
Oh, that could
dude.
also one time.
Yeah, everybody's really just getting down here by Oxygen Academy. Those picks by Verdi were, like, insane. Not Verdi, Redux, my bad, were insane. I mean, he really opened the site for them, realistically. And those two picks actually created, you know, this dilemma with Sora where now Scuba's left alive and he only has 1 star left to use. And the only way he's going to use it is trying to smoke himself in here with the judge. A little bit of that surprise element, but not much of a surprise that Verno takes this round. Now we're halfway.
You're halfway, you're right. Well, hey, you know what? This works out decently because I already mentioned it. They're on the save, right? You've done 2, and I think as long as you've done 2, you've done your job. And a man like Redux keeps on doing things like that. It's what makes life difficult for you to play against. Man like Redux, bro, doing his thing.
I got to get my clown suit pretty soon.
I'm really happy for you.
Because this victory has got me going bonkers.
Wow, it's seriously got you going gomping.
I'm really good with it, yeah. Oh, I actually really like this Hunter Suri.
Nice,
Lots of
big
damage.
tag.
Yeah, that was absolutely tremendous. Now they got that Killjoy util on the side, and it could do some damage, actually holding them back off a little bit here for Oxygen.
Want to run back as well, slow 5v5 yet again. Estás caminando, estoy A main. But, as what's going to fall, still big. It's a couple of seconds to move over, trying to shut down the positioning of all of Oxygen Academy. Empathy on 1 health. Let's just shut him down, but Verno makes it 1v2. It's just a little bit too tough yet again at the angle. Map 1, the sword.
Man, Verno almost had it, too.
Yeah.
Because right there and then, you could see that Verno was taking these players out, but he focused on the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yep.
You always got to be diligent as to where you are, what your surroundings look like, and he had 3 angles that he had to watch at that point, so definitely not the best positioning, but Soar, good job to them for being able to win that first game, number 1. Let's not forget that this is the best out of 3, so there still is a chance for Oxygen Academy to bring it back up, take that second game, and take it to that 3rd map. But by the way, things look at 13-6, not looking too good in terms of the next game.
Tough call, but I think this is kind of what you predict, especially on a opponent's map pick, where you know you are down for a couple of rounds, especially, and as things started off a bit rougher, right? Ascent can really depend on just how practiced you are in terms of reg defense. And right here, Oxford Academy, fortunately, did not have enough of a standstill to push that back. But hey, going to Pearl next, and then Pearl is a map where, at this point, it's just about comfort.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for the next game. Oxygen starting. Actually, not Oxygen. It was. Yeah, it was Oxygen starting off on that defense that felt a little bit messy, in my opinion. And I'm really hoping for the next game that they figure out, you know, good things to do. Of course, we're going over to that Pearl, so defense is going to be heavily important on a map like that one. There's a lot of entry points, and if they can't handle 2 on Ascent, then you know, I think things are going to be a lot harder coming into a map like Pearl. But also, again, we don't know. It might just be the map comfort that is, you know, what it is.
Well, I know what one thing is. Metafy. Metafy right now, y'all got to go ahead, level up your game, level for the best development players on Metafy. Y'all got to make sure that, considering we got the absolute best players, some coaches, you can go ahead and level up your game. Book a coach session today, use the code STREET20. And with that, get 20% off all your lessons. They get replays, they get reviews, you get so much more. You could be a pro on that stage for Nerd Street Champs. On Metafy.com, metafy.gg/nerdstreet, use 320, get a discount, save your money. We'll see you back in a little bit. Bye for now.
With Metafy, you learn directly from the best players in the world. They'll review your gameplay, show you new perspectives, and outline the steps you can take to shatter the bones of your enemies. Or just raise your skill rating. Book a session or replay review right now on metafy.gg.
When you're treated like the pros, you'll celebrate like the pros. Rothman Orthopedics gets you and your favorite athletes back in the game.
Welcome in, everybody. A question for you. What makes LAN different? Harmful actually just walked away. I was going to ask him the first question, but we've left it to Gus. Gus, the question remains, have you played on LAN before?
Yes.
What makes LAN different?
There are people yelling at me in real life, and when I'm online, I feel a lot more confident that I can yell shit at other people. But in reality, I'm really shy, and I can't say the same things.
So you feel a little bit more uncomfortable because of the people around you?
Yeah, and I fortunately and both unfortunately, I've only played one LAN. Fortunately, because, you know, I don't want to be yelled at more, but also unfortunately because I want to yell at people. But, you know, I feel like the people out here have done a good enough job of that.
Oh, it's a whole lot of yelling. The question remains, is it being better at the game or getting under your opponent's skin? That is the real feasibility. Thank you very much, Gus.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
How cute was that little moment?
I feel really bad that you guys have to go home after dying like a moron! Nice! You are amazing, bro!
What is up, amigos? Yet again, we are back in Map 2, Oxygen Academy, X SOAR. I'm Ravish. That's
Gompers.
There you go.
I thought you were going for a high five, so it looked a little awkward when I...
Yeah.
All right. We just watched our first game. If you weren't here, we saw Oxygen Academy versus, of course, X SOAR.
X SOAR.
X SOAR. That's their name right there.
That's their name.
Okay, but if you see, no, you can't see what we see. If you know, which we're going to tell you because you don't know if you don't know. Basically,
think. You have to. You have to think. You have to think.
Okay, yeah. If you think hard enough, or if you look into the past, of course, SOAR took that first game, and it was insane. They went like what, like 13-6?
13-6 actually. But you gotta remember, this is their map pick, and this is kind of the meta that we see on map picks that people have picked. So, on Pearl,
let's go.
Right, we got to see on who is it going to be, because remember, it's Oxygen Academy. Who wants to go to map 3.
Oxygen Academy,
Nailed
that
it.
third map, Pearl. And actually looking at it, the last map was X SOAR's map pick, so maybe that's why they actually did that good. Maybe that's why they had, you know, a lot of momentum going on.
Yeah.
So my question is now that we're going to Oxygen's map pick, now that there might be a little bit of comfortability, will it be different than the last game?
I don't know. We have to wait and see. Because I know they're playing out there for everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
I think we
Just a
nailed
moment
that.
of silence
I
after.
think we nailed that for sure.
Just don't say words the way they're pronounced. Just say them silly.
Exactly.
And then you're quirky.
I want to know how Oxygen Academy is going to face off against Excommunicado SOAR.
Yes. Yes.
I think X probably says Excommunicado. That's from John Wick.
Excommunicado?
Yeah.
I've never watched that. I've heard it's about a dog and some guy.
Technically, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So did somebody kill his dog and he just went rampage?
Yeah. That's
Are you for
literally
real?
it. Yeah.
That's the storyline.
That's kind of it. Yeah. Pretty much.
Somebody sat in his. He was like, "Dang man, you know how sad it would be if you lost. What would you do for your dog?"
Hey
and
man.
he went to the studio and they said, "This is brilliant."
Well, I'll tell you what happens. Well, I think nobody on the stage has lost their dogs. They're fine.
That's why they're here, gaming.
That's why John Wick had lost a dog.
They are not John Wick.
John Wick's dog was still alive. He'd be at esports.
What team do you think he'd be on? I think honestly, he'd be a big Sentinels fan.
Sentinels?
Yeah.
No, I think considering his color scheme, he'd definitely be on TSM.
TSM?
TSM.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I never even watched the movie, and I'm like the same when I know this guy.
Yeah, you're just like.
Well, considering the fact that he turned into like a mass, like yeah, I feel like he would be on. Never mind.
Anyways, X SOAR looking to clean things up to the quarterfinals, moving on to semis.
Yes.
If possible, but now Oxygen Academy, though we were talking about how good they looked previously, how solid they are right now, and if we want to see Haven. They're going to have set the game up a lot, but Pearl is a map that I've seen once. Once.
That is
once yesterday.
You're lucky.
Am I?
Really lucky.
Why?
Because I'm getting tired of seeing the map.
Wow. Well, hey, I'm sorry for your loss, but you have to kind of put up with it because look at this. We're professional casters.
We are.
Look, us being professionals right now.
I look professional.
Professionals.
Is that Drake?
Stop this right now. Stop. I just stop everything.
Can you do the
Oh, the freaking Highline one? Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, do you think you can do like the foot thing? Where
I can do the foot thing. Probably can't catch it though. It's like
you used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Okay.
Yeah. It's the. Okay. Map picks and agent selection is currently in front of us as we have an Astra. This is new. I've not faced this before. Okay.
I actually seen an Astra. I really like the Astra here. The Astra, I feel like it's the meta. I feel like the Astra.
Say Astra 4 more times.
Astra. I like Astra. Astra's really good. And
yeah, Astra's good on Tuesday, by the way.
Astra, gosh. I'll let you know on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
I like the Astra. I feel like the Astra Neon has kind of been like the meta from what I've seen a lot of players play. And that speaks for itself. The KO also, which is, for me, not really surprising. I feel like you can play anybody on this map and then call it a day. Yeah. This map is so versatile for me.
I think this map, currently with the way it stands, is really dependent on whoever manages to make first contact.
Absolutely.
And 2, whoever manages to actually make their way past mid. Because funneling yourself onto a site, especially rushing it down, I find is just so tough unless you just run it down B mid, especially when you don't have like much of an opposition. But even then, you're bound to lose at least one if you're just building yourself down the site. But for now though, pistols make things, I would say, pretty interesting and not super wild. So it should just be like 5-man pushes. If you look at the defense too, they're already looking to push out and catch them off guard if possible. It should be a complete bloodbath on mid.
Yeah, this push out is going to be dangerous, in my opinion. But it's interesting that we see Oxygen Academy actually looking for that like default type of play here. You can see some players surrounding themselves down A, down B, but it seems like that rotation from that fade over on Oxygen Academy looking to go back over to that B ramp. And maybe, seems like here the B ramp is going to be the play. What scares me the most is that chamber util locked in with that Astra. So they're going to get slow, they're going to get blocked off, they're going to get sprayed through. And honestly, now that tether coming down.
Blocking vision.
Fiber still alive. The Scuba has the exit already inside of the smoke. Puts down one themselves, down to neutral. They get the wall bang. Well, 1-for-1, but you have to remember that signs are not that sturdy. They, in fact, are see-through, and you will be stopped. That was alliteration.
Yeah. I heard sturdy, and my mind went the other way.
I said see-through, and they're, yeah, you're sturdy. Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, but can Vic get sturdy?
On stage?
Maybe. On both here, too.
Why not?
Oh. No, they can't. They cannot.
Where was sturdy instead? Where was the sturdier?
They said, I heard sturdy, I'm gone. I don't want to dance for you, but...
You ever seen the videos where somebody said, hey, can you check if the door is sturdy?
If the what sturdy?
Can you ever check? Can you see if the door is sturdy?
when he went... I'm sorry.
I have a stutter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, I haven't actually stuttered.
This is why you ask before you speak. Okay.
That's why I ask before I speak.
No, this is why I ask. I ask before I speak.
Oh, my God.
This is why I should ask before I speak.
Come on, Diaz.
Sorry, my bad. Okay. Yeah, but this mid, I like what's going on here. I like this mid control. I really like taking mid control because you have access to both sides of sites, right? Sure. And if anybody wants to go for main push, I feel like that created a lot of pressure. You can possibly go through that sewers to try to get from behind, but it doesn't matter if you can't get past Vic.
Now, look at this. Does he get past
Oh, no. I don't think they check.
Past the box and into the corner. That's more people. And turns it back around. It's just a shorty, though. But that's T goes down to make them shorter.
What?
And immediately, it seems as though closest angles will be in the favor. One after another, and X-Soul have decided that this map would be thrifty.
You sound really different, Pansy.
Sorry, Hypoc. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, my bad. Oh my goodness. I'm a little surprised because I don't even think Empathy knew that they were there until he heard maybe like somewhat of a sound cue because somebody had actually shot their Spectre and then Empathy's turning around to get those shots in. So if they had been quiet, I feel like they could have gotten past there without even making a noise there. But Soar, I mean, on a Thrifty too, so they ended up getting that round. It kind of feels like the iteration of the map before, but already some stuns coming out. Empathy looking for some frags. Not going to be able to get some that smoke covering a lot of that vision. But the spray through, I don't even know what they did. Yeah, they did a little bit of damage there, which was interesting.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You know, I can't say that normally, and I can't say the word bloody.
Bloody. What? Where would that come from?
But every best round so far pays off in dividends for XOR, who seem pretty decent on Pearl.
Yeah.
And this is the way that I find the Pearl meta will definitely adapt. It's teams who slow play it and rush down onto sites, and teams who hold close angles, especially like this on the defense. Because you have to be so careful, because there's like just enough opportunities to try to train 1-for-1. And they're in these what I like to call suicide angles, where you know you're locked in, you know you're going to die, and ideally you're getting like 1 to 2. If you get 2, you've done your job. If you get 1, it's not that great.
Oh, no.
Physics. A long-range Spectre kill, something I did not have on my bingo card today.
He buffed it. Buffed the Spectre. Now, I mean, buffing his shots. Empathy. He's not going to be able to hit a shorty shot this time. Redux coming from the sky. He does not need his feet landed on the ground. I mean, but doesn't matter. Redux's shots didn't care at all to XOR.
One enemy remaining.
I don't even need to care.
No.
That was sick. That was a double blast pack up into a bucky up in the air.
You didn't even see him.
Like the pow. It was so sick, man.
That's going in the hype reel. That's going in the
montage.
montage.
That's a clip right there.
Yeah.
That's a clip. I wish I want to hit a clip like that.
I want to hit a clip like that too. Every time I try to do that, I get shot in the sky. Redux just, I don't even see him.
Man, my man popped up Naruto like Hakata
I knew where you were going with that.
He was the bluebird, bro.
Oh my gosh. He's living on the edge. I mean, to be fair, Tanner is in cat ear, so this is pretty on par with the,
You're right.
with the theme
This is
here.
perfect. And today is Sugoi Sunday. And you know, that's when we're done this.
Yeah.
Today is Super Sugoi Sunday for Summer Champs.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome back, Super Sugoi Sunday. It's 2-1 right now for XOR at Oxygen Academy. And nothing is going to happen.
Vic, yeah. Super Sugoi Sunday's pretty hype right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But Vic, I think Vic actually might go the jump through, seeing somebody peek. Too scared, but I mean, you play like that as a chamber. Keep your life in check. Now you can kind of keep that B site in check as well. But honestly, all they have to do here is hold the site. Nobody has tried to secure anything just yet. Oxygen Academy have already lost their chamber trying to advance down that B club. So the way that things are going, I'm not too worried here for Soar.
I wouldn't be either, personally.
No.
Slow plays across the board. They're forcing Oxygen Academy into another turning next deck. Ensuring that they have to clear every angle, but that is all 5 stars on the site. 3 smokes cut off, and they still can't get in. They're flashed out, locked up, and the Haunt Winds barely catches them for 1 second. It's not enough. They gotta run away and just save. There's no way in, only one way out, and that's where.
Well, she needs to get out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
He's leaving. Yeah, pretty much just XOR taking that round.
XOR, baby.
Rightfully so, rightfully so. I mean, they deserve that round. I think the last round where Redux got that sky shot in, I wish I could have seen more of that. But
I just want to sing. I just want now Bluebird is stuck in my head, by the way.
Okay. Okay, so you're bilingual or trilingual. Okay.
I can speak 5 languages.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you? What can you speak?
So, well, like Hindi and Urdu.
Can you cast this in Hindi?
I could, probably. I don't want to.
You made me cast this.
I made you say one thing in Spanish. Like what was like? Feliz cumpleaños in B-main.
Yeah, happy birthday in B-main.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Feels like a language class, man. All right, 8 art. Now we're going art. That's interesting. Redux putting down that boom bot. Actually, this is perfect because there's a lot of pressure being created down on Torres. That allows Verno to get that push up because so much to focus on. And now there's the struggle for Soar. They already lost 2 of their players. Can they lose more? I mean, try not to lose your players challenge. Very, very difficult.
No.
Yeah.
You were just saying try not to lose 2 players challenge.
And then they won. They literally won.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just like just how much of a neutral dump is currently at this board location. Scuba is going for the dive deep towards the backside. He said, "Blub blub, give me that dump."
Really like that.
Only one though, and he wins it.
Okay.
Physic is so good on these trades, man. Before on the Sova, now on the fade. He has his day made.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're spitting bars out here, I gotta say, man.
Every day.
It's every day, bro. I
Every
said it's every
day.
day. Okay. Look at that replay. I want to see this. Physic was blind, and he knew exactly where they were. Well, actually, he could see them through that blind, which is interesting, actually. That's a new aspect of Fade. If you get that tether down, you're able to actually see these players regardless. So, oof, real nice. Okay.
Slow down yet again. I find now for Oxygen Academy, they have to be able to find a way to reconvene to regroup. So far, on the map like Pearl,
yeah.
Although it's not a snowbally, but the consistent trend has been is past the early engagements. We're talking a lot about mid control.
Absolutely.
If that does not happen for them, what ends up being is that they'll just get forced into one site after they can't pop in 2 doors, and instead they'll just have to reduce themselves, unfortunately, to forcing a way in. They can't change their angles, and with neutral drop doesn't work for a pop, they're just caught.
Yeah.
And what seems like a surefire way to enter a site becomes an unfortunate death trap because some way, somehow, Soar are always good for 2.
Heck yeah. Okay, good for 2. Good enough for me, honestly. And that's, yeah, like you said, that is pretty interesting because this kind of happened in the last map of Ascent where they were consistently getting more than 1 pick. It was like they were riding off some wave and they couldn't stop. And it was never like it was drowning them. It was never overwhelming. It was a pretty medium wave. Ooh, but here it comes. Some suppressions coming through. That leaves maybe some smokes that can't be used. Empathy watching behind. And leaving these players wanting to back off, but Welshi not giving them an opportunity. I mean, actually, no, Welshi did give them an opportunity. Now XOR.
Try not to lose 2 of your players challenge.
And
very
it's
difficult.
extremely difficult.
Extremely difficult. Hardest difficulty. They're playing Dark Souls.
They're playing Dark Souls. God, that game is
awful.
Elden Ring was a great game, but I could not play that because it was too hard for me.
I refuse to play any Souls game. I played Bloodborne for an hour. Like, I get it. It's cool. It's fun. I'm good.
You're good.
I'm good. It's just not happening, man. Honestly.
That makes sense here.
I would much rather watch anime and listen to Bluebird.
Now I feel like we should play that when we're done here.
I agree. Yeah, I would ask production if you can play that over the stereo or the music on the thing.
I have the spike.
Oh, give him the spike over. He said, Werner, you can have it. I see your arms up. You're pretty much free here. But there it comes. There's some of that information. They know exactly where they are. Redox able to get maybe somewhat of a trade-off, so it's not all unfair here. Oxygen Academy. Look, they're getting picks, but still Soar has the higher numbers, and they're peeking, but a cross-hold being held, and Physic is playing with physics.
Yeah, A squared plus B squared equals dead square. That's physics for you.
Step here, step there, don't step here.
Exactly, because according to physics, oxygen, when that is removed from the environment, you are dead.
You are dead.
Burno is still alive, so that means that not all oxygen is lost, and neither is all hope.
Okay. That's fine.
If a rock is traveling 5 miles over a cliff and lands 10 feet below, how long until we're done with this analogy?
I don't know what any of that means. I quit college.
Yeah, I got my postgrad before I do. Sorry,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Publicly.
All right.
I know. Nobody else. Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't work for Drake.
I wish I worked for Drake. I could be his body double.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the pitch just awesome. Oh, nasty shots coming out from Verdi. I mean, we can already tell that Verdi's gonna get nasty shots, right? Yeah. Always gonna be there with the frags. Great. Great with the shots. Yeah.
Fantastic even.
been fantastic, right?
Astounding.
They're so taken aback that they decided to go back and spawn and regather.
so taken
they're
back
having a
left.
discussion about it, and they're walking over to lunch.
Guys, we need to stop this guy. He's way too handsome. We can't go up against him. But Sora losing 1 is a really good sign for themselves. But remember, Oxygen has to try not to lose 2.
Yes.
Before entering onto the site. And the mid door has always been so contentious for themselves. And all we see all the way through this. Sora have actually decided to give it away and move over down towards tunnel, try to lock on the site instead. As they move themselves to B main, they pulled the rotations. It's actually quite good. Over from Oxygen Academy. Because they focus their attention. They pulled them all down. They even use a Nightfall as well. They find nobody. They have to know they're entering onto B.
Oh, no way. No way, that was perfect timing before they peek that the smoke goes up, and now they're up completely useless. Vic has to find a way to be able to utilize that without getting their damage down. And I mean, going up towards Heaven, trying to regather with the team here, take that 3v4.
Ooh.
Oof, but Physic just making numbers go lower and lower each and every time. XOR, can they be able to pull this together? You got 3 players hiding right behind that hall. Little hallway or whatever it is.
All 3 are just locked inside that cubby.
Oh, yeah.
They're just all stuck inside of there. It's as though it's a calzone. And right now, XOR is coming to make a nice little pie. Boom, bada bing, bada bang. That's how you make it. You drop it in the oven, and you get a nice little pepper on, huh?
A little pepper on it.
Hey, I'm walking here. I'll watch out.
That was really, you're
You think
really
your
good
dad
at
on
voice
this
lines.
street?
You're really good at voice lines. You should be a voice actor, Rab. For sure.
I wish.
I wish. No, that was insane. Everybody hiding right behind that wall. And I honestly, I feel like a little bit that they kind of cornered themselves there, to be honest with you, because they allowed everybody to gain ground to the extremities, and it'd come at down B main, B tower, B link. It was kind of like they were cornered at that point because they didn't want to take control of anything else. So, you know, you really got to be careful with stuff like that, especially if you don't have that util to kind of get yourself out of that position. So we can already see that 6-1 from Soar. Yeah, this is looking really rough.
Things are getting out of control. But perhaps they can try to regain.
Sound like you're from Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I'm Professor Moody. We're here for Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Oh my gosh.
Wingardium Leviosa. Bang! That's how it goes down. And the second shot of Avada Kedavra.
Oh my gosh. Wait, you're actually giving them good luck here. Oh, no more.
The train?
No
Got
more.
him. One more. Let's see how many more spells you got, G. How many more spells you go ahead and lock inside your wand. You already said a couple.
Oh. Okay, Prowler picking off at least some information. But right over in the back, if we look at the mini-map there, we're seeing Vic coming around. They might actually be able to take that spike out of the hands of the Astra. Ooh, well, she comes down. And we knew this was going to happen. Now it's up to Verno. Verno knows the flank is completely covered. But there it is. Vic doesn't matter. No matter whether or not Verno tries to get those shots in first. It's Vic with a headshot. It's a one-tap headshot, by the way.
No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Oh.
We're having too much fun up here.
It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time out here.
Absolutely.
Good time. It's a good time. But at least not with this. We should be able to see how things perhaps can possibly come on back.
Yeah.
Because Oxygen, gotta do something. Gotta do something. But Vic again plays for his contact. Gets spotted though, but again, there's always somebody on a tight angle. This is the first time the second connects. And that's amazing by Redux. Does not let you away. He gets the punish. The molly is down. And there's Frigetti pops into the molly. And it continues to be 2 for 2.
How did he miss? He was shooting for hours, but he couldn't hit it. Even though he was stunned as well. Maybe just wait for the recoil. Something. Yeah, but that Cosmic Divide up. The Prowler coming through to be able to see, hey, where can we enter? What could go on? But I like Scuba's position here. The moment they enter and peek, he's going to be right there beside to be able to get those headshots through. But the worry is, can we? So of course, I mean, Oxygen Academy take themselves out of that equation.
That's such a big knife. It catches all 3 of them on top of the site.
Yeah.
So now Oxygen Academy has to fight with all their might as they go briskly into the night.
No matter what
I do.
I'm sorry, that
All I think about is you.
They're thinking about the A site, man. They're going over towards it. They say
Even
it looks good.
even when they're with the boot, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They know it looks good. They see it's clear. They're coming over.
30 seconds left.
And now they're planning in this default spot. And you know, I feel like it's a little bit harder to really keep this position open and wide because a lot of players like playing A main, and a lot of players know this. So they start to really have an extension of those ultimates. But Verno actually has that nightfall.
Still make it. Onto the side, at least after quite some time. I'd like. It's just a nice nightfall. There's a all the way in. But no, the shots go wide as he managed to land it, so he's locked on top of the site. Because again, maybe the switch works out, but it's only 1 for 1. They just defuse it because they make them feel like they've been locked out of heaven for too long.
I feel like I'm at karaoke already. We're going tonight, man.
We're having a great time, yeah.
All right. No, honestly, I'm impressed. I already said it, right? Like going down A main, a lot of players tend to kind of resort to that, right? A main as that defaulting type of positioning for planting down in default, and that's exactly why I kind of have somewhat of an issue in playing there, unless you're really going to be keeping hold of that site, because it is so easy to get the defusal down.
Super duper.
As we can see already.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's precise, pinpointed precision.
Ooh. Okay.
XOR yet again. Same sort of position they had before, but watch the double push out that they have towards A.
Wow, they're going to meet up with Welshie.
Up against 2.
Welshie, no.
If they manage to get him down, this could be extremely detrimental.
What?
Entire side, but Empathy goes down right inside the fast lane. Southwest engagement.
No,
that's 1.
no.
That's 2. Fizzing is good for 2 once again. It's as though he's at McDonald's and keeps on getting the 2 for 1.
Wow. He tried to bring out
How does
that
he
share.
do it?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. Oh, I don't think they're going to know how they do it either, because right behind, they're going to get a little bit of that element of surprise from the KO sneaking up on them from Soar. No, he's going A-Link. He actually decided that he doesn't want to try for anything new or different.
I don't know.
I'm a little confused as to where these players are going now. Oh, maybe just A. They're going A restaurant.
Maybe. No real ultimates to play with either. Auction Academy. They got a couple of weapons off the dead bodies. Pop out. Surprise! Bye-bye. As all of Oxygen yell, oh no, lo siento.
Ay, Dios mío.
Ay, Dios. Oh, no, voy a decir 3, 2, 1. Ay, Dios mío.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculed. Really unfortunate. Oxygen Academy, man. I thought that they would have had a way better run.
I know.
Coming into this, just because this is their map pick. And actually, I talked about this the other day.
Oh, you did?
The only reason why I think we shouldn't be picking Pearl this early on is because a lot of players think, hey, I have Pearl down, maybe this person doesn't, or hey, I have Pearl down, I'm feeling pretty confident, but you don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
You have no idea.
Majority of the times, just because this, once again, is a very new map. Lots of players are practicing this, trying to get this strats down. And, I mean, it's pretty surprising. Oof. Yeah.
It's possible 10-1 scoreline currently on the horizon for Auction Academy. Not completely taken over so far during the nightfall. Managed to catch 2 that are outside of mid, but still 5v5. They have the Astral Wall up if need be. Defend the side, even knife as well to catch moving all the over to A. Gets no information. You have the possibility of just trying to rush it down, but still 2 people watching the angle.
Yeah, we still have somebody down in that plaza. I think this is more so for that rotation here for Oxygen Academy. The push-in comes down the fast lane up for Empathy, and they know that the aggression is coming onto the site. Let's not forget that this is 9-1. If Empathy can secure this, they may just be able to secure that 10-2 for the future rounds. Scuba heading behind the back. There comes the first headshot, the second there for the secure, and more needed. But it's over in a millisecond. Soar, tremendous at holding these sites. And a flawless comes down, nobody's life gone.
A flawless yet again for Excommunicado Soar. For the last round, too, 11-1 a possibility. That means the pistols become essentially a fight for survival for Auction Academy.
Absolutely.
As they themselves right now, their buy-ups will look just a little bit rough, unfortunately. But they have the Showstopper alongside the Null Command.
Find you.
Could be two ways they could try to rush an Emperor 7. Null Command of their own, and then we go look at those two giant semicircles on top of the map. There's no util being dumped. There's nowhere to hide except Missing finds the corner, but he's stuck beside one of his own teammates. They got a 2-for-1, and Bones has absolutely made of steel. Call him Superman.
Superman, call him Superman for sure. Oh, I like this chamber on chamber action. We might actually be getting down that B site, Rav. Look at that. But Welshie first coming alongside Bones. The shots just never miss for a team like Soar. But they don't miss for Rustin either. Okay, maybe there is some hope here. Very low compete here. There comes the first shot, only needing the body, but 2 headshots needed here. Back off and reposition.
Ball still up for an aspect, still in their hands. Oxygen Academy, they could do this possibly. He is 1 away from the Tour de False.
Yeah.
So he could look to lock this down. He has TP up as well. And now he has ultimate. This, for Rustin, is his stand. He must not fall. He must rise to the challenge. Like the Chad that he is. That's 1, but it's up against 2.
I think that positioning was good. I just think overall the main problem with what happened there was that, you know, 22 seconds left, number 1, until that rendezvous comes back. So he already put himself in a really difficult position knowing that they were going to come through there. So it's either hit the shots or die. It was nothing of the above because he could not get out of that situation.
Players call them their exit routes, right?
Yeah.
Once you have your exits planned out, then your engagements go a lot better, especially if you're not looking to just lose your entire team in one fell swoop. But we said it before, this is the most crucial pistol that they could possibly have.
Wow. Man. 11-1? 1-1-1, make a wish.
Okay.
Sorry. I used to do...
I wish Gompers was 9 feet tall.
I wish I was normal.
You're normal. You're fine. What is normal, Gompers?
What is normal? You're right.
Nobody truly knows what it could be, personally.
Yeah, this isn't going to be normal, though.
I think being quirky is the more fun bit.
Got concealment. Blocking vision.
XOR. Looking at 5-man rush it down A main.
Oh, come on.
A good hold so far. Birdie.
What?
Shuts them out of the sight as he bobs and weaves and dodges and jumps.
Okay. Okay. It's, you know what? Forget the 11-1. We're going 11-2, baby. There comes Birdie with a 4K. All right, keeping the momentum. Let's go, let's go. This is where things start off, and that's really good, right? That pistol round was detrimental. You said it in the first beginning half of this game. So this is good. Now we're going to be able to see Oxygen Academy at least get that bonus in and buy. The question is, do you personally think that we're going to see XOR buy here to stop this from happening?
Maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe. Oh. No? Shorties.
I said maybe.
They got shorties. They got shorties.
You gotta be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, you're my wonder wall. Thank you. I just could not complete it. Okay, take it away.
Take it away. Thank you so much. Honestly, the songs on just get my... Oh, he said you're his Wonderwall. That's beautiful. Oh, no, they're getting in there. They're starting to flash in. Raph getting hecka excited here to be able to see this. Reduct's going crazy. At least. I mean, it was beautiful. This, of course, being that kind of buy round, but I'm a little bit surprised that Soar took it this far. They got a lot of picks here.
I'm shocked as well. He killed him with a C4. Or a blast pack, I should say.
C4.
But, like, that was crazy. I only ever see that to clear out corner, but he's just so low. He been just seasoned well enough with the shots that he's ready to serve up on a plate.
Heck yeah.
He said, here you go, sir. Look, why don't you go ahead and exit stage left. Take that.
Add some salt and pepper on it.
Add some salt and pepper. That's it. All you need, and that's it. They do it again. That's the bonus. Oxygen Academy. One by one.
Yeah, I think hardest part about that is that Oxygen Academy still lost a couple players, right? So Light Shield coming on the board, right? You see Scuba, Physic, and Vic with that Light Shield. But of course, everybody else buying it. 2 Spectres here for Oxygen Academy, which is a little bit concerning. You got 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals on a round that should most likely look like a win, unless you want this to come, obviously, to that match point.
For sure.
Ooh, nice suppression and a push in to see what's going to happen here. Oof.
Now, let's see it. Bop, bop. Okay. Not going to get it, though. Has to move away. Smoke. They got some pressure, at least, but they're not going to deny the site completely. For 5v5, no ultimates to be playing with. Oxygen knows they have to play perfect Valorante. So let's see if they can live up to their name. We should do is calm down for a bit. Breathe in. Breathe out.
The stress is gone.
Is it?
Yeah.
It must be nice.
All the years of sadness.
Wow. Okay. That should have come outside.
Well, I breathe in, breathe out.
No. See, keep the tears on the inside. That's what.
Okay, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they come out. Never mind. We will see what exactly happens down on this B main. We can see that they're heading for it. I think they tried to maybe back themselves off to get a rotation, but they're not going to bait anything out. Instead, 2 players still on that B site.
Passing goes up. Haunt gets shot out immediately, but still from here, they clear out all the crucial angles at least. A slow one towards the back of the site. That's a nice flash so far. Excellent secured as Birdie gets cleared out. 3 for 1 by the end of it. And now Oxygen Academy can estimate on top of the site.
Wow.
And it's Bones to secure it. Match point.
It was like a line of players just shooting at each other and trying to, like, just eliminate everybody. And in a matter of seconds, it was Soar that actually won that out. We see this replay here. So many smokes, right? Everything obscured. It was that Prowler that started. But then, I mean, the Prowler didn't necessarily hit. Everybody here gained that confidence, and Bones was the one to gain that 3K. So looking so good for XOR. You got a 12-3 lead, by the way. So we're hitting that match point. I mean, things are going to be pretty much impossible. Ooh.
Pops in. That's the second time that I do. Oh, he doesn't get it. Birdie's good for 2. Even though he sucked back, that's okay. I can do it on a slide, baby. I can go ahead, slide the rep.
Hey.
And Cha-Cha was smooth. Now, that's one more.
Spike down A.
Oh no, and another one. Okay.
And
to
another
the left.
one.
Oh.
Another one.
Take it back now, y'all.
1 kill this time. 1 kill this time. Boom. Rifle left on. Yeah. Rifle left on. Duh.
Oh no. Do you think that's how they play? That's how they make their
I really
movements?
hope so. I really hope so.
That's how they do it. That they don't actually control where they go. It's the coach that's the IGL that sings that song, and then they follow where. that's oh my gosh. Wait, can we take a second to look at the board here? Look how many wins in a row that XOR had down wow, on that defense half. Jeez.
Hey, but look, Auction climbing the way back. They could have the exact same scoreline. Maybe they're just so nutty on the defense.
Yeah.
That this could be where exactly we find ourselves in a much more favorable position. Because so far are having a bit of a tough time, although they do manage to get some of the plants down. But past that, it's just been unfortunate, just back and forth on just trying to hold on the site, which they cannot seem to do.
Yeah.
Because it's the peaking. It's there. You gotta go do something.
Yeah, the jiggle peeky not working out too well.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
They're coming up from behind. This is interesting to see. I really like the way things are working out here for XOR. Actually, I think Empathy might actually be able to carry the round here, right? You got at least the ultimate coming out from that Neon, so it kind of accounts for that Jet Blade Storm when you think about it, right? It could be somewhat of that economy type of weapon, especially with Vic pulling out that Tour de Force. So they're pulling all of the ultimates out to be able to win this. And I honestly think here, if they can do it correctly, if they can get onto this site in particular and take out the Astra, things will work out fine.
They have no command also available, which they can use for the post plant. So there you go. As soon as it gets locked down, they just have more than enough to just continue to delay. And with that being there is a star right by the spike as well. So if need be, they got to smoke that out or also use that for a possible concuss. If they want to just ensure they can't do anything at all, they have 2 different angles.
Wow.
On side to side. Like Ariana Grande. They got me rocking side to side.
Oh, they've been there all day. Okay.
I've been there all day.
Oh no, actually,
They're gonna be there all night.
Let's go.
All right.
I said it. Listen, they take out that Astra, it's over. I think Astra was the last pick, but it's over.
That's
so
it.
It worked out in the sense. Soar, that was the second game coming into this best of 3, and Soar take the win, 2-0, and not to mention 13-6, 13-4 against Oxygen Academy. Wow.
Really dominant start of the rounds and just really well done from XOR.
Yes. Yeah.
We mentioned already before, on the second day, they looked as though not just XOR, they are indeed SOAR.
Yeah.
It's almost as though they're the exact same team.
Yes.
It's crazy how well they've done so far, and this come up should be exactly that. Prominent, presumptuous, and under the P word that means something nice. Fantastic.
Okay. No, that works out.
Thank you.
Yeah, overall, I really like the showcase here. Pineapple, that is actually the perfect representation of how I feel.
Thank you.
Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. But once again, like, I really liked what we saw out of Soar. I think Soar had a really good run. Honestly, that defense looked unstoppable. It didn't matter what you were putting out there. They literally denied everything, not to mention Scuba and everybody else basically hiding in these quirky corners. And the patience was beautiful from this team. They did not care. That econ rating of 129, by the way, from Scuba. Just want to talk about that. That is disgusting.
That man was mad nice with it.
He was nice
Scuba
with
doing his thing. Every single member of SOAR just managed to get the lockdown on all these sites. It was all good, all clean, all the time. It was as though there was anchors.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the anchors got together. They made a wall. So they were like a wall of anchors.
Yeah.
But an anchored wall with weight tied down to them, so there's nothing to enter onto the site.
Yeah.
So they were blocking the site with the wall of anchors, with the anchored wall.
Okay.
On Tuesday.
You mean like the instead of the anchored wall, how about we have a wall of Titans? Okay. And then that'll be the wall of Maria.
That is, but the wall of Maria keeps for the Titans though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's absolutely an option.
But
unless you cross a Titan, then
not spoiling,
can't stop you as he pops up like. Actually, production, move away from me for a second. Hold on, look at Garbage for a second, because this is how the actual Titan does it. Look, watch this. He does this. He's like, that's a colossal Titan right there. That's it. That's a colossal Titan.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, so XOR now moving on to semifinals, as you've already seen.
Oh no.
Hope you're having a good time, because I am, as you can tell, and I think Goppers is too.
Yes.
Y'all gotta make sure to stay locked in at SG. We got a lot more summer champs, the final day, the final teams. Everybody here is like, of course, we're
staying here.
Setting up for interview with Tanner Meowtro.
Do you want to do a doodle? Do you want to do a doodle?
Huh? A doodle? Oh, actually, we don't have it here anymore.
Dang.
Took it.
Yeah. Who took it?
Who took it?
Who was it?
That's the mission we're going to solve so far. But until then, what we could do is continue to sing. Ready in 3, 2, 1.
What are we singing?
Hakata Itara. Modora na ito ite.
Okay.
Mezashita no wa.
Okay.
Aoi, aoi, ano sora.
Okay. Okay.
God, it is indeed
Wait,
my
can you rap for me?
Huh?
Can you rap for me?
I could do the rap from Baby by Ludacris. You know, like when I was 13,
Ooh,
I had my first love. Anybody who compare, baby, anybody who could ever come above,
Oh,
she had me going
crazy.
crazy. Oh, I was starstruck. She woke me up daily. Don't need no Starbucks. She made my heart pound. I skip a beat when I see her on the street and at school on the playground. But I really want to see her on the weekend. She knows she got me dazed because she was so amazing.
Okay.
And now my heart is
Okay.
breaking. But I just keep on saying, baby, 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 oh, like baby, 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 no, like baby,
Okay,
baby,
rap. Okay.
baby, oh, I thought you'd always be mine. Yeah?
No, that was really good. I actually really like that. Okay.
I thought so too. It's honestly, the song is an underrated banger. Personally, it's like it's good for so many reasons. Personally,
I like the song too. Didn't
do
you
too.
sing that?
I did
Karen?
sing that. There's a video of Tanner Metro when I sing that song.
Yeah, I want to leak that. Oh wait, actually, I was.
Good.
Oh.
As we could probably leak it pretty easily. Shouldn't be too hard. But hey, you know what? While we set up the leaks, we do have Tanner Cat Ears Metro up there on the stage talking to one of the members of XOR. Let's get it.
I'm here on the main stage. Victors once more. XOR. I'm with Physic. Physic.
Hello.
I don't know if anybody was expecting a quarterfinals matchup to look quite like that. You made it look pretty easy. Were you surprised at the lack of resistance on the main stage?
You know, I wouldn't say lack of resistance. I think we're playing pretty well today, so I don't want to discredit the other team, but I don't know. We were just, we had a lot of good reads, so in a way it made it easy, but it wasn't on them. It was more on us playing well.
Lauren, you guys did it yesterday. You're doing it again today. Obviously, I don't want to take up too much of your time because these matches are kind of rapid fire. You're moving into semifinals next, but I want to get your thoughts. The vetoes, they come through. You guys look scary on Ascent. Map 1, you guys are allowed to take Ascent. What were your guys' thoughts going into that first map?
We felt pretty confident. We usually would like pick differently, I'd say, but I think they had an interesting comp on some of the maps, so we wanted to avoid some of that. Like, I knew we were going to be strong on Ascent, but like I didn't expect it to be so, you know. That's just the way it goes, though. Sometimes we're hitting our shots, so. Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Now, map number 2, Pearl. I'm surprised personally how much Pearl we're seeing in this tournament.
Yeah.
And you guys look damn good on it. I guess, obviously, you guys have a good understanding of the map, but I want to get your thoughts. It seems to be maybe a little defender-sided. Do you guys feel that same way, that it's easier to kind of just lock it down?
I'm not sure entirely. I mean, based on our scrims, I think it's been T-sided for us, or attack-sided. But I don't know. I think we've just been like having really good rotations in like our last match. Like, I feel like we cycled our like info utility really, really well. So it felt like we just knew where everyone was when we were playing on our defense side. So maybe it is a bit like maybe it finally clicked for us. Like, well, now that we're on stage, we're good at defense. So
Yeah.
it's just the way it goes.
So now looking forward, I believe you guys are going to have the winners of Ghost Gaming and Virtuoso. Ghost Gaming up a map. I'm not too sure if that one's finished.
Setting up right now.
Oh, they are setting up. All okay. So
Yeah.
how do you feel about that matchup then?
I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. This is the match I wanted to play the whole time. So.
And we get a grand finals matchup here in the semifinals. Obviously, best of luck to you for that one. I'll give you a second before you have to sit back down. Where can people find more Physic, and any shout-outs that you might have before you jump into the semis?
I guess my socials is like OnePhysic on Twitter. Shout out all my teammates. Shout out all my friends who came to support us. It's been like such a fun time to come out of Philadelphia or Nerd Street 50K, you know.
Nerd Street champs.
but
Nerd Street champs, man.
Champs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great time.
Well, Physic, hey, you said you're not much of an interview guy. You absolutely crushed it. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Congratulations again and good luck. I'm going to take this from you because we'll need it here in a second. Because we're headed out towards the pits. Before we head to a short break, we've got Josie standing on the sidelines, and he's going to take us through all the action because I know you guys in chat and maybe out here in the crowd are wondering what's going on elsewhere. So, Josie, if you could please give us the lowdown.
I'd love to. So, nearest airport is currently down 7-11 in map number 2 after winning the first map, and Teal Seam is up 11-7 after winning the first map with Sonic. So Teal Seam looking at a 2-0. Nearest airport struggling a bit. Maybe looking at a map 3. Maybe they'll come back. We can see that in the pit over in a second.
You see that over in the pit? Yeah, you want to take a walk? Let's do it. Let's take a
love
journey.
to take a look.
Hey, we got time to take a walk, baby.
So if we're looking over here, we have an 8-11 match. Nearest airport currently down 8-11. They're on Pearl with a map too, so very interesting stuff with the Pearl. And if we take a look over here, we can actually catch Sonics and Teal Seam, where the match is currently 9-10. Sonics on a little bit of a comeback, trying to keep that a 3-map series. We have a tactical timeout actually coming in. And if we check out Teal Seam, haven't gotten much love for Teal Seam. They're on the B stream, so Nerd Street 2. You can actually check out this match, but love to actually get, the look in live to see what's going on. We have attack pause called right now. Teal Seam up 10-9 in map 2.
Yeah, a close one here. Obviously, these quarterfinals still finishing up, but we've got our semifinals coming up, right? Ghost just finished, Josie, and
yeah, we do.
They look scary.
Ghost absolutely destroyed Virtuoso. Love the Virtuoso guys for coming out, but wow. They are hot. They're going into the semifinals against, Exor, who also did their thing against Oxygen Academy. So we're definitely going to have to keep close eye on what happens there. But 2 powerhouses meeting on that side of the bracket.
2 powerhouses. It's the caliber of a finals matchup in the semifinals, and it's about to go right down on the main stage. So make sure you don't leave your seats.
When you're treated like the pros, you'll celebrate like the pros. Rothman Orthopedics gets you and your favorite athletes back in the game.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had to grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, what is this? People hitting each other for fun? And look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
27 seconds to go. This round is...
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine. And there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably the worst year in a very long time. There was a huge falling out with gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Get over here. Mom's not walking. She can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all the lows, to knowing this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was 15, and knowing that everything I do now is culminating to this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
What's going on, homies? It's Ravish yet again. I'm here with some homies from the LAN as well, sitting out watching some games. Y'all go ahead and introduce yourself and your at.
I'm Colt.
What's your at?
Colt _caps.
Cool. Say thank you, Colt.
Helen May.
Your Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sure. Twitter.
Hi, I'm Kale. My Twitter is Kale__Val.
Nice. 2 underscore. That's special. That's a sub right there. All right. Hell yeah. Now, I'm here to ask you a real quick questions. Firstly, who's your favorite player at this LAN?
I'm gonna have to go with Bjor.
Is there a reason why?
Just this play style, the way he's pretty much lurking, rat jamming around the map for the most part.
Respect.
Bjor.
Why?
Favorite streamer, #1 streamer.
Hell yeah. You?
I'm here for like ZMM as a whole, and then some other people like me and Oeeb, Kevin. But like, yeah, ZMM as a whole, I know a lot of them, so yeah.
But who's your favorite?
Only one of them gets my prime sub, and that's Bjor, so this is awkward.
Everybody here a Bjor fan. All right. Fine. My bad. I got the Bjor row here. Okay. And y'all all sat together too, huh? That's crazy. Now, the real question is, who's your favorite caster?
Gonna have to go with Gompers on that one.
I get that. Why's that? Why's that?
She's just gomping.
She do be gomping. She do be gomping. How about you?
Here or in general?
You can go in general or here.
Mimi, #1.
Mimi is pretty goddamn good. That's fair. That's fair. How about you?
I have to go with Mimi because I like watching like the casting and analyst stuff she does for like Valiant Champions and stuff. It's just really pog. I also love her Twitter, so.
That's crazy. Mimi is also my favorite caster as well. You know, my favorite caster is Ravishing Ravish. He's a fun guy, cool dude. He's also here. That's fine. Thank you guys for talking to me. I'll play. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
What? Oh, he's done that forever! Relegated twice!
And he's gonna get 3! Nerf, unbelievable!
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece. Trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware, similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
Yeah, what's up, homies? I'm Ravish. We're here to talk to some of the absolute best people at LAN here today. I'm talking about top fraggers. We're gonna talk to the dog too. Let's find out. I know this is usually a pretty hard person to try to track down. You know, he just came back from a match. He just lost as well. So we'll see what we can get out of him. He's right here. Little homie, what's up with you? Go ahead and play Twitter for us too, and just see where you're at. Okay, that's I believe that's a rough cast. My brother, what I need to know from you as well, which player are you most afraid of facing at LAN? You know, I would have said Screwface, but like, that's fair. Yo, you think 5'4" is the new 6 feet? Just for my satisfaction. That's crazy. You used to go say that to me? Bold, front and center? Chat, if this man was not a dog, I promise you the amount of quit longers he would have on him right now. I need y'all to be ready. Who's your favorite caster here? Huh? Who? Tanner Metro is also my favorite caster as well. That's fine. That's okay. I completely understand. I can't compete. This was an unfun interview. I'm having a bad time, and I bet you are too, huh? Thank you. Grab a shout.
My name is Dylan, also known as Rooney. I'm the in-game leader or initiator for Sonics. I mainly play Soba and Fade and Breach on a couple other maps. So my role as an initiator is to lead my team into sites or retakes with my util. So I have a lot of the recon darts or scans on other agents to give my teammates information on where we need to go. We are very aggressive and everybody's mechanically gifted to where we're comfortable taking our own 1v1s and put ourselves in man-up situations. So it gives us a pretty big advantage. My favorite part about LAN is just the competitive environment. A little bit of trash talk here and there makes it fun. Just the overall competitiveness of everybody that's coming and the environment's just a lot different than it is online when you're face-to-face with who you're playing against. To anybody that's trying to make it to the next level and is playing ranked or doesn't have a team yet, you can always, look online, try to find a team. If it's not working out, you can always build your own team and just make sure you're playing in all the tournaments available. NSGs are great every week. You just build a team, get your name out there, maybe put up some wins against some notable teams and maybe get picked up to a different team and eventually salaried. So my goal in esports is just, to make it at the top level, be at the international events and have experience that I'm gonna remember forever. So these LANs are very helpful in terms of just having LAN experience. So when I do make it there, I'm not going in just dark at these international events. I know it's very hard to keep your nerves down. So getting experience like this is very important. So when you get to that level, it's not as bad. And I'm sure you'll still have it, but it won't be, to that level.
Y'all know what it is? It's Ravish. It's really simple, really easy. What we're gonna do, I'm trying to grab some of the biggest minds right here at the Funny LAN and ask them, yo, if your players weren't here, what would you say about them? And I want that honest opinion. I'm here with my man Apex, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Apex, also known as Austin, previously TSM's coach, and over helping out the nearest airport guys with Frost. So.
Now, as you know, Apex man is smart. But here's the thing, I need to know, how does he feel about his own players compared to himself too? So why don't you go ahead, list your players and say, yo, if my man was not here, what would you say about him?
So start off with the bald guy, Calypso. I would say he loves to hear the sound of his voice. I tell him that all the time. He loves it. I mean, listen, his voice is good, all right? But he just talks so much. So that's some shit I tell him, but at the same time, I don't go into detail. So that's what I'll let everybody else know. He loves to hear the sound of his voice.
Okay.
So let's go Andy next. He's gorgeous. Ladies, he is gorgeous. Just gonna say that now. I haven't told him that, all right? Let's go Aleko. So that's Leviathan AG. You guys might know him as Aleko. Played with me on TSM. My player, I've been with him He loves himself a little bit too much, but it's all good. Let's go next. Who am I missing? Oh, here we go. Peter.
My man forgot his own players.
Bro, Peter. So Peter's, you guys will know him as governor. Bro, this guy is so hyper-focused. Like, he is dead on a mouse, something that's on the ground. I just think, like, he's got great focus, and I haven't told him that, so there you go, there's something. And then Precision, 2.5 years together, the silent killer. I would say, like, I have a love for him that nobody else knows about, and what would I say about him? Fuck. I just think he's got to look up a little bit and absorb, you know, good people and good energy. So, yeah, that's it.
Damn, that was way more beautiful than I was expecting. Damn. Yo, y'all hear that? Love yourself. Look up. Hold your mouse correct. And whatever else you said.
Yo, I love it, bro. This guy right here, man, he's the best. I love you, man.
No, I appreciate you, G. Thank you for talking to me, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. All right. That's what's up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nerd Street Champs. The final day here, and while only a couple of matches left to go, the semifinals just ahead of us, and obviously some new faces here on the desk. I am Tanner Meowtro.
Some new ears as well, for some reason.
Some new ears, some new bells.
Looks good in you.
I don't know if that actually came through. Unfortunately, might not have. I have noticed that these cat ears look like a bit more like fox ears.
They are a little pointy, right?
A little more.
They could be a wolf, maybe. I mean, you were barking day one.
Well, you know, there is just something about Roy. When I see that guy, I can't help myself but bark for the man. Anyways, unfortunately, Roy's not in the game that we're going to be looking at here in just a moment. Before we do get into this game, though, as you can see, we are sitting down in our comfy Mavix gaming chairs. We want to remind you guys that the LMX is the competitive advantage that you need from Mavix. It features, well, just about everything under the sun. Anything that you could hope for under the sun in way of a gaming chair. We spend lots of time in the chair, so that's exactly why you need the cooling, the heating, and the massage that the LE Max will give you. And it'll help keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. Guys, the LMX is the future of gaming, so please go shop now at Mavix.com and use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair. And while you are doing that, we're going to be getting this one nice and set up here, Dryad. We've got X-Soar, who have been looking very scary. But across from them, a very spooky Ghost Gaming as well.
Yeah, and the side of Ghost Gaming, I got to see them for 2 matches yesterday. And it was the first one as well. We got to cast it. We got to cover it. It didn't look too good on Haven. But after that, it was domination station for this team, looking non-stoppable. And nobody could slow them down. We talked about it. This is a team that we expect actually to make it to the finals later. And they're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, we even before this one, I think before we went to the break, this is a finals caliber match the way that X-Soar have been looking. And like you stated, Ghost, a little bit slower of a start yesterday, but coming into today, they played Virtuoso. They cleaned up their Haven. I believe that was a 13-7 victory there. And then, I mean, what map can't they play? It seems like right now they've got strats all over the place. Talking to Kaplan, he was saying confidence is key, and that's exactly how they're playing for the most part as the players seemingly looking to get set up for this X-Soar squad, right? I guess whenever we talked about Ghost, we've got a chance, Dryad, to cast a lot of the Ghost Gaming stuff. And whenever we talk about them, we talk about the Koala Noobs. You know, the Nismo slips on into the conversation. But this X-Soar Gaming squad, Bones, Epathy, Physics, Scuba, and Vic. And immediately you start to look towards Scuba and Bones as some standout players for this team.
Yeah, it is this team specifically that has been having a really good performance. And Soar is a team that we knew from before. We saw in the opens constantly. And like you said, the results were always there. I think in a way, even though I expected them to perform, I feel like they've been surpassing even some of the expectations from people all around and from other teams that get taken down by them. So yeah, like you said, those entries as well always look clean on this team. Though on the other side, it is that Ghost Gaming that loves to play aggressive.
Loves to play aggressive. We've also seen a couple different looks on some of the maps that they play as we get the faces up on your screens at home. A Proto, Brock, John, Cutie, Koala Noob, and Nismo. I like Joha Cutie, but, you know, that's not what we're working with here. We are, however, working with our setting for the series. Fracture, Bind, Band Away, not a bad ban, excuse me. Icebox and Haven seemingly to be our first 2 maps, and should we need it, we're just going to run Haven back. We're just going to run it back, Dryad.
If it works once, you just run it again. I want to say one thing about this Haven. This is the map where I saw Ghost Gaming losing 2 and 13. So it's a little bit concerning. Obviously a different opponent, and I know the maps are not going to be double Haven, so we got to see if this is the map that is going to come through. You know what I really liked yesterday? That Pearl from Ghost Gaming. We talked about it. We got to see it a bunch. That entry towards B always looking so clean, and you take advantage of teams and maps especially that are still kind of getting used to what composition is going to be best. I would like to see a Pearl. Maybe not a double Haven.
Maybe not a double Haven. This is what they're doing. They're playing Haven normally, and then they're flipping the map inverse. And C will be on the right side of the map, A will be on the left side of the map, and they're...
Have you seen those videos?
I have not,
They are
no.
horrible.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
It's so confusing because you think you know the side, and then like because everything's flipped, you don't know where to go. It's not great. But the first map is definitely going to be Icebox, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. This is the given. The last map was actually Breeze. That's what we've got here in our notes. Pearl actually banned away by Ghost Gaming. Soar looked pretty good on it. X-Soar, excuse me, looked pretty good on it previously. And I think it's kind of hard to judge, right? When you see a team look that strong, I believe a 13-4 victory, it's no reason that you don't want to kind of coin flip that one if you're Ghost Gaming. But also, their Breeze looked great. Beat Virtuoso 13-2. So if we need it, we're headed out to the sunny beaches of Breeze. When I opened the show, I said we're doing a beach episode. And we might get the beach episode if we head out to Breeze. But like you said, Icebox.
This is clearly not.
This is not. No,
this is not the.
This is anything but that.
Right.
This is how I feel. Breeze is kind of how I feel. It's maybe not deserty, but probably a little bit warmer. I'm from Arizona. I come over here to Philly, and I'm walking around, and it's 80.
Miami to me, which is maybe why I don't like the map, because I don't like where I live.
Yeah.
You know?
That'll get you.
Yeah.
A little bit of PTSD from back home. I did see 7 Chihuahuas in the airport at Miami. I
don't know why. I've never seen that. Well,
Yeah.
I used to never actually go out. Which it feels like it's always a joke, but it's so real.
It is.
It kind of hurts.
It is so real. Yeah, it's so real it hurts. It is so real it hurts. The Sage looking to be important for both of these squads. Bone's going to be locking that in for X-Soar, coach trainer. We got a chance to talk with him yesterday. They seem very confident as a whole as we go back to our setting. We go back to the stage. It's Icebox. It's Haven.
And?
Pearl should be banned away. Ascent should be banned away. There it is. And slap it down. There it is. The big Breeze. The beaches. Again, should we need it?
Do you think we're going to 3 maps? Do you think we're going to see Breeze?
It's really hard to say. 6 maps, I think, is what X-Soar has played with this roster. Thief and Randy Savage are playing on the team, showing up to this one. Bones and Scuba now playing with the squad, and obviously 2 strong players in their own right. And Icebox is one of the few maps that they've actually doubled up on. So they've got the experience with this roster coming into it, and they are undefeated on it, at the very least for Nerd Street champs.
The setup goes gaming to me, and right now it is a question of how they're going to be performing. Again, what we saw from yesterday and what we've seen from this team for the entirety of the time that they've been together is a team that we know they have the firepower, we know they have the individuals as well to make great things happen. It's just sometimes it's going to take them a little bit more to get that information for the team. And for X-Soar, they know this. They can also try to capitalize from those mistakes as the compositions always look to be similar in a map. Like this one, I mentioned it before. It's just the meta that works here sometimes, and recently we've seen variety. For this one, it is going to be that stage coming in for both sides. So like what to see as well with those initiations without playing for contact when you have that chamber on the other side.
Yeah, and really good to play back there, understanding what the KO brings to the table for Ghost Gaming. So they dodge out on that 0 point to get things started. We'll see what Buildup can get then. Actually spots one. Empathy doesn't see him. Able to sneak away for just a second. Vic, however, the next one to take the high ground atop the gray box. And, well, Empathy's been healed up. That's what the Sage is good for. Unfortunately, Kuala-Noob, no resurrection in round 1.
That is not going to be the case for this round as the spike gets planted. The walls, well, will make it just a little bit easier for the team. We saw the aggression for the defense. They wanted to push forward, but now they slow down. They're going to regroup, and they're going to push from mid. The only one behind those, the Viper.
A good 0 point, only reveals 1 though. Okay, a Proto gonna take care of that one. No empathy for Empathy as a Proto will find the next. The Classic doing all the work that you could hope for as the Viper, but Bones gets it right back. And the clutch comes through, the stick on the defuse. And if you're a Ghost Gaming fan, you're wiping your brow after that one.
A clutch as well for round 1 for that pistol run. I feel like really sets us up for everything that's going to happen for this match to get to those grand finals, and Ghost and X-Soar taking the right steps to do so. This is not the first time that we see a force from Ghost. They've done it constantly as well, and when you have that pistol round as well, you're going to know that the force might be coming now on the other side in the hands of X-Soar, but also the Spectres in this map, sometimes they don't land the shots the way that you want to.
And that 0 point refusing to find value.
Here.
Kuala-Noob maybe has a chance to catch somebody off guard. Toxic screen is out this way, so Ghost maybe expecting a lean here from X-Soar. Physic on the hunt
Right here.
with the owl drone. I think owls are predators.
What?
And not prey. That owl drone searching for the rats that may be hiding belong.
I see what you mean. You know, what is interesting right now about Soar too is they're being so careful about not letting the enemy know they force this round with Spectres as well. When you have a headhunter, something that you always need to watch out for. But it's a slow round coming in for XOR, and with 40 seconds remaining, this is a time to act though. Ghost, they get the opening here.
And only finding that one, although a lot expended that way, nobody had to move from Ghost. They see one there, they say stay put, no need to rotate, and now the wall comes up, and it's a second too late. Empathy will fall to the hands of John Cutie. Proto able to steal one back, and sure the spike is planted, but there's only one remaining, and it's Bones. Unfortunately, his are shattered and broken, and that force, that doesn't feel great anymore.
And when you see all those Spectres on the floor, you know there's multiple of the players for XOR that were trying to force anything that they got with them. So that means Ghost. And they could get those Vandals, they could get those Phantoms for this round. Usually we get to see 1 or 2, so it's a good possibility for them into this one. And this is what I said, Ghost, sometimes they seem really momentum-based. And when you get 2 rounds, potentially 3, with a light buy that we're going to see from XOR, there's high expectations for this defense. They like the positioning too, I like the way that they're willing to play so far back, and they're always looking for trades. This is what allowed them to close 2 matches yesterday. There's still a long way to go to close it out today.
Whew. Damage dealt to Physic. That does not feel good. Empathy gets nothing. So the Tailwind expended. Gonna need a couple of kills to get that one back. Damage exchanged once more, and it's, I mean, XOR, they're all on the receiving end of a bit of chip damage, and Bones can only heal so many in a given round. Vic the first to swing. This is that delayed anti-eco because of that force in round 2, so Ghost gonna be happy to bonus, a bonus, and then probably bonus once more, but damage dealt here. The Sheriffs, they start to come online, and this is what we saw from XOR on Ascent. Unfortunately, this is Icebox, not Ascent, and it won't be enough this time around. 3 kills for a Proto. Damage dealt for XOR, but unfortunately not enough for the round.
The rotation towards the end was starting to take place for that Sage, for the Chamber on the other side, but when the Proto is on side, he's always able to close out those rounds. Sometimes it's clutches, sometimes it's a 1v2, 1v3, but for this one, it was a little bit easier for a Ghost to make it happen. That is going to enable one very, very scary win condition for Ghost. That is going to be the operator in the hands of Koala Noob. A guy that got 2 of those aces yesterday. He could get potentially more today, but it all starts with the purchase of the operator with a patient as well, with an XOR that has been playing it really, really slow, but it seems like an information game once again towards that B side is going to be everything. And for Nismo, again, he could push in too.
I wonder if we're going to see any adaptations in the way that Ghost attack Belong. Understanding, you know, round after round, we've seen Soar really delayed, kind of hanging out still in their spawn to dodge out on that 0 point. They're just waiting for that one to come through before they finally make a move forward. So we'll see if, again, anything picked up there by Coach Cap or the squad. Maybe it'll take a timeout to do it. And Kualanu backs away, takes a bit of chip damage. Scuba able to finally close out that kill as he crosses over towards mid. And once more, the spike is planted for XOR. Last time, though, we saw Ghost stalwart in just sticking that defuse.
And that is a shutdown of the operator of Koala Noob very, very early into the round. He said maybe they can change it out. Maybe they can change the way that they approach this side, especially for their retake. But it was an attempt that doesn't work out with the flank. The intention for it, and now a better position for XOR to try to fight back.
Nismo working off the back end of the shock dart with the fragment of Proto, still doing it here on the side as well. Vic was silenced for just a second, or suppressed, I should say, and wasn't able to teleport, but he does so to safety, and in the 2v2, Scuba now needs to try and hold it down, but it's a Proto holding down, press 4 to defuse, and they do it again.
They've done this multiple times, different matches, but a Proto, I mentioned it, the one who's always left alive for a little bit longer. You cannot allow this guy to go against your team. When the time is running out, he will stick that defuse and he'll give the 4th round to Ghost. But that a timeout will come in for Soar. because I believe that was dinked as well with the Classic. He almost got taken down, but he was not going to let go. And this guy, he has no fear to make a play like that one happen.
And that stings. If it's going to keep happening like that, the pistol round, stick to defuse, round 4.
It's unbelievable.
Same thing. A tactical timeout now called, 4 rounds down, and because of the force in round 2, it's not going to be really until round 6 that we see another full buy from the side of XOR should they lose this next round. So hopefully they can cook something up with the lesser economy that they'll bring into this round.
And you can hear them just a little bit as they try to figure out what the answer here is going to be, because this is where teams going against Ghost got stuck yesterday, where you lose a couple rounds, you try to fight back, and the economy is down over and over and over again, and there's never really an answer. This one is going to be a little bit more of force, though, coming in for XOR, a couple light shields, a couple vandals in their hands, and ideal of faster entry, potentially towards that A side where the .0 comes in early on, or actually the dart as well. It's a little bit of information, but just about the positioning, that space for Ghost Gaming, who are always respectful of where the other side is willing to come from.
Yeah, Ghost doing a really good job just kind of keeping put. Not necessarily buying on any of the fakes that we've seen thus far. Just hanging tight as Vic uses that rendezvous to get to safety. Did not want to be stuck inside the tube, especially getting tagged out by that drone. Everything just about is wall bangable, whether it be from kitchen, the B site, or out towards mid. So backs away from it. Links up with the squad, and the lean seemingly out towards A. Bones with the spike in hand. Hasn't quite committed.
There's a slow play coming in for XOR, even slower than what we got to see before. They wanted to punish that mistake from Noob last round. They got once. They were hoping there would be another chance for them to do it again, but Noob once again, and as always, learning from those mistakes, and he gets the opening pick. One chamber getting the other. Is it a distraction though? The spike. 3 players as well for XOR approaching that A side, and there's a Viper's Grid to support it.
Yeah, the swamp is down, and Empathy gets a little too gracious. Hops up top, gets taken down, playing outside the pit. Once more, it's Bones outside the pit of Proto, able to collect that kill, and the last one standing is Physic. So far away, the spike has fallen. And the clock has run out of time. Dryad, the pit, that was such an awkward pit. It gave nothing to Empathy to be able to hop up into the tube there, into Nest.
It seems like it was that execution that had to happen a little faster, but they were never able on this side of XOR to set up for that execute and for that Viper's pit to be safe, especially on top of 410 where the Viper can get taken down so easily. So it was an attempt for Ghost Gaming as well to answer back and to fight back, and they end up capitalizing from this. With that, Noob got the opening pick, and this is something that Ghost Gaming never falls for. You hear that presence, you hear one player towards B. They're not going to be rotating, they're not going to move out of position. Instead of the Noob, as always, seem to be in the right place, right time. The Aldrone gonna spot him, having to back up too with that rendezvous.
Yeah, backs away, and look at this, right? Brock expecting maybe a bit of lag out towards that hut, that B hut, and so he sends up the Hunter Shure, and he collects absolutely nothing, a bit quicker on the push RXOR, and I don't blame him. Oh no, Brock inside the drone, alert for Scuba, up towards mid, and just like that we find ourselves a 3v3, but John Cutie here to equalize, to rip one away from XOR and Ghost. They want to try and find their 6th, and they're in the driver's seat to do so as the spike is at the ground, and Koala, a 3K on the round. You talked about his aces, and he's slowly but surely working that way.
Noob is just, I mean, he's just so good at what he does. This player, incredibly consistent. I've been highlighting him throughout every single day of 2 days of groups that we had. And it is always so nice to see. Half of the time, it doesn't even seem like he's looking for those kills. They just happen to be right in front of him, and he gets them in every single headshot. It is absolutely insane. 6-0, Ghost Gaming getting ahead. They could potentially get one more. Look at Noob playing so aggressive. Finally gets punished, though, but there it is. The response coming in for Nismo. They knew a mistake could be done, and that's 4 for Nismo. The Vandal gets everything, a last player alive. It's a Viper for Exor. Completely surrounded on the other side.
And that's stinky days right there. That's, you buy up in round 7, and you stepped on a banana peel, and you really let Nismo do Nismo things.
And usually when we get to see Koala Noob on this B side, most of the time towards yellow, he is alone. He's by himself. There's no one else trying to trade him, but because he was playing so aggressive, then they changed that strategy just a little bit, allowing Nismo, allowing that KO to be looking for a trade if that was the case, and it was way better than a trade. You get 4, and you shot down any possibility for Exor to play fast as they attempted to do for a second. Those duels, they happen one by one, and Nismo, it's such a good opportunity to get them.
30 seconds left.
Scuba, unfortunately, probably not long for this world. Denies the ace, falls to the shock dart, and Ghost find a 7th. This Ghost Gaming squad, since the slow start yesterday, have looked scary, right? They took down Teal Seam in the next 2 maps coming on through after losing 13-2. They make quick work of Cosmic Divide, I believe going 26-4 between the 2 maps. And then same thing with Virtuoso coming into this. Anybody in their way, Ghost seemingly running it through them. Exor still have some life on the line. Resurrection available. Tour de Force
you want to play?
online. Koala though, gonna go with the name brand operator. Doesn't spot anything just yet. Timing just escapes. And he'll just hang out on heights for just a second. No, there's the shot. Unfortunately, it won't land. And that gives FT a bit of time to push up. Nice headshot on the Nismo. Koala Noob now looking to find another angle to duel with the Jet, but still a Tour de Force to be wary about.
This is what Exor has been hoping for every round, for that early aggression from Ghost. And even though it works for a second, the operator will connect the Marshall. A little bit harder to get value from, especially in an angle like that one. So Exor, with 4 players alive in the meantime, will make a rotation towards that B side, but they have attempted this over and over again, and look at who's on the other side of that smoke.
Oh, Brock's got it all. Brock's got it all. Spike at his feet. Didn't spot the player to his right, though. There was 2 out towards mid. Now, Exor, they swarm this B-side. Physic collects a couple of kills, and just like that, numbers go the way of Exor. And now the last one standing is Koala Noob, who has the operator and is slowly rotating over. A rifle down, and he dropped his op on the way over, so he's able to pick that one up silently, but it didn't matter. They were ready for the push through Kitchen, and a thrifty round to get on the board.
The first round finally for Exor, and they were fighting to get it, but like I said, they punished finally the mistakes that they've been hoping Ghost would make, trying to pick those angles, trying to play a little bit more aggressive and playing for contact. So we saw it early on for one of the players. Nismo does get taken down, and Koala Noob playing aggressive and having to play back, all play to the strings, and the eco round. Finally, Exor is able to close out. It's still a long way to go for them, though this is the first step towards making that comeback, at least in this first half.
Yeah, the first step, that right there, it's, you don't have to hold your breath anymore. You're allowed to breathe just a bit. Brick by brick, the mentality here for Exor. And a Proto a bit deeper on the pit here. We'll cover a lot of this side as Epathy wants to go up and over the top. Hasn't quite spotted anything just yet. We go pit for pit, swamp for swamp. The domain expansion here on the A site, and things are about to get dicey. And a Proto, eyes are on you. Scuba, eyes are on you. No, Epathy finds a kill. Now only 1 pit remains, and it's for Exor Dryad.
It is only 1, but it covers such a big part of the map as well for Exor. They're going to be trying to play around it, also expecting this angle to come through. Physics to count the enemy Silva, and with that, Exor in so much of a better positioning. Ghost Gaming, like for the first time, having to back up, able to react in time to that Viper's pit. So that would be the second round coming in for Soar.
Yeah, they'll back away from it, hang on to what they have. Physic on the hunt for just a second. But nothing there.
It is that entry to A. We haven't seen it too many times. We saw it one. It was a good attempt, but it was too rushed. The utility was still missing, or it was used too early, and it's that mid round as well, where sometimes XOR does seem to be struggling. And for Ghosts, they're able to answer back just a little bit faster, though. These last 2 rounds have been all about XOR and all about a post-blind positioning, but how many times can they make it happen? When Ghost gets the opening pick, they will get the round. They've done it with Kuala Noob. They've done it with Nismo. And a little bit of a time as well. They will adapt, and they'll have a more defensive setup for this A site.
And Ghost recognizing they have to give XOR a bit of a different look out towards A this time, right? You can't just play it that default way you wanted to before. And although it looked like for a second John Cutie wanted to get a little crazy, instead just tries to wall off one side of 410. Will back away after getting tagged up by the Owl drone. And a snake bite out right on top of the poison cloud. It collects nothing, no damage, no kills, but look at the information Triad. Brock saw 3.
Just everybody on that A side, but not able to enter. This is what I mean. You have that utility, but it was used too early. Now they have to wait a little bit more, and there's always these slow rounds for XOR. Then no, finally another opening for them. This is when Brock tries to push in.
Vic too clean. Vic is just way too clean, just walking forward and taking scalps with him. Epathy will finally steal one away from the chamber. And speaking of Kuala Noob, there's no way. A 1v4, if he was playing the Jet and he had the knives, I would say I'm a believer, but not even Koala wants to try that one. The odds won't ever be in his favor. And he's going to hang on to the op. Maybe. We'll see if they go hunting. We saw some weird hunting stuff yesterday. We saw some stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Where teams.
It's not going to happen this time.
Teams went hunting and lost a 4v2.
Yeah.
On Breeze.
I remember that.
That was Ghost. Ghost did that.
Yeah, Ghost, they just do that. The pressure as well for Ghost, as they look good, but only one of the rounds that we've seen so far out of the 9 rounds has been where Kuala Noob is positioned towards A, when we saw him all the way at the top and trying to open up. It doesn't work. He uses Rendezvous and he plays back. Every other time he's been towards B. He knows there's a trademark, so flanking is not really a chance, it's not really an opportunity. He's playing it very patiently. I want to see at what point Kuala Noob is willing to go back to the A site, knowing the impact that he has on that chamber. And knowing as well the support that he's been getting over and over again, whether it is a Sova, whether it is a KO, and that is one of the biggest differences as well, right? On the side of Ghost, you have that KO for that extra support, that extra initiator, and the shutdown plays that could be available as well for this round could come through for this next round.
I'll say, seems like we have a pause. I had assumed a technical one because Kaplan is, well, before this, you know, we had some downtime. We were hitting the flyover. We slowed down, and then tech pause showed up, and I thought it's got to be a tech pause because Kaplan is not talking because he can't do this.
You know, you have some ears on the top of your head that allow you to hear what is going on all the way in front of us, all the way in the back.
I think we just got corrected that it was actually a tech pause.
So you're just wrong.
So
It's okay.
That's not on me. There's no way that's on me. I got made to look bad.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it was a tech pause.
I did. I came in so confident. Kaplan said confidence wins games, and I thought I could get a dub here on the desk.
No.
And I'm only taking L's.
You only take L's.
Yeah, I only take L's. Well. Okay. Go ahead, Dryad. Now tell the people. Go ahead, Dryad. Tell the people. Tell the people what they want to know.
So it was what was it, tech first? It was a tech pause first, and then now a tactical pause.
Tactical pause.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I wanted you to tell the people.
What?
I was right.
I think we both win here.
I was right.
No, I think we. This is a we.
We
won together.
Well, I was more right than I was wrong. I
think it's a 50.
And you know what? You know what people who are usually right do when it comes to Valorant?
What?
They usually coach because they're usually right about things.
Where's this going?
Well, if you guys don't know, one of our partners here helping us put this on is Medify. So you guys can go get a coaching session if you would like. You can use code STREET20 if you haven't already. While you have this time in the tag with timeout to check that one out. Medify. Unfortunately, the URL escapes me, and I don't have it here. Medify.gg/nerdstreet, I believe is what it is, but we will have, we'll get a little picture up there for you after this game. I promise we'll get you that one. And if you guys aren't already sitting nice and comfy, make sure you check out our friends over at Mavix, because they're keeping us comfy during these pauses.
I thought you were going to say you're just going to go coach.
I'm coaching now.
You're coaching?
Yes. And I'm actually getting tapped in with the Ghost Gaming guys right now. Kaplan, thank you for the job. I appreciate it. Ghost Gaming, listen, guys, we got to get figured out. 7 in a row, and then you just let it slip. It's like, what are you playing, Valorant, or are you playing Mario Kart? What, did you all just get blue shelled right now? That's my coaching. It's tough love coaching.
That is exactly what you're talking about right now. This is exactly what is being said.
Mental health and performance coach, but I just grill them. I don't actually do anything. I just say, what are you doing out there? Did you come to play? Or are you still thinking about Korean barbecue? What is it?
Don't get me into that.
Okay. I'm assuming that we're back in a technical. Unless when you're in the semifinals, you earn. No, that was the world's longest tactical timeout. You only get 1 minute.
It was really long. It was really long.
Okay. Tech is where we were at. But now we're back, fortunately. Yeah. Now we're back. A lot of time, though. And it's a little unfortunate for XOR that it happens like that because it's an extended pause, and they had all of this momentum just a second ago.
And it's interesting, too, because they changed the setup now with the chamber pushing in. Koala Noob trying to get something going towards Tube. They also had to position that trademark towards B, making sure that a Proto is safe and sound in case someone is pushing that side, but that hasn't been the case. It's another A entry, as it turns out, is the attempt for XOR very, very early on.
And that's nothing new from Vic. We've seen Vic play up atop the box in the attacker-sided spawn. This time he hangs out for just a bit too long, expecting Koala Noob to go aggressive. Vic gets punished, and with that, another player falls. That being Bones. So no resurrection available here in this round, although the knives in the Hunter's Fury, but I can't assume.
Teleport's ready.
Can't assume, well,
Here.
maybe anything is possible, because this wasn't the best buy for Ghost.
It has been uncomfortable. I mean, that is 3 rounds in a row that XOR has been able to get away with, so that is exactly why they changed the setup. I was wondering if it was going to be Koala Noob towards that east side, but instead we saw him pushing Kitchen, trying to find openings, but he ended up being the one who got spotted. Though XOR, they go back to the comfort of slow play, and that A side already belongs to him.
Well, I like that from Epathy. Epathy very cautious with the way that he's planning. Unfortunately, Physic doesn't proceed with the same caution, and they do get the spike down. So some credits for their troubles, but Ghost Gaming, after a technical, then a tactical, and then another technical, will find themselves their 8th round. They do so in flawless fashion. And so what I was saying about Epathy, I like that. Epathy hops up, taps the spike real quick to see if anybody's going to spray from that heaven area up into Tube. Maybe he has to look plan elsewhere. But the shock darts come in. He understands that nobody's looking to shoot him. He can get that spike planted. Unfortunately, there just was somebody heaven, and Physic wasn't ready for it.
It also comes from what we saw a couple rounds ago, where it was a quick entry for XOR, and they were trying to take all that side, going backside as well, trying to get anything early on, and what happened there is that they got taken down, so now they don't take too much space. They just make sure that they can plant the spike safely, like you say, and now in another round where it's not looking too good for XOR, they're gonna try to use that Blade Storm for an opening, but here it is, the setup that I wanted to see. Koala Noob towards A. So aggressive, so reactive, takes down that jet.
Yeah, and Epathy just can't even respond. Nothing to do about it. You saw the tailwind was on, but one body shot is all it takes, and one shot is usually all Koala Noob needs, and Bones goes for the resurrection. It's not even Epathy that gets punished again, so the knives are back. Bones is gone, but look at the health. No heal, no health. Scuba falls. Epathy should be meeting the same fate here in just a second as Vic trades things out. But it's looking grim still here for XOR as they continue to waltz their way into this A site. All 4 players on this side of the map for Ghost. And it's an uphill battle, Dryad.
This is the immediate reaction from Ghost. You start to get those kills. The operator gets that first information, that first contact. And now XOR, they cannot push, they cannot plant the spike. They still have enough time remaining, but it doesn't seem like rotation is going to be on the table so far. The kills could be enough.
30 seconds left.
Whoa. Nismo. Nismo, what are you doing? Nismo, what are you doing flicking up like that? I don't know. That's too much aim lab. Too much aim lab. This one somehow swings back in favor, though. XOR, Nismo, not enough there. Physic 3 kills on the round. Recon Bolt goes out. Gonna drop off shots through the box, and now Brock just needs to try and survive. He's getting the pings. He's getting the information. Vic has to stick the plant or hop off the fight, and he's sticking it. Shots to the box once more. Doesn't yield the same result as Brock plays with the ropes. Spots Vic out towards 410 and now needs to go hunting for the Frenchman, but it's Vic out on top and SOAR are back to it. 8-4 at the half, and it's XOR to move the defense.
And Brock was playing it so well outside, but when it comes to that 1v1, the story changes a little bit more. That information on both sides. They're playing around the boxes to be able to close it out for one more round instead of XOR, and it was round after round the Ghost was getting away with on this first half, but XOR slowly but surely were able to come back. You think about Brock as well is that he used all the utility, his Hunter's Fury, everything else early into that round, so he couldn't play. Like we often see those Sova Soars A just playing back, making sure that that shock dart is going to connect. But now the story is a little different. Ghost still with a big advantage here, 8 rounds, and now on the attacking side, they're going to go and play a little bit faster towards it.
Yeah, all 5 stacked up here for Ghost. Aggression, the name of the game. And again, confidence key for this squad. We'll see if XOR can stunt some of that confidence. Maybe take some of the weight out of the sails. Bones doing just that. Will sit the Koala down.
And they're gone.
And they're gone.
They're going to be out and running towards mid. For a couple of players should be expecting them as well. That protection just for a second. That wall should be enough. That information XOR, they have it, and they also have numbers on this pistol round. Goes in the meantime, they have to plant the spike. And they lose players one after the other. There's 2 left. They try to make it back.
Last player standing.
Yeah, well, it looked doable for just a second. It didn't look impossible. Physic, however, swings all of the odds in favor of XOR. That's a great start. A really great start to the pistol round, shutting down Koala, who is usually a catalyst for this team and really getting things started. And then having to play the rest of that round only as 4 makes it a little difficult.
It is a little bit difficult as well. That first pistol round was won by Ghost, that second by XOR, and we saw that round number 2 first half. It was XOR willing to force. It didn't work out, so Ghost, they're going to play passive. They're going to play with those classics as well. And with a Headhunter that immediately gets shot down by a Marshall from Apathy.
And they're wise not to give him more. Oh, the timing just escaping. Brock can eat some damage. Here comes the Spectre just around the corner, but Nismo capitalizes and takes down Scuba. Body shot goes wide. Epathy, unfortunately, couldn't hit the shot because he was blinded up, so Nismo trying to do his best to keep the team in. Fragment out. Look at the util. How does Nismo have all of this util coming into round 2? Buying so much into it. And now a player ahead or Ghost, but still advantageous for XOR.
Now they have a Marshall.
And Brock was hunting for another weapon, but yeah, he is just stuck here on this Marshall.
And they didn't force here, but the situation just looks positive on the side of Ghost. This retake with 2 players remaining. The Chamber, that Sova, playing towards the same area. They know they have a lot of pressure. The 2 kills will be coming through. A massive round for Ghost. And that is the difference, the adaptation for a Ghost. They didn't have too much. The Headhunter actually got shot down first. But there's always someone on that side that is able to answer back.
And that never feels great. Winning that anti-eco when you are the eco side of things. Your economy skyrockets, and for XOR, theirs in the gutter. They were familiar with that in their last series, winning an anti-eco on Ascent against Oxygen Academy, who an early exit in the quarterfinals for Oxygen Academy. Hope to see them come back stronger than ever. Usually, I mean, making it to the last day, obviously, but usually somebody we hold in high regard when it comes to these LANs. They play in so many of them. Speaking of so many, all 5 once more for Ghost. Out towards the A site. Toxic Screen to try and slow things down for just a second, but Koala hanging out just the top.
So to your point, he's going to clear that site early on as the spike gets planted. You have so much of a setup here for Ghost that it's going to be a difficult one for Soar, especially on Eco. There's not too much to work with, but at least you have all 5 players alive, at least for now. We got to see how the entry is going to look like with 4 players pushing in, pushing forward. Ghost trying to deny that space, actually. Gets some value out of the defense.
And they back away from that one. Wall available. Bone's going to get that one out. Now they'll have to try and cut that one down to try and stop the defuse. Nobody on the spike just yet, though, and the last one standing is Vic. He's got himself a Vandal. He's got himself another kill, but he needs 2 more. The pre-fire's there, the 3K on top of it. John Cutie, however, down low and clutches out the round. Refuses to lose. Refuses to give another to XOR, and Ghost will find double digits.
It always seems like under pressure, Ghost Gaming is just able to respond a little bit better now with double digits. 10 rounds for this now attacking side. And XOR, how do they answer back with an operator? Vic has been doing some great things happen, but in that 1v1, he couldn't close it out. He had to defuse the spike. And sometimes it is too much pressure. But I was saying, though, Ghost, they seem to be working better on those 1v1s because you can rely on every single one of these players to clutch up. XOR now with Vandals in their hands with Empathy. Aggressive position, but he's going to get spotted.
Resurrection available. So Bones gonna play in the back pocket here of Empathy. Okay, swing there. Here comes the hit, though. So quick on it. As soon as they spot a player, Nismo pops a no command and runs them down. No dash to safety. However, the barrier orb used, but immediately cut down. This plant no longer safe, and there is a world where Bones can get that resurrection. Unfortunately, now he has a couple of teammates that he has to try and think about who to res. Is it Vic? Is it Empathy? As the flashes go out, Brock on the hunt of the toxic screen, trying to screen off any attackers, or defenders, excuse me, looking to deny the plant. And, well, it's the defense getting denied. A flawless round for Ghost as the momentum seems to be back in their favor.
The contrast between the two teams, the Ghost Gaming that wants to press W, they want to go in and plant that spike towards BA, and then XOR that when we got to see them on the attacking side, it was always this slow rounds. It was always about 40 seconds before they got any space going their way. But Ghost, they always have difficulty. But when you have, again, when you have that KO, when you have that Soba, you clear out the side, you use that no command, and you make sure that XOR always have to play for a retake. That with the numbers sometimes, it just turns out to be unwinnable. But they're going to give it here another attempt. They're going to push forward here in the hands of Vic. This is a risky one, too.
Oh, and Vic, unfortunately, still can't escape the suppression. So Tour de Force holstered for just a moment. Should be back online before Ghost Gaming can make any more decisions as to where they're headed. But for now, Koala going to sit and make sure that he can punish anybody pushing aggressively, and the rest of the team lean out towards the B site.
Right here. The adaptation as well, from Ghost Gaming always coming through, and the shares can be enough. Physic has done it before, but this time around it's only a trade, and it's also the rest. So again, Ghost Gaming with numbers, and they're gonna go back.
Again, Koala wasn't just playing aggression diffuser. He was just waiting to see if anybody else left that site, and if you can claim it as his own. It looks like XOR privy to this. And the resurrection available, but it looks like they're just walking away from it. Bones not quite pulling the trigger on that. Now we'll head back to that body and look to make this one a 5v5. The spike is yet to be planted, so on this rotation, well, they'll have time to get over there. Unfortunately, they won't have numbers any longer. The res comes through, and it's only 3 of 5 remaining for XOR. And a whole lot to worry about here. Fragment goes out, Shock Dart on top of it all. And as I said, the Rotators, they finally get here and utilize that Owl Drone for info.
3 players here in the Tour de Force are playing it back and trying to answer back for XOR. It only turns into more kills for the other side. This is the player that was a little bit closer to that ace side than that second rotation. It was Vic, but he couldn't push in. He couldn't be into side because he knew there was a 0 point that was going to come through, and he needed this Tour de Force. At the end of the day, it doesn't even work out. It doesn't give him the kill that he always wanted on that round, and it takes Ghost to map point here on Icebox. You're gonna need one more to close it out, and look at the economy on the other side. They can barely make it work. They're gonna have to force this one and the next one if they want to stand a chance on this map number 1.
Yeah, Glass Cannon right now is Epathy. If he wants to stay with the Vandal, cannot afford any shields. That definitely is not where you want your Jet to be, especially looking to be tip of the spear. But the tip of that spear might be met by the Tour de Force Qualanoob with an ult of their own. Gonna lock mid down for just a moment while the rest of the team leans out towards B.
All the players here, the only one left behind for a second is gonna be the Chamber. Expecting that flank to come through in Physic. It just has to play it back. Actually manages to get one. The KO is not longer going to be available throughout this round, but for Ghost, the challenge here is going to be planting that spike. After that wall gets broken, it's so much more difficult for them.
Yeah, Physic has been incredibly impressive for XOR, just being able to make the most out of nothing, whether it be those Hunter's Furies or these rounds where he's only bringing a Sheriff into it, and at the very least finding his one. Unfortunately, none found with the Whirly Bird. Wall goes out, and that Bulldog not quite doing the job, trying to cut it down. Viper's Pit all the way from B long, which means you don't have to push too deep into the pit to find that spike, but you still have to push in no less.
Every entry that we saw towards B as well was so risky because the wall got taken down, but now the Viper's Pit is a better idea. Qualanoob tries to answer with a Tour de Force, manages to get a couple as well, and Ghost Gaming would close up map number 1. It was a back and forth for a little bit that first half. Started looking more and more winnable for XOR, but Ghost is always adapting and being able to close it out. They take the advantage here.
And a reminder that it all goes back to that tactical timeout.
Yes.
It all goes back to that tech. No, Ghost, I mean, you see how hyped they are about that one. I think a lot of us expecting, again, I said it during the match, Oxygen Academy to make it a bit further in the tournament. We don't see them. Instead, we get to see XOR, who looked incredible in that matchup, and Ghost Gaming understanding just how difficult this one would be, and they make it look seamless. They slip on the ice just a little bit, but they reel it back in.
They always make it happen, and it is such a different playstyle that we got to see between the 2 teams, right? And it goes that attempt an entry to side, it doesn't work well. They're going to make that rotation. They always have such a good mid-round shot calling for this team to close out rounds when it seems like it is not going to be winnable. There's always someone there. It's such a complete team in every way that you look at that it just makes sense they're able to close it out.
Yeah, and again, you have to assume, right, that Ghost Gaming, just given their most recent history, right, playing the best teams in North America. You know, you have to assume that they're going to be coming out here and putting on performances like this. But a bit of resistance given to them from XOR, and fortunately for everybody, I would say, it's not over just yet. That's only map number 1, as we have another one just around the corner. That's going to be Haven. But before we get there, hey, we already talked about it, guys. We already talked about it. If you want to take your game to the next level, you need to be using Metafy, and we can help you out with that one. So we got a nice little code for you. Using code STREET20 will get 20% off your live session. And quite frankly, because of Metafy, gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions. You can get trained by the best pro players in the world, and while we hop away for a short break, you can book a live session right now using that code on your screen, STREET20. for 20% off all lessons, replay reviews, and training plans. And while you guys are doing that and looking to better it all, we're going to hop away for a short second. When we come back, we're headed out to Haven.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Welcome back, folks, to the Nerd Street Champs. It's Championship Sunday, and we still find ourselves in the semifinals between Ghost Gaming and XSOR. One map down, quite possibly two to go. And I say quite possibly because given the history of Ghost Gaming and the map that we're headed to next, today they looked good. They beat Virtuoso on it. But yesterday, they did look a little sleepy on Haven.
it didn't look too good for them yesterday, and we were really surprised about it because Ghost, and we've talked about it, they have such a massive map pool that you're not expecting Haven not to be part of that option. So, yeah, you said it looked better today, but they still have a long way to go, and I'm wondering what the changes were today to be able to make it to this one and to be comfortable in a map like this one, especially against the side of Xtor, who have also been looking good on a map like this one and a map like Haven. It'll be an interesting one. So, and I think, yeah, I agree with you. This could be 2 more maps, potentially, most likely, just based on what we saw yesterday from Ghost. But we got to see what they have prepared for today. Yesterday, it looked like there was not a lot of depth to some of the ideas that they brought to the table, but I'm sure they were able to talk about it. I'm sure Kaplan was able to bring out new ideas, bring out new adaptations for this team.
And the players on your screen just about already. Looks like Vic might be headed back to his seat right now to look to get things underway. We can actually take a peek, if we have that one standing by, at our maps. Icebox being the first. Haven. Hit the remix on that one. Hit the remix on it. Haven, map number 2, and then should we need it, we head out to the sandy beaches. We see the crabs, we see the bears and the trees. We're headed out to Breeze.
You know how it says, it just says loss. That's the L that you took.
I vaguely remember my L being a dub.
No.
Production confirmed it as a dub.
No.
Fortunately for
I think
me,
production's
saved
on
me.
my side.
Well, we'll have a chat with them in between. We'll have a chat with them in between the series. We still have one right here ahead of us again as the players are getting all set up to hop on in. I spoke with Qualanu for just a second, walking around the venue.
Okay.
Said, hey, what's up? He totally recognized me. He knew exactly who I was.
Yeah.
And
I think you just need the cat ears. Where the cat ears
it
on?
was the cat ears. It was the cat ears. He said Metro or Meowtro, and I said, that's right. It is. It's it's a thing. It's a thing. But I chatted with him and talking about their Haven yesterday against Teal Team. He actually gave a lot of love to Teal Team. He said their comp that they were running, it was kind of hard to stop it. We didn't really have anything in place, and it was harder for us to kind of adapt on the fly. So gave a lot of love over towards that young squad in what they brought to Haven. Obviously, XOR going to be bringing in something different to this map, and as we said, Ghost Gaming already having a rep on this one. Maybe they can right those wrongs. But when we head out to Breeze, Ghosts look good there. That's the map where they get to mess around a little bit. Koala plays that Jet. I think John Cutie is the one rocking the chamber on Breeze, and Koala on Jet is scary.
Koala on anything.
Yeah, true.
It's scary. I mean, this chamber, it is absolutely insane. And he said it yesterday, one of the best chambers that we got, one of the best players for sure that we've had throughout this tournament. And that doesn't even mean the last couple of days. It means all the opens that we've seen, all the players that have come through this NSG. And so it is scary. And the one-win condition in so many cases when Koala is just absolutely on fire is to try to shut him down. But it's so difficult to do so. We definitely got to see the answer for XOR. And yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with what you were saying about Teal Team yesterday against Ghost on Haven. They look really good. There was a lot of variety. There was a lot of ideas that they had and they wanted to bring up. So it's more of, yeah, well, we already saw those ideas from the enemy for Teal Team, but now in the match between XOR and the other side of Ghost Gaming, how many ideas do they have for that entry, for that aggression that we know Ghost Gaming for?
And shout out Upmine in the building, front row there.
I know that guy.
Shout out to you guys. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys being here, coming and hanging out with us. There was one change. There it is. There it is. Somebody asked this man why he tamed the beast with a hat. Somebody asked this man why he tamed the beast. And also, somebody help me peer pressure Gus, Upmind, into some braids. Somebody help me peer pressure him into some braids.
It would look really cool.
Modesty, I know you've got something in there. You could definitely get something done for him. All right, less braid talk, more Haven talk. We get to talk about the video game. The change that was made for Ghost Gaming was previously they were running that KO. It was a little bit different. That's what they were working with the Neon and the KO. You're still able to layer things with your Fade. The most recent matchup, they hopped off of that Neon, back onto the Raze, bring back that Breach, which is basically the default Haven comp right now. And it looks like they were comfortable with that change against Virtuoso, and they're bringing that same comp back into this one. So Brock going to be on that Breach, and it's going to be Nismo instead of John Cutie on Duelist here in this one.
It is the most, maybe the kind of the comfort composition coming in here for the side of Ghost is not a composition that they've never played before. They've actually brought it up a couple times. It's been a couple months, but it's a comfortable composition for them. And maybe, you know, and everybody has to do it. All the teams have to do it for Ghost. They wanted to give it an attempt to that Neon comp that some teams are running. You give it a try, you get a couple of results, mix your souls, but you know you got to go back to what has been working out. I mean, what for the side of Ghost, it is kind of a now or never moment for them to see if they can close it in two. So you just want to be comfortable. You want to have Nismo on that race. And you also want to continue having Koala on the chamber.
Yeah, and so this composition that XOR are bringing to the table, I think we saw Teal Seam running it as well, and they're bringing the Killjoy. Obviously, with the kind of influx of Breach on this map, the Killjoy can kind of be a question for teams, right? Do we bring this in? Because it is. I would say Breach and even the Raze, now that we're seeing a whole lot more of the Raze, yeah, unfortunately, not up mind. Everybody wants to be up mind, but not everybody can be up mind. I think that's the boy, Hato. Shout out to Hato out there as well.
Does he know?
I don't know if he knows that we know. Because of the Neon stuff, they don't see what we see just yet. You got to sneak around the corner to see what we're seeing. But what I was saying was that Killjoy, a Raze nade over the top, an Aftershock, right? That ultimate, that lockdown. It's not so much about the lockdown. It's going to be so much about what Bones can get done with that util. Just in general. The Nano Swarms, the Alarm Bots, the turret. How much all that means to XOR.
This positioning as well for the Killjoy is going to be an interesting one when you are more likely just playing so far back, so defensive. On the side of XOR and a Ghost Gaming that might be double satcheling into that A site. And we've seen it a couple times. We saw an attempt from them yesterday. We've seen them play the strategy, and it has been working out. So the aggression as well that is met by such a defensive composition will be an interesting matchup for this map number 2.
And Ghost Gaming, death ball strategy, just like we saw in Icebox. Stack 5, lean out towards the site. They're doing it nice and early with the Sova on the opposite side. John Cutie ready for the dart, although they won't be met by one. It's only going to be Empathy. Okay, inside the Nebula. As it subsides, they recall the smoke, and Koala Noob gets punished for it. Empathy collects the first frag here on Haven, and XOR in the driver's seat for now. As the stars go down, it looks like Ghost still want to commit to the site triad.
This is the thing, the composition, it is so slow that maybe the retake is a better opportunity, but the aggression as well comes in for Ghost, and Empathy ends up going down the Prowler as well for the action. And the Trace as well with the Pain Shells too. It's a 2v2.
And the comfortability for Nismo on the Raze, it just feels like home here, and it helps them swing this back to equal odds. The Proto tosses out that grab wall, kind of uses it as a smoke to not only stop people, but also block some of that vision, some concealment as he crosses back over. They get that spike plan, but a lot of time here for XOR, and the close angles are there, the right click to drop Bones. Now Scuba, a few rounds left, and that's all he needed. 4 was plenty, and XOR will find the pistol.
I said it was a 2v2, but this time around, this out of XOR, they get another pistol round after a clutch from Scuba that looks good for this Omen. I love seeing Omens being able to clutch. It seems like it's just in their veins every single time, and for Scuba, it's a good opportunity to get a little bit more of that impulse, of that momentum going on for him to see that reaction. Again, it's a composition that has to force instead of XOR to play so far back, potentially play for that retake, use that paranoia for entry. But in this round number 1, everything goes according to plan for the most part on the side of XOR. They face a Ghost that already won the anti-eco, so it's another map, it was another story, but there's always something to take into account with this force as well for the attacking side.
Empathy takes the shot, damage onto one. But the shields allow John Cutie to survive. Nismo also going to survive. Aftershock will split the team, but 2 players cross out towards short. Nismo going to have the paint shells in hand. Got to kill with him in the last round. We'll see if he can do it again. And this one, Vic has to back away. Low HP, almost no HP, but it's actually Koala the first to fall once more. The shock dart's good in the kills. Swing the way of Exor, and it's only damage really thus far. The shots don't land quite yet as a Proto. This guy known for his fragging prowess with the Sheriff, and he goes good for 1. And just like that, John Cutie, earlier in the round, 8, a body shot with the Marshall. And now he finds himself on 2 HP, a very healthy Scuba just on the other side, and he's got the angle. He's holding it perfect, and 2 health won't be enough. The Bulldog takes a bite, and Exor will find their second.
2 rounds in a row now for Scuba, being the last one alive into those intense situations that he's able to close out, and it was an important one because Soar, they also had a couple guns they were scary to deal with, but they shut them down. That means an eco comes through, potentially a bonus as well on the other side. As Apathy is the one that oftentimes is trying to make that first contact. We often see this from the Jet players towards A long. And so the strategy here is try to get a little bit more information towards that A long. Maybe those early rotations that we see for Ghost towards B, but the old Killjoy utility has been there every single round. Ghost, they know it. They're going to play around it if they want to go in there.
Yeah, and Apathy is doing so much at the start of these rounds just by existing, right? And this one, they toss out the fault line out towards long like you would expect, but they also expend a star for the Nova Pulse just to make sure that if he's there, they're going to find that stun. And at the end of the day, they're not even able to capitalize, right? He just dashes away to safety. Sure, he doesn't have the tailwind, but he's still a player on the map.
And he's the one player that you expect to be pushing forward, right? It is the one Jet that has to play the most aggressive in a position like this one. The paint shells do connect for a little bit of damage.
Oh no, not like this. Both Koala and Nismo can't quite find it. And Ghost, they all just get mowed down. A flawless round. It's Apathy to cap it off. And Exor piece 3 together. They're doing their best Ghost Gaming impression as to what we've seen on Icebox, but they move it over to Haven.
This is interesting because it is just the beginning of Haven, but especially recently, we've seen teams that on those eco rounds, they want to go to another side. They want to try to condition the enemy team for that defense to be spread all across the map. But as of right now, 3 rounds in a row has been that entry towards A. And like you said, is Apathy right and left, at least putting that pressure, letting the side of Ghost Gaming know how this is going to look like, and this round is not going to be any different. Really good read as well for Exor to push forward.
Nice try. I mean, Exor, it's Vic and Apathy. They've been working so well in tandem. You saw in that last round, as soon as Ghosts were hitting that site, the fault line came out. Vic stayed alive, and well, all that commotion out towards mid, it forces Ghost to the right side of the map, and Physic is able to pick up 1. Now they know that Apathy or somebody is trailing behind, courtesy of the trademark. So Qualanoob, happy to be one of the 2 that are left alive for Ghost. And do they go back to fight, only expecting 1? Or they push their way onto the safe site? No, Apathy gets punished, falls asleep for just a second, maybe taking a peek at the mini-map. And well, Bones has the info. Out towards mid they go. Now he's got to try and find the kills, but he only has a Spectre to do it.
This was a massive buy as well coming through for Ghost Gaming after they lost the 3 rounds that Soar has been able to take away from them. But the spike and this positioning means that they're going to be close to the side, and the Spectre should be enough. It is enough at the end for Bones, catching Ghost Gaming off guard. The last 2 players not expecting Bones to be pushing from Garage. He gets the 2, he gets to defuse the spike, and he gets the clutch. 4-0 now for Exor. And what a play as well.
That is a big round for Exor, especially because even though they won that round where Ghost forced, it came down to that 1v1. So where you would hope to bonus after the forced round and have yourself kind of an anti-eco, they're all low in economy. They have to force back into that one. You lose that next coming round, and your economy's in the gutter once more, and Ghost find a way back into this one. But now with 4 in a row, you saw the economy is great. Physics sure only sitting on 1,700, but I think Bones was at 6K or 4K, something of the sort. So just a really good spot to be in economically. And Ghost can't quite say the same. Sound like a Spectre. Hearing that as Epathy gonna toss on the tailwind. This time he will get punished as the Stinger do it, but Physic is right behind him, and the Initiators behind the Jet is the key to success for XOR for now. And speaking of Initiators, there's the next one. A full house between the two, Physic and Vic, and a 5th for the defense.
The reads from XOR have been so good over and over again, and you saw it in the last round. You saw it in round number 4 when they were pushing forward, knowing that it was 3 rounds in a row towards the beginning. Since that pistol round, the side of Ghost Gaming were going towards A long, contesting that Jet over and over again. They knew something else was going on. They go towards mid, that they're expecting A. They play aggressive. And this round as well, they knew Ghost Gaming was going to go back to A. And it was at least a trade to take place early on. And then Physics just going absolutely insane, capitalizing from the enemy team not having too many guns to work with. So it is looking very similar to what we saw towards the beginning of map number 1, but now on the opposite side.
Yeah, on the opposite side, similar to the Ghost that we saw against Teal Scene, where they're just struggling to kind of get a read on how this defense is playing. And just when they think they have a leg up, there's somebody
right there,
right behind to swing things back in favor. 3 players line up, and Physic capitalizes, punishes, and the rest was history there in that round. 5 in a row for XOR. A tactical timeout. We'll see what Ghost are able to bring into this one. Now that last round, Spectre, Stingers, it wasn't the best. This time they bring the rifles into it. They bring the Cosmic Divide. The Stars go down early. And once more, they're tossing out that util to try and keep Epathy at bay.
And Epathy hasn't moved from this position. He has not gone to any other side because he honestly does not need to. With the insane performances that he has as well, the support that he gets. Last round he was at Sova. There's also a breach on the line if needed, but Epathy alone should be good for that first contact. The operator is enough for that first one.
Yeah, and you hate to see it. You give up just a little, and Epathy is able to capitalize on the kill. The Nightfall will push him all the way as Koala tries to stop the rotations, but he gets stopped in his tracks himself, and Bones some way somehow picks up a turret kill. They back away from the site, that being XOR, but a 5v2 as the shock darts come through. This retake should be fairly simple unless the Proto can do something about it. Gets tagged up, he swings on the peak, and everybody cut down. Only 1 kill the way of Ghost, and a 6th now in a row for XOR.
The spike will get defused, and the setup as well, it changes just a little bit more for that Killjoy, only having the turret doesn't allow Koala Nuke to push in, making sure that that rotation does not take place, but he's the one who ends up being surprised, and he's the one who ends up being taken down. Ghost, they are making those adaptations. They're trying to bring new changes. They had the 5 players pushing in towards A before. This time around it was a 4-1, but still no answer for this team. It is always the same idea of the execution. There's a lot of utility to work with as well, but it's being read again so well by XOR that now gets you 6.
And you saw Nismo in the trenches against the turret. It was up and over the top of the Hunter Shuri, but a Nano Swarm right at his feet as he blast pack atop the box. Took a couple of shots from that turret in the back and could not close out the kill in time.
And now you're going to have a lockdown available for Bones. So even though XOR has been playing aggressive with that Jet early on for A long, if they needed to back up, if they needed to dash away back to safety, you have that lockdown. You're going to force Ghost into uncomfortable positions, and he could get away with another round. I mean, look at what they have to buy. Pretty much nothing.
Yeah, basically nothing. These are sometimes those rounds, though, that we see teams.
After 6. It's always after 6.
Yep.
Every time.
A miracle round like this where the Spectre, the Stinger, and the Sheriffs are just enough to make something happen.
I started seeing that happen, I think it was Masters 1. And after that, it was just over and over again every tournament. Teams get to 6, and then they just stop.
That's enough time for the opposition to finally get the read.
This is an eco, though.
Anything is possible. If you can dream it, you can do it.
That's true. Ghost have won a couple of ecos.
I'm waiting to see what Nismo decides to pick up. Still sitting on the classic. Close to ults. Our Ghost Gaming. As you mentioned, though, 3 online.
Yeah, they can play around to get an orb here. Get that Tour de Force available for Koala Noob and get that Vandal to someone else. But you see that Vandal in the hands of Koala Noob, so.
A timeout.
It's a long tactical timeout.
Yeah, then we took some time. And now we're in a tactical timeout. Well, this is a technical timeout. We're having some technical difficulties.
No. That sounds like something I would say when I'm trying to say one and then I mix them and I get confused
And you
and
get confused.
I just say something in the middle.
Well, we're all confused.
We're all confused.
We're all lost
You got
in the
me
sauce here.
a little confused with the cat ear, so. Yeah.
I will ring my cat ears for milk.
And the bells as well. They're pretty loud, you know?
Can you hear them?
Yeah, I can hear them.
I wonder if they can be heard on the stream.
I think the first time that you did it, they could.
I think it's probably more annoying that they hear the headset rattling and not the cat ears ringing.
Right.
But, you know, I just thought, what is my branding? You know, is it a bow tie?
And it's just cat
is it
ears.
casting? Or is it I dressed up in a maid costume with cat ears one time and I've
I
been
think
crowned
that's it.
Tanner Meowtro?
There's a lot. There's a lot. I think you have different kind of layers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you foresee is like, oh, this guy, he's a caster, he has a cool voice. Sure. And then you open up your Twitter, cat ears. You're like, okay, sure. Why not?
Sure, why not?
Why not?
So what you're saying is I should do more cat ear content.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Will you?
Well, who knows?
I mean, there's only so much they can do now. That's the thing.
I'm a VTuber now.
What?
Yep. And I'll have a VTuber model too for casting.
Okay. Isn't that
I'm
really expensive?
Changing the game. Hey, is that really expensive? Do you know who you're talking to? You know who you're talking to?
Who are we talking to?
Yeah, you're talking to, you know what, I don't have something for this. I really wanted to go into this bit about like acting kind of like a rich snob, but unfortunately I am hurting. So, you know, if anybody wants to help a brother out with a VTuber model, hey, I'm in the business now. I mean, I'm in the field now for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
who knows? What if, okay, here we go. Anybody, any artists out there, if you could merge us together
How?
as a human being.
You know, people in
Some-
back production, I'm afraid they'll make it happen.
There's AI out there. What happens if you put a cat boy in the AI thing and a dryad in the AI thing? And then it creates
This
an
is true.
image.
We should try that. Now I want to know.
Yeah. There's somebody
Because
maybe
it's
in
always
production.
some weird, some weird mix. It's like, what do you get from each, you know? You could get, like, my pink hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I think would actually happen is it would take a character from a video game that's a cat
see
boy.
that?
Yeti, hey. Meow.
No.
Yeti, I would do anything for you. Yeti, I would do anything for you. I will meow. I will meow. I will aura aura. Yeti, whatever you want, I'm your guy. Hey, I'm here for it.
This is the guy that I'm casting with.
Yeah. Did you guys know that Mavix and Metafy are sponsoring the event? And while we have this time, you guys can check out the shop with Mavix or maybe schedule.
Is this an open question or?
Well, yeah, I just think that, you know, maybe there's some new people joining us, maybe some new people in the chat, unfamiliar with who's helping us put this event on.
Yeah.
And we've been sitting in these chairs. I
They're
don't
really
even, I
comfy.
thought I was floating on a Nimbus cloud.
They're really comfortable.
Yeah, I thought I was
like it. I can, you
on
know,
my Goku
like
stuff.
chill. I can be more, you know, analysis kind of thing.
I will say, sitting down, I am more prone to slap the desk when cool things happen.
I've seen that.
So hopefully that's not coming through. And if it is, production, tell me to stop slapping the desk because I will try to stop slapping the desk.
Yeah, I've heard it a couple times.
Yeah, sorry. Well,
You're not forgiven.
fortunately, we don't have to podcast any longer. Although, maybe we should start a podcast.
Maybe.
You guys let us know. You let us know. If we should, Dranner or
This is the name.
Tanrad, the Tanrad podcast. Something of the sort. We're back in game, Ghost. hoping that that was just enough to ice the momentum of XSOR, but coming into this next round, obviously no chatter between coach and players, so they're just bringing in the strats that they had in their timeout previously, and now they have to, well, try and get it done. Oh my goodness, so much tossed out this way. The rendezvous to safety. The spike is no longer on the B side. The lockdown expended, and this right here, not a round win, but Ghost just got so much for so little.
There was that lockdown available. I mentioned it before, but there's also all of that kill utility towards that B side where Ghost attempted an entry and is so well read once again. As out of XOR, you know it's an eco round. You know Ghost have been trying to enter towards A every single time, so they make a little bit of noise towards B. Everyone alive, just a little bit of damage taken. But guess what? Ghosts are going back to that A side.
Yeah, unfortunately though, this is what we talked about, right? If the lockdown doesn't get the job done, the Killjoy brings a whole lot more to the table outside of it. So we've got the Killjoy util here. Nobody cleared out short just yet as well, so Bones could get quite a bit of value. You see the fault line going on through. Paint Shell's just behind it. Aftershock and Bones is not long for this world. The Proto will collect the kill after tossing down the Cosmic Divide, and the spike will be planted. So credits abound towards Ghost. Another kill picked on up is Noob. Koala brought that hero rifle into this round that was basically sheriffs across the board. And now XOR backs against the wall.
They didn't have to as well. They could have gotten into the fours, maybe we wanted with the ores, but Noob wanted these Vandal, and he already gave that first kill, trying to look for more, and there's 3 remaining. We say it's always after 6 that the enemy team starts coming back, and for Ghost, this might be the same scenario. There's 1 left. And time running out for this out of XOR. Physics will be running away.
Well, and he gets spotted.
It's always 6.
It's always 6. It's always 6.
It doesn't matter if it's an eco. It doesn't matter if it's a buy. Yeah. It's always 6.
It's always 6. It's like when you buy a new car and then you see that car everywhere. It's like you notice that.
That's true. Or when you think, or just anything. Like you realize something for the first time and then you start seeing it everywhere. It's like, what? It's always been here.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, you know?
Yeah.
And misery loves company.
Yes.
And curiosity killed the cat.
What does that mean for you?
What that means is... I got nothing. No segues for that one. Sorry, guys. I'm just rambling. I was pandering to the... I think those are idioms. I was pandering to the idiom audience, so hopefully I get some love for that one. Meanwhile, Ghost. Okay, Nismo does it again. Early kill, Epathy. A different look, pushing out towards A-Short all by his lonesome. This time they head into the B site. Rolling Thunder just behind it. Physic in a really bad spot, and now, well, he does not exist as Koala. Okay, flicks for another. Just took 1 body shot to take down Bones. And Ghost Gaming are doing their darndest to fight for this even half.
There's a good start as well for them. We saw it last round. It was an eco for them. It was the first piece that he got away with, but now XOR, the last 2 players, Scuba, the one who was getting clutches round 1 and round 2, now with his back against the wall. It's the second one to even stun. What is happening?
No, Scuba is taking matters into his own hands. Gonna toss out the smoke onto the spike. Now there's not a whole lot of space for somebody to defuse, and as he sits atop the box, he's giving himself up, but now in the 1v1, Scuba may have just done it. 4 kills on the round, needs the 5th, but won't get it. And Ghost Gaming narrowly grabbed their 2nd round.
I got worried for a second there. I mean, Scuba was just getting all the kills. He was stunned, he was flashed, he was pushing through those smokes and was still able to get to 4 kills, though Ghost Gaming at the end of the time in their favor after that spike is spawned towards B. They're able to make that one work. They set up now for something new, and we saw all the early rounds. It was that A long M3 over and over again, but Ghost Gaming looking for a little bit more variety after this one, looking a little bit closer towards that C long and the 2 of the 4s that gets activated.
Qual gonna try his best to get something early for the team out towards C long. Nobody home, unfortunately. But he'll hold his ground as the team heads elsewhere. A reminder, you can tweet at us with the hashtag NerdStreetChamps for your chance to show up on the main stream. Okay. And with that, the Haunt goes out. Empathy reveals his position, but he just repositions out towards mid and finds a kill no less. Backs away. Sure, he's low in health, but a 1 for 0 thus far.
The first one where we've seen Empathy as well, always answering on that A side, but when he hears some noise towards mid, towards garage, he'll try to get that kill. He'll get it this time too. That race goes down. The turret is one. Oh, the Killjoy setup is a nightmare to deal with on the attacking side. They're gonna have to wait for it.
And Ghost seemingly always playing a player down
30 seconds left.
early in these rounds.
Where are you?
And the decision has been made to try and hit this B side. Only 20 seconds left on the clock as they walk their way through. Backside is not clear. Scuba's here. Bones will also try and supplement. He'll do his job and then some. But Proto and John Cutie, they're not giving up just yet. Out towards mid, they look to play. The Grape is there. The Grape is popped as Empathy falls at Physic. Now to play the 1v1 as a Proto tucks his way into the corner. The Recon Bolt goes out. We'll see if that reveals. No, he looks to back away from it. Physic seemingly knowing that he's on the right side of this B site. Maybe here's the footsteps on the box. Spots the Astra, but falls himself. And Ghost Gaming are at it, brick by brick.
A Proto, and every 1v1 that we get to see from him, he closes it out. He makes sure that it goes the way it goes gaming, as now there's a timeout coming in. Actually a timeout this time. And now, also 3 rounds in a row coming in for Ghost. They've been going a bit, it wasn't in a row, but it was a little bit of back and forth. And it was a little bit more variety that we wanted to see from Ghost. And this is the problem that I had with them yesterday against the side of TLC. It was that it looked so one-dimensional, and we saw it again towards the beginning today. It was every single one of the strategies was the anti towards A long that was being read and was being shot down by Empathy on the other side. So now you look towards C, you activate that through the force, you play around the orb, you try to also figure out where the Killjoy utility is, because it has been changing sites as well. And you look so much better on the side of Ghost. Look, they still have a couple more rounds to go on this first half, and I want to see what else they can do.
And I think the numbers support Haven being a bit more attacker leaning.
Yeah.
But then you have to look at the defensive comp, right, that XOR bringing to this. Just the Killjoy alone and what she brings and how she can bolster the defense, but also bolster the information that you can grab with the alarm bot and the turret. That agent that it's kind of like old Chamber, you know? That felt nice, having 2 trademarks, being able to toss those down. Now you can turret one side of the map.
That's why teams these days, we saw it yesterday, they're playing, in some maps, they're playing double Sentinel, they're playing Cypher, and they're playing Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of need that extra support as well. So
yeah,
I don't know how you feel about it though.
I like the I guess the re-implementation of the Cypher, just because I think we're getting to that area of Valorant where there's a handful of agents out, and we're starting to see that there are different ways to kind of work things, and then you're counter-stratting, and Cypher, you know, brings a lot to the table when dealing with the Neon.
Yeah.
Right? Just tossing out those trap wires. You can't just slide into things. Sure, you have to get a little more crafty with it.
Like under, if it's a little bit higher.
That would be that would be very cool. Or some crazy slide jump tech.
Someone just kind of melts, passes, and goes back and forth.
Slide, and your Raze blast packs the Neon over the trap wire.
Wow. That would look crazy.
That would look crazy. I know Neon's physics aren't quite the same as a Boombot, but the Boombot gets some air.
Yeah.
Speaking of physics, that would have been a good segue to re-talk about the game if we weren't in this technical pause. Technically, we are paused.
That is true. Technically.
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 We are paused.
Yeah.
And also some updates. I guess we can do updates. If you're just joining us here on the main stream, or you're only watching the main stream out in the crowd, nearest airport are headed to the nearest airport. That's just an easy one. That's low-hanging fruit, if
Okay.
I've ever seen it. Low-hanging fruit, they lose 2-1 to TSM Academy. Sonics send a teal team packing, but all 8 of our teams that made it this far are in the money. We will also be having a 3rd/4th place decider match because I think it's quite the jump. I think it's $7,500 for 3rd place and $2,500 for 4th place. So that'll also be going on today. But you've got yourself in a pretty good spot when it comes to getting some return on investment for the event, making it out here, maybe the food that you're eating, in just making it top 4, like the teams are seeing here.
Do you also hear jumping?
I do. I do. I think I'm going to have nightmares, actually. I think I'm never going to get that
It's been
sound out of my
going
head.
on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I thought I was almost guaranteeing myself to have nightmares of Mr. Funhaver screaming bye-bye. I thought I was going to wake up in the middle of the night with sweats because he was
Did it
screaming
happen?
so aggressively.
Is it going to happen, you think?
No, I don't know. Maybe now that I brought it up live on air, it will happen. As we take a look at our bracket, these are the teams that are working towards that lion's share. Obviously, $20,000 for first place sounds pretty darn good. Unfortunately for the 2 teams in front of us here on the stage, though, only one will be moving forward, and they'll be playing the winner of TSM Academy and Sonics. Sonics look good. Sonics actually gave Ghost Gaming quite a bit of resistance outside of Pearl. But we're back into it. Another long technical pause. We'll see how the momentum swings or if things are neutralized. The dash to safety and Physic actually gets punished for it. Empathy is A-okay. He'll sneak away. He's all right. Unfortunately for Physic, he can't say the same.
I mean, the Soba doesn't have nearly enough to try to escape a situation like this one. There's a little bit of the positioning. That might have been where we heard jumping. One of those two. I don't know what it was. Maybe not. But there's out of XOR. They play aggressive towards this site. They get that information towards A long, and Ghost, as always, they adapt in this mid-round as there's a minute remaining for them. They slowly move that spike away from that A site, and that noise they're hoping is going to be enough.
Well, they're on kind of this full send mentality. Meanwhile, the team wanted to lurk out towards C, but Bones is here. Grabs a kill onto Koala, will back away, and now the team knows that this is a fake. Ult on over, here comes Nismo. Showstopper online, gonna get tagged up by the Rolling Thunder, though, in a really tough spot, and all the util at his feet, but at your feet, it's a rocket. Bones, he falls, but the trades are there. But Vic finds 2. Again, the initiators here on the server absolutely popping off between these 2 teams, and XOR are trying to break up the Ghost Gaming streak. And there's only 13 seconds left on the clock. Scuba spotted backside. John Cutie not able to collect the kill. They play the cross perfectly. And XOR, they're back in the win column.
Massive round 1 there for the head of XOR as, they're making noise. They use a Nightfall on the attacking side for Ghost towards A. They wanted to force those rotations, but Bones was stuck to that position, similar to the defense that we've seen from Ghost. You're very, very hesitant to make rotations until that spike is planted, until that communication is on point. And for Ghost, they've been trying to go back and forth with it. The opportunities could be fading away for them on this attacking side as a quick entry. At least one of the satchels being used in Apathy. Hungry for kills with this operator.
Yeah, and Nismo's had enough, right? Right behind that utility. He wants to try and fight forward, and it's not Nismo to be punished, but instead Koala Noob through the smoke. Nismo does eventually fall, and Empathy really starting to collect with the operator. 3 kills for the Jet, 2 more to find. The flick won't land John QD. He gets the kill back, but not equalizing by any means. As Physic on the swing gets punished for the 1-for-1. The numbers still swing in favor, XOR to 8.
It also doesn't help that every time, or most of the times at least, that we got to see Apathy getting that first kill, it was Koala Noob. It was the one player that we highlighted so many times that it's the one who's also always and more often opening up the kills and the round for the side of Ghost. So now you don't get to see it. Now you see a side of XOR. The big advantage here in the last round for Ghost Gaming to get 2-4 on this first half. It's been very inconsistent for them, and this eco won't make it easier.
And the yard sale buy from Ghost. Everything they can get. Hunter Shuri from Physic. Able to collect the first. Tries to bag another. Won't quite find it. The reload for Bones, so he gets caught out. Reloading that Phantom. He'll be punished for it. I don't know if that's quite the weapon upgrade, though. You'd have to put yourself in pretty deep water to step out and grab that one. But a 1-for-1. Brock gonna get that spike planted. And this operator has some help. Scuba's here. It won't just be Apathy out towards long, and now they're completely corralled on the site. No, they have an exit strategy now. As Physic falls, they can push their way off the site, and that's exactly where they're plant for.
Spike planted.
Oh, and the spike gets planted, but look at the aggression so quickly from Apathy trying to answer back. It might just be too late. Ghost. And another eco for them. Spectre's in their hands. They should be able to close this one out, but it's a 1v3. It's an attempt giving the hands of Vic, and it doesn't work out at the end. Joan Cutie good for 3. The 4th round for Soar, or for Ghost Gaming.
4th round for Ghost. Yep. As they soar to their highest heights. The highest they could get. Unfortunately, they hit the ceiling, and 4 was all they got. I love the mid-round adaptation there. You guys can't hear the ringing, but that is that's what it looks like. Okay, they do hear it. Perfect.
Yeah.
Love that. Absolutely love that. The adaptation there, understanding that at the very least, Apathy was out towards long because of that op shot, and they say, hey, if we can kill our way out towards this defender-sided spawn, we can plant on this side, we can play on that side. That's exactly what they do. So nice adaptation in that round for the most part. Obviously, you talked about it, XSword doing a good job shutting down Koala Noob nice and early, but that's obviously Koala Noob having to now walk into the sight lines previously. Now Koala Noob gets to post up, and he'll do so aggressively out towards A-Long.
This composition as well that XOR have now on the attacking side is going to depend so much on supporting this Jet from Apathy to be successful, to push in and to try to get the kills, because on the other side you're going to find a Chamber, and you're going to have quite a lot of support, quite a lot of utility for this defense that is going to make it harder and harder to push. But Apathy so far, the one in the front, the tip of the spear, and Ghost Gaming as they try to come back.
Lots of stuns, lots of flashes. Unfortunately, one less head on the side of Ghost. Koala Noob, the first to fall. Even on the defensive side of things, Physic can look to get that spike planted. Scuba clean the close angle. The Prowler doesn't spot him here in Graffiti. We'll see how much effort they put to try and clear this one out as Physic falls after planting that spike. So we'll grab another Alt Orb. Nismo finds the next, and they clear Graffiti just like that. The paint shells go out. They might be enough, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is here. The Cavalry has arrived, and that spike no longer an issue.
The coordination, it is always so good for Ghosts, especially in situations where they have to retake again. They have so much utility to invest. We saw the Pages as well pushing forward, making sure that XOR never got to where they wanted to for this post-plan scenario for them. And so Ghosts with a massive pistol round for them. The question is, can they come back just from this one? Can they get rounds in a row like we saw from the map number 1? Like we saw even for XOR at the beginning of this map. It's a difficult one, especially when XOR is always willing to buy.
Always willing to buy in some fashion. And you, I mean, you can never blame Apathy for having a Marshall. He has
just really
looked astonishing, with that weapon.
Revealing area. Also,
Koala Noob aggressive once more. On the A lane this time inside sewers. Uh-oh. Unbeknownst to him, he's about to be sandwiched in between two. Vic has snuck out towards long. Apathy holds the angle in sewers, and with that, they'll just look to back away for it. Fishing, though, through the nebula smoke. Nothing to be had in C-Link. And XOR still trying to figure out where to go.
It is only the Marshall that we saw being purchased on the other side, and Koala Noob, the one who got a little bit closer to short, tried pushing forward, but this time around does get taken down. So Apathy in a better position to get more value out of this Marshall, as the rest of XOR, they're the 3 players that were scouting. They were getting some information towards B, but they didn't want to push forward. They know there's always a trademark to the left. And so C does seem like the better site to hit when there's less than 40 seconds remaining.
And a lot of pressure here. A Proto, the anchor on this C
30
site.
seconds left.
Nismo just around the corner. And with that, they call the rotations. And we're pushed all the way up through A main, so they know. Ghosts know that it's a lean on this side of the map. Brock is trying to receive. Anybody rotating back to the right side, and he only grabs one. So number's still in favor, but the clock, however,
10 seconds left.
not a great spot. FD holds the angle, loses the fight. He'll fall. The headshot good. That spike to be planted out towards the B site, and safely at that. A dink from downtown Nismo, making the Spectre look pretty darn good, pretty darn reliable, even at the longer ranges. And a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Nismo's had enough of the Semantics. Refuses to give up a round, forced by Soar, and Ghost will find their 6th.
We got to see Koala Noob being the first one that got taken down on that round towards A, and so that meant the better approach for EXO to hit that side was B, knowing that the trademark would be down, would no longer be available to do any damage to them, to get any information to the enemy team. And though the spike gets planted, it was barely any time. It was 5 seconds about that they had left. And it is the second round, and I mentioned it in one way or another. EXO, they're always willing to buy in those rounds, but that one was a little bit more passive. Only a Marshall in the hands of Apathy means the full purchase will be everything for them. Once again, enabling Apathy for success here in A.
Look at Apathy trying to use that tailwind to beat some of the util tossed out towards A long. Still gets tagged up by it, but no harm, no foul. Nobody punished just yet. I guess at the end of the day, it's one less escape tool available to Apathy, but he does still have a Cloud Burst and a couple of updrafts to work through. The team, however, has different plans. That spike just outside the garage.
The dash, it is that entry that we see towards A from EXO now a couple of times in a row, but it is not everybody trying to stack that side. It is everybody else. It is that Killjoy especially trying to get some information, maybe putting that turret forward, though that hasn't been a need so far. Rendezvous in the meantime back to safety for Koala Noob, but another hit towards B.
And second nature, right? You don't hit that first shot, you just have to rendezvous away. You can't sit there and spam, especially against the rifles. And although it didn't quite work out in the round prior, EXO go back to this B site. And just as we saw previously, Ghosts want to try and take this space away, and out towards long they do so. Nismo will pick up the kill onto Scuba. He'll eventually be punished for it, but a 3v3. The clock in the favor of EXO, and Bones is just toying around the doors. The flash is just enough. It was so minor, but it was able to be enough as the shots to the wall find damage. Physic, 54 HP as he hops off the ult. Now looks to try and get the player off the spike, but John Cootie says no way, Jose. And Dryad, just like that, we're within one.
Physic as well, using that Hunter's Fury, reveals his location as well. So John Cootie knew exactly where to look at to take him down in that 1v2. We get closer and closer. For Ghost Gaming to tie up the score 8-8, but one more here is going to be needed. It is a perfect scenario to make it happen. Koala Noob has been going back and forth. We mentioned it on the attacking side. He was always getting taken down by Apathy towards A long, but now this is a different story as he gets maybe a little bit more and more comfortable on this map and wants to push forward, position towards C.
Scuba, oh, everybody close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes. Nothing is happening on the screen now. Bones collects 2 kills, punishes Ghost Gaming. Close your eyes, everybody close your eyes. This round is not real. I don't know what's going on here. Some way, somehow, though, it might be salvageable. Brock able to find one, toss out the Rolling Thunder, eats one in response, but the util is low. Here comes the Rocket. Physic on the backstab. Are they expecting the Sova to be here? He's only got a Spectre, and Brock goes back for the kill. Now the Rocket doesn't land, but Vic, full HP, fault line queued up and a flash available. Brock gonna hop onto the spike. Flash to come on through. The swing's there, only a Sheriff. The dink, it double dinks and finds the kill onto Brock. Now Nismo tries to hang on, but Vic can play the clock. No, he'll play the frags instead, and EXO will find their 9th.
What a round that we got to see. So back and forth. A couple missed shots, but at the end of the day, what matters is that EXO, they get to 9, and it was scary for them. They didn't have too much to work with, but in a 1v1 position towards long, That is all that they're going to need. What a good positioning. The information that was thrown early on by this attacking team to make sure it would always go their way. Nismo had so much pressure as well. He was about to go down regardless. Had to try to stick it. It's not going to be enough, but Koala Noob angry right at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, Koala, welcome back to the game, buddy. A bit quiet. Brock also doing a damn good job to try and keep Ghost Gaming into this one. And it's hard to miss when you just throw the pellets out there and you eventually make it work. And just like that, that's a different Ghost Gaming Dryad. Who are these guys? That is not who was here in the last round.
The back and forth between these two teams and the last share of shots to close such a quick round for Ghost. What is happening in this match? Things are getting crazy here. Those two towards Garage, these two towards C. The Proto, he's always the last one as well to make it happen. It had to be him. Only one round to close things and to get a little bit closer to that 9-9 again.
And I'm just like, I'm imagining just like a fun, dancey kind of jingle that's like, you just got a Proto. Because that is what a Proto is known for. Brock also known for sitting Empathy down in quite a few of these rounds. The 2 rounds previous, Brock was trying to hang on for the squad. He opens things up here in round 18 in Koala Noob. Good for another. The economy has been so awkward between these two teams, but if you're a Ghost Gaming fan, you're happy to see the operator in the hands of Koala Noob, and on the opposite side, still rifles, but 2 players down. Physic, not the healthiest Sova on the server. Well, I guess technically he is the healthiest Sova on the server. He's the only Sova on the server. Really backed myself into a corner there, Dryad.
Being the only one here as well with XOR, with the spike planted. 5 members on the other side. Trying to answer back. This plant towards B, the scary one. Miss Kuba should be good for another one here. The Sheriffs as well have been going insane for Big 2 to make things better in numbers for XOR. Another Thrifty, and again, this is a crazy map.
This is a crazy map. Ghost Gaming completely unaware that somebody would be pushing through Garage with that spike the way that it was. And although only grabbing 1 kill there, very close to finding the next. You saw Proto go into that, the Astral form to put down the Cosmic Divide and eventually gets backstabbed, or I think it was a backstab kill from Vic, who also at the same exact time was getting an Aftershock kill out towards A-Link. The chaos is where XOR thrive. And it doesn't matter if Ghosts get off to a good start. XOR find their way back on into it. And, well, to find their way onto a site, they've got a Rolling Thunder. They've got a lockdown. The hunt reveals nothing.
Goes, they really want an aggressive position here, but they're not going to risk their lives. They're going to play a little bit back in the meantime. Reacting to XOR, trying to catch them off guard on these angles. Trying to at least get a little bit of a crossfire.
On the turret just chipping away will finally go down. Not before Physic falls to the Phantom of a Proto. Scuba can use that last shrouded step just to cross throughout mid. Here comes the lockdown. What's the answer to it, though? This one, it's not completely going to clear out the site. Do XOR actually decide to push onto the C site with this ult here? Garage is clear from the shadows, back site, so the Omen will assume that position, and Ghost will look to back away. We have Rolling Thunders again to duel, and here it comes from the defensive side of things. Gonna be given right back, though, on the opposite side of Scuba. Backside from the ultimate, finds the first kill on Nismo. Flashed up as the Aftershock keeps the defense at bay for now. The fault line will stun up the Omen, but it might not matter because Vic is just taking everything that matters in his hands, and the round seemingly going that way as well, as Ghost Gaming back away to save their rifles.
The two teams have been getting louder and louder the more rounds that we get to see from them, and for XOR, the little bit of confidence that you get from those rounds, it is everything. As Ghosts, like you said, they just back up. They're going to try to keep those rifles because, you know, it's been really inconsistent for Ghosts on this map. And it is not only their results against other teams, but it's their rounds as well. where sometimes you see them playing aggressive, opening up picks and closing them out, and sometimes an answer is a difficult thing to get for Ghost. Another thing about consistency is that I've been talking about it. Koala Noob is an incredibly consistent chamber, but right now he hasn't been able to perform. He's getting cut down. He doesn't have any visibility as well. The smokes are always there on the other side to make sure that he cannot get away with the opening, especially when he has that operator that has been lost now so many times.
Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow. Koala Noob. First deaths are a bit higher than we're used to seeing for that player specifically. He got a couple of first bloods in the last few rounds, but has not been enough to turn the tides in Ghost's favor. I believe it's 3 rounds that separate these two teams, but momentum building for XOR to try and get us to a map 3. They want to see their first look on Breeze. I think Bind, Icebox, and Pearl, I don't know if they've played a Breeze yet coming into this specifically. So it's going to be a new look for us to see what they bring. Out of that timeout, we'll see what Ghosts have cooked up for the defense. I think there needs to be a conversation of, hey, how can we get Koala more in the mix?
Every single time that we've seen this team recently, it's Koala Noob opening up the kills, but again, he's just been struggling so much, and doesn't seem like it's only an individual performance kind of thing. It's just that XOR, they're really good at shutting him down early, and part of it is what we're looking at right now is Apathy being also able to match that aggression from that chamber on the other side.
And a slow look in this one out towards C-Long, though. Scuba's grabbed that space inside the cubby. We'll see what he can get done with it, if anything. Gonna back away, was maybe expecting some aggression. But respect given. XOR thinking maybe Ghost want to do something cheeky off that timeout.
There's always a lot of respect that we get to see, especially on the side of XOR towards Ghost. Just because Ghost sometimes will be pushing forward. We saw for a couple rounds towards mid, but now they need to push, play for that contact, and Koala Noob will get the best of Bones on the other side.
Yeah, good stun up into heaven. That'll push Koala Noob back, but he does get that kill onto the Killjoy. Epithy, however, postured aggressively, now inside the dark cover, so wants to play inside the grape to see if anybody from Ghost Gaming is going to push through that one. Not a Rolling Thunder, but an expect thing. The Nightfall comes through. Here comes Hunter Shuri, though, just to try and delay the players back towards the spawn. And Physic, usually good for a few, unfortunately only gets damaged this time around as Koala Noob collects his 2nd kill on the round. Empathy trying to battle back. They line up for him, and he'll knock down 3. Brock to trade it out and equalize, but he's going to fall to a shock dart, and Koala has to do it all. The paranoia once more. The operator in hand of the recon bolt just won't reveal, not in time. He hops on over, won't tap the spike, and Scuba sits him down. 12 rounds, and XOR want to go to Breeze.
One more round here for XOR to take us to Breeze for Ghost, and we got to see it this time around. Koala Noob, he opened up, he got a couple kills as well, but he was the last one alive, and he was all the way on the high ground, all the way towards heaven. There was no other support. You just have to drop, and when you're dropping, guess who you find? The low ground is Epathy looking for you. Now even having an operator because he's feeling confident about it. He's feeling aggressive. Ghost, it was a little bit of back and forth, but this is the round that XOR can close out.
Empathy and the catalyst for XOR on defense. Such a thorn in the side. And on the attacking side, showing up big when he has to. Vic also in those mentions as to who's been getting it done for this XOR attack. And this is an abysmal buy. Nismo playing close angles with the judge. Op shot doesn't land, but at the very least, they know where Epathy's playing with that.
There's an attempt here early on to see the Ghost. They want to play that aggression game once again, but they've fallen back to being very careful about the positioning here from XOR as they slowly push towards that C side where there's only an Astra to be found all the way back.
Yeah, Pro to the anchor. Gets stunned up, smokes come out, flash behind, Paranoia comes through, aftershock, can he sneak away from it? Nismo has a close angle, but can't quite find the kill. He gets a bit of damage to the Prowler, gonna force Physic back, and there it is, Blue in the kill feed as Ghost, a player ahead. They wanna try and hang on, it's John Cutie inside the Nebula smoke, leaves it all up to Scuba and taking down Bones. Backs away from the aftershock, a 1v2, Exor want Breeze, can Scuba get him there? He has to play the spike. 16 seconds left on the clock. Both players in that defender-sided spawn. He hops off for a second, now goes back to it. The push just around the corner, and they might give him the 1v1s. No, he's not fast enough. Tosses out the smoke, and now he plays default. A high-low. Brock will find the kill, and Ghost will hang on.
Ghost, on that strategy that we saw from them in so many maps, and especially very, very early on, where you see the trades coming through, you see them trying to fight back on the 1v2 as well, that they've lost against Exor, they've lost against Scuba multiple times throughout this map, even that pistol round that we saw early on. But now, for Ghost, they get to hang on. The question is for how long as Exor. You want to close it out. The operator gets lost, he goes to the other side, and Koala Noob has been struggling. This is when you punish Ghost. This is when you can take advantage once again for Exor, as once again they look for that setup that we've seen for the most part on the attacking team early on. They get a little bit of pressure towards A. They let you know they have multiple intentions here, and Physic could be the one that gets that early contact.
Yeah, it's the aggression out towards C long this time. Koala backs away. Not going to continue to hold that angle. FD, however, working his way into this B site, trying to buy out this utility. Taps onto the spike. No, a Proto gets punished for it. There's the op shot just behind it, though. Koala teleports to safety and will equalize. A 4v4 is where we land. A minute left on the clock. The spike is out towards mid. So is John Cutie. Up goes Epathy. Down goes Epathy. Koala trying to continue to keep it going for Ghost, and now only one remains at Scuba, but it's a whole lot harder this time around. A 1v2 in the last, make it a 1v4, and double digits found for Ghost, but they're not done yet.
Double digits, but 2 more rounds here to go. And the rounds of regulation if they want to make it to the overtime, if they want to try to attempt to close this map, but it's still going to be a long way to go, and that means rounds in a row that so far Ghost Gaming has been struggling to get what a shot as well. Koala Noob seems like he's slowly waking up from this map that was letting him down over and over again. Unfortunate timings. And now with 3 kills in that last round, he could play more, and this is the Ghost that I'd like to see.
Yeah, Ghost aggressive, sees nade. Finds nothing. Dash onto the B site once more. Exor trying to take this one quickly. They've had success in holding down this B site, and it's Epathy to get it started. A rifle in hand, Sheriff's behind him. Scuba goes in the back line, the reload from Brock, and he almost finds another good damage onto a Proto as Nismo comes on through. Showstopper on the shoulder. And again, a 3v3, the odds equalized. A Cosmic Divide available as well. The rocket comes through and finds some good damage. Are they expecting the player through Garage? He's the last one alive. But Vic has been so good for this squad. Unfortunately, the spike not planted for him. Will slowly creep on through. Spotted by a Proto, taken down. 3 kills on the round, and we go the distance here at Haven. The last round of regulation just ahead of us.
Taking advantage of those early win conditions for Ghost on this retake towards B. Most of the time, and it's most likely it will go the way of the defense, and they have made it work for a couple now in a row. Because of that, a timeout is activated on the other side, on the side of Exor, who were so close from closing it. And now could be slowed down by nobody else in Ghost Gaming. They're so close as well to make it to the overtime, and I feel like from all the games that I've seen this weekend, it would be one of the first overtimes as well that I've had to cover, so just makes sense. We approach the grand finals, things get a little more scary for everybody. No one wants to let go of those maps.
Yeah, we've seen some of those fake comebacks, those fake real comebacks.
Yeah.
But you and I personally haven't sat down and really enjoyed a good overtime.
That's true.
And we might get one. We might not, however, we will enjoy a good series. 3 maps is always the best you could hope for, and this is exactly the caliber of matchup we thought we would have As the clock ticks down, Trainer gets in the last words to his attacking team. And Ghost Gaming, they still have things to work with, right? Because they found those 2 kills, left it all up to Vic. They didn't have to use that Astral Divide, or the Cosmic Divide, excuse me. They now have the Nightfall available as well. And for Ghost, they work in tandem. Quick out towards A-Long. It's only Empathy all by his lonesome, though. Koala Noob, maybe a little lost in the sauce. Boombot to reveal. He steps on out. He rendezvous to safety, and Empathy survives. 1 HP, some way, somehow. The Jet's still alive, which means the Jet can still do damage. Nismo wants to go back to it, though. Smells the blood, wants to try and finish the kill. Instead, he'll play just a bit safer. 3 defenders lean out towards the A site. Koala, maybe it'll be him to finish out the frag. Koalas eat eucalyptus, it's poisonous. Baby koalas eat their mom's poop to be able to build up an immunity to the eucalyptus. Well, there it is. Koala right on through. The Jet player himself, he knows how it's going to happen, and he shoots through the smoke, finds a kill, but Bones closes one out, and Vic will find the next. Vic is doing everything he can whenever he gets a chance to drag Exor across the finish line. And a player ahead, the spike planted. Exor in a good spot.
And the Nightfall will be coming through as well. It's a 3v4 situation. Exor could close it out here, but Koala Noob and a Proto, they're going to respond back.
No way! Koala hits a crazy shot, make it 3 underneath. Koala does it all. He gets us to overtime just like that. Welcome to the server, Koala.
And we saw a couple multi-kills coming through for Koala Noob the rounds before, but this one is the best one that you can get. 4 kills for the round. Overtime that we get to see on the semifinals match between Exor and Ghost. Ghost could close this match in 2, but Exor, they're fighting with everything that they've got, and it seems like Ghosts are looking better and better. If you give them that momentum, they look terrifying to go against, and once again, Soar, they have to shut this down as soon as possible.
And you love to see it. Nismo up on his feet, dapping up the boys.
Yeah.
They've got a chance to close this one out in 2, but Exor, they won't go quietly into that good night. Ghost, they swap sides, now on the attacking side. Full util, full buy-up. Koala, maybe not having the most bullets in the Headhunter, but we'll see if they're needed. Opts into a rifle here in overtime. And they're quick, trying to split this C site. Owldrone gonna reveal some. It looked like a Judge just around the corner. Physic trying to go fishing here as Nismo goes up atop the box. Scoop in the close corner. 2 kills for him, but they get traded right back. Koala looks to hang on once more. All said and done, out towards the C site, we find ourselves in a 2v2 Dryad.
For Sword, they didn't know if it was going to be the full commitment into the side, but it was. That Jet was getting closer and closer to A, now having to go back with his teammate. But Ghost, they answered back at the end. 2 headshots will give them the advantage in overtime, and they make it at least 1 more to move forward with the grand finals.
And with the overtime, you do get those tactical timeouts reset. You get another one for yourself, and Exor gonna call that. Trainer trying to get in the mix.
I can't believe the Ghost, the Ghost that we saw towards the beginning of the map, that wasn't Ghost. This is actual Ghost Gaming. The one that we've seen over and over again throughout this tournament, the one that we know so well. They feel confident. Koala Noob fragging right and left, getting so many more opportunities. Not only him, it's everybody a little bit more connected this time around. But still need 1 more. And it can be a side where they had some troubles. They were being read by Exor over and over again. So there's so much pressure. That's why you get the tactical timeout. You need to slow down this Ghost Gaming, or the entire match would go their way.
And you see the players really just drinking it in, right? Nobody's lips moving. It's just the coaches talking there. Kaplan going, Trainer going. What a game, what a series we've had thus far. Obviously, for Ghost, they would like to get done in 2. They still have, both of these teams quite possibly still have another series on the other side. For Exor, and I think for the fans here at the venue, we would like to see a bit more out of these 2 teams. Once more on the attacking side, XOR, the quick out towards A. Epathy gonna walk his way through. Shrouded step to join him from Scuba.
And they're still going to play careful. They know the fade and the raise are a little bit closer. The drone is only going to confirm it too.
And Epathy looking to just get right on in there. He did not need to use the dash elsewhere, so he does it here on the site, and he picks up 2 kills. A backstep, finds a third, another dash available. Here come the knives. And XOR, they're not done just yet. A Proto and Koala, the only 2 alive for Ghost against 5 strong of XOR to try and close it out right here, right now, where Proto finds the first. Epathy, Windblade shower in hand. A right click is all it'll take. Recalls on the stars. The right click goes wide to Proto. Steals the life away from the Jet. And this one looks doable. Koala with the operator. He's glass cannon on this. The Proto wants some more. But Vic and Scuba want to keep playing. 13-13 we go again.
And for a second, it looked like a Proto was going to take that spotlight from Epathy that we got to see early on, but there's no chance. Not when you're going against this Jet. And when you're going against Epathy, that allows the side of XOR to live for 1 more overtime here, 2 more rounds in a row. The first advantage, it was won by Ghost, and things evened up. Now XOR, it is their chance to see if they can get ahead on the defensive side.
The Epathy aggression, signature to this XOR defense. I think maybe spotted a barrel. Koala not gonna give up enough just yet. This should be enough though. Koala falling early, and we know that this is the recipe for success for XOR Dryad.
Every single time Epathy getting the first blood, and especially into Koala Noob, it's a good opportunity for them. But towards that A side, there was another fight going on, and Nismo gets the best of it.
And a Proto quick. He's safe, drops the stars, pops him on out, and now the A side's been taken. All 4 members on the top side of the map for XOR here in the retake.
Everyone here playing together as well. It is so risky for this retake on the side of XOR. Because they took the first advantage, they made it even after, and they would like to get this one too.
No way, the drop from heaven, it gets weird for just a second. Nismo trying to get his hands on the round, but he just can't grasp it quite yet. Scuba now tries to hang on, but it won't be enough. He finds 1 of 2, and Ghost again. They reclaim the lead here in overtime.
The positioning for trades every single time, Ghost, they have them on point, and that round was not any different, especially for that 1v2. When things get a little more scary for Ghost, they're able to take advantage once again. 1 more for them to move to the grand finals, and they're so close, they can taste it. XOR would have to win this round, 2 more. And the next map is a long way to go, and they have to take it step by step here. Koala Noob wants to play aggressive here with the operator towards A.
Yeah, Koala with the op. Glass cannon again here on defense. Feeling comfortable with that? Nismo plays a tight angle here in Garage, and it's one of the scariest players on the other side in Epathy. Also waiting to receive. Smokes come down, dash comes through, Nismo narrowly escapes. The Boombot won't find too much. The paint shells, however, are queued up, but nobody's looking to split just yet. It's noise inside Garage. XOR now looking to cut it and back away.
The respect as well given for both of the teams. We've seen so many aggressive plays from XOR, from Ghost. But this round is different with 50 seconds. XOR, they're gonna have to make a decision here. And it was that information game towards the beginning. It's the owl drone that we saw, making sure that no one was pushing from that A side. But it seems like XOR, they'll go back to the comfort of B. That has worked a couple times for them. It could work once again.
Yeah, very rare that we don't see this site take work, but stuns come through, aftershocks follow, sees. And unfortunately for Physic, stuck in place for just a second, but he survives. Paint shells comes out, we'll see if he lands or manages to stay alive there. No, it's a shot's on through. Nismo goes up top, and Epathy can't answer to it. It's blue in the kill feed, and it's all up to Scuba once more, but Ghost will do it. They battle back from the depths, and they find themselves in the grand finals.
It took 2 overtimes and a massive comeback for Ghost to close up a Haven that was looking so back and forth. They had trouble with it yesterday. They changed the composition. They changed the play style. And they move to the grand finals. Ghost, a team that we expected to make it very, very far in the tournament, and they just did that.
And they just did that. A tough loss for XOR.
So close.
But a series that delivered in so many ways the strength of these players. Dryad, obviously, we get a peek at our stats at the end. And as I said in the middle of that one, Vic doing everything he could to try and get his team across the finish line. During that comeback, 8-9, I believe, at one point. As we catch Vic in the clutch. One of many for this player. But still a chance at a third place finish. This is almost one where you kind of just got to let the music roll and watch the highlights. This was...
I'm sweating here. I'm just sweating. My hands are sweating from watching the absolute insane comeback that we just witnessed on the side with Ghost. I remember we saw it was match point. We saw it was 9 rounds for Ghost. And after that, they started getting more and more aggressive, more comfortable with this game. Part of it was the support with a 4K that Qualinoob was able to get, but it was also a Proto and how much he was supporting his teammates with that utility. It was a little bit of everything, and that is what makes Ghost so good. You can always count on every single one of these players to clutch up and to come back from a match like this one.
Well, and again, just kind of the experience, right? In Qualinoob, a little bit slower of a start, was really struggling to try and figure out how to play around both the defensive side of XOR and on the attacking side. But when it mattered most, right, tightened up the bootstraps and got it done. Qualinoob really a huge catalyst towards the end of that one. Obviously, you'd be remiss if you didn't mention a Proto and what he brought to the table for this squad.
Absolutely.
All of Ghost Gaming really doing
every
their darndest.
Single one of them. It's insane how well-rounded this team is. It's a team that everyone had and has high expectations for, and they always deliver you with really good results. Like you said, when one of the teammates is having a slower start, you can still count on everybody else to make it up and to make it even until you're feeling back in the game. It's so nice to see.
And Ghost, a lot of main stage time. A lot of main stage time. And it continues, their main stage time. They're not done just yet, as they'll be, I believe that first map just finished between, I'm going to try to get that up for us here because I was not ready for this. My iPad was all over the place. TSM Academy, one map up over Sonics. That map was Fracture. And you know, it's funny because I actually had it pulled up here in the corner, but it's on the break and I can't. It's too small. I can't read it, unfortunately. But that one should be coming up here pretty soon. It looks like they're headed out towards Bind. But some time to kind of rest. I think much needed rest for Ghost Gaming to kind of just take a second, breathe, shake it out a little bit. It'll be the third or fourth interview I think we've got with these guys. I believe we have one coming for you before they jump into the grand finals. I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of push past the interview and just say, hey, let's just let them, do their thing and prep for the grand finals.
They also, I mean, I was just realizing this. It was a 2-0, but it felt so long because of that last map, right? So if it felt long for us, can you imagine for Ghost as they have to kind of reset, get ready for this grand finals? They get a little break while the other match is done, but it's insane how much they have to do, and it seems like this is a team they love the pressure. When they are under pressure, that is when you see them doing crazy plays. It was 2 runs in a row. It was thrifties back and forth, and they were able to shine a little bit brighter than the enemy, so.
Yeah, and I liked that. It seemed like both of these teams enjoyed that, right? And it really was a 50-50. Sometimes we get the aggression out of heaven, and it goes the way of Ghost. Other times they line up, and Epathy would just mow them all down. But unfortunately for XOR, they will have to try again for that third, fourth place match to try and grab the lion's share down there. And as for Ghost Gaming, they move on to the grand finals. Unfortunately, the man of the hour, I think, Qualinoob, who flipped the script back and forth between the start of the game and the latter half of the game. He's standing by for an interview. Take it away, guys.
What's up, everybody? Marks here, and I am joined by Qualinoob from Ghost Gaming. Big congratulations there. Things are looking a little bit dicey, but you guys won it out 2-0. How you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm very excited, but my heart's pounding.
No, big congratulations, honestly. It was looking a little bit dicey, but like I said, you guys came back. So what was the moment in Haven when you started to realize, wait a second, we can do this. We can pull this off. We can 2-0 XOR.
I think I got to give it to my coach, Cap. We weren't playing like how we were at the beginning. Everybody was scared. Like, we knew we were scared. Like, we were like, guys, swing, swing. Nobody's swinging to trade. Like, they were getting a lot of first bloods on us, and we were never getting the trade. Cap called a timeout, and he was like super fucking hard on us. Sorry.
That's okay.
He was just really hard on us, and he was just telling us like, guys, this isn't like. He was just like, he was helping us out. He was giving us like ideas of what to do as well. And then once we started getting a few rounds in, like we were like, okay, yeah, like we could do this. Like it's easy.
Yeah, yeah, and on top of that too, you know, we get down to the overtime. Things are looking a little bit dicey on that very last round, but somehow you guys pulled that out. What was the comms like as you guys were figuring out, like, this is it?
The comms were pretty hectic. Like compared to other games, like they were really hectic. Like there was a lot of stuff happening. Like they had a comp that just is annoying with like breach util Sova dart. It's a little bit different because the meta's a little changed, so we don't see Sova that much often anymore. So when the dart's coming in, everything, like we're just trying our best to like make it as calm as possible. But I think they were overall not bad. I think we were doing a pretty good job handling it.
Okay, and my final question, you know, I see the mouse pad. How much is that actually helping you out here? I gotta ask.
Oh, it's giving me a massive buff. It's helping me out so much.
Every time you look down, you know, it's helping those flex, right?
Yeah, I know. It hypes me up.
Absolutely.
Shout out UKM.
Thank you so much, Qualanoob. Do you have anybody you would like to shout out before we end this interview?
My entire family that like is watching in the Twitch chat, and Katie.
Okay, thank you so much. And once again, big congratulations. You're going to finals.
Yeah.
I'll see you over there.
Yep,
and
thank you.
now we are just going to be thrown to a break, but don't go anywhere because we will have the finals as soon as we figure out what is happening with the B stream. So we'll see you on the other side.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like what is this? People hitting each other for fun? And look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
I was dealing with all these things and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine. And there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
Yeah, what's going on, amigos? We back on the couch with me, it's Rab, and we got Ghost Gaming. Y'all been out here tearing up the entire LAN like 3 days in a row. What makes you so sexy? Start out. One word.
Aggressive.
Okay, but what's your name, my brother?
My name's Gianfranco, or in-game Qualanoob, and I'm the Chamber and Jet player.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Hi, I'm John Curry. I'm the IGL for the Ghost Gaming.
Oh yeah, but what makes you sexy, John?
Maybe the hair.
Hello, I'm Kaplan. I'm the coach of Ghost Gaming, and it's definitely my massive masculine assertive coaching energy.
100%.
My name's Alex, or Proto. I play controller for Ghost Gaming, and it's probably my mustache.
Yes, it is. 100% it is. Do you feel bad for your opponents that you won't even give them a round to breathe, bro?
Yeah, I don't think they're like that good. So I mean, it's just pretty easy.
Damn.
Well, we usually try to finish fast, so we go eat.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest motivation for us.
Okay.
We say American burger, and the half is over. Pretty much it.
We definitely make some mistakes and give our opponents chances to win the game, and if they can't do it, it's their problem.
I don't feel bad about it.
If you were to give advice to me on how to get a Sweaty to DM me back, what would you say?
Say you're radiant.
I'm not radiant, bro.
You
Look
can
at me.
you can
What?
lie. You can lie.
So as long as I'm radiant, she'll DM me back. You sure?
That's not true. I'm sorry. That's false hope.
Do you have a Twitter check mark?
No.
Oh.
Damn, that's tough. To her, you're the unofficial 6-man for Ghost Gaming. That will do the job.
I can say that?
As long as you just talk about your normal casting and not how you cast League of Legends, I think you'll be good. You don't want her knowing you know anything about League. That's just
You're right. I can't have anybody knowing that I play League of Legends, bro. I'm also friends with your elusive manager, Creed. Now, is Creed actually a raccoon?
Some days I actually think he is, yeah. It feels like it, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he is. Or like he's like half raccoon, half human, at least.
How does that happen?
He is half raccoon and half talent and acquisition specialist.
I didn't hear the question again. I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
Your manager, Creed, I'm friends with him. And I want to know, is he actually a raccoon?
That's a secret. I feel like everyone here can't be giving that out, you know?
Wow.
Hello, my name is Joseph Joba Barker. I play for DNative. I tried out Valorant because it came out during COVID, and I slowly climbed up the ranks. Someone invited me to a team, and it just started from there. As meta changes, I originally started as a Sentinel player, but now I've moved on more to like KO breach roles, just to the meta. I have good chemistry with the team, so it doesn't really matter how the meta changes, we still play well. We have a teammate called Adder, and every other sentence he says includes Adder. Like, wow, Adder, nice play, Adder, and it doesn't even have to be him. We do co-IGL, like the whole team, they all give input and ideas on what we see during the rounds. It really helps our IGL out. So like, he doesn't call blindly. Like, I feel like the team really does have a lot of input in how we play. The competitive LAN circuit, I really liked how the qualifiers are, like online qualifiers and get points. And then if you do grind enough and you do well enough, then you can play in the LAN like here. I want to end up as one of the best professionals, and this is a good gateway to opening myself, like networking and such. Big organizations see who play in these tournaments and how they perform. It's a way to express yourself and get out there. My name is Joba from DNative, and you're watching Nerd Street Champs.
relationship.
Yo, who the heck? Scam likely. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat this shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OT to drive and I'm trying to go out with the crew in style and we bout to go in. I bet on myself. Give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell by people who hate it and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop. That's from the box state to the east side to the coast. I'm catching every fade, talking every day till they mention Jay with the go. I take the grave shift on the pavement when I say this. Listen close. I gotta get it when using these minutes and that's on the rain, hail, sleet, and snow. Talking it, I ain't hearing you. Just let your words move and turn it physical. Your rhetoric is cheap and very typical. Was hoping that the capping was a minimal. Jalen start to rap, he turn it spiritual. The gift internally go put some fear in you. We never worry, see, cause what the spirit do. I'm seeing hard work and you see a miracle. I do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Ay, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me.
My name's Apex. I play for Wolfwood.
My name is Mark. I'm Nismo. I play for Ghost Gaming Valorant.
Hi, I'm Anderson, and I play for Nearest Airport.
My name's Killer Miller, and I'm playing for Wolfwood.
I am Kaplan, and I am the coach of Ghost Gaming.
What's your favorite Valorant moment as a player?
You know what? It'd have to be watching Ye play. Sentinels was watching him play on Icebox against a team, and he was just abusing Chamber like crazy. And they were like, what do you do against that? And the answer is nothing, because it's Ye start, and it's Chamber.
What is it about LAN that really gets you going?
I think it's everyone screaming, all the hype with everyone, and just being with my teammates and playing together on LAN.
Definitely just the energy with your own teammates, being able to get the fist bumps going, you know, the eye contact, look at them in the eye when I call the timeout. Let them know I'm pissed.
Just kind of like the energy of everybody being here. It's a phenomenal environment, and just happy to finally put a face to a name with all these people that I'm meeting.
What gets you, I guess, hyped for LAN? Like, kind of get you in the zone? Is there anything different when you come to events like this that you change specifically?
Kind of the energy. Being able to talk at LAN finally. Because online doesn't really matter, but in LAN, the best way to talk, in my opinion, is let them run their mouth, and then when you beat them, just give them the handshake, and then just go, that was easy.
You're filling in for Wolfwood, right? So how was that yesterday? You got some main stage time. How was that?
Yeah, it was great. It's my first LAN, so it was really cool to actually have my first stage time be a win, so that was sick. So it's been really fun. I'm excited for today, and we have some good players to play, so.
With this being your first LAN, what's your warm-up ritual? Was there anything different coming into the studio yesterday and kind of warming up and getting ready for it?
Not really. The biggest thing was trying to get in the zone because like obviously this is the first time like traveling to like a big city like this and like for LAN specifically, and so like it was a lot of just things going on. We had to wake up way earlier than usual, so the biggest thing was really just getting in and getting comfortable. Obviously it was really new with the white noise, super loud. I don't know if you put the headsets on. It's really loud. That was new to me too, and I also like didn't bring in-ears, so I had to have these like they had pandas on. They were $10 at CVS, but they worked and we won. So. Maybe that's the secret.
Hey, that's the secret right there. Get some janky in-ears. It works every single time, says Killer Miller. Well, I'm going to let you be. I'm going to let you enjoy your strawberry acai refresher with lemonade, right? Hey, that's my drink, too. That is my go-to drink.
Finals not only from the casting standpoint, but from our gameplay standpoint as well. You thought you'd be coming back to the grand finals. You are incorrect in assuming so. I'm time to late. This is Marks. We're back here for the semifinals. It's TSM Academy taking on a very staunch defense. And hold up, I need to emphasize this.
I'm holding up.
Sonics are here. Twice over because the Sonics car is over there and because they're playing in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? The car buff might actually be helping us out, but you never know. We are in the semifinals, though. Oh, hey, there we go. We got car cam going on.
Let's go.
I mean, technically that's the wrong game, but
close enough.
You know what? Yeah, it's like game adjacent. Look at that logo. The logo actually for Sonics does look really nice. I'm actually a pretty big fan of it. But yeah, like you said, Time to Light, we do have TSM Academy going up against Sonics, and the winner of this one, they advance
into the grand finals, fighting for $25,000 up against a very dominant Ghost Gaming. But the Sonics, this is technically their home venue. They share the building here with local hosts. So you could say, are they a little bit more comfortable than their opponents?
I mean, this sounds like one of those questions where it's like, you know, do you get the home field advantage? You're playing in your house, you're bringing the enemy team over here. But at the same time, this is Valorant, you know, like technically it is online, but maybe there's some sort of like, I don't want to say holy spirit, maybe the gamer spirit. There we go.
Well,
I just invented some lore.
If you're looking to be a little bit more comfortable or, I suppose, retaining your home field advantage, we could be looking at map selection or game selection, or even, depending on the agents you choose into the map, that could be the question that remains. This is our map selection, by the way, as Sonics picked it up 13-9. They did pick the map. They lost the map. We go to Bind as our second. It is TSM Academy's map selection. Haven a third, should it be required. But Bind, here for the Sonics, they had just played up against Teal Seam, but they didn't play Bind in that series.
No, and honestly, I am genuinely curious. TSM are in a position right now to just kind of be like, goodbye, Sonics, and then move on forwards. They won map number 1, and like you said, map number 2 is Bind, TSM's pick. And already taking a look at these compositions, this is pretty standard stuff coming out from Sonics. But I will say TSM, they're bringing in Rebo on the Viper. And personally, I'm a very big fan of Viper on Bind.
I am too. But I think it looks like, at least from face value, double controller setup, which I am a massive proponent of when you're not bringing in that double initiator. If you are running anything other than double initiator, I like double controller. Double sentinel always puts you in an awkward position. Double duelist really never, ever at all works. It's just something that makes a little bit more sense because it allows you to control the map and control how you take engagements. That is indeed the call here for TSM Academy. They're also bringing in that double initiator composition, so it's an odd selection where they don't have a chamber, they don't have a killjoy either, but it is Bind, so it's not completely out of the question. It's odd. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, and also, too, I want to highlight the Omen pick coming in from TSM Academy. ZK playing Omen. We've seen a lot of really good Omen play throughout this entire tournament. I actually think that this is a really good pick, especially, too, with how Bind is kind of built. In that sense, I mean specifically, everything is a little bit more closer quarters. And Paranoia, you can catch so many people. You catch them off in hookah. You catch them off in showers. That's going to be a lot of value. Just allow for the rest of your team to be able to move in, and that is easy pickings left, right, and center.
Notably center twice over, considering you have B mid and A mid here in Bind.
Just all the mid.
You split mid. Is it left, center, and right? Or is
yes.
This like the over 40 softball where you have 4 outfielders?
Yeah, I agree.
Sports references.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move
Sports
on.
ball.
Marks doesn't understand.
I play volleyball. That's about it.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what a setter is.
Good enough. We'll move on. Sonics do start off on the defensive side. TSM Academy, they start off on this attack. Now, their attack has to be quick, especially up against this double initiator. If they don't get into the site quickly and then establish what they need with their double controller setups, that double initiator will really tear them apart, considering not only is there information in the terms of the fade, but there is those flashes available in terms of the breach as well.
And if you are Sonics, then this begs to ask the question, do you try and use your utility, specifically that initiator utility, to deny TSM space to get onto site?
Exactly.
Or do you just hold it in your back pocket so that when you play that retake, you can almost re-engage onto the site? I think that's honestly going to spell the pace of this game, but look at that, already a great paranoia coming through. That's going to flush it out and a lot of information given. A good combo of utility being tossed out on the back of that A site.
It's an odd scenario, though. They've split A to the point where they've split the defense rather than really splitting the site itself. They have somewhat of Shower's control on the defensive side, but that is even being torn apart with a Viper coming in through main. They don't clear the Vents corner, though. A first for Sim. Not a second, though. Rooney will get that refrag, but Rebo, looking to pressure in, will do so properly and allow Shank to go down quickly. With a few refrags, though, from Rooney on the site specifically, Sonics have brought it back. An immediate 2 versus 2 as TSM Academy not only has the spike, but a whole lot of time to work with.
Yeah, it is down to 2v2, though, and that's not exactly how TSM were hoping that this one was going to be working out. We are seeing that Crunchy is going to be starting to move around, make their way over to that B site instead. And this might actually give the numbers advantage to TSM. They're really just taking their time, but also, too, that Viper wall fuel is right back up, so they will be able to deploy that, and that should give them positioning onto A and at least secure a plant.
It's a real 2 versus 1, and with that Viper wall and the toxic screen up, they have all the omniscience that they need on this far side. The haunt, no, it doesn't land, but it doesn't need to. Rooney, with that spray through, does hit the headshot. A 1 versus 2 now for Rebo. They will throw their own Poison Cloud forward to try and create a little bit more space for themselves. But really, you're starting to see Sonics play together, and they want to play this as a team.
Absolutely. They're going to deploy the Poison screen. Rebo will be able to see one, but Rooney just kind of comes out, goes, hey, it's a nice head you have. Would be a shame if somebody shot it. And that's going to be the end of the round. Thank you for the pity laugh there. Maybe just a pity chuckle. But Sonics, they take the first pistol round here. Once again, up against TSM Academy, who just won the last round. If Sonics lose this, they're going to be sent home. TSM Academy looking to take this 2-0.
Well, not technically home. They'll be sent back to the pit where they have to play a third-place game with the B-Stream. Right. But at max, you win $7,500 instead of at max winning $25,000.
Yeah, you gotta go big, though, you know?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is a lot of money. I wish I had that much money. Regardless, I digress. We're going to be moving into round number 2 here. Very interesting. TSM Academy, they're not giving it up just quite yet. They're going to be buying up as well Spectres and a Stinger in their hands, hoping to completely catch Sonics off guard. I'm going to be honest with you, I think it might just do that.
Sim with his aggression. Does look like they are sitting below. Enjoy waiting for this push to come through. The spray misses, though, twice over. They will be able to rendezvous away. Sim has absolutely no idea where the chamber has run off to, or in this case, teleported off to. ZK caught with a Prowler, though. Information given over. But TSM, they do not care. The aggression's there, as is the C's. The C's not finding all that much, though, as a double is there. ZK and Sim with a kill each. Rebo even checking into the fray. It seems like it's all down to just Shang. A 1 versus 4. Not gonna happen there for the breach. 1-1 as it stands, as you finally start to see TSM Academy look good on that attacking side.
And that's the thing, too. They completely caught Sonics off guard. They were like, oh, you know, you're going to have a couple of pistols. We can just kind of overpower you. We have submachine guns. Our guns go burr just a little bit faster, more bullets in the clip as well. Not going to be the case. So, TSM Academy also had Spectres as well. They just flew themselves onto the site, just completely took over, dominated, and Sonics were left confused as to what had just happened. Good stuff from TSM Academy. They are going to be going for the bonus here. Sonics, meanwhile, going to be a little bit warier. They do have 4 of their agents, though, onto that B site, which might be good at slowing this down.
You can actually see the team in the window. That was actually Crunchy who died on your screen in the PIP. And with a blast pack. Rooney is killed with a blast pack. I did not have that on my Nerd Street Champs Finals bingo card.
To be fair, that was because of the snake bite, which made the vulnerable, so
True,
you do take
but
more damage.
still.
I know.
I don't think they're going to clear this. Hold up. Shonk finding one. A
Honk.
second. A flick for a third.
Shonk.
Looking to lock them all down. It's 3 down for TSM Academy. A 1 versus 3, as it seems to be a theme. ZK left alone. A Spectre in hand, yes, but with those SMGs retrieved, makes their job exponentially more difficult.
Oh, absolutely massive from Shonk. We've seen Shonk kind of frag out all day, and honestly, it is usually when that Spectre is, sorry, not Spectre, Sheriff is in hand. So good at getting those headshots. Immediately, it just completely devastates TSM.
Waiting inside of Hookah. Information given over as the rendezvous is indeed destroyed. The paranoia, though, is not going to hit anything. They will Shrouded step into their own dark cover, but they don't land it perfectly. The information there with the one-way smoke established. They will try and use that Shrouded step back into Hookah. I don't know if the information was there. Apparently it was. Shog with a 4K. They retrieve the Vandal for said 4th, and the Sonics find a thrifty round of their own. Each team winning a round they probably shouldn't have off the back of masterful gunplay.
Oh, we're getting the replay of Shonk's 3K there. Didn't even need that final headshot onto Sim, but just got that for good measure. Who else but Shonk to come up massive with that Sheriff?
Chonky,
able to rescue the vacuum, the Vandal, a vacuum, what the heck? The Vandal, and make that one so much more easier for them. Now TSM Academy are going to be the ones on the back foot. Don't know if they're going to be able to buy up all of their weaponry. They will have rifles, but it's going to be a little bit thin for some of their members. We're looking at Venture only having a Ghost online. So Sonics have the gun advantage here, and they have the ultimates to pad that out as well.
Showstopper available, though, here for TSM Academy. They can work with that. And, again, we talked about this on the B stream about 2 hours ago, but it's really a zoning tool. It's very useful in terms of lethality, but it's really a zoning tool. You can see them disperse as soon as it is brought forward. Unfortunately, the C's landing, the shot in towards Heaven, it doesn't land. It misses just barely and lands towards the back side of that Heaven wall, meaning while, yes, it zoned a little bit, finding no damage is less than ideal. The spray from Pure R does find a first, a swing for a second as well, but an immediate refrag. Doubled up at that. They will have to reload their Sheriff in the bench position. Shonk forced off the angle. The re-engagement, however, here. The Sonics establishing themselves on the site once more, and TSM Academy with time on the clock. What do?
Panic. No, not necessarily that. I mean, Rebo only has 5 HP. Does have this Phantom, but I don't know how much value you're going to get out of it. Sim still feeling pretty confident with this Sheriff. Looking for an opportunity to
30 seconds left.
make something happen. It seems like they still are committed to this A site. They're just going to wait it down. And also, too, that 30-second counter is actually massive because that's usually when you hear teams aggress. And because TSM Academy waited just a little bit longer, some of the members of Sonic started to rotate over to B.
Haunt not going to find any early information. Sheriff missing every single shot, and Rooney will find the headshot required. 1 versus 3 still here for the Viper, and after being seen by the Haunt and caught by the trademark, there's literally nothing they can do. 0 seconds on the clock now. They will lose. I think best case scenario there, you have 2 different options. Number 1, you take the teleporter and immediately go to B, play for a post plant and hope that you send yourself in. Number 2, you drop that Phantom possibly over towards your Raze that does have 85 HP and look for a headshot yourself with that Sheriff. 1 shot, 1 kill. You pray it does indeed come through. And honestly, there's a third option of just then switching the rifle and then going B. They do none of those 3 and lose.
Nope, unfortunately. So, you know what? To be fair, though, TSM, they had an extremely scattered buy. So, you're trying to do the best that you can, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough to steal the round away. And now TSM Academy are going to be back onto a little bit of a broken buy, but honestly, kind of the same case as Sonics. Doesn't matter, though. Enjoy with that Spectre. Playing a nice, close, and personal Sim is already down. It's good paranoia, though, to at least force a bit of positioning in Hookah.
Sim just used the boombot to clear out the close left corner of Hookah and then cleared it manually themselves and died to the part of Hookah their Roomba didn't clear. Of course, we have that X-ray vision, so we know they probably shouldn't have done that, but it's one of those situations where you say, you could have done this, you could have done this. Again, would have, could have. Not always the case. Enjoy does find one as they swing off the back of that C's. Well, yes, the C's misses. It's enough of a distraction to force them back and be able to find that kill. Enjoy looking to swing off that sound cube.
No
Eventually
way.
a headshot, dropping the chamber. A 1 versus 4 now for ZK. Again, a 1vx for the Omen. Unfortunate.
Yeah, ZK, the last person left standing, does have the Sheriff. I don't know if this is going to be enough. Has to come up absolutely massive or at least find another weapon. to make sure that this is going to be possible, especially with Crunchy just watching down there, but ZK actually wins that duel out.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. No spike in hand, but just looking for some frags.
Certain economic damage can be done. The question is anything past that with that fault line landing. The answer almost certainly no. They do have From the Shadows. They could get the spike down over towards the A side should the opportunity arise. It's not going to happen. A well-placed set of paint shells across towards ZK's positioning inside of Gardens will cut down the Omen and remove the possibility of whatever clutch could have been. It does not.
Yeah. I mean, hey, especially too if the Omen's going to be playing around that smoke. Just toss the paint shells in there, flush him out. He's either going to have to run forwards or run backwards. Regardless, wasn't even enough time for him to be able to do that. So, just like that, Sonics take the lead 4-1. 3 ultimates online for TSM Academy. They've got that Viper's Pit and that Nightfall. I genuinely think that could be really good as engagement tools. They go on quick. They're able to take the site, deploy the pit, and then use the Nightfall on the post plant in order to shut them down. But Crunchy cannot be stopped, just walks right forward and takes Harmful right out.
What a well-placed haunt. And the aggression down B long in order to push off of that information is near perfectly timed there for the Sonics. They find another opening kill, and they really are looking to take bind. Now, reminder, this is TSM Academy's map pick, yet Sonics are playing it like they chose it on their own. Enjoy has had their trademark destroyed, but with that toxic screen still up, there's no information as to the Viper's position, or really if it's even a Viper.
Rebo still hanging out in lamps. Waiting for a little bit more aggression here. Shock! Sorry, said the name wrong. Doesn't matter though. We'll take the headshot any day. Rooney still up into heaven, gonna use the Prowler. Gets a little bit of information that someone is in showers though. Shock's watching that angle. Shoots through the boxes, but actually gets dinged up himself.
Oh no, and they're rotating over towards A, thinking there's only one, maybe 2 players here, and they're incorrect in assuming so. I don't think Venture's going to clear above them either. If you see this chamber swing around, you'll see Enjoy can find a free kill, but is still holding down A main. They should be able to find that first, but Venture still yet to turn around. Will still find a kill. A second there for Enjoy, a 2-for-2 trade in the overall engagements, but it looks like ZK's walking straight into the pit, that being one of despair. 2 players wait for his arrival on the B side. A near perfect crossfire established, about 190 degrees as well. You have to turn around in those engagements. You can't.
No.
Unfortunate, he dies.
Yeah, and now Sonics are going to have quite a few ultimates of their own online. Orbital Strike, that's going to be really good to counter out that Viper's Pit, at least drive her out. Have a couple members around, you can really swing off of that one, but yeah, look at this. Crunchy, starting out the round, Sonics continue to get those first bloods, and I think it really puts a damper on TSM's attack. They're so much more scared to move in with knowing that they're already down 1 member. So, see how this round plays out this time. It's going to be TSM Academy with a gun disadvantage. We're seeing the Sheriffs back again. They have to get themselves out of this, otherwise we're just going to keep seeing more Sheriffs.
It's a unfortunate cycle of buy, save, and I think it's going to be another buy, but after a round loss. Clean shot from Rooney off the back of early information. The Sky Smoke a little bit late there for the defensive side, but it ended up being beneficial. They ended up seeing that outline, the silhouette, if you will, and finding the kill off the back of it. Another opening duel goes the way of the Sonics. Now, in this round, you'd expect that, considering they do have the weapon advantage. It is relative save for TSM Academy, but it's still unfortunate.
Now Rooney watching long.
Find you.
A good cross angle set up by Pure R. Pure R going to go for the swing actually off the fault line. Buzz find 1, but gets traded back. ZK, though, took a lot of damage. The collateral there, harmful, finding Enjoy's head. Not going to be enjoying that one today, sir. And now the Dark Cover is going to be launched as well. The Prowler going to be sent in to try and get some information for it. But, oh, hey, the Prowler apparently can teleport too. I didn't know that, but now that I think about it, it makes a lot of sense.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Damn.
I can teleport faster than you. I don't know. Heaven held, Nightfall thrown forward, with the Viper's Pit on top of this site. It doesn't land, just barely it misses. A null command as well, looking to retake as a whole and lock down this retake, but they take out Rebo. Well placed off the back of that fault line. They can push forward and continue with this aggression. Harmful with that operator. It's a 1 versus 2 as Shock is left alone. It's not going to happen as Harmful continues to land the shots they need. The operator lands a thrifty round for TSM Academy. They not only find opening duels, they retrieve the rifles and push off of them. TSM Academy starting to come back, and they call a timeout just to make sure they know what they want to do into this first full real gun round that you think TSM Academy has a shot at.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, too, fact that Harmful was able to keep that operator alive, never mind the fact that Harmful actually made that one work, so close range, null command activated. It was such an expensive round for Sonics. Sonics invested so many ultimates in there, and all TSM really used was the null command as well as the Viper Spit. And personally, I think Sonics maybe wanted to hold on to that for the next round because it was looking like it was going their way. But still, good job from TSM Academy. They were able to draw so much out, grab a couple of rifles, and also take the round away. So they're looking like they're on the ups now. Time to invest. TSM stocks going up. I don't know if that's true or not.
I think it's time to delay, not time to invest.
Okay, well, TTI, yeah, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue as easy as TTL. Huh. Oh, you're so proud of yourself for that one.
Oh, no, it's bad. Quick explanation for all of you wondering, hey, why isn't this game on stage? This was originally on the B stream, but our game on the main stream was so very quick, we decided, hey, we can put this one on the main stream. They are still playing in the pit. It's also not being shown in the venue for competitive integrity reasons that only make sense. So not as much of a crowd, unfortunately, but still a LAN match, still playing about 20 meters from one another, give or take, and TSM Academy still losing.
Yeah, and we do have some venue cams set up as well, so every now and then you'll see the little cut in. You might
That's
be
why
like,
you see them
oh,
all the
little
way over
computer
there.
over there. What's going on? Well, that's actually the players in the current match, just kind of doing their things. So now, TSM Academy, coming back from this timeout, it looks like they're looking at that A site. They've started to realize that B is not that easy to hold onto. And on top of that, too, they were successful in their attack on A, but had ultimates to really help that one out. See how they want to do this engagement this time. They are moving in through showers and have that Nightfall available. Venture might use it to start us off and really flush out the back members of the site.
Nightfall used now for this attacking side. They want to initiate onto the site early on. No hearing, however, for that breach who will fall. A double there for Sim as they continue to aggress in through lamps and around towards the vent position. As they open up the site, they also open up TSM Academy's chances of picking this one up early. The Nightfall, however, has dissipated, the effects falling away. Sonics, however, looking to re-aggress as quickly as humanly possible as they need to get onto this site.
Spike is now down, time ticking down. Sonics under pressure. Not that great song. ZK adding a little bit more. Crunchy falls down, but Enjoy trades it right back. ZK down 2v4 scenario.
They're running.
And yeah, they're just going to get out of here. Doesn't matter though. TSM Academy taking the teleporter, adding a little bit more pressure. You know, Sonics, they want to just hold onto these rifles because their economy is not going to be good after losing 2 consecutive rounds. But very clean entry, very clean plant. Good stuff coming out from TSM Academy on this round.
Harmful's just making sure they're a little scared. Waiting inside a hookah with the operator in hand.
Right.
Slowing things down. TSM Academy, though, very quick onto the site. Off the back of that Nightfall, they're able to find both of those opening engagements. As soon as they find that third, Sonics are like, yeah, let's back away. There's no reason to take those fights when you know you're going to lose them. And they retreat. Smartly so. The discipline there for the Susquehanna Sonics and the TSM FTX Academy, well, they will continue with their reign of terror on the attacking side that is newfound freedom has given them.
It seems like TSM Academy have started to get themselves more comfortable. They're more confident on their attack, and they need to keep up this pressure if they want to potentially sweep Sonics 2-0. Could be a 0 point to get a little bit of information, and already they're going to be backing out of showers. Meanwhile, Rebo on the other side of the map has found Enjoy.
Looking for another through their own poison cloud. It's Rooney on the other side of that. Fade, looking to find this kill. Both of them fairly decent in their aim ability. That snake light well placed will force that Fade away. Now all the information is known as their whereabouts. No teleportations available there for the initiator, so they will have to just chill inside of a very locked position. And that means the B site has now fallen. Crunchy has retaken elbow control and is looking to try and take any bit of semblance they can. Why is Harmful here?
That's why.
Apparently. Rooney dropped. They do end up taking the free kill, and Harmful will be on a late rotate, but will be cut off as well. Harmful's dead. Yeah, Harmful's dead. That's bad.
What?
Yeah, he was just chilling in mid.
Sonic so quick with it, but TSM Academy right back into things. Shut Pure R down, and Shonga's the last person standing. Yeah, okay, now the plan is going to happen. It's kind of funny. The teams have more or less role reversed with how that round kind of just shook out.
He's got 2 flashes, the Aftershock and the Fault Line, all available to him. The question now remains, does he pick up the operator? Apparently not, as he wants to play with the rifle on this retake. Both players here for the TSM FTX Academy waiting on the site proper. One towards the backside of 2, one inside of it itself.
Oh boy.
With the showstopper activated. Shank will have to back away. There's almost no way for him to be able to play in this round, and his time's continually ticking off that spike. The showstopper just barely misses.
No
he does
shot,
a hurdle
that just
up
happened.
and over top of it, but Sim doesn't care.
I'm sorry, are we watching the hurdles at the Olympics right there?
Yeah, it's an Olympic event.
The guy's got hops. He just hopped over the rocket.
Hey, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a missile. It's from the
Who's
movie
throwing,
Dodgeball.
I know who's throwing wrenches at your feet, though, and I'm pretty sure it was if you can dodge traffic, you can dodge a ball. No, they started with the wrench. It's coming back to me now. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
The funny thing is, that movie came out closer to when you were born than when I was born.
Did it actually?
I'm going to Google it. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
okay. You look that up. But once again, TSM Academy, they're right back into things. 4-5, only one round separating them. That was just such a smart play to be able to push people in to the teleporter, locking that fade inside of the other side. And oh no, Sim starts it out with yet another pick. I'm loving what I'm seeing from TSM Academy thus far. Tour de Force online for Enjoy, but okay, there we go. Puts it to work as Sim has just fallen down.
Okay, so I may have lied. Came out 5 months after I was born.
Yeah.
However, you would have seen it more than I would have seen it.
Yeah,
Because
well, I
of
saw it like, I remember it was like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And I had to go in with an adult. So I was still technically a child.
No, I'm still technically a child.
You still are.
Oh, how the turn.
Okay.
Aggression there. Enjoy doesn't care the fact that it's being held down by Harmful, who is still using the operator, by the way, on this attacking side. Given the fact that TSM Academy do not have a Sentinel nor a Jet, you'd understand the fact that they are employing that operator on their KO. Rebo and ZK both finding one. Enjoy with the Tour de Force, though, not done just yet. A 3K found on for the technical ace should their teammate give them the opportunity, but they're walking straight by lamps, of which ZK is looking to aggress out of. They could play around the backside of their own dark cover. That's exactly what happens. The Omen finding one across on towards that chamber. A 1 versus 2 now for Sean because they need to reinitialize. In goes the Aftershock, but it's misplaced. The flashbang around the backside, not so much, but Venture is able to find the kill. The flash effect nullifying. TSM Academy tie us up.
Yeah, there we go. The lead. Just like that, gone. Now, we are seeing 5-5 in the scoreline. Look at this. Enjoy just spots out Sim's shoulder, able to shut that down. And I know you've been having some thoughts about Harmful using that operator, but trust me, Harmful is an operator specialist. And there's a reason why he's given the rifle over and over again.
The issue is having anybody that does not have movement utility playing with an operator is basically like employing somebody to play Counter-Strike with an op. It's a very high-risk, high-reward scenario where that situation removes itself a little bit if you have that movement utility, that being the Tailwind, maybe the Rendezvous available if you are that chamber. That's what you're looking for. That's sometimes what you don't have. Nice C's straight in towards that paint shell, but Enjoy doesn't care. There's that high-risk, high-reward nullified as you have the Rendezvous to get the heck out of dodge, and Enjoy finds the kill. Required an opening going the way of the Sonics for the first time in seemingly a very long time.
Yeah, honestly, Sim kind of just wants to play Valorant at this point. Not really given that opportunity. It's a little bit unfortunate. That was the third round in a row, I think, that Sim was just like, all right, it's my time. Going to go into hookah, going to have a good time, and Enjoy's like, nah, slap that out of your hands. And yeah, Sim just gets taken out. Honestly, that raise has not been getting as much value as they would want, but now Viper Spit going to be used. This is going to be extremely good to counter Enjoy here, and it's going to be a brawl inside the green.
Rebo finding one, and Venture aware of Shank's positioning, that haunt landing, the information there as to the chamber's whereabouts as they continue to try to aggress, but it's Venture with their own aggression looking for another. We'll find a 3K, a fourth looking for it as Enjoy is dropped off the face of the earth. A 4K found for the fade as they continue to throw Fs in the chat for Sonic's lead.
I was just about to say, like, who are we throwing Fs in? Because the TSM Academy are looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, Sonic's lead's gone.
You know, you can make the argument that, yeah, okay, inside of the Viper's pit, things could be a little bit less dicey. But the fact of the matter is that it was such a good engagement, and it forced Sonics to have to reposition themselves. They had to be looking in different directions. They had to know what else was going on, which just allowed the fade from TSM to just walk around and catch them all looking the wrong way. Fatal. And just like that, TSM are going to be able to take the round. Now, this is the last round in the half. TSM Academy want to make this lead 7-5. And Sonics, they're not on a full buy. Not all of them have rifles.
Sim walking away as soon as Rooney looks to aggress. All of Fountain Control gained now here for the Sonics. They're relatively aware of the fact that A seems to be the call here from the attacking side, and they'd be correct in assuming so. Pure still has that paint shell available, and Sonics are just looking to hold things down, but a Nightfall will make their lives exponentially more difficult. Orbital Strike in towards that attacking half, but it's off the back of that Rolling Thunder, and Rooney on the flank that has been established just a few seconds prior is able to find a kill onto the retreating Viper, an opening kill again going the way of the Sonics. Can they convert off of it this time around? No.
ZK tries that one up. A fault line going to be coming in here, but both of the members able to hide in behind. Ultimate's used to try and negate that Nightfall. I'm sure they would want yet another Harmful finding Enjoy. The Shunk finds Sim in here. Pure R goes in, but ZK comes out on top now. Harmful with the Operator. Watching both of those as Shunk is in the back line. Never mind, only one left for Sonics.
1v3, 11 HP, keep that in mind on ZK. Certainly possible now for the Fade as they aggress up a mid, as they have a decent position. They have to clear out Harmful and Bench with an Operator in hand. Venture around the backside of Triple, they won't even pass that first step. TSM Academy go from 5-1 down to 7-5 up at the end of the first half of play. And a brief reminder, this is the TSM Academy's map pick. They came into this with their selection. They'll now head on to the defensive side with the map lead.
Yeah, and Sonics, they chose to start it out on defense. They're hoping, potentially, to get as many rounds as they could, but TSM Academy are going to be leading us out. And, you know, you doubted my man Harmful with the Operator. Look what happened. Harmful is killing it. And by it, I specifically meant onto Sonics. Started out the game a little bit slow, but towards the end there, was winning out duels with that Operator. Able to take a couple people out, and able to clutch up a couple of key rounds. So TSM Academy up 2. Now, for this defense, it looks like they're going to go for a B-long rush, really force things out and just rely on the Viper's wall to be able to slow down the momentum from Sonics as they start to slowly creep their way in through A showers.
On the other side of that, B-Long has been quickly crept upon by this TSM Academy defense. Sonics playing as a team, the crouch peaks by Venture, trying to gain any information that they can. They have yet to see a player on this attacking side. As they finally do, they look to shut this aggression through showers down, but they can't do much about it. The paint shells even take away that haunt, and it's just collapsing on towards them.
No.
Punchy, the right click close range, somehow takes out Rebo. A double there for the Brimstone. Enjoy with one of their own. A 3 versus 2, but it's not over just yet. Harmful continuing with their aggression off the back of that KO, continuing to frag out as they're left alone. In this 1 versus 2, you can see 2 different angles to clear as well. A 0 point available. They're looking to throw that out, but I think that's been shot. It has indeed. It finds absolutely nothing off the back of it. A perfect flash as well, forcing him to turn his body. Shunk peeks off the back of it, and Sonics, even though they were 2 rounds down, pick up that pistol round victory, and now just cut down the deficit to 1 single round.
Yeah, and honestly, it looks like both of these teams are looking to buy some new furniture. A little bit of a party in lamps.
Oh, yeah.
Fortunately, it's going to be Sonics coming out on top, and that's because they diversified their assets. They left a couple of their team members outside. But once again, that was such an aggressive attack that we saw from Sonics. When they want a site, they go in so fast. And this has been a consistent theme that we've seen throughout this team.
I actually saw their playbook. The number 1 strat was rush and then X in parentheses, don't stop. That X, obviously the variable, they can switch that up whenever they want. They can call an audible even if they'd like to. I like to see the audibles called by Sonics. Usually they switch things up should they need to. This time I don't think that will be the call. There's a flank coming all the way around in through the cave side, but other than that, it's the entirety of this B side in the favor of the Sonics, as TSM Academy will have to retake a 5v5 without the weapon advantage, and it's already going against them. Sim's about to die too. Yeah, don't even.
Yeah, no, this is just not going to be a good time for TSM Academy. It's 2v5. The spike just went in. Sonics kind of speed running it, and honestly, you could just see based on the engagement where all the utility was being dropped down onto B side. They're so clean. They're rehearsed. They know exactly how they want to take this and are just running over TSM on this offense. Rebo trying to make one thing happen. Does find Pure R, but then Enjoy is ready to trade that back with the Headhunter. Headshot, it is all tied up 7-7. However, just TSM's gun round now.
It will be a bonus, though. keep that in mind. 4 players stay alive there for the Sonics. They win this, they have a massive advantage, not only economically, but momentum-based as well. You win a round of which you have no shot in doing so. Well, I suppose a mild shot in doing so, considering you have a rifle and 3 SMGs, but one where you shouldn't, at least not on paper. You not only cut down the TSM Academy economy because they had to buy into this and they would lose, but you'd be able to push yourself even further into a lot of these rounds with your own built-up economy because you just rebuy and it's not going to cost you all that much.
Oh,
that's late.
It's a good read from Sim. Uses the paint shells, pushes them right back, but does get dinked up as a result of it. Boombot be dropped down just to try and negate anything, but it does get shot out. 3 members from Sonics pushing up through showers right now. Good crossfires being set up by TSM Academy, though.
TSM Academy just playing a little bit more passive towards the backside of the site. They do have a whole lot of help, and you were talking about the crossfires. There's one of them established. Harmful avoiding this aftershock, should be able to find a kill, and does just that. Sim to the wall, being able to drop Rooney. Venture, wow, Crunchy as well. It's Harmful, the only one to die there for the TSM Academy. They will shut down the bonus round on the Sonics half, but a rebuy will really show where the rubber hits the road and whether TSM Academy are better with the rifles or whether it was just their rifle advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Sonics, they sent 4 of their members into showers that time, wanted to try and play that close advantage. The smokes looked a little bit uncoordinated though. They got smoked out themselves and then started to push out, but at that point, the attacking smokes had not been dropped onto the site, just enabling so many different crossfires to just completely shut that showers push down. And as soon as it was TSM Academy that realized what was going on, they're more than happy to circle around and make sure that that does happen. Now TSM Academy, they have a null command online as well. They've got a couple of tools to work with here.
The attacking side, without an ultimate thus far, won't be able to use any of those, considering they currently do not exist. Enjoying a little bit of mid-presence without too much restrictions from this defensive side. Flashbang looking to be prepped up and over those. Harmful's on the other side of that and looking to aggress. Will dry peek straight into the chamber and will fall because of it. Sim with their own little bit of aggression, taking Showers control. Nobody to restrict them, but also nobody really trying to clear out that Showers position. Finally they do when Sim wins the fight. An opening finally back the other way for TSM Academy.
Spike is planted. Sonic's down 1, and Joy just moves up. So much easier when you're zoomed in. Gonna take up your entire screen, but Pure R cannot be stopped. It's good though. TSM Academy coming back into it 1v2 as Rebo pops the Viper's pit. Gets a little bit of repositioning here. Here's the reload, just decides to take it. Suddenly it's a 1v1 scenario. 1 person left, and it is actually gonna cover it. Pure R doesn't know what's going on. Oh, it's gonna be backing off, just gonna take.
No way!
Oh, look at the wrong way. You hate to see it. And just like that, Sonics, they even out the score line once again. Off of the back of Pure R, able to take the Operator 2 into this next round.
They have 3 ultimates on the attacking side. They walked into that round without one. They left with the round win, even with the Viper's Pit dedicated on the defensive side. Unfortunately, not finding as much as it probably could have. Pure R with their own aggression, still finding this kill, and the Seize effect, even decaying them, they win that fight. The swing from behind as well through the Viper's Pit, another decay effect from a completely different agent, yet they win 2 different engagements. Fortunately, the second one wasn't actually looking at them. Still around victor.
Now the tour de force going to be online for Sonics. Sim got out, remembered what happened in the first half, decided to back up onto site instead. A little bit of respect to Sonic's name, allowed them to take a little bit of time.
To late.
But this defense from TSM Academy looking all right. They've rotated the Viper around to B this time. Rebo in a good position to potentially punish. Right off the bat, drops the snake bite there. Okay, yeah, the Viper Wall going to be used here to try and slow down this push as Enjoy has that tour de force and looking for an opening pick. Is going to find just that.
C's used as well, doesn't land. The slow, however, does. Sim with the teleporter, does find one his own, but is an immediate trade there for this Sonic side. Still leaves them with this man advantage. Harmful, off the back of their own null command, is actually giving away their own position. They should be able to swing on towards this KO and do just that, but they cannot find that kill, at least not initially. A 1-for-1 trade required, and again, it is, but again, it just does not come forward. 1v3 for Venture with just a Sheriff.
Yeah, this is not looking too possible. A Rolling Thunder online for Sonics as well, but understanding their gun gap I don't imagine that this is going to be the round that they use it. TSM Academy are going to have to drop another. If anything, Venture might be able to get in, pick up a rifle, but it's such a good cross peek being set up, and especially too with just a fade. There's no shot you can just smoke yourself off and try and stick that defuse. This is looking like yet another Sonics round.
Not too much you can do. Flash into a haunt, forcing you to shoot one and look at the other. Pure R, making sure you can't cross without crossing in to his line of sight. The Sonics will take the lead here on Bind. Their first lead in a decent bit of time, but an unfortunate scenario now for TSM Academy, because you were walking into that round thinking, oh yeah, they have a fairly good shot at this. Sonics walk away with it though, with a round victory, and TSM, not much they can do about it. They have to save.
There.
Yep. We're back to the Sheriffs. Looking like
yeah.
first half all over again, when Sonics was able to get 5 rounds in a row. To be fair, even if Sonics did get 5, that would only put them at 10 now, so not quick math. But good paranoia. Start things out. Tell the TSM Academy trying things a little bit differently, getting aggressive on their defense, moving out. Crunchy just around the corner. Could come up massive for this, and yep, finds Venture's head.
But they're well aware of the fact that TSM Academy are pressuring, and quickly so. They take out the trademark, allowing them to swing without any risk of being slowed up and stuck in the fight. But it's really not going to matter. Shank, even though they miss a few shots, are still able to find a kill, damage onto a second, and stay alive in that same engagement. Enjoy with an operator looking to swing. They miss the first shot, swing on towards them with that headhunter, and find the second. Required a flawless 10th round victory there for the Sonics. They find double digits and find continuity on their attacking side.
Yeah, and they still pivotably have that Rolling Thunder online and will have a showstopper. TSM Academy, they have been dying quite a bit, and that also gives you an ultimate point. So from the shadows, showstopper and Nightfall going to be online. I don't know whether or not the Nightfall will be used right off the bat. This is the thing. Because the Rolling Thunder is online for Sonics, that could be an excellent counter. The thing about Nightfall, as soon as you use it, you have to have some sort of follow-up on it. Otherwise, they can just wait it out, get themselves set up, and just rely on sightlines to watch all of the different angles that someone could push in on. If you use the Rolling Thunder while the enemy team is playing off of the Nightfall, you stun them up, and then suddenly their push just completely falls apart, and you can move and shoot a lot more efficiently than they can.
Well, here's a look at Harmful on the left side of your screen. Living up to his name thus far in this game. Unfortunately, not enough, as the Sonics starting to mount a comeback, not only into this map, as they have already, but into this series as a whole. They win here, we go to a third. Haven would be the map, and it's an odd scenario, I have to say, if you're looking at this from the TSM FTX Academy perspective, where what do you try and change? And you have ultimates, that's a decent start. Sonics, yeah, built up ultimates quicker than you did and were able to work off of them before you were. But you don't need, nor should you want to have to rely on ultimates to win rounds.
No. To be fair, though, good get your mental in the right spot.
True.
If you
Very
do
true.
win a round, no matter how the means
Oh
there.
my
Look
God.
at that. So much information given. But Enjoy just able to find Sim right off the bat. It's going to be a Nightfall very early on. But yeah, just like I said, it's going to be a Rolling Thunder. Thankfully, a Snakebite gets dropped. Pure R doesn't care anyways. Is just going to use that a little bit of discombobulation going on here. Goes in, is paranoid, can't find anything, and taken out of the sky.
Enjoy, shot across though, immediate refrag. They've yet to clear ZK out of this close corner, but the Shrouded step out behind that triple box. Shank none the wiser, an immediate find there for that Omen. Harmful holding down the long angle. The crossfire established, but the timing not going his way, and he'll die because of it. Could have found the 1v1, yet dies in the 2v1. And Enjoy shutting him down. It's the Sonics on to 11, and TSM Academy, again, they are shut down, but this time, most crucially, they do so while losing 2 ultimates. And a note about this, by the way. The Haunt finding 4 players, I feel, is a little bit of sensory overload, because Sim is walking into that angle and finds 4 outlines, one of which is aiming at them from a very long angle. You're not really looking at the furthest person from you. You're trying to swing onto the closest, and you die because of it.
Yeah. Bit of a sensory overload, like you said. It's like, you know, when you're trying to spray one person down, then another person hops in, and you swing your mouse around, and then the first person gets you. Hate to see it.
That happens to me all the time.
Every single time to me as well.
It's the game's fault.
Yeah, honestly, not ours. Okay, now, we are seeing a little bit of a rotation coming from the Sonics. They're going to be swinging things around. This time, B site is going to be where they go. Prowler going to be used. Clear out Hookah. Thankfully, the Viper's wall is here, but it's not being used, and now Crunchy's already on site.
Early engagement, Crunchy with one on to ZK.
So
Down
fast.
goes that B site, and there's nothing that TSM Academy can do about it. They do have a retake being established, but their chamber is flanking all the way behind, in through the teleporter, looking for the first kill. Pure
No
R dies
way.
though, Harmful with a double on that Sheriff. It's Venture with one of their own as well. A 2 versus 2 as it stands. Well-placed Nightfall in order to decay that Fade inside of the hookah position. The information there, Rooney swinging in through the tube. Both kills, both headshots, both straight through the wall, and Sonic's onto map point.
There we go. All they need is 1. Meanwhile, TSM Academy have to get 4 if they want to at least force an overtime. Otherwise, yep, we are going to be seeing our map number 3. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be weapons in all of these members' hands, although TSM Academy just a little bit less. We can see that ZK only has light armor. Meanwhile, take a look at Enjoy. 22 kills in this game. Enjoy is, honestly, kind of having a good time. Things are working out. If you are a Sonics fan, this time around they're going to be engaging into showers. They really like playing these far-on attack points from both that A site as well as that B site. And I think TSM Academy are starting to get a little bit of that information, but pivotably, the Viper is on B, not A, so they don't have that many smokes. Just the Omens to try and hold A side.
Showstopper and Null Command available. Crunchy looking to get aggressive, but straight in towards both of those ultimates. As you can see, Harmful rotating over. I like the quick rotate. They're playing off the sound cues and the information given over, given the fact that they've used so many bits of utility on this A side already, only in the showers, much less in towards mid. Enjoy swinging around, missing the first shot, down to 75 HP. In goes the orbital strike, around towards the backside of Lamps. It'll land, but nobody inside of Lamps means no damage done. A well-placed Seize finds 3 players, but nothing that they can convert off of.
Oh,
Never
no
mind.
way.
Hello.
Venture finds Enjoy just through the smoke. Make sure it's Crunchy as well. Shonk finally gets 1, but it's going to be trades back and forth for the squad. Venture takes the rest down. Now it's a 1v3 scenario. Rooney still on site, not even close to the spike. It's going to be moving around this corner. ZK going to have first contact. Rooney does take him out, but Venture with the swing. Venture with the 4K, actually, to give TSM yet another round. They stay alive, 3 away from forcing overtime.
Good communication, by the way, to make sure they can swing on towards that first player. They do find ZK, but an immediate turn on towards Venture is just a little too late. Venture in the comms swings off of it. 2 kills, both flashed, both through a smoke. No way you should be able to find either of those. Shonk, I understand, and this final, yeah, sure, playing off ZK's contact, but 2 of those 4 kills, no business finding either of those. TSM Academy now have a way back into this map with both of those ultimates I was talking about earlier still available in the Nightfall and that Null Command.
Yeah, but Sonics, they still have enough money to make sure that they got guns this round. If they lose this one, then things are going to get a little bit more difficult. Regardless, they go for that quick ultimate orbit take. They've been doing a great job of giving themselves positioning in order to grab the ult orbs. But now that Rolling Thunder is online, I imagine Sonics, they're going to want to engage off of it. Crunchy going to be moving in here, but ZK in that dark cover might be able to find somebody. Venture already. It seems like some deity is guiding his bullets.
Oh, no! Pure R swings him. I thought it was perfect. I thought Venture was baiting him in. Pure R none the wiser to ZK's position apparently was, finding that kill. But this Rolling Thunder, it's just a bait straight in towards this B side. Rebo baited out, will have to back away, popping their own toxic screen, allowing the retreat there. But Enjoy hearing the sound cue, unaware of the current Viper positioning, waiting towards the backside of this garden spot. The Octagon needs to be pushed through, and as this toxic screen inevitably falls, it's not forever.
Oh, such good timing. Rebo able to find 1. The information is also given. Doesn't realize that someone is behind him. Never mind. Crossfire. Good for your friends. Friends are always good for it. The Viper spit so good for it, and there you go. Rebo with a nice 3K to close out that round. TSM Academy 2 rounds away from potentially forcing overtime.
That's how you play around your own utility. The toxic screen put up immediately thereafter, and being able to swing off the back of it. You know when it's going to fall. Your opponent's not so much. It was Sim finding that first onto Crunchy, who's clotheslined in the back corner around towards Long. And the snake bite, so pivotal, they cannot push through that. Alongside the distraction from behind, they needed to take a fight inside of hookah, and they just did not want to. So instead, they drop away, and they fall straight to their demise. Instead of out of hookah and on to B, they fall out of hookah and into hell.
Yeah, and look at this right now. The Viper's Pit is available for Rebo. Might be Hell round 2. Actually, Hell's less green.
Yeah, true.
I would assume. This is just based off of biblical knowledge here. But regardless, TSM Academy, they use that, and now Sonics are forced onto a save.
Yeah, with that save, the question is this Viper's Pit a little bit of a waste? Rooney just barely seen because of the X-ray vision you nearly have as a Viper inside of your own Viper's Pits. Well, you can find 2 off the back of it. 2 early picks. Sim having to take multiple gunfights, though, will fall in that engagement. This Paranoia doesn't have that reach to get all the way towards the bottom side of a mid, so they'll hold on to it for the time being. A possible retake bit of utility should they choose to use it, but they still have to clear out this snake bite.
That's
the
good
Haunt
Paranoia.
goes too far, but the Paranoia lands. Unfortunately, they just cannot swing off of it without that information.
Yeah, and it's going to make them have to just go for the plant. You know, we're seeing Enjoy just do it. You know, just hide inside of that orb here, but they walk in and Venture already gets one. Spams through just for good measure. Only 2 members of Sonics left alive.
I think
4
they saw him.
for TSM Academy.
I think they saw Pure switch around towards that lamp spot. They have to clear U-Haul. Enjoy around towards Hubby Box, and they did know. Pure R's cleared out. Enjoy one over top of the main box. A second across on towards Harmful. This clutch may send them in towards this 3rd map. This shot
There's no
misses,
shot.
Though.
How
There's
is
no
he
way.
alive?
He does pick up this operator,
There
but
it
inside
is.
of the poison
Classic.
cloud, he will indeed fall. 1 round remains inside of regulation. TSM Academy on this comeback need 1 round. It'll be a full gun round to send them to OT.
Yeah, and honestly, the ultimates right now really favoring Sonics. We're going to be seeing the 2 out of Forest just come right in. They've got a Nightfall. As long as they can keep that Fate alive. TSM Academy, though, Harmful with the Null command could really make a difference here. Could really shut down a lot of that engagement utility, make it so much more difficult for Sonics to do anything. Specifically, if he catches Enjoy. Right now, Enjoy the top fragger of Sonics. 24 kills to his name. 24 is higher than anyone else in this lobby. So, this is going to be down to the wire for the win or potential overtime. TSM Academy, they're ready for this.
All of regulation is a requisite. Sending themselves in towards the B side quickly, looking to possibly pick up the ultimate orb. They don't need it. They already have the showstopper, of which misses. They actually clear out Harmful. With the null command, it goes down. They want to be able to finish off that KO. In order for that null command to dissipate, it finally does. A 3 versus 4 here as TSM Academy are looking to retake. They do not want to go to Haven. They do not want to have a 4th map or a 3rd map forced against them. Both players pushing into Elbow. Sim alongside Rebo right next to him, and Rebo finds that opening kill onto Crunchy. They also have the Nightfall as well.
So good. This is definitely possible right now. Enjoy taking 1 out, finds Sim's head as Rooney finds Rebo as well. This could be it. 1v3 now, and just like that, Venture falls down. And that map number 3 is going to be a bit more of a reality, as that's going to be Sonics winning out map number 2, 13-11 time to light.
Sonics head to a 3rd map. A surprising victory for them, given where they were. And I have to say, TSM Academy on that comeback looked like they were sending things to OT. They had the ultimates to do so, but that attacking side really shut them down. That defense, no way back in. The Nightfall so well placed in order to shut them out of that B side. And unfortunately, no answers for the Sonics attack. They'll have to pick them up over towards Haven.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, because when you think about it, we've seen Sonics earlier today. Sonics is a very attack-focused team. And even on Bind, they looked so darn good on their attack. Sure, their defense, they more or less kept things pretty competitive, but they really came alive on the attack. TSM Academy, though, they're definitely not out of this. This is a much closer game than I was anticipating between these 2 teams. But yeah, like you said, map number 3 is going to be forced out. Great stuff coming out from so many players in this lobby.
This is just an entire map of a highlight reel, by the way. This reel melt will be a little bit longer than our traditional ones, considering how dominant this game was for the fraggers. It came down to who had the mechanical skill and a little bit of chance off the backside of Venture. A 4K found in this round specifically, really setting themselves up for success. But that is map number 2 of this series. Haven, the 3rd required. If you're just joining us, this is the semifinals of the Nerd Street Champs Summer Champs. It's wild to see how consistent they can be close.
Yeah, and once again, the winner of map number 3, they're going to be going up into the finals to face Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming, very, very, very good.
I don't want to face Ghost Gaming. I'm very comfortable where I am, as a matter of fact. Well, hold up. I take that back. I'm now
Oh.
very comfortable where I am.
Wow.
Inside of a Mavix gaming chair, by the way. Speaking of Mavix gaming chair, yes, I'm a little shorter, by the way. Speaking of Mavix gaming chairs, if you want to check out the LMAX Gaming Advantage, maybe to cool yourself down, heat up your skill, or even boost your ability, the LMAX Competitive Advantage that you've been waiting on has cooling, heating, and massaging features. The LMAX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus as the future of gaming is here. You can shop now at Mavix.com and use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair, alongside already the 50% off the LMAX competitive advantage itself. But
there we go. How's that? Am I at level? No, that's going to hurt my legs. But still, like you said, don't scour at me with that face. Oh, boy. All right, cool. Honestly, I'm pretty interested in the massaging features. Like, we've been reading this ad copy, and it sounds pretty dope if you ask me.
We've been reading this ad read for like 2 months, and I still haven't gotten it. I need to do that.
You should do
Note
that.
to self.
And use code
Get-
NSG to save $55.
I could. It's like $110 of savings with the
And
NSG.
shavings.
Yeah, and shavings, depending on what you get else for Mavix. I don't know if they have, shaving tools. We'll move on. Haven, a third map. We'll see you in a bit.
My name is Dylan, also known as Rooney. I'm the in-game leader or initiator for Sonics. I mainly play Soba and Fade and Breach on a couple other maps. So my role as an initiator is to lead my team into sites or retakes with my util. So I have a lot of the recon darts or scans on other agents to give my teammates information on where we need to go. We're very aggressive and everybody's mechanically gifted to where we're comfortable taking our own 1v1s and put ourselves in man-up situations. So it gives us a pretty big advantage. My favorite part about LAN is just the competitive environment. A little bit of trash talk here and there makes it fun. Just the overall competitiveness of everybody that's coming and the environment's just a lot different than it is online when you're face-to-face with who you're playing against. So to anybody that's trying to make it to the next level and is playing ranked or doesn't have a team yet, you can always look online, try to find a team. If it's not working out, you can always build your own team and just make sure you're playing in all the tournaments available. NSGs are great every week. You just build a team, get your name out there, maybe put up some wins against some notable teams and maybe get picked up to a different team and eventually salaried. So my goal in esports is just to make it at the top level, be at the international events and have experience that I'm gonna remember forever. So these LANs are very helpful in terms of just having LAN experience. So when I do make it there, I'm not going in just dark at these international events. I know it's very hard to keep your nerves down. So getting experience like this is very important. So when you get to that level, it's not as bad. And I'm sure you'll still have it, but it won't be to that level.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Well, actually, technically, this is just the semifinals in our tournament. My name is Marks. It's time to light, Daniel. And we have TSM Academy going up against Sonics. Not just going to be a 2-0 sweep. No map number 3, baby. One of these teams wants to go up and win it all, or potentially win it all, as they would go up against Ghost Gaming in the finals.
Now, this is technically a $2,500 map. Because if you win here, you at minimum get $10,000. If you lose here, you at maximum get $7,500.
Imagine you're playing Valorant and you're like, oh yeah, there's just 25K on this map. Like, what?
That's a lot. No, thank you.
It's kind of insane, but yeah, we have our map picks and bans here. The last remaining map for this series is going to be Haven. We're going to be starting out with Sonics on our defense, TSM Academy on the offense. One thing we've noticed about the Sonics squad is that they are very attacker-focused. So this is kind of curious. I'm wondering whether or not they're choosing defense, rack up as many rounds as they can, and then that way when they swap things around, they're playing the offense, they can just clean it out.
You'd assume so, but at the same time, you never really know, especially with Haven. Now, they played Haven earlier on. They came back from a 9-3 deficit up against Teal Seam, just to bring us to OT and win 14-12. They were down 9-3 and then went on an 11-3 run and won the game. Easy.
So, you know what? If you're out there being like, 9-3 curse, nothing. That doesn't exist. Sonics would say otherwise. So be careful. Everybody at home, be careful. That curse might come for you too.
The ironic part is we were casting that game, and then I said, well, the 9-3 curse doesn't really exist. It's a mathematical fallacy. And then it happened. So did I casters curse it, or does that not exist either?
You know what? I think you should start believing in ghosts. That's the logical next step. Time to become super superstitious. Super superstitious. That's a tongue twister.
Say that 3 times fast. I actually want to hear this.
Super superstitious, super superstitious, super superstitious.
That was actually really good.
Listen.
Well done.
I'm a talented man. What can I say? At least when I can talk. But that's about it. Head empty.
Yeah. It's words, video games.
Bleh. Yeah. But once again, Haven, an interesting map. You know it. There's 3 bomb sites. And like we said, Sonics was really impressive when it came to their attack previously.
Did you know that in the Ghost game, for all of you who are just joining us, in the Ghost game earlier, I saw a Killjoy. Now, me being a sat head I am, 12.5% is the pick rate for Killjoy. I don't think we're going to see that employed in this matchup, but it was a Killjoy instead of a Chamber, not a Killjoy-Chamber combination in double Sentinel. A little surprising, but, I mean, hey, you do you, I guess.
Yeah. And honestly, one thing I've been very impressed by lately has been seeing that Astra come on to Haven as well. Obviously, we know that the Astra Stars can be used to smoke areas off, much like an Omen player can, but also to the Gravity Well has been employed fantabulously. Just suck somebody right off of that defuse, allow for your team to move yourselves around, and really just stall it out. So we saw that from Sonics earlier, and I'm imagining TSM are going to be doing something similar, having ZK on the Astra as well.
This is a mirror comp, at least as of right now. I'd assume Pure R is going to go with the Raze. They seem comfortable on it. It's entirely possible they go with the Jet here. It wouldn't really surprise me either way. Both are very viable here on Haven. I'd even go with a Neon and say you could pick up that should you choose to do so. It's really up to preference here for the Sonics fragger. In terms of Pure R, enjoy another fragger for the team, picking up that Sentinel/pseudo-duelist role, depending on which side of that coin you are on. But TSM Academy, their roster, relatively straightforward. It is indeed going to be that Raze selection. And yeah, a last-second lock, I'm being told by production. You can't see the timer, but production can, and they told you it was 1 second, give or take.
And yeah, also too, other things that we are seeing from these mirror compositions. Chamber, pretty obvious selection here. A lot of long sight lines, specifically on A, specifically on C. Just makes sense to play Chamber. And as well, we have a Fade moving in. And Fade has really just taken over so many of these smaller Sova maps. Sorry, not necessarily smaller, but closer quarters maps. And that's because that just allows the pop to be that much easier off of the Haunt. Get that straight. We've got no idea that we're looking at him, by the way. Just, you know, a little bit of timing. It's fine.
That was great. I don't. You were looking at me when he did that,
Yeah,
but
I
it
know.
went from his screen to just the guy wearing the Zero Marksman black shirt standing up and raising from nowhere. Below.
Surprise!
That was great. You can clip that one and make it a jump scare video. That was pretty good. Into the game we go. Not our faces. There we go. That's almost the game. Maybe? There we go. Clipping issues. Welcome to Defender Spawn. It was a clipping issue, by the way. The reason you saw black was because it's the backside of Defender Spawn where sometimes you run into clipping problems. It's a whole thing. Valorant UI. Blah, blah, blah.
Regardless,
Welcome to Haven.
Sonics, they're going to be on the defense again. We're seeing a pretty similar setup to what we have earlier from the squad. They're going to use that chamber, rely on it to be on A, and get a little bit more information there. TSM Academy, though, they've spread themselves out. This is a little bit unconventional. Usually you see the teams just go in and hit a site together. But not this time, apparently. Sim using the Boombot to scout out Garage. And now this round is just going to be starting to kick off.
Rooney, a haunt available. They actually are going to try and prep it. The Aftershock's late, though. They're looking to aggress quickly so here on the attacking side. Sim with a double right off the bat. You saw the paint shells prepped in towards the wall as Sim couldn't see a dang thing. ZK, oh my goodness, is able to find both. How are you able to miss both right clicks, hit the third, have 3 bullets remaining, and then tick down the final player? TSM Academy, an odd pistol round, that's for damn sure, but a pistol round victory nonetheless.
Yeah, and it was so quick with how things went. They just exploded themselves onto the site and then immediately just rolled over. Yeah, there's the ZK. Just misses the right click, but spins around and then goes, oh, wait a second, there's somebody else here. Let's just shoot him down with my classic left click. And just like that, it is going to be TSM Academy picking it up, and look at that. 2 of them are buying Phantoms. They want to speed run this and make a statement against Soar.
Understandably so. They want to push forward.
That's a statement.
Pure R dropping Sim early on. The Sheriff purchased up an early pick that they needed here for the defensive side. If they want to have a shot at this round, that first shot will give them a decent shot to do so.
Said the word shot a lot. But the Haunt actually is going to get a lot of information as well. The Gravity Well going to try and slow things down. Is able to stop the Prowler for a second. As TSM Academy, they go back to basics. They move back out, are hanging out in their spawn, able to push back Enjoy. Wanted to get a little bit more information. And now they're going to look to reaggress wherever they can find a spot.
If you're TSM Academy here, you need to play together. With the Sheriffs and upgraded pistols bought here on the Sonics defensive side, you understand that if you lose a pick, you could be giving over a rifle. The Bulldog, maybe one of those Phantoms. It's not good to give over to a team that at that point would have a 2-man advantage up against what would be 3 players remaining. Astral Form popped on top of default. They will throw out their first star. The Haunt lands. Information gained as to ZK's whereabouts, but Venture up in towards Rooney will drop him through that window. Finally, a kill back through the way there for TSM Academy as the spike looks to make its way onto the site, and they will start to plant that in default. It does go down.
Fault line ready to be dropped at a moment's notice. Same thing from the other side as Harmful's watching the back here on the chamber. Sees Crunchy. And Crunchy, always good for a headshot, but okay, there we go. Good for yet another one. Harmful goes down. That's one of the Phantoms on the ground. And Sonics, it's 4v3. Might be able to actually swing this one back around. Pure R finds ZK.
2 versus 4 here, both playing hell. Another for Pure R, a 4K there.
Wow.
Talk about being a fragger there for the Sonics. The Duelist really living up to its role and its name itself. A thrifty round there for the Sonics as TSM Academy are cut down the attacking side. That round just kept boiling over in the favor of those from Susquehanna to come out on top. Wow.
And this is the thing, too. They bought rifles up.
3.
They had 3 Phantoms.
No, 2 Phantoms and a Bulldog.
2 Phantoms, yeah. 2 Phantoms and a Bulldog. And now their economy is in shambles. Feeling like the recession has also hit TSM Academy on this round as well. They're going to be back onto a save, only have Sheriffs in hands. Sonics, meanwhile, going to be nice and sitting pretty, ready for this bonus round, ready to take the lead here.
Hit that shot.
Away from TSM.
Harmful on like 25, 30 HP because that first shot was hit. Unfortunate there for the attacking side. Great start for the Sonics. Again, they do have the weapon advantage, but we saw that the previous round. It was multiple rifles up against a whole lot of pistols, Headhunter included in that conversation. Shank trying to re-aggress in towards mid. Harmful, low earlier on from that previous engagement in through the window wall, will inevitably die to a headshot, as ironic as it sounds.
Rebo making his way around, able to take the Prowler out, deny any information there, but Pure R just got so much damage in on Sim. Now we see Sonics, they're starting to spread themselves out just a little bit more. Enjoy finding Rebo. And just like that, TSM Academy are having a lot more trouble than they anticipated. Once again, this was a pistol round. So ZK picks up the Sheriff. They're going to make maybe a headshot happen, but Venture doing the same.
Enjoy looking to re-aggress in towards Garage. They do regain that control for free as well. An odd scenario now for this TSM Academy side. One problem you're going to see for them is trying to clear out notable rifles. There's one. ZK hits the shot required on towards Enjoy. That may be all they find. Unfortunately, Venture, a nice shot across. That should be the C-Site Fallen, but it's not. They still have to clear out the fade from behind, and Pure R right behind ZK, forcing them to split their attention. And with just 5 seconds left, there's no way in or out here for ZK. They are walking in between a pincer maneuver. And they actually do make it out. The third prong of that pincer has been left open. They should be able to save this Vandal, and they do indeed. The Sonics win the round, but, I mean, I suppose a consolation prize is a Vandal?
Yeah, and on top of that, too, they actually were able to take out quite a few members of Sonics. So they didn't make it just, they didn't just give up the round for free. It was looking like that at first, but able to get quite a bit of damage in there. And that's why we're seeing them really stretched to make things happen. Enjoy is going to have that operator online, but only bought light shields, so probably not a ton of bullets in the Headhunter. Meanwhile, TSM Academy, this is going to be their round. Already a bit of aggression here, but Enjoy misses the first shot and has to retreat.
Enjoy was like, no, I'm not taking that fight again. No, thank you. Rendezvous away, movement utility, very prevalent here for this defensive side. Sim the aggression though, even while nearsighted, apparently does not care. The aggression in towards C, it's a C split here for this attack, and a fairly successful one. They've met fairly little resistance inside of the smoke. It's crunchy to find the first. An immediate trade is there, but TSM Academy in a chaotic position are shut down in towards mid.
And here we go, Enjoy just around the corner, waiting for somebody to poke out of that astral smoke. Nobody's going to be there just quite yet. The spike is now down. The members are getting set up, ready for that retake here, but nobody can hear a darn thing. Enjoy in the back line, looking around. Pure R actually finds Venture as Enjoy takes Rebo out. ZK,
no.
Gets taken out from behind. Actually through the wall too with a headshot. And Sonics, they claim yet another round, making the scoreline 3-1.
It's not a round you expect TSM Academy to come out on top of, but it's a challenge that you continue to run into. And Marks, if you're looking at how TSM Academy continue to try and play these rounds, it's early aggression without any sustain on the site itself. That's why the Sonics are able to come back in a lot of those rounds. They have that fault line available, but they misuse it without any information to work off of. A well-placed seize, by the way, off the back of that paint shell. Perfectly timed. Pure R taking out Venture. That's coordination and communication to a T, on land no less.
Yeah, and once again, we talked about this before, Sonics feel a lot more comfortable when it comes to the attack. So the fact that they're starting to rack up these defensive rounds is going to be huge for them moving into the second half of the map. Who knows, though? Maybe TSM Academy are a little bit more of a defensive-sided team. Enjoy already gets caught by the Prowler. Prowler's going to get a munch out of him, but he shoots out a bolt and is going to be right back away thanks to the rendezvous.
Nice French accent.
Rendezvous?
Rendezvous.
I can speak with French accent.
Oh,
I just live in
true.
Quebec.
You do live near French Canada.
It's true.
You have an unfair advantage. I don't.
Yeah, just a bit.
Sonics on this defensive side up against another TSM Academy economic save. They can't do all that much with the current credits they have in their bank accounts, or I believe they're just overdrawn at this point. The smokes fakes over towards the A side, however, not really pushing off the back of them. I'm not really sure what TSM Academy want to do here. They're just waiting and to do very little. This is a well-placed taunt, by the way. It lands all the way over top this A window. Up at the top corner, very difficult to clear out without being seen first because you really don't see it be thrown up itself.
Hopefully it's just as easy. Yeah, okay, just flies up there. That's such good location and so much information, just like you said, Sonics. Absolutely clean up off of that. A little bit of trade back and forth. Pure though, still in the corner. Gonna get a nice little cheeky headshot. The spike is now down. ZK looking for the back frag as well. Able to take off Enjoy's head, and suddenly it's a 1v2 scenario. Okay, make it a 1v1. ZK potentially in ace potential. Picks up the
so
spike.
Low. He doesn't clear short.
Not looking short, but looks like it is going to be a little bit more misconnections.
That's it. He's dead.
Yeah,
NT.
okay, there you go.
Crunchy finds the kill. Valiant
Little
effort there by ZK. That was an eco round. So I feel like, well, yes, they don't win the round. They come out on top of the round. Because you get 4 kills, take 4 rifles away from a team that's looking to build an economy up against your own economic save. And while, yeah, you lose, you get the spike down, 300 credits per player on top of the round being
so good.
ever so close. Well placed, by the way, on that haunt. It finds the information. They're able to push off it even through the smoke. That's that coordination and combination of utility and gun skill that can really boil in their favor. This is Crunchy, by the way, on that flank. There was really no way to win that if you're ZK. Just not knowing, unfortunately.
No, and honestly, the fact that ZK was able to take out so many members of Sonics, got a 4K. Could have gotten the ace as well, just a little bit bad timing on that spike plant there. But once again, they are going to be taking a tactical time out. Figure out what is going on.
I figured out who that is. It's Crunchy from the Sonics, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Everybody doesn't actually have their face as their profile picture. It's really easy to remember production people because everybody has their face as their production as their profile picture. It's usually headshots or something like that. But in the gaming world, it's usually anime profile pictures or something that has.
Or they're doing
nothing to
that thing
do
where
with
they
their
match, you know?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. God, I made that sound like, oh my God, I'm showing my age. Yeah, the thing where they match the profile pictures. You know what I'm talking about? You're looking at me with such disdain. That's okay, TSM Academy looking at Sonics with that much disdain as well, as Sonics are stealing these rounds away from them. This time around, though, they will have weapons to make this a little bit easier for them. Sonics, though, Enjoy still has that operator. And if enabled to do work, could potentially get quite a bit. We're seeing, once again, that chamber hanging around A side, trying to add on that pressure, but this time around, TSM Academy are moving in on B. This might be a very fast spike plant, get in, get out scenario.
Spray through. Crunchy's actually caught ZK, aware of the fact that Crunchy was just spraying without too much of a mind for it. The Cosmic Divide on top of that B site, allowing that push forward, but it seems like they want to play re-aggressive in towards the B side, but they're switching around towards C. The Showstopper landing straight forward alongside that flashbang, but around towards the back. They have yet to clear Sim. The Showstopper misses as well. They line up, but Rebo gets the kill into Pure R.
That's not good. A little bit of indecision from TSM Academy. They're able to make it out thanks to that Showstopper, and honestly, just keeping the Rays alive. Venture in a great position to punish the rotations around. Does hear them through. Look at that, the spray, though.
What?
They had an idea. It might have been the gun barrel just peeking around the corner. But still, 2v4, not an ideal scenario for Sonics, as Harmful gets that spike down. Not nearly that close to the tour de force.
Something that they could pull forward, but they need to play together and play for at least a refrag. A 2 versus 4 could turn into a 1 versus 2 extremely quickly, or even a 2 versus 2 if they each find a kill without going down. Harmful looking to push forward, but they have to take out that trademark. I know they triggered it without clearing it. The sound cue was there, yet they did not take it out. They also have the flank coming from behind. There's just not enough time for this, and they're still going to try and push it, but I think it's all for naught. Wait a second. They found both. They have to clear Rebo out of hell. They seemingly are aware of the position. They're looking to stick the spike. Shank at least getting it towards halfway, but the swing in and forward from Rebo. Venture from behind will make sure to shut it out. They won't be able to save the rifle, but they will be able to save the round. TSM Academy pick it up.
And that was a lot of really good pressure that Venture was adding on to their back line. You could tell even though they were Army of Twoing it onto that A site, they had to keep on checking behind them. And as soon as they didn't, that allowed Venture to move into position and then shoot the spike down. Obviously, there was a little bit more of a time crunch as well. But still, really well played from Sonics. They almost won that one out. And on top of that, too, we're going to force TSM's economy to be a little bit more broken. Now, TSM Academy still able to buy things up, but Harmful not going to have any shields. Meanwhile, Tool de Force out for Enjoy. And look at that, the Haunt's already got a lot of information on him.
I love Haunt lineups. They're my favorite thing in the game.
Are you sure you don't believe in ghosts?
That was funny. I'll give you that one.
Thank
that was
you.
pretty good.
Yeah,
it
right.
took me a second. I was like, wait, Haunt.
I could see it working in your brain, yeah.
Yeah, the gears were going, albeit there were some cobwebs interrupting.
More spooky themed stuff is all I'm hearing.
I was trying to go for that. See, I can keep themes going. Enjoy. I at this point, you want to gamble the shot in through the window wall on the left side. That's that spray position you usually have when the original barrier's raised and you try and take an opening shot. Didn't happen this time around. TSM Academy, it is a gun round up against Sonics with one of their own. But TSM Academy, every single time you see them try to aggress, they play as a team and play off the back of utility. That's happened here again in with the Rolling Thunder. They don't clear out C, though, and Crunchy's able to find a kill because of it.
Yeah, and tour de force from Enjoy finds Venture as well. It's going to drop a nice little slow field. It's going to be a fault line. ZK is able to clap back onto Crunchy. Still, 3v4. They're going to re-aggress this. I don't think that's the right move. Enjoy still holding it down with the tour de force. ZK is going to be moving up, though. A lot of damage taken. Took a little bit of a collat. Now Enjoy has to get out of there. No option left.
They do safely. They take ZK out. Down long with the Headhunter. They find the first, but it's harmful. A first with the Operator, the second with the Headhunter. They have the spike, though, and they have to put quickly, so they have the Nightfall in the back line. It finds both of them, and harmful, even though they're low, can still find one. It's an immediate trade, but a win on the backside. It's Sonics with their 5th round victory, and a chaotic win, to say the very least.
Absolutely. That was looking like it was going to go TSM's way until just a couple of key picks made it possible for Sonics to get back into that one. Wow, great stuff. Enjoy adding on so much pressure as well with the sniper rifle, just watching down Garage. You could tell that TSM really want Garage control in order to flood into C, but all it took was just one chamber to deny them a lot of that.
I think the one issue they ran into was they tried to push Garage before they had that C-long control, and Pure R getting a kill onto Sim. That wasn't only the paint shell. They threw another C's. It was a C's combination with the paint shell. There's no way out of that.
I am in pain.
I'm in Spain without the S.
I'd like to be in Spain.
That would be pretty cool.
But one can dream. Still, though, TSM Academy now have to play this one-man down, pistols out, and the tour de force online for Harmful. If anyone can make that happen, Harmful would be the person. But still, that is a very tall order. Try and pull together. Rebo got that fault line ready to go. TSM Academy looking at pushing in on this B site.
They're prepping it. The Haunt actually doesn't find them in towards this Gong position. The plant will come forward. No real restrictions that time around, and Shank misses it. They try to throw forward that fault line, but it misses it. The timing just not there, but Pure R able to swing onto one. Enjoy with a second as they look to retake onto the site. TSM Academy seemingly have no answer. The Cosmic Divide to really relegate that B main position, but that's not where ZK resides. They're looking to re-aggress, and they will do so, but it's all for naught. The defuse comes forward. TSM Academy lose the round, but they get the spike plant. They kill 3 players on the Sonic side. Well, yes, the operator is retrieved. It's still a Sonic's victory.
That is... I can't believe this right now. Sonics coming up with some heroics. To be fair, they're matching TSM's heroics because TSM should not be getting away with that. They lost someone right at the start of the round, but still had enough to make it in and get the spike down onto B. Matter of fact, too, ZK has been really coming alive this game. 12 kills, matching the top fragger on Sonics as well. But yeah, the team is just falling just a little short. And these rounds are starting to add up. 6-2 is our scoreline. It's going to be a Nightfall available for TSM Academy.
Nothing really doing here on either side. 3 players prepped outside of C-Long here for the attacking side. They want to C-split once more, and this time they're prepping that C-Long push first before trying to over-aggress in through Garage. I like the fact that they're looking to split the attention of this defense before trying to initiate without any initiation tools. That's what's happening, and that's what they're learning from the previous iteration. Sim, lucky to be alive, as honestly as Pure R, neither of which taking damage off of this engagement, but Pure R honestly could probably pop a showstopper and find a free kill.
I don't know. Based off of some of the showstopper gameplay we've seen today, it's looking a lot less possible these days. ZK, though, down to 2 HP already. Crunchy, is going to get sprayed through, but able to escape out of that one.
They find the info. The rotation was going around towards A. They actually found the info and are rotating back towards C, of which they finally are reestablishing the C-long push.
Here we go. Nightfall going to be online. Going to tag up 2 in the back there. It's going to be the showstopper coming out, but Sim already finds one. Pure R doesn't come up with anything there as Harmful gets the 3rd. And this is looking like a nice, easy storm for TSM Academy. Going to be able to get that spike down. Now Harmful in a great position to punish. Enjoy spots out the jump around, but still goes for the duel and loses it out. Enjoy just a little bit faster on the draw.
2v4 here, and Sonics look like they're looking to back away. That is exactly what happens. No real chance of that one, unfortunately, for the Sonics. Losing those 3 opening engagements off the back of a well-placed Nightfall. The showstopper, yes, misses on the Sonic side, but even if that hits, I really don't think that they find anything more than maybe 1 kill, or in this case 2, I suppose, considering they already have found 1 kill. It's not around the Sonics probably would have won.
No, and they're just going to hold themselves at the top. TSM Academy aren't even going to go hunting for this one because they know their economy is fragile. Only won 2 rounds in this half. Not an ideal scenario. It's going to be their 3rd, but yeah, they just run themselves back to spawn. They have to stay alive, have to keep those rifles online. They'll give Sonics the little bit of extra economy. But Sonics, they're starting to get a little bit low. The cash is starting to run out. That's because they've lost that round and lost a lot of their members. Once again, these rounds are very close, despite the fact that Sonics has that 3-round advantage as well. We are seeing TSM get a lot of punishes onto some of the mistakes that Sonics are doing, and only a couple members of Sonics are able to stay alive after all of these chaotic rounds. So, enjoy with the operator. Gets fault lined, and it's very explosive from TSM Academy.
Enjoy actually avoids the gravity wall. They're looking to reaggress though, and as soon as the Roomba gives away the fact that Enjoy is aggressing, Sim is able to swing off that fact and find the early kill. Again, an opener going the way of TSM Academy, and down goes the A site. They'll immediately shoot at the Haunt. No extra information gained here for the Sonics. They're looking to reinitiate as quickly as humanly possible.
Now the spike going to be planted. 4v5, not an impossible scenario. You can see Sonics are getting all their ducks in a row before they decide to re-engage here. Heaven is not smoked off, though. Cosmic Divide, though, coming in. That's actually extremely good, as Harmful actually found Rooney.
Rooney dies before the Cosmic Divide goes up, and Sonics has to back away, as you mentioned. Another save here for Susquehanna. Are they sure they're not the Susquehanna Savers? I'm sorry.
I mean, alliteration is good.
I do like alliteration.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, wow. Just off of 1 ultimate and 1 pick from Harmful, that's going to force Sonics back. And now we're starting to get into the territory where TSM Academy, they're going to be looking a little bit more dominant in the economy games. Sonics is going to be a little bit broken. Thankfully, they are able to keep 3 of their members alive with rifles, so they're not going to be that broke. They do have a competitive chance in this next round, but if they lose it, it's looking like TSM Academy might be coming right back up. There's only 2 more rounds in this halftime delay.
Looking at that Sonics economy, Rooney's going to have to take some concessions, all the way down to the point of half shields and a Spectre. A Guardian there for Crunchy with half shields as well, but those 3 saved Vandals will give them a decent shot at this. Sonics, their name of the game is finding opening kills and locking down the real estate, of which is already theirs. They can't afford to give TSM Academy an entire site off the back of maybe, what, 1 kill?
Already very explosive. Sim gets the space, has to fight off the Prowler, but waits out the fault line. It's actually going up into window. Flash is being used. Rooney just on the other side, and Rooney's good for it with a Spectre. That's going to be a rifle if Rooney can make their way over there. The Haunt gets destroyed, going to move in, grab that Vandal. As TSM Academy, they're bringing that spike over to the B side, but immediately a smoke is going to make that a lot harder to engage in. There's no support for the Fade.
I think as soon as that smoke was down, they all repositioned. They wanted to pivot away. I really feel that Venture was sitting inside of the dark cover to make sure there was no aggression from the Sonic side, no free real estate gained. As much as the meme may be there, it's really true.
And now we see TSM Academy. They're getting themselves set up, ready to move in onto C. Only Crunchy to be watching the back line there, but 5 members alive for Sonics.
30 seconds left.
Play this smart, could have a 5v4 retake if they do choose to give up the site. But no one Crunchy. Crunchy's going to be hunting for at least a couple of kills. Most of the Astral Utility has already been expended. Oh no, goes into Astral form. The timing just not quite there. ZK doing the exact same thing as the swing comes through. Crunchy good for 1, and immediately all the utility gets deployed as ZK comes up with 2.
ZK with a double, while stunned no less. They do finally initiate that spike plant. It's finally on that floor, 2 versus 2. The paint shell's up and forward. They don't land though. Venture inside of the smoke, won't be able to find that first kill. A retreat from Harmful, just barely missing a kill in and of their own right. But the chamber out, looking to find the first, cannot find the target prioritization. TSM Academy are shut down. The Sonics picking up their first in a little bit of time, especially off the back of what was near a save, considering they really only bought around those 3 Vandals.
Yeah. All things considered, great stuff coming through there. Like you said, ZK was stunned up, still able to find a couple of heads with the Vandal.
Should not have been that close. That was
And,
wild for ZK.
yeah, I mean, it just seemed like the swing out together was just a little bit uncoordinated, and
Yeah.
actually being stunned up might have been helpful for ZK because the bullets are flying out a little bit slower, you know?
No recoil control if there's no ammo coming out, I suppose.
That's true.
I'm still surprised that Harmful misses both of those shots. Both onto the face.
Honestly, I think it was just because the swing came through and he wasn't
Yeah.
expecting to also at the same time see the shoulder of the raise on the bottom.
The first one, that was the one I didn't expect. I thought he was going to find I thought he hit it. I
Yeah.
honestly thought he did. Apparently not.
Well, now Sonics looking to potentially make this 8-4. Like we said, Sonics look a little bit better on their attack than their defense.
Uh-oh.
So this is an ideal scenario. Enjoy
Wow.
finds ZK's shoulder. Raid boss for TSM Academy is already down.
They're looking to just push on towards B, though. They don't particularly care about their lack of C control, as the middle sight is indeed there. The spike looking to go down. It finally will, but no, it's taken away. Shank from the side finds 2.
goodness.
Enjoy with a second and a third as well. The tour de force with a 3K in the final round of the half, and Sonics make it a 4-round deficit for TSM Academy to come back from on their own defensive side.
It was just so quick, Dan. It was just so quick. They just decided, oh, you're getting the spike down? Well, like, we have something to say about that. We're going to run in and kill all of you. That is a statement in itself, as now it's 8-4 in the half. Sonics on the attack now. TSM Academy down 4 rounds. They can pick up this pistol round, could potentially get themselves to 6, but Sonics have a pretty commanding lead, only looking for 5 more rounds, guaranteeing their spot to go up against Ghost Gaming in the finals.
That's wild. Still, it's just 5 rounds the difference here for Sonics. The question, would they be playing for $7,500 or $25,000?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
A little bit of a difference in terms of cash prize.
Yeah,
just
a
might
little
out.
Might be all relative, but still. Already. Enjoy. Moving forward, it's a great fault line from Rebo. Able to stall things out, but look at this utility usage coming in from Sonics. It's so good, it completely flushes out the site. As a result, it's going to be an easy plant for Sonics.
There's a flank coming. Keep that in mind. They'll go from 2 different angles as well. Probably in through that main position and around towards Garage. The trademark established around towards that defender spawn. They take Crunchy out. They don't have to worry about the fact they're giving away their position with the trademark dropped. TSM Academy now still have 5 players alive, but Sonics are now condensed onto the site. With only 4 remaining, the Headhunter looking to do the damage will hit a body shot in a second through the wall, but not the kill just yet. Finally, the right click will land. Pure R with their frenzy in hand is cut down as well. It's just down to Pure R himself. A 1 versus 3 here with the paint shells. Should be able to find the first. It does just that, but Venture finds the final kill required. There's enough time on the clock, no less. And TSM Academy with the all-important defensive pistol as they start to mount this comeback.
Man, for a second there, I was like, uh-oh. Did the Paint Shells just get a couple of members there?
I thought it did.
I thought it did
too.
too. I thought it did too. If it did get down 2, I think that would have been a winnable scenario, but only pinged up that. But yeah, look at that. Such good stuff coming in from TSM. They actually played that retake almost perfectly. Harmful, of course, coming alive with the Headhunter. Gets in so much damage, and that's why
He's walling.
there
He's
was
walling.
a haunt that gave away the position.
I know, but it's funny when I say it because we both have X-ray vision, and he outlined in pink.
Yes.
So we know it's a haunt. But if I say he's walling, it's satirical.
Yeah. Something like that.
Maybe less funny, just satirical.
Yeah, fair enough. Depends on your delivery, honestly. It's not about what you say, it's about how you say it. Already, that's so much damage onto Crunchy.
And Crunchy's dead.
Already down. Crunchy, the one who usually comes up absolutely clutch with the Marshall in his hands, not this time. That's Shank is going to be going for the peak as well. Shank, I don't know if this is a good idea. Never mind, it's a great idea. Sim hits the floor.
Getting jiggy with it. Bulldog finding one. Enjoy out behind, looking to find a free kill. He misses the first shot. Second one, not so much. Another kill found here for the Sonics, and he retrieves the Spectre, looking to regress on to his counterpart. Harmful dies.
You're kidding me.
4 versus 2. But ZK can bring this back, playing inside of his own smoke. But the Prowler finds him. A 1-for-1 trade leaves Venture in a 1v3, and the sound cue's given over. He's being held, and Shank with the headshot on the Marshall drops him. Sonics find 9 and win the conversion round on the attacking side. Without winning the pistol, by the way.
How are they so good? How are they so good on those ecos? They lose. It almost seems like they lose the pistols on purpose because they know they're going to win the next round.
It's scripted.
I don't know.
It's always Shank or Crunchy.
Yes.
Those are the only two players that really step up in a lot of those rounds. Pure R and Enjoy both playing parts, but Enjoy, it was really off the back of a timing and being able to retrieve that Spectre that they were able to really play a pivotal part in that conversion round, or anti-conversion round, I suppose. And now TSM Academy, they're not entirely broke, but they certainly aren't buying for the hills. Enjoy, hold up, they don't know that the aggression is coming through as well from this defensive side. Keep that in mind. They need to keep that.
The aggression coming through on C. Oh, Harmful can't find it, so Rooney, it's going to take 2 actually, and deal with the flankers as well. Is an aftershock on the site to slow down this push here, but doesn't matter. Pure R again. So much damage with this utility. It's so explosive.
Quite literally.
Now, I'm not going to say that I called it, but what did I say earlier? Sonics on this attack. Look pretty darn good.
They are looking really clean. And it's off the back of a first-round victory that they won without the advantageous weaponry. It was off the back of a couple Marshall shots, the flank with a Headhunter, the switch to the Spectre, and honestly just collapsing onto the final player in terms of ZK. That second-round victory really playing off the pivotal part that TSM Academy were on the back foot. They really took control in a round that they should have and did so to near perfection. Enjoy now has an operator in hand. TSM Academy able to buy once more, but it's a real 5 versus 5. This is a first real gun round in the second half of play. TSM Academy can pick this up. They really start to shut Sonics down.
They do have that Nightfall available as well. Could be key, but Sonics. Once again, we've seen this strategy from Sonics before. They just take their time, but whenever they are ready, they just explode onto site and completely use their utility to just flush out the site. And on top of that, too, they run in knowing exactly where they need to look as well. Look at that.
And another paint shell. It's a combination once more of abilities. Pure R dropping Rebo with the assist on the Astra. The Nightfall lands onto all 5 players. The shot almost landing to kill Enjoy down to nearly 1 HP on the chamber. Will be back up to about 36 and misses the shot though. Venture with a headshot across onto Enjoy. The early round damage meaning very little with that headshot being landed, but TSM Academy still with this man disadvantage. Venture being forced out into the open, straight into his demise. The showstopper built up as well. Logs is where they reside, looking for the kill. He'll find it after the fact. Finally, it looks like Sonics are really shutting down TSM Academy on equal ground.
I was going to say, I think that this push from Sonics is a little bit risky, given the fact that, you know, they already lost one of their members, but they're able to even it up. They just kind of go for it and are able to win it out. Now, Harmful 1v3 scenario. Doesn't have any smokes, can rendezvous away, but it's going to be an operator from Rooney. Rooney has been really putting in the reps this map as well. Sonics now up 11-5.
This almost guarantees them 12 as well. Let's take a look at the scoreboard as we look at what may be a TSM Academy buy. It will be Guardian, Phantom, Vandal, and Spectre with 3 on light shields, 1 going Glass Cannon, Phantom, haven't seen that one in a while, and a Spectre with full shields. This is not by any means a good buy for TSM Academy. This is not a round they really should win, assuming Sonics play it correctly. But it's one that they need to. They cannot afford to give up map point while also buying to do so.
A lot of utility from TSM Academy. They've swapped up their defensive positioning. I actually kind of like putting the Rays a little bit more forwards on mid-courtyard, but how we've seen Sonics play, they excel when they've got all of their people. So at that point, it's just looking for a couple of trades. And I think that's what makes this Sonics attack so deadly.
It's a weird angle. Look at Harmful.
You know
what?
what?
Isn't really the corner, but isn't really far out towards the box and hit the flick as well, dropping Scrunchy. A 4 versus 4, though, as the trade frag found elsewhere in the C window. So Sonics, no clear advantage found yet. They also have yet to clear this Raze, just waiting in the wings of the B Cubby, maybe looking to play Trigger Discipline, is doing just that, looking to find 3 different members. The Nightfall
that's going to give it away, though.
Doesn't know. They have no idea. Sim misses, plays too much into their own hands. The Guardian does bring one back the other way. It's an immediate trade of frags, but from behind, Harmful finds 3.
Oh, man. Out of all of the different possible outcomes, that was not the one that I was expecting.
I was
all.
expecting Sim to find like 2 and then
Oh,
die.
absolutely.
I didn't even notice the flank because I wasn't watching the map. I was watching Sim somehow die from in front and the Guardian find 2 on the site itself. Nice flick, by the way, Harmful.
Beautiful flick. And this is the thing, too. Rebo actually opened it up with a couple of Guardian picks, and then Harmful was ready for the pick around because you could tell Sonics were a little bit confused. What the heck is going on? Where are all these bullets coming from? And yeah, good round from TSM Academy. A little bit sad that Sim didn't get too much on that position, but you know what? It all works out. Pure R gonna get chomped on by the Prowler. As looks like Sonics are going to be interested in this A site. TSM Academy are playing around with their defense, though. They want to push out a little bit further. Play those awkward angles, because you know what? They're getting a couple of picks because they're in these unconventional positions.
It's also a fact that Sonics have barely gone A. I recall one round in which A was the site of their choosing. A little surprising to say the very least, considering we've played 5 rounds thus far in the second half. Sim playing vertically will drop early. Adventures there for the refrag as Rooney will fall. Rebo playing forward will drop Enjoy, and it looks good for this TSM Academy defense.
And this is the thing. I think as long as TSM can use some of that stall utility, the flashes or the smokes, they could slow down the momentum from Sonics and find a couple of kills, because it looks like as soon as Sonics reaches a little bit of difficulty, they immediately back out, turn their backs around, and then TSM Academy can pick up a couple. Look at that. Venture finds 1-2. Suddenly it's 2v3. They will get the spike down, but the tour de force from Harmful is hanging out in the back.
Roomba finds the information, though. Harmful already pushing forward. The fault line misses, though. They assumed he was back towards the defender's spawn. Harmful with a double. Both the quick scope. Seems like a Call of Duty trick shotter with the way he drops him down. And TSM Academy bring yet another round back, shutting down the Sonics attempt at continuing with their aggression.
I can hear Harmful laughing from the pit, by the way. Just an FYI. You can hear Harmful.
Giggle, giggle, giggle.
You know, you asked why Harmful hasn't operated. That's why Harmful hasn't operated.
Apparently.
I mean, that was a tour de force.
He is also playing Chamber this time, compared to when he was playing KO.
But that's the reason why. The man can op. And so no matter what role you want him on, if he's going to be a consistent opper and be able to take these out, that's what you want to see. Harmful.
Bang.
Look at that.
Good night.
It's just so clean. The timing behind that was immaculate between those shots. And now we're going to be getting a tack timeout. It's going to be TSM Academy. Got me scratching my face just on that transition there. But yeah, TSM Academy are starting to come back into this. And Sonics, their attack, as solid as it is, once again, they're making a couple of mistakes there, and TSM are more than happy to pounce upon them and punish them for them.
I also feel that Sonics aren't as prepped for as dynamic of a defense as we're seeing from the TSM Academy.
Yes.
Now we're seeing them fluidly move throughout the map. We saw that in the previous round as well, where Sim was stuck in that B cubby, but directly thereafter we saw Harmful set up behind him, waiting for that push to come through. And while yes, Sim doesn't even find a kill there, Harmful is there to make up for it and find a double on the backside. It also helped that your Breach was just chilling on site and they walked straight into a Guardian headshot, but that's mildly besides the point. Sonics are losing a lot of their advantages earlier on in the round, and TSM Academy are making sure they don't give those advantages back the other way. Now, a quick cursory look at ultimates, by the way. Rolling Thunder, alongside the Tour de Force, of which has already been prepped for the Sonics, is coming through into this round, while TSM Academy have the Cosmic Divide and that Showstopper available.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide could be really good at stopping or splitting that Sonics offense. I'm hoping during this timeout, Sonics could take a couple of notes, figure out something else here, and it does look like they are changing things up. They're sending 3 members this time to put a little bit of pressure on Garage before they move it up, but it's going to be this duel between Harmful and Enjoy, and we'll really see whether or not it can happen, but Harmful wins that one out. And
he fights 2!
It's 2! We kept on talking about how the Showstopper doesn't get that much value, but Sim says it's time.
Inside of his own smoke, just waiting for this push to come forward, apparently playing hooky with the Devil as he sits inside of what is a long avenue of attack. Harmful to swing around, misses both the opening operator shot and the second attempt on the Headhunter, but it may not matter. The ultimate landing there for Sim as the Showstopper I mentioned earlier drops 2 different players, and with another opener round prior to that of Harmful down long, there's really no way in for the Sonics in a 2 versus 5. There are 3 players in a triangular crossfire established on the site itself, and Harmful having just Rooney walk into their line of sight leaves Crunchy in an ace clutch scenario. They will find a very nice first shot onto Harmful, but it's a 1v5 removed as TSM Academy will find 8.
TSM Academy are coming back. I don't want to jinx anything, but it's looking more and more likely, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it's right off the back of that guy Harmful. being able to lock down the site by himself. You just leave him on C. Of course, he had a little bit more support this time around, but the previous round as well, Harmful has been good for it. Just hanging out on C allows the team to just continue to control that space. And Sonics, they are, maybe stubborn isn't the best word, but as soon as they have their sight set on one of these sites, they are committed to it. Maybe committed is a better word.
Oh my goodness, Pure. Just walking,
Turn into Pure
walking straight, apparently, walking straight forward in towards sewers. Rebo doesn't avoid the Prowler, has to get the heck out of dodge, and will do just that, but Harmful with another, this time around towards the C-long position. It's 3 found now for the Chamber. A 1 versus 5 once more. This time it's for Rooney. A nice opening shot, clean to drop Rebo, but they're now inside of the slow effect. A Haunt trying to gain them control over towards A, but I don't know if he's gotten the memo. Rooney doesn't have the spike.
Yeah, Rooney was set up on the flank, or at least was trying to get a little bit of room. Meanwhile, the flank from TSM Academy just taking out so many. Hey, who else but Harmful? Operator in hand.
You could say
easy, quick 3K. Sim finds the 4th, making this a near impossible scenario for Sonics to win this round. And that's going to be a 2-round gap between these two teams, Dan.
No, it'll be an easy win here. Rooney in a 1 versus 4, an ace clutch required from them. With a Phantom in hand, they're not going to clear the attacker spawn. Apparently they will. Venture's dropped, 30 seconds left. If you're going to find an opening kill, that's the person to do it on towards. They did have the Nightfall available, but with 2 players looking up towards this window position, and Harmful making sure they can clear out the backside of that mid spot. Sim will close the round out. A little bit of trash talk added over top of it to make sure that Sonics know they're losing these rounds. And TSM Academy, 2 rounds away from tying us up.
Okay, I don't think trash talk is the right word because someone said, "Let's go."
Oh,
that's not really
just heard
trash
somebody
talk,
yelling.
Nah.
I'm too used to MFH screaming across
Oh
the arena.
yeah, don't
that
worry.
guy still exists.
We have a much. You know what? The word isn't. That's where I think about this. Exactly.
Is that a noun or an adjective?
It's a little bit of both. You know, it's like curse words that have
an adjective.
Okay, cool. All right, let's start off this round. We're going to be seeing Sonics now play it a little bit more slowly. And once again, you mentioned this during the TAC timeout that TSM Academy's defense. Oh, there's Jacob. The defense was actually very effective because they're able to start to be a little bit more dynamic, adapt themselves, play weirder angles.
Like this?
Exactly like this. They're not going to expect Harmful here. Here's something important. Harmful has rotated around these sites in the last 3 rounds. C, A, and now on to B.
He's played in order C, A, C Garage, and now B in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That's how wild he's been, how dynamic he's been as a player. And locking down mid is an odd scenario to hold down, especially not window. He's holding down the lower side of mid, making sure they can't get any ground for free on this Sonic side. TSM Academy need to make sure that they can just hold things down, slow their attack down.
Here are moving in through Garage. Harmful already finds 1, and they don't shoot the trap at all. A little bit of miscommunication coming through. But ZK's still at the back line, and ZK's come up big before. It's going to be a Nightfall on the point as well. Give it a little bit of information.
I don't think we saw
At least give ZK a little bit of time. Who else but Harmful? Pure R goes down. Finally gets traded back there, but ZK in the back is going to do enough damage, and now Sim looking for it. Down to it. 1 round separating these teams before it's all tied up yet again.
It's crossfires and refrags. That's what TSM Academy are playing off of. They're also playing communicative Valorant. They know when they have to swing off their teammates' contact. Harmful, yes, they find that first kill. They're trying to find the second, but as soon as they lose it, it's ZK to swing. As soon as they drop it, it's Venture to close it out. Off the backside of Sim as well. There's nothing that Sonics can do to continue to snuff out how intricate these crossfires are for TSM Academy. Every player has one that can refrag them at any given moment. There's no way to drop down the redundancy that is in front of this Sonic side.
And now Sonics are going to be on a save.
No way.
Harmful actually gets smoked off this time. It looks like Sonics are going to be doing it. Time to Light has completely looked away from the screen. It's going to be the Mark Strom now, but look at this. Can't find the first pick. ZK goes in and finds 2. Spikes down. But the Cosmic Divide is also online. That's going to split up the site, allow for Sonics to take the room. Still have to deal with Harmful, though. And that's going to be so dangerous. At least they will be able to get the spike down. It is still a save for Sonics.
HL's in towards the blast pack. It doesn't matter. It's just Sim looking straight down. A 1 versus 4. No way for TSM Academy to be shut down. They will finally hop on the spike. I almost thought they were going to pull a G2 in Counter-Strike moment, but luckily for them, they are perfectly fine. This is not Nuke. We are on Haven. 11-11. At minimum, 24 rounds are required to figure out who's going to the grand finals and taking on Ghost Gaming.
Okay, everybody at home, it's 11-11. You got to make a wish, but don't tell anybody. Otherwise, it won't come true. Maybe one of your wishes will be based around which team is going to be winning here. TSM Academy now going to be walking in with 3 ultimates. Tour de Force, Cosmic Divide, and Showstopper. It's going to be weapons coming in from both squads as well. Sonics have now lost 6 in a row. That is unbelievable. We have not seen this from the Sonic squad all day.
They're doing a whole lot of winning. Notably, they were coming back rather than having people come back against them. Teal Seam, the notable opponent they dropped out of this tournament. TSM Academy looking to be added to a completely different list, that of which has removed the Sonics from Nerd Street Champs finals and grand finals contention. Both of these teams certainly a viable option up against Ghost Gaming, but as we reach round 23, nobody solidifyingly in front.
One. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal.
Thought it was pretty good.
All right, the Hut's coming in. This is a very fast hit from Sonics onto the B site. It's going to be Pure R whipping out the Showstopper as well. Still gets caught by the Prowler, actually. Did not get caught in the explosion there. Nightfall going to be activated as well from Sonics.
I found 2. Around towards the C side, they're expecting 2 players towards that C direction, but they have yet to clear C long. That'll be a longer flank established should the time present itself, and it's looking to come through. They also have the Cosmic Divide on the defensive side. 3 ultimates now activated, one of those being the Showstopper, a very lethal one at that. Around towards the A-Link, it finds 1, only 1 at that. A 2v3 now as it stands, Sim with 1 more, but it's down to ZK on the aforementioned flank. They had yet to be cleared outside of that C-long position. They have to walk in through their own Cosmic Divide, but as time is ticking away from this spike, it's almost certainly Sonics to lock things down. A first across onto Crunchy. There's just not enough time, and Pure R will make sure it is indeed the case. Sonics onto map, match, and series point to go face Ghost Gaming in the finals.
Don't count my boys TSM out of this yet, though. They still have the potential to tie things up. Because of how things have been going for TSM all the way up until this point, they're going to have more than enough money to buy themselves all the weaponry that they need. Meanwhile, take a look at Sonic's economy. They're sure they've got those rifles, but I am seeing Crunchy with a Guardian. To be fair, who else but Crunchy with that Guardian could make it come into play, but they're all on light shields. That means they might not have all the utility that they need, and Sonics are such a utility-heavy team. They rely on that to give them a lot of space. If they don't have all of it, it could be a bad time. We're seeing the combo, the C's as well as the paint shells get tossed in, but not finding anybody this time.
No, and Sonics have read that play. It happened twice, maybe 3 times total in this map, and as soon as it happened that 3rd time, they backed away. They didn't want to take those early engagements. This time it happens. Sim drops Crunchy, and they're looking to play aggressive. TSM Academy want to take the fight to the Sonics. It's another there for Sim. 2 versus 3. Now it's TSM Academy need to lock down this A site, and they have the manpower to do so. 2 versus 2 on the site specifically, but they have this late flank coming forward. Harmful playing forward on that defensive side, but the problem they continue to run into is can they clear out the chamber who's actually residing on the site itself, looking to swing out and behind. Have they cleared short? No, they have not, and the shot's missed. Enjoy in a 1 versus 2. It's ZK looking to find the final kill required to send TSM Academy into overtime. A 1 versus 1, and ZK slows himself down. He doesn't want to overheat. He wants to play this as slowly as he can.
Smoke's going to be deployed. Going to have the gravity well activated here. ZK now throwing down a couple more stars. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Enjoy. Just going to wait this clock down. Has the Tour de Force activated as well.
He's waiting.
A little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Doesn't know if ZK has moved around, so now the spike is finally going to go down. Still is a 1v1 scenario.
Enjoy. He's swinging him.
No!
TSM Academy win it! ZK swings him. Enjoy's dropped, and we're going to overtime. We thought map 3 wouldn't even be a requisite. We need OT to decide a winner.
See? I told you, don't count TSM Academy out of this. They're looking so good. Honestly, down to the wire there. Even the Tour de Force came out to try and make something happen, but nope, not this time. So good, even the replays have to catch up on this one. Enjoy. Watch this. Just swings around the corner, finding Rebo. It was so aggressive onto site. The fact that he found Harmful as well is absolutely massive. And then Enjoy just falls a little bit short there. ZK doing an excellent job of hanging back, playing things slowly.
That's up mine.
And making it win. Oh, yeah, there's up mine. Oh, man. Okay, overtime. See how this goes.
Oh, my goodness.
Both these teams looking a little bit better on their defense on Haven.
I don't know who to favor here. Both of these teams have favored the defensive side.
Yeah.
But in full gun rounds, it's been TSM Academy to come out on top more often than not. It's been Sonics thriving off of the chaos, but in OT, there's no chaos. You get 5,000 credits, a dream, and sometimes a nightmare at the end. But the problem you run into is the fact that you don't have a pistol round to possibly build off to.
And to be fair, though, you know, we talk about those pistol rounds. We know that even though TSM are better for the pistol rounds, Sonics on their ecos have looked amazing.
Exactly.
None of that matters anymore. And also, to be fair, Sonics, when they were on the offense, or sorry, when they were on the defense, were doing a really good job at shutting TSM down, even with rifles, even when it was evened out. But you could make the exact same argument for TSM Academy. 12-12, whichever team can win 2 in a row are going to be going to the finals to face up against Ghost Gaming.
All right, how many overtimes are we seeing?
Well, I don't know, man. For all I know, we could see 6 at this rate. Like, these teams are so close.
I got 3.
Okay.
My vote is 3 overtimes. This game should, if I've done my math correctly, end 16-14.
Potentially. I'm not going to try and crunch the numbers. You're going to think about that one here, but now we're seeing TSM Academy get themselves set up. They've worked so hard to get themselves into this position. Sonics was on match point quite a bit of time. Now Shunk starts it out with a pick onto Sim. This is looking very familiar here, but Enjoy finding Rebo as well. Spike still not down as Harmful's holding a close angle, but they don't know Shonk is in the back.
Both of these teams on the defensive side have continued to play aggressive, and you see that once more from the Sonics. The Aftershock to force Harmful out of position. He will have to rendezvous away, and there's no way back onto the B site. The TSM Academy have to play back. They have to find a site of which there's no open door to it. No matter which door you choose, they all close directly in front of your face. And Enjoy almost making sure that fate becomes a reality.
And now Harmful knows where he is in Garage. That could be absolutely deadly. Has the swing from ZK as well. But still, it's just the two of them, the dynamic duo that have to make this round work if TSM want to pick it up. Otherwise, Sonics are going to put themselves in a fantastic position to potentially win it
30
out.
seconds left.
They are going to be moving around onto the A site.
If Harmful finds a kill and the spike plant, he gets the tour de force and can really start to lock down that A side. They need to push as a team towards A, and they're doing so. Pure R is waiting towards the bottom side of Heaven. He's about to be cleared. Almost gets knocked out of position. ZK does not hit the kill, though. Harmful looks to initiate that spike plant. The double satchel onto the site, though, not going to land. The satchel onto the site itself will do just that. But ZK in towards A-Link, waiting for the timing, but he's been seen. A 1 versus 2 as he stands. He will find the first, but the second drops him down. Harmful in a 1 versus 3. Needs to find the first in order to build up that tour de force and possibly give himself an opportunity into this round. But they're a multi-dimensional take on this defensive side. They want to reinitiate. That's exactly what's going to happen. They distract him with the first. The swing onto the second, but he's built up the tour de force. That may just become his fallacy, but he finds the kills required.
Are you kidding me?
A 4K for Harmful. Everything he needed on the site. He built up the first kill for the tour de force. The 2 more off the quick scopes. And TSM Academy have built up match and series points.
Daniel, you're scaring me.
Oh my goodness!
That was unbelievable. Gets the first pick, and just like you said, has enough to get the tour de force. Shout out to the slow field as well.
No way!
Gets that first
Why
pick,
not
it
swing
slows
him?
it down, and then Rooney, stuck in the slow field, can't go around in time to shut him down. That's going to be a very pivotal round. We've said that TSM Academy look better on their defense, and now they've just won their first offensive round, putting them potentially at match point. Absolutely massive play from Harmful there to keep TSM Academy in the lead.
There's no way.
I mean, there is a way. It just happened.
Apparently.
We watched it.
Don't count TSM Academy out. They just
what
won
did
2
I
straight
say?
rounds.
You doubted me, by the way.
I did.
You
My
doubted
bad.
me hard.
My bad. I talk about video games. I don't predict the future. That's on me.
Yeah. Apparently, I've got some little bit of a psychic
Have you gone into
intuition.
palm reading by any chance?
Actually, I do a little bit of it. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm actually not lying.
Okay.
My grandma taught me back in the day.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder.
It's not that difficult. But anyways,
Have you
okay.
been, like walking over there in between talking?
Well, you know.
I see a round win in your future.
Yeah, yes. Well, I don't know that palm reading necessarily predicts that, per se.
I know, I'm messing
but at
with
the same time, who knows? New age, new palms. I don't know even what I'm talking about. Doesn't matter. TSM Academy on match point in overtime. Harmful, coming alive, has that operator, feeling himself. Going to be moving forwards here. To take that first swing, is able to take one out, but Shonk ready for the trade. Doesn't matter. Sim moving up as well, finds Enjoy.
It's aggression again from TSM Academy, and Sonics with their own aggression in the previous round. That was shut down. A 3 versus 4 now for the Sonics to keep themselves alive. No ultimates to play for, and ZK playing around the aggression, but it's an immediate refrag. He finds only one. Rebo from behind. It's Shonk in a 1 versus 2. No rolling thunder available for at least one more frag, and he needs to find it quickly. So TSM Academy need to play this together, but he wants to get aggressive up this C-long position. He does not want to take 1 versus 2 scenarios. He needs to find an early kill, and they're just not giving it to him. TSM Academy looking to swing together. Shonk looking the wrong way, and he'll fall because of it. A team ace, a team game for TSM Academy. They come back from match and series point to find just that themselves and win Haven. A third map they forced, but a third map they pick up.
Hey, what did I say? This is my moment where I get to say, I called it. TSM Academy, you can't get them out of anything harmful, finding 26 kills that round. Started a little bit slow, but definitely turned up the temperature in the kitchen, and then said, get out of my kitchen to all the other chefs. Just like that, TSM Academy win it in overtime on map number 3. 14-12, they will be advancing and going up against Ghost Gaming in the finals.
An unfortunate finish to the technical upper bracket run of the Susquehanna Sonics. They will take on XSOAR for the lion's share of that side of the prize pool. $10,000 between them. The winner, $7,500. The loser, $2,500 only. TSM Academy will not only take their win, but they will take their gear to the stage as they look to take on Ghost Gaming, of whom have been waiting about 2 hours and 10 minutes for this game to start.
Down to the wire. Big shout out to Sonics, though. I want to really just highlight some of the strengths that they were bringing into these matches. And the biggest thing that stuck out to me was how good Sonics were on those ecos. Some sheriffs, some marshals, they were able to win it around. Yeah, just like that. But yeah, what do you even do when Harmful starts to activate?
You don't.
You die.
Harmful just continues to frag out. There's an opener. He then goes around towards Sea Garage, finds another. He drops down for a third in this exact same scenario. You cannot beat Harmful. A better player is all he is. A first kill up and over, readjusting vertically, so difficult to do in first-person shooters. He's able to find all 4 kills required in that round to force another. And the Sonics are cut down. Marks, that concludes their upper bracket run. Final thoughts as they send themselves to the third place game, and we move on to the finals.
I gotta say, I like that TSM started to adapt their playstyle to really enable Harmful to continue to pop off. It seems like a call was made once they started realizing Harmful was taking the shots to allow for some rotations to support Harmful instead of just allow him to go off on his own. And that's how you make your chamber shine, and that's how you saw so many good operator shots in the second half of that map. Unbelievable stuff, Daniel.
TSM FTX Academy are able to play around their own team cohesiveness and build that into not only round wins, but consecutive round wins. That round that Sonics won to put themselves onto match and series point, nobody stayed alive. That was their first round victory in 7 rounds. And they couldn't buy because they did not have that established economy. While on the other side of that, well, yes, TSM had just lost the round. They had won the 6 previous, so they had just enough to fully purchase up and set themselves up for success. They won somehow 10 of 11 to win Haven. A 7-round streak and a 3-round streak, all split by just a single round of the Susquehanna Sonics, of whom are cut down and sent down to the consolidation final.
And I just want to say the atmosphere in here is unbelievable.
They were all sitting behind them.
They were all sitting over there.
You saw it.
The entire crowd was all around watching all of the individual player screens, and you should have heard the energy in here as soon as that Harmful 3K just kind of came through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm still in shock right now, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Understandably so. The atmosphere, nuts. The plays, even more. TSM Academy, as a team, seemingly cannot be stopped. They take on the home team, technically, of the Susquehanna Sonics and send them out of this upper bracket. TSM Academy will take on Ghost Gaming, of whom, in all 4 days of play, including the last chance qualifiers, and both GSL group stages of the finals, have lost 2 maps. In the tournament, they've lost 2 maps.
It's a little unbelievable, but you know what? You're talking about Ghost Gaming here. A team that is honestly contesting a lot for honestly just VCT. They're looking like a top-tier team. They came in here. They came in through the LCQ, swept it away. Speed ran that, by the way. Done in like 3 hours or something. Finished their 2 games. Immediately won. 2-0s all across the board. And yeah, like you said, they faced a little bit of difficulty to get here, but in total only dropped 2 maps.
I find it funny, Ghost Gaming actually at the LCQ. That was our biggest day of the event in terms of how many games we had on the production side and on the team side because of the tiebreakers we established. We had 4 best of 3s on the day on the production side. You and I did the last 2.
Yep.
And somehow they left at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
We exited the venue at 11:15. That's how much more the rest
they were.
of they could have played so much more during the day. They were like, quick day at the office, get done what we need, move on with the day.
Yeah, and honestly, I was watching a little bit of the Ghost Gaming up against XSOR game that was happening on the stage as well.
I was, yeah.
And you know what? It was looking a little bit dicey, but Ghost Gaming, they've just got something different. So, TSM Academy, they're going to have to bring it if they want that biggest prize of the packet? No, that's not the right word. I was trying to think of alliteration. Yeah, a lot of money. That's what's important here, you know? It's all the big bucks.
TSM Academy.
Yep.
They take the victory. And they move on to the grand finals, of which they can play for $25,000. They win, they get that money. They lose, they get only 10. But in all fairness, only 10 is still $10,000. But that's it for us here on the main desk. Marks, thank you ever so much for joining me, even in the middle of this series. I totally didn't just whack my mic. Apologies for that one. We're going to send it to an interview with one of the TSM FTX boys after their astounding victory there on Haven.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Nerd Street Champs. We're here with the TSM Academy's coach. Okay, so this is pretty sick. I get to see him in person. All right, the man, the brains behind the operation. So you know your team won.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to grand finals.
Yep.
Number 1. How are you feeling about that?
Man, just the way the game ended, I am feeling ecstatic. I don't know if you heard me yelling, but I was the madman yelling. Probably the whole venue could hear me. But yeah, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it makes sense. Listen, you guys are like pretty big. A lot of people talk about you guys. I think there was like a controversy where they were like, is TSM Academy better than the actual roster?
Right,
and there was that whole thing. So, I mean, you guys obviously doing a really good job. But I'm wondering, you know, Harmful's clutch,
Right.
really big.
Yeah,
obviously so. But, you know, I just wanted to ask what, like, obviously Harmful as a player, what are they like? You know, are they hardworking? Like, what's going on?
I mean, listen, the team works so hard. We've practiced 7-8 hours a day for the past 6 months. We've gone through a couple of roster changes, and even ever since then, we've just been grinding absolutely out of our minds. And I will say the value with our team, too, which is we have anyone on our team can pop up at any time. And you saw today, Zeke had huge rounds. Literally everyone had huge rounds. Repo had huge squads. You see the clutch in overtime from Marvel. Just literally amazing. Everyone.
Yeah. Okay, but one more question that I actually wanted to ask you. So, of course, we're talking about the team and everything. Going into this next game, I wanted to know for the team in general. You're the coach. You know exactly what they need to fix and whatnot. But what's the strategy going into the next game? Obviously, have fun, but
yeah. I mean, listen, we made our goal. We wanted to reach finals. Of course, the goal is always to win, but we are coming in pretty stress-free. Stress-free. We came over to what we wanted to accomplish. So yeah, just have a good finals.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are probably going to have a good finals,
yeah.
TSM Academy, but it was really nice meeting you. What's your name again?
Inox or Theo.
Inox, Theo. All right. So you can plug your Twitter if you want. Everybody to know the brains behind the operations, what's going on.
Inox_FPS if you want to
All right. There you go. There you go. You heard it here first. All right. Good luck to TSM Academy. And, I mean, good luck to everyone else.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Nerd Street Champs. I got Mark here with me. Sorry,
Hey.
Jacob.
Oh, okay,
No,
cool.
your name is Mark.
What's my name? I don't even know anymore.
We're gonna be doing the doodle thing, draw. And this, I kind of f***ed up your Kirby. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, is that supposed to be Kirby?
Yeah, that is Kirby.
Why is he wearing a hat?
Because why are you wearing clothes? Wait. So we're gonna ask random people what they want to draw. Anything Valorant related, and we're gonna try to guess. We know a lot of the people here are artists.
Very artistic.
Very artistic.
Very artistic.
In many ways.
So many ways.
Let's go find
A victim.
a victim. We should also find an eraser, just so that we can erase this beautiful Kirby.
Why would you want to erase your own beautiful drawing? This is not how I expected this to go, but you know what? Here we are. Teamwork does, in fact, make the dream work.
Okay.
Don't let your dreams
It's okay.
be dreams kings.
It's okay.
Short
you got
kings.
it. No, you got it. So you just got to draw something, and we're gonna guess.
You would be so good at that.
All right, I guess we're going to him.
This is a choose your own adventure. Draw whatever you want. 45 seconds.
Valorant
and then we're
related.
gonna have to guess what it is. Okay? 3, 2, 1. Start drawing that.
It already looks so good.
What do you think
And he
he's gonna
just
draw?
started.
Oh, wait, should we be looking at what he's drawing here?
I feel like we should.
No, but then that's gonna give it away. We need to see
How
it.
is
like,
it going to
in
give
its
it
own-
away?
Because then we're
If
gonna
we
see what it
can't
looks
guess
like.
when it's
We're
in its
supposed
full
to go- we're
form.
supposed to look
If
at
we
it and be
can't
able to
guess when
figure
it's
it
in
out
its
right
full
off the
form.
bat.
This makes no sense. Did you
Absolutely
ever go
no
to
sense.
art
Can you
class? All right, it seems like he's drawing rays. Fire in the hole! My voice is gone, I can't see that.
Fire in the
Hey, that's a voice line. Okay, so now we gotta guess.
Oh, I know what it is.
What is it?
It's 100% Sage. Yep.
I was never. I thought that she was proposing.
There's
to be
the
honest
wall.
with you.
There's the wall. And what's your name and where can people find you?
My name is Vincent. They can find me on Twitter on Winner Winner.
Dinner winner.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Winner
How come you
winner.
don't know this?
Winner winner chicken dinner. Huh?
That's the wrong game, Gombers.
Sorry, my bad.
Scam likely. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Okay, 2X beat his shirt, but I been hitting the gym. It's OTD driving, I'm trying to go wild with the crew and style, and we about to go win. I bet on myself, give me a year and I promise that I'll have a story to tell about people who hate it, and now they say hello from the other side like their name was Adele. I cannot stop, that's from the box state to the east side to the coast. I'm catching every fade, talking every day till they mention Jade with the go. I take the grave shift on the pavement when I say this, listen close. I gotta get it when using these minutes, and that's on the rain, hail, sleet, and snow. Talking it, I ain't hearing you. Just let your words move and turn it physical. Your rhetoric is cheap and very typical. Was hoping that the capping was a minimal. Jalen start to rap, he turn it spiritual. The gift internally go put some fear in you. We never worry, see, cause what the spirit do. I'm seeing hard work and you see a miracle. You do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Ay, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me.
drawing?
I
don't give a crap if you like drawing or not, but you can take this.
Can you please introduce your lovely face to everyone?
What's up, y'all? I'm Tanner Metro. I'm a caster here for the Nerd Street Champs.
You know, you have a really good voice. I'm glad to hear that you are a caster. I can see him doing a really good job.
I
huh?
just met him.
Whiteboard's not really my thing because I'm left-handed. And so but I'll try. What am I doing here?
How about you just start from the right?
That's not how that works.
Just start from the right.
And draw my words backwards.
All right, start the timer. You got 45 seconds.
To answer the question.
Yes, absolutely.
While
With your
I'm
left
drawing
hand, because you
Okay.
know, beta. Let's start.
Draw that thing.
All right, so how do you
Okay.
get your hair so why are you thinking? You don't even know
I don't know what I want to draw now. I had an idea, and then you said that you guys were going to guess what it is, and my idea was very guessable. And now I'm really
Well, I
struggling.
wonder how many seconds
okay,
he has
here we go,
left.
Here we go.
Hey, this guy casts Valorant.
I know,
Apparently.
right?
I'm gonna go
Can't
like
even think of
this.
anything.
So how do you get your hair there?
Well, my hair actually, the way that it goes like this is I use Harry's styling cream.
Do you use it for your beard as well?
I don't have a beard. I couldn't grow a beard even if I tried.
It seems like you do have one right now.
Do I have a little bit of a mustache?
Yeah, I think you do.
Well, so the thing with me, the problem is that the way that this is a lot harder than I thought.
And time.
Okay.
Wow, that looks like. Hold on.
Soak this in for a second.
I know who that is.
You know who that is?
I know who that is. That's Ravish.
What?
That's the most ravishing man in the world.
What? No, that's very clearly Jet. She's going upwards.
No, that's Rav.
What is it?
It's Rav.
Oh my God.
It's Jet. It's supposed to be Jet updrafting A main on Ascent and looking over the wall.
Why does her hair look like Bowser?
I thought that was Rav dunking on people. That's why I thought it
You
was
know
Rav.
what? I forgot what Jet's hair looks like. So
you just went for the spikes, frosted
It's
tips?
just a ponytail.
I
It looked
just
like Phoenix
tried-
for a second. That's why I was a little confused.
Yeah, that's my bad. I gaslit you guys into thinking that I drew well. I don't draw well.
Honestly, we are the victims here. Thank you for validating
Yeah, I'm
us.
used to being gaslighted.
Hold on, that's not good.
Gaslighted.
I am Boone. I am the broadcast manager at Nerd Street.
Cut that out. Okay, Boone. You have 45 seconds to draw anything Valorant related, and then we have to guess what it is.
We know how artistic you are as well. This is going to be great.
I feel like I have to handicap myself for this one.
Oh, he's like, no, I'm too good. 45 seconds, that's way too much time. Is your name actually Boone?
Yes, actually.
I actually didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. No, I didn't know.
He hired us. We should know this.
Wait. What is your last name?
Boone.
Oh, okay. Boone.
You guys ever read your contracts?
Yes.
I read it.
What is it?
No. We gotta guess.
Oh, yeah, we got to take a guess first. Take a guess.
Is that conveyor belt? Is that conveyor in a icebox inside?
Ice Ice Baby. Great song.
Definitely not. I mean, it's in the game. Yes, but which one though?
One of them.
A hint is someone's probably gonna do a giveaway about it on Twitter.
He's plugging the freaking Nerd Street stuff.
Listen, we asked our boss, what did we really expect to come from this one?
Champion.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm not a champion, so I
Well,
couldn't have guessed that,
You're
honestly.
a champion, Boone. You're the first one to beat us.
You guys are the champions over here for doing the content and also being a great job this weekend.
Thank you, Boone. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to, of course, follow the Nerd Street Twitter, the Nerd Street Twitch.
The Twitch?
The Twitch.
The Twitch?
Stop.
Are you okay?
Make sure to follow me. Only
Okay.
me, not Marks.
Oh, that's fine.
Gompers. If you're gomping really hard.
Mark Swong.
I'm sorry, I'm voice cracking. If you're gomping really hard, make sure to follow the Gompers X Twitter. Make sure to follow Marks here.
I didn't think she was going to give me that one, but it's at Mark Swong. Thank you, Gompers.
Yeah, of course. I'm so generous. Hire me.
And me too.
amigos? We back on the couch with me, it's Rab, and we got Ghost Gaming. Y'all been out here tearing up the entire LAN like 3 days in a row. What makes you so sexy? Start out. One word.
Aggressive.
Okay, but what's your name, my brother?
My name's Gianfranco, or in-game Koalanev, and I'm the Chamber and Jet player.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Hi, I'm John Curry. I'm the IGL for the Ghost Gaming.
Oh yeah, but what makes you sexy, John?
Maybe the hair.
Hello, I'm Kaplan. I'm the coach of Ghost Gaming, and it's definitely my massive masculine assertive coaching energy.
100%.
My name's Alex, or Proto. I play controller for Ghost Gaming, and it's probably my mustache.
Yes, it is. 100% it is. Do you feel bad for your opponents that you won't even give them a round to breathe, bro?
Yeah, I don't think they're like that good. So I mean, it's just pretty easy.
Damn.
Well, we usually try to finish fast, so we go eat.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest motivation for us.
Okay.
We say American burger, and the half is over. Pretty much it.
We definitely make some mistakes and give our opponents chances to win the game, and if they can't do it, it's their problem.
I don't feel bad about it.
If you were to give advice to me on how to get a shorty to DM me back, what would you say?
Say you're radiant.
I'm not radiant, bro.
You can lie. You can lie.
So as long as I'm radiant, she'll DM me back. You sure?
That's not true. I'm sorry. That's false hope.
Do you have a Twitter check mark?
No.
Oh.
Damn, that's tough. Tell her you're the unofficial six-man for Ghost Gaming. That will do the job. Yep.
I can say that?
As long as you just talk about your normal casting and not how you cast League of Legends, I think it'll be good. You don't want her knowing you know anything about League. That's just.
You're right. I can't have anybody knowing that I play League of Legends, bro. I'm also friends with your elusive manager, Creed. Now, is Creed actually a raccoon?
Yeah, of course. Some days I actually think he is, yeah. It feels like it, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he is. But he's like half raccoon, half human, at least.
How does that happen?
He is half raccoon and half talent and acquisition specialist.
I didn't hear the question again. I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
Your manager, Creed, I'm friends with him.
Yeah,
and I want to know, is he actually a raccoon?
That's a secret. I feel like everyone here can't be giving that out, you know?
Wow. I hope in, bro. I hope in.
Rav, you want to come in my car? I think we should get going. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, amigos? What we're gonna do right now is we're gonna see who got game, but who also got game. All right, we gotta know, what's y'all's best pickup line, which is why we dropped it just like this, because I don't know. Why are you dressed like that?
Remember when you told me to be myself?
Sure. Yeah. Bad advice, but yeah.
I decided to be myself. I'm letting go.
I'm so proud of you. I'm glad that this is the way you decided to really just show yourself to the world. So let's go find some homies to see what's up. All right. Okay. Look.
Hi, my name is Marks, and you can find me at Ravishing Casts.
Thank you. That's great. Appreciate that.
Let's find the victim. The victim. Who's the victim? Hello. What's your name? Sophia. Do you have a pickup line that you'll it's hard out here, man. Like, let's say you see a handsome man, all right, on the street, man or woman, whatever, and you see them and you're like, dang, I want to date them. What would you say? It's a tough one. Pretend I am that person. I'm your crush. I know, I'm really pretty. So pretty. I'm so jealous. Here, we're in my car. I feel like you're giving me so much pressure right now. I didn't mean to. If you were a pineapple, you'd be a pineapple. That's really cute. Yeah. Do you want to go out? Tonight? I lied. I have a boyfriend. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh!
That's Mark with an S?
Yeah, Mark with an S. Yeah, Mark's.
That's weird and wrong.
Is anybody here a Chad? An absolute Chad? If you were walking up to a shorty, what would you say?
Oh my God. What's your best pickup line?
You put me on the spot. I did not prepare for this.
That's crazy. Get used to it. You're a caster.
You would ask a girl out by saying something Valorant related?
It's been a long time since I had to do this, so I don't really have anything for that.
It's easier if you're a Discord mod. I understand.
You walking up to a shorty, she probably in Mortal about. Yeah, she's shorty right here. You see shorty walking down the street. She's a mortal.
Down the street or walking down the street?
Just go with it.
Okay.
She's down the street. What are you saying to her? New.
Hey girl, can I honk your nose?
You're canceled.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Rosie.
Hi, Rosie. Nice to meet you.
I'm the manager for Native.
Why don't you go ahead and give me your best pickup line? If you're walking up to a good-looking, saves me.
It's like relatively dirty.
It's okay. I like it dirty.
It's a Valorant-related pickup line.
Valorant pickup line's fine. That's a walking by you. How you stopping me? What's up?
Are you raised?
Oh no.
Because you can fire.
I knew where that was going. I knew where that was going. You know what she's gonna say? She's gonna say, "Is my nose big?" Because you said that.
How
Mark.
dare you?
My name is Matthew Johnson, and I'm the art director for Nerd Street. My role in designing the rings was taking the brands that we created for each unique series and trying to translate them in this unique and stylized piece, trying to figure out how we apply the logo, the color palette, and how we determine which elements we want to incorporate on the various sizes. As a team, we decided to go with a ring as opposed to a trophy because we wanted to make sure that every member of that team had something that they can take home and show off, and not only put on their mantle at home, but something that they could bring to future events as well. The designs for the rings go through several iterations, and it actually is dependent on which series it's a part of. So we have winter and summer series, and we try to make sure that the ring matches the style of the logo and the brand for that particular series. The key visuals that we want to include in the rings pull directly from the logos themselves. So for the winter series, you'll find cooler color palette. Sometimes the logos include elements of snow or snowflakes. And for our summer series, obviously there's a more warmer color palette. You may even find some palm trees and some other visual elements trying to pull from that. So on the top, we have the tournament logo along with bright, colorful, flashy diamonds. On one side of the ring, we have the nerd block, which obviously represents Nerd Street, and then we have the year that the tournament took place. On the other side, we wanted to dedicate that towards the team that won, so we have their logo as well as the name of the player. As a Nerd Street champion, these rings signify that you're the best of the best, similar to traditional sports because it allows you to walk around with the hardware. It's similar to Tom Brady and Michael Jordan, kind of showing off all the hardware you have, and if you're lucky enough to have multiple ones and multiple iterations, you're able to showcase them all at once. The Nerd Street Champs rings symbolize victory and accomplishment for competitors. At the end of the day, we're looking to have our rings visually represent that very specific series itself. There are some unifying elements like the Nerd Street Trophy, but we want the rings as a whole to represent that series that they won in that particular year.
What's going on, homies? It's Rav yet again. I'm here with some homies from the LAN as well, sitting out watching some games. Y'all go ahead and intro yourself and your app.
I'm Colt.
What's your app?
Colt _caps.
Cool. Say thank you, Colt.
Helen May.
Is Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sure. Twitter.
Hi, I'm Kale. My Twitter is Kale__Val.
Nice. 2 underscore. That's special. That's a sub right there. All right. Hell yeah. Now, I'm here to ask you a real quick questions. Firstly, who's your favorite player at this LAN?
I'm gonna have to go with Bjor.
Is there a reason why?
Just this play style, the way he's pretty much lurking, rat jamming around the map for the most part.
Respect.
Bjor.
Why?
Favorite streamer, #1 streamer.
Hell yeah. You?
I'm here for like ZMM as a whole, and then some other people like me and Oeeb, Kevin. But like, yeah, ZMM as a whole, I know a lot of them, so yeah.
But who's your favorite?
Only one of them gets my prime sub, and that's Bjor, so this is awkward.
Everybody here a Bjor fan. All right. Fine. My bad. I got the Bjor row here. Okay. And y'all all sat together too, huh? That's crazy. Now, the real question is, who's your favorite caster?
Gonna have to go with Gompers on that one.
I get that. Why's that? Why's that?
She's just gomping.
She do be gomping. She do be gomping. How about you?
Here or in general?
You can go in general or here.
Mimi, #1. Me.
Me is pretty goddamn good. That's fair. How about you?
I have to go with Mimi because I like watching like the casting and analyst stuff she does for like Valiant Champions and stuff. It's just really pog. I also love her Twitter, so.
That's crazy. Mimi is also my favorite caster as well. You know, my favorite caster is Ravishing Ravish. He's a fun guy, cool dude. He's also here. That's fine. Thank you guys for talking to me. I'll play. Thanks again. Appreciate
Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness, polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. She want seed, told her nothing in a blossom. Badging me for info at the shipper to Wisconsin. Only good for the lozenge. My whole contact list hit it, I don't even want it. Ting showed a jet love, but it never meant much. Never make decisions off a head rush. I've been down to $10. IRS kept track for 10 months. Had to switch how I went about it. Dues paid, collected all the loose change that I had left. Blew it on a new game. Set the high score, played it in machine stops. King's Cross had to reconnect the where the jeans start. And get the deed done. They expected me to switch when I receive love. Gotta let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. I should be ashamed, man, I've said it to a few birds. Made them think that they was mine, gave them new birds. And attention, it got to their head quick. Will I ever learn? That's a good question. Damn, a lot of pressure, so I gotta pop. And I love it like I kinda pop. Sorry that y'all gotta watch. BKT's up on the truck. The boys are counting on me, need to make it out the mud. So for them, I get the deed done. When I receive love, you know the whole team up. That's why I let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman, killed that. In the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise.
What's up, homies? I'm Ravish. We're here to talk to some of the absolute best people at LAN here today. I'm talking about top fraggers. We're gonna talk to the dog too. Let's find out. I know this is usually a pretty hard person to try to track down. You know, he just came back from a match. He just lost as well. So we'll see what we can get out of him. He's right here. Little homie. What's up with you? Go ahead and play Twitter for us too, and just see where you're at. Okay, that's I believe that's our rough cast. My brother, what I need to know from you as well, which player are you most afraid of facing at LAN? You know, I would have said Screwface, but like, that's fair. Yo, you think 5'4" is the new 6 feet? Just for my satisfaction. That's crazy. You used to go say that to me? Bold, front and center? Chat, if this man was not a dog, I promise you the amount of quit longers he would have on him right now. I need y'all to be ready. Who's your favorite caster here? Huh? Who? Chatter Metro is also my favorite caster as well. That's fine. That's okay. I completely understand. I can't compete. This was an unfun interview. I'm having a bad time, and I bet you are too, huh? Thank you. Perhaps you grab a shout.
The indecisiveness might have slowed things down just for a second. But they're gonna have to make a move soon. The clock is counting down. Utility being used. Pure able to spot out ahead, but the smoke is gonna be good. It's a haunt in front. Find any information here. It's gonna be bullets trading through with the Viper screen. Nothing being found yet. Sean does not anymore. Goes in and Vic gets the trade.
Enjoy long range with a toxic tree in front of them. Finds one, a 3 versus 2 now favoring the Sonics. XOR need to push straight through this choke point. And decent damage done straight through that wall as well. Enjoy vacates the premises. A 1v3 now for Physic. Now 1v2 with 6 HP. They need the headshot. They will not find it. A team ace retained and the round gained there for the Susquehanna Sonics as they tie us right back up. Yes, they lose a round, but they immediately are able to pick up the one after the 3-round skid.
And here we go. Good stuff coming out from Sonics, able to even things out. I love this Viper wall coming across A. We see a lot of teams use it, and there's a good reason for it. Makes it so much more difficult for the attackers to be able to move in, especially considering how B has changed. Before you would see that Viper wall always being deployed onto B, but now it gets more value onto A. Now, XOR. Force onto a save through to Force coming online for Vic. Doesn't matter though, Sonic's getting a little bit aggressive. Pure R wants that resurrection, is able to get away scot-free. A get out of jail card used. Hunter's Fury's coming out in response. Enjoy though, completely just shuts Empathy down. A lot on the screen, can't see a thing except Bones' bullet in his face.
Pure R repositioning to where we saw Enjoy in the previous round. We did see Scuba just miss that rope should they have wanted to try and take it across towards the site. And a reminder, XOR are on to a little bit of a lesser buy this time around, so they're walking into this one already with a disadvantage, much less up in towards this defensive side that is very staunch in their hold. Pure R across, dropping Physic. Another kill here for the Sentinels on the defensive side, and Sonic seemingly cannot be shut down. Scuba this time in the 1 versus 3, seemingly aware where Pure R has repositioned and has seen the outline of Crunchy as they look to push forward. They will fall, they being Scuba. Sonics, however, they will take the lead.
Yeah, they've taken the lead now. Didn't even really need to expend that Viper's Pit. And now also have that Resurrection online. We're going to be seeing a timeout come in from XOR. We start to figure out how do we potentially start to move in on this. This is very standard stuff coming out from this composition on this defense. But yeah, XOR have just been having a hard time setting up, making decisions. They seem stalled out. And as a result, they can't make up their minds where they want to go. XOR, they're finding the frags. They look a little bit better when it comes to those gunfights. But I think this is just a utility difference coming in from Sonics being able to slow things down.
Them not being able to make up their minds on where they want to go. Sounds like my girlfriend.
Yikes. I didn't say it. You'd said that,
did.
so.
Yeah. Lauren, figure out where to go.
Okay, so once again, XOR they got to start to pull their heads together. I think if they're just a little bit more committal on some of these attacks, they can come up big. We saw amazing stuff coming out when they did make that kitchen push. And as long as they can catch some of the members of Sonic's off guard and get them to use their utility a little bit early, it's going to make their lives a lot easier to move in on either that A or that B side. Thing is, though, they haven't really gone for mid-presence. Rounds that they have won tended to be around there. Now, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a light buy from XOR. Some of them only able to get half shields. While Sonics are feeling more or less okay, Pure R is only going to have light shields as well, but generally speaking, Sonic's in a better position overall.
I like the call to make a timeout. Sonic's really slowing XOR down, and there's not much that Soar's been able to do to answer. Whereas on the other side, XOR trying to play aggressive and quickly so, but a lot of utility available for this defensive side, given the fact they have that double Sentinel composition on the defense, as XOR will in about 3 rounds' time, means they can continue to lock down this back site and the back line itself. Resurrection's also available. That was one thing that I think we mentioned, and one that really indicates that Sonics can play more aggressive, but they don't feel like it. They just want to continue to play what's working.
Now, this is XOR slowing down the pace quite like this, but Sonics are doing a really good job of standing their ground. We're going to be seeing the Viper wall deployed from XOR. Actually, that does bait the rotation coming around. Meanwhile, they're setting up to go onto this A site. Epathy is going to lead the way. Shank, though, in an excellent position to make a call. The knife is going to be back online in 5 seconds. And if he throws that out and catches a number of people off guard, that could be actually massive.
Knife not available. They have to throw it quickly. So the initial engagement, Apathy finds the timing. They will get the resurrection down towards the bottom of screens. Apathy will be back around 60 HP or so as they are healed up with that decay effect establishing itself. He will go down and then come right back into the fray of things. Sonics on a 5 versus 5 retake. That resurrection, though, as I was noting, allowed them to play a little bit more aggressive. It doesn't work, and they immediately are able to come back because of it.
The fragment up top. Not able to find anything. A couple of trades coming through here now, but it's all coming up XOR as they are able to get a team ace off of that, only losing Apathy in the middle of it. Just like that, Sonics tried to aggress them, but XOR just stand their ground, hold these angles, and the crossfires are going to be good. XOR tie it up yet again.
It was well timed on the utility. The issue they ran into was the fact that Shank didn't have the flashes well timed. They had a well-placed seize. The haunt wasn't available just yet because that had been used about 15 seconds prior. And on that initiation, the Sonics, while yes, they found a single kill, it didn't look good enough for them to continue to try and initiate past what they already had. Because of that, XOR were able to continue to find kills and cut down the Sonics on their continual re-engagements. It's Sonics to fall back in really an odd scenario. Vic has a Marshall shot whiz right by his left ear. Enjoy on the backside of yellow. I don't know if they'll be cleared with this. Oh, they will. No! Hold the phone. I don't know if they're going to clear yellow.
Oh, but the flash is going to be good. Enjoy. Doesn't matter. Find his physic. Once again, Sonic's a little bit deadly on these eco rounds, but now they are all grouped up onto the B side, allowing XOR to just make their way in onto A. They going in with the dash, going to be looking to get a little bit more space, get that information, and Scuba going to be the one to plant it. A little bit of miscommunication as to where exactly that was going to go down, but they are planting it for top. And that's going to allow for them to just back off and play some of these longer angles just in case.
There's a Viper Spit available. They can use this on the retake. Even if they get up towards the top of tube, with 2 players directly near default, this could be a chaotic position. The rendezvous will place down, but Shank dropping Vic, an opener that they direly needed to drop that long-range hold. The 0 point on the site as well, removing any semblance of abilities that could be used here for this attacking side on this retake defense. Apathy up above will fall as well. 5 HP only left over for Pure R as their healing orb was nowhere near applicable. However, Crunchy will find it help alongside it, and Sonics will reestablish their lead.
Of course. Sonics with an eco. Who could have seen that one coming?
I know, right? Never happens.
No, never happens, except all the darn time. So good stuff coming out from Sonics. Shank opening it up. Should not have been able to get that kill, but somehow takes out the chamber in the back there, and then the rest is just a little bit easier for the Sonic squad to move in. Again, they still have that Viper's Pit online. I imagine they will use it on that B side as soon as they get the information that that might be the hit. However, XOR have a Viper's Pit of their own. We've seen a very creative attack come in through Kitchen. Doesn't look like they're going to be going for it this time, but still. It's going to be the Blade Storms popped by Apathy. Looking for an opportunity to get a little bit more ground for the team.
Sonics, again, playing passive. It's worked. Why not try it once more? Rooney does not see Scuba walk up towards that tube position. They will, of course, have to clear out the trademark that's placed down. The audio cue's there, and they will immediately retreat, understandably so. Clearing out that utility earlier rather than later, a decent start to a round. But XOR, off the back of it, still don't really know what they want to do. While, yeah, they have 3, now about to be 4 players established towards A. Sonics still have 3 waiting in the wings.
Now the Recon Bolt will be tossed in. Apathy going to be swinging off at that. Wow. Finds Pure R's head. Goes to the right click, so all the knives are going to be gone, but it was worth it. Never mind, Enjoy does take Scuba out. Wishing we had the knives now. Rooney in the back line is able to take one, but Vic trades it right back, spots somebody else out. Now they know the fragment can be denied as well, but Apathy still turning this up.
Shonk up above, dropping down, and the dash away will allow them to stay alive. Vic repositioning into hell will allow them to swing around. It's a 3K found for Vic, dropping Crunchy as well. An immediate swing back by the chamber, bringing them right back into the fray. Ultimates on the board now for the Sonics, but they drop out of contention in that one as XOR looking once more good on the A site.
And look at that, Vic. Vic's doing well. He's got 11 kills thus far, leading his team as well as the lobby. Of course, it's 5-5. There's going to be 2 more rounds left, so one of these teams could potentially get 2, or it could be all evened out. It's going to be 2 to force. Note from Enjoy. Looks like they're going to be positioning that chamber to play down a little bit further on B. Such a classic spot, especially with the Rendezvous, have easy escape potential, but they're being a little bit more aggressive with their defense. They're sending their members out on mid, get a little bit more space for the squad.
What?
That's a big miss from Enjoy.
The tailwind up and over top, apparently not heard. Enjoy will fall, and a kill early on found here by XOR. Again, an initiation going in their favor. Perfect distraction. They play off the back of the Recon Bolt, and because of it, Bones is able to find the easy frag as it stands in front of them. A few more flurries of frags and trades in front means XOR come out on top, and at minimum, tie up half. At best, they establish a lead.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Crunchy cannot be underestimated at the end there. Came alive, got a couple more picks. Thankfully, just more members of XOR alive. So, that's how they're able to steal that round away. Very clean, very fast execute happening onto that B site.
Right here.
Now, they're going to get set up once again to hit that B. They are putting a little bit more pressure on mid. Sonics are changing around their defense. They're putting a little bit more agent pressure onto A. They've got 4 members there, leaving Crunchy alone. Confident that Crunchy will be able to win that one out. Just dodging the Owl Drone, but now has to escape as the information is given. Crunchy with this Viper's Pit. This could be devastating for the XOR pit. Push.
Well, there's the XOR pit. No. The Sonics Viper's Pit will be placed down. They want to make sure they can lock down this site for as long as possible. The Nightfall as well will gain a whole lot of information that they are here, but it's being held for the time being, making sure that XOR cannot fake this as soon as it's thrown forward. They want to make sure that XOR has dedicated themselves to the site before any of this defensive utility is used. They still have the Resurrection. They have the Null Command and the Nightfall all available. With the Viper's Pit on the site itself, at this point, XOR really need to back away.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, but you could just tell XOR want this. Haunt doesn't find a thing. Now XOR are finally going to start to move things around. They have Apathy getting space, going to be able to move up, but will be contested by the Sonics chamber. They're going to use a little bit more utility as well. Try and establish something, but it's going to be just a Hunter's Fury that's going to actually come out here. And the Viper's Pit gets deployed and Scuba's down. That could be big for Sonics.
It's a massive play. Enjoy dropped. They're well aware of the fact the push is coming around towards this A side. The rotation well and truly late here for the Sonics in their attempted retake. Apathy waiting up inside of Heaven. The Nightfall, however, finding the information. It finds 3 different players, but it's Apathy up and over top, finding the kill down onto Rooney, and Physic cutting off that rotation, leaving Shonk in a 1 versus 4 as they stand, needing to reinitiate in through screens, and with Apathy dropping them, a 3K there for the Jets. XOR establish a 2-round lead into the halftime swap.
You know, it looked like Exor were miscommunicating with each other just a little bit.
Yeah.
They weren't sure where they were going, and so they just used a bunch of utility, but honestly, that confusion actually worked out in their favor because their squad was a little bit more spread out. That allowed the rest of Exor to get onto that A site, get the spike down, but more importantly, it left Sova in mid. Physic was watching mid, able to catch rotations just like you said, because Sonics were just as confused when that spike went down. So that made that a lot easier for Exor to just pick it up.
It was an odd round, I have to say, but I feel like it was a well-timed fake where they kept the majority, at least, of the Sonics around towards that B side while still being able to initiate onto A. And the only person between them and the site was Enjoy, who fell relatively early in that engagement. Scuba making sure they can shoot out that haunt. Well-placed 0 point finds 2. But at this point, it's Exor locking down the B side. 3 players looking to initiate quickly so in through B main, none of whom have been seen.
Oh,
he did.
Vic got the dink. At least I think he did. Yeah, he definitely did. Okay, Empathy also getting banged up a little bit. But Sonics, we've praised their attacks a bunch, but we haven't seen them on Icebox just yet. This is going to be their moment to kind of convince us that their attack is just as good on this particular map. 2 bullets left in Enjoy's Headhunter, and they're looking for an opportunity to move forwards there. The Prowler got some information. Also, too, that might tell Exor that could be an A-side hit, as we do see a couple of their members. Oh, never mind. They're holding their ground.
0 point missing. Rendezvous placed down to make sure they can get the heck out of dodge should they need to do so. They break at least one panel of that wall, but they don't know where the spike's being planted. It should be placed down there by Pure R, but Shank getting one. Vic looking for a second, won't be able to find it. It's Scuba to take that mantle away from them. No flank established, however. It'll be a very one-dimensional retake here for Exor, but maybe that's all they need.
Crunchy just on the back line is able to pick up Vic. Oh, but the spray through.
No,
never mind. Crunchy comes out on top of there. That's 2v2 here. The spike's still down. Rooney toss it in. Rooney in a 1v2 scenario, only 34 HP. Another barrier making it almost impossible. Finds the first one, but it doesn't matter. Bones sticks it. Bones is going to get that defuse as well as that kill. As Exor takes the pistol round, but Sonic's on an eco.
Perpendicularity of barrier orbs as the Sage walls create a near 90-degree angle. You can see it was really clean and clear. They knew what they wanted to do on the Exor side. Bones sticking that defuse, a lot of help in order to delay. But unfortunately there for the Sonics, they didn't remember they didn't plant in default. So you could see the swing was coming forward and they were checking default, but they were really only checking for the fade, of whom was not on top of the spike. Sage able to cleanly and clearly defuse that one. But as you mentioned, Sonics on an eco, a very iconic duo already. Scuba cleared out below, but it's just shot, maybe faking the fact there's information, and Bones already finding the opener. Scuba with their aggression though. There's one with the Bulldog, but an immediate refrag. Missing so many opportunities.
That's now 3v3. Sonic still moving things forwards. A lot of information off of that recon bolt. Physic able to clean up one. Bones with the next one, and Bones goes up, and what must go up must come down, specifically Shank. And just like that, no eco round today. At least for now, Exor, they take another under their belts.
I did find it mildly ironic that Bones actually came down as you were saying that, dropped off the ropes. Gravity being what it is and all.
Yeah, makes a good round. And of note there, actually, Sonics did buy up into that round to try and contest against Exor, so their economy's not going to be looking good. We do see Crunchy get a Marshal, though. That's going to be key, but more importantly, Rooney and Shank have Sheriffs in their hands, and they are good with those headshots there.
Bones playing aggressive, just trying to pick up a free alt orb, should be able to do so, and will back away, not only with their life, but now with the resurrection in their back pocket. Exor need to be able to consolidate their resources. Sonics, on the other hand, need to make sure they can extend as far as humanly possible and find openers. There's one, Enjoy with another, on towards Physic. And Sonics, this is the moment where they ecoed. It was unfair because Sonics actually had weaponry in the previous round that was able to match Exor. So instead what they did was they lost just so they could eco and then start to win. 200 IQ. Sonics continuing with this attacking side. Exor looking to lock things down, but the defensive side continuing to fall. Physic dies for the second time this round.
Now Empathy going to be swinging around, finds Enjoy on the back line. He's going to get that updraft, just able to get away. Never mind, Rudy shuts him down. 2v3. Now, Barrier Orb goes in. They're going to try and deny it, but Shock finds one. Bones takes him out. Time is against him. Has to dodge out of the way from that fragment. Is suppressed as well. So much information. So many bullets flying around. Not able to take that. The Prowler just gets out of the way in time. It's a slow orb as well. Has to shoot everything. It's like you're in an arcade and everything is just popping around the corner. It's finally Crunchy. Finds Bones. Not even enough time to defuse. That was a little bit of a clown fiesta towards the end.
Whack an agent.
Whack a utility, actually.
I suppose, yeah, that would be the case.
Got to shoot everything.
You feel a little bit bad. Unfortunate attempt there for Bones on that attempted retake. The wall was well placed. The issue was there were just too many players on the Sonic side to be able to shoot that down without being distracted by anybody else on the XOR side. The 1vx scenarios as a Sage are always impossible, but in a lot of these scenarios you have to make sure you can play aggressive as a team rather than aggressive as a solo player, and that just wasn't the case that time around.
Oh, and look at this, Empathy spots him out. Oh, Scuba actually gets away. Never mind, Pure R through the smoke. He's able to find a headshot there. And now, gonna be the null command coming in. They're storming the castle. Sonics are taking this one by storm as Shock finds two. Looking for yet another. Knows where Empathy is. Throws a fragment just for good measure, but it gets caught off by the barrier orb.
Actually would have killed Empathy too, who's looking to play aggressive. In through hell, will find the first, jumping up and over, retrieving a rifle, and staying alive, at least for the time being. I don't know if he makes it alive in this scenario, though. That's the issue here for the Jet. They should be able to run away. Nobody up towards heaven, nobody making sure that they can hunt on the Sonic side. But the Sonic, speaking of them, they'll win yet another here on their attack, which continues to be dominant.
Sonics, ecos, and attacks. I think that's kind of their bread and butter. They look so good. And this is the thing. They love to play with this fast speed to catch their opponent off guard. They thrive in controlled chaos, and they're consistently using their utility to enable those moments of controlled chaos. And that's why they're winning this out. Honestly speaking, XOR are doing a really good job contesting that as well. Keep in mind, this is a 2v3 win for... this 3v2 win for Sonics. But if XOR wanted to contest them, tried to take that 2v3, it would have been possible. It's still a winnable scenario for them, and that kind of shows that they're being contested with. Sonics is not completely out of it.
I think the one note about that for XOR is the fact that they didn't want to over-aggress without much utility. The two players left alive were Vic and Empathy, and while yes, they have so much fragging power between the two of them, 29 kills through just 18 or 16 rounds, it's an odd scenario where you don't have any utility to push off of, and they wanted to play around utility. That's really been the bread and butter here for XOR. So instead, they decide to retreat, well, place Flashbang alongside a Seize, will force Vic away. The second attempt unsuccessful there for the chamber. And at this point, you're looking at this chamber and saying, well, you probably could take a lot of these fights, but you're continually being pushed off, and XOR need to be able to retake quickly because Sonics are sending themselves forward, and that's the retake ability, but Shock immediately finding that kill, dropping that Viper Spit, but an immediate refrag. There it is.
Yeah, this is the thing. XOR were on a bit of a save here. They're able to pick up a couple of rifles off their dead enemies' bodies, but Enjoy is keeping his eyes on Vic. Sees the gun barrel just poking around the corner. Got a little bit of a pressure, but it's actually the swing on the bottom. Empathy popped the Blade Storm now. He's going to be looking for something. Goes to the right click, misses, and actually finds Pure R's head. Now it's another Viper Spit in response, but just like the first one, goes down. Doesn't matter. Rudy from downtown gets to spray through the green. That's going to be Sonics.
They lined up.
One round away from tying it up against XOR.
Gotta feel so bad there for the Sonics. I like the proactivity on the defensive side, but the issue is Rooney, I'm going to say it, honestly just got lucky.
To be fair, we've seen Rudy get lucky quite a few times.
Also a good player.
Yeah.
Combination of the two, I feel. Luck and
No,
skill. It's like 75-25 luck and skill. The shot's still landing onto the first player. You saw the first. The second, not so much. That just happened to be happenstance. Still around victory. Still coming back here for the attacking side. The 1v2 well timed there for the fade. Marks, how in the world can they shut this down on the XOR side?
I don't know. This is so hard to do against the Sonics offense. And we were a little bit concerned given the fact that they didn't have a duelist, but it seems like that's just totally fine for them. They're more than happy to just play off of the utility.
I feel like the one thing that we've noticed is the fact that double anything compositions can be viable if you play them in correct scenarios.
Yeah.
Or lack of anything in terms of roles. Duelist, Sentinel, even Controller we've seen compositions without, albeit unconventionally, but it's worked.
Yeah, and honestly, what we saw, how TSM Academy were able to foil Sonics on the last series, biggest thing is XOR have to use their utility, try and slow Sonic's pushes down. If they're able to isolate some of their members, make them a little bit more uncomfortable, they can split them off and get a couple of cheeky picks. TSM's dynamic defense that really just played creatively enabled them to be successful. We haven't seen that level of creativity come out of XOR just quite yet. It's going to be a Nightfall invested onto the A side, but it's actually a B side hit. Empathy is going to be up here watching, not able to find a pick, has the information though.
With that, here comes the rotate. Even with the Nightfall over towards that A side, they really don't try and push off of it, so they can easily detect the fact that it is indeed a fake. Bones in towards mid, dropped by Rooney. Empathy wants to play aggressive, but a Hunter Fury here from the defensive side and misses somehow onto the default plant, no less. Not a single one of those shots from a very long bow hits. And Sonics locking things down, a 5v5, no 4v5 retake here for XOR.
Gonna be moving in. Already though, XOR. So low HP, Empathy only tickles away. Enjoy though, picks up Scuba. That was invested to try and delay them, but doesn't matter. Empathy goes for the swing, is able to find Crunchy as well. Looking for more. The defense, they're outgunning them. It's gonna be a resurrection online, doesn't matter. Empathy finds the spray down before he gets back up there. Now it's a 1v1 scenario, but just not enough time to get this defuse through. Knows where he is, finds the wall bang, is gonna stick it, but Physic does not have enough time to get that defuse. So once again, Sonics comes through, tying it up 9-9.
Dead even, 9 apiece as it stands, and the Sonics have completed the comeback from losing 5 straight to winning 4 of their own, making sure that XOR cannot fly away with a lead here on Icebox. They will not be living up to their name, at least not for the time being. And with that, XOR will be forced onto a save. Sonics with continual dominance on the attacking side. Means XOR need to be able to find a solution quite literally sooner rather than later, or I don't think I'm liking their chances all that much. The haunt shot with that Blade Storm. What is that from Empathy? Just holding W, spacebar a little bit, because, you know, they had to float forward. They flick onto the haunt to make sure that's not used, waste a blade for it, and then find an immediate headshot to refresh all 5 knives in the back line.
That's going to make this push a lot more difficult. They don't have that barrier orb, but it's still not impossible. They just have to be able to find an opening pick, and that's going to be it. Empathy, what goes up must come down. Now this is going to be good moving through. Bones has the Sheriff looking for an opportunity, playing on top of the barrier orb. Does get hit with the Prowler, though, so can't see a thing, though. Vic able to take Shonk out. Now Sonics are actually going to back out of this one. Watch your feet. Take a little bit of knee damage, but it doesn't matter. Sonics now hightailing it to the B side. Already Crunchy has taken a lot of room.
He's been seen, though. Spray from Scuba. Has a headshot, not the kill, though. In long range, it's the Vandal to come out of those engagements just about every day of the week. Rooney with some valiant skeet shooting over towards the A side, really opening things up there and giving them the opportunity and the avenue of attack around towards B with the bait over of that retake. And XOR, now with this advantageous weaponry, looking to retake onto a very well-armored Sonics side.
And no rendezvous available either now. Bones gets the first piece of information. The haunt comes up there, but the wide swing from Enjoy is going to make him have a good time. Trying it again, Vic not able to find it either. A good adaptation from Sonic. Usually, we saw them just kind of just commit to one site, even if they had a little bit of trouble, they would stick through it. This time around, a very good, fast rotation. And it kind of worked out because XOR was expecting them to stick it, which resulted in them having to run all the way across the map.
They also read the situation. I think that's the most important part. Not only did they rotate at the proper time, they made sure they split up the fights. With the Blade Storm pop, they had an inkling of the fact that it was indeed a save. And as soon as that first Sheriff kill came forward, they were like, all right, we're facing up against pistols. Let's split them up. That's exactly what happened. They bait them over towards that A side and immediately decide to pivot around towards that B half. It's exactly what happens. It works out near perfectly for them, and they take their first lead in a decent bit of time. Owl Drone will land on towards Crunchy, who will back away with their life for the time being. No Hunter's Fury available here for XOR to try and push off of it. Bones has a barrier orb, of which is a one-way, at least not detected just yet. Vic somehow just shut the floor, and now has gone skeet shooting of his own.
かないきらりきらめく夜のムーンライト陰る街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to start the finals of the Nerd Street Champs. I will be your host for now, Ravishing, most ravishing man on the internet, and I hope you all ready for the teams to start off. Coming up from the first side, the TSM Academy, Sim, Venture, Rebo, ZK, Harmful, and Coach Inox. On the inside, the upper bracket, we got Ghost Gaming, Koala Noob, Nismo, John QT, Brock, Proto, and Coach Kaplan. Alright, gentlemen, bump this. I want a good game, I want a good clean game. Nothing more. Alright. And we appreciate your patience in waiting for all this matter. I know it's been a while, but we finally made it. After all these months, all these days and matches, hard work, sweat, and grinding to finally get here. And with that, can I get a quick yeah from the crowd? That is what I am talking about. I hope y'all ready, cause I am. It's time for finals. And who better to do it than Tanner Metro and Dan Dryad? Y'all, let's get it!
Yo, shout out Ravish, shout out the crowd, you guys, obviously awesome. Thank you so much for hanging with us as we finally make it Dryad, the grand finals. As Ravish said, it's been a long time, April 11th. That was the first Monday that these teams, these competitors all came together to start this path to the grand finals, and we're finally here.
It has been a long path for both of the teams. 18 maps played on the side of Ghost, 13 on the side of TSM Academy, and they finally make it to the grand finals. I cannot wait to see it. Last time these two teams faced each other, they looked completely different. It was back in January, but now they are ready, and what a better match than to make it for the grand finals.
Yep, the grand finals here. We can take a look at the setting for this one and try and get us right on into the server, because I know everybody is chomping at the bit in way of viewers and in way of the players on the stage. Bind and Breeze, those are the permas for both of these teams. We won't be seeing those. And to kick things off, we head out to the newest of the maps right away. Dryad, we're headed to Pearl.
And we wanted to see this Pearl so bad. Last time, and most of the times on B-Stream yesterday, it was on that decider map. But today, and for the grand finals, we get to see it first, so it should be a good one. Most of the times played on the side of Ghost Gaming. Some interesting executes that we'll get the chance to talk about, but that Haven and that Fracture are the ones that I'm interested in, because we definitely want to make it to 3 maps.
Yeah, and looking at this one here, obviously it's been a long day, right? So fatigue obviously plays a factor, but we talked about it kind of just you and I before we got into the matchup, and it's a lot of downtime, 2 more hours of downtime for Ghost Gaming, and they typically have a bit slower of a start. So I think Pearl is a map where we have seen them have some pretty explosive finishes. Typically the defensive side is a bit stronger, but when we look at Haven, when we look at Fracture, those are the only 2 maps that Ghost have actually dropped in this tournament alone. So getting past Pearl is obviously a guarantee because it's only map 1, but I think as we get deeper into this map pool, it favors TSM Academy a little bit.
And that is important to the side of TSM Academy. Out of the 5 matches that they've won throughout this tournament, 3 of them have been 3-map series. one of them that they got to lose, and the other ones have been 2-0s. But for the most part, yeah, it is a lot of 2-1s, and the best situation for the side of TSM Academy would be to try to get away with a W on this first Pearl map.
Yeah, and both of these teams, again, kind of poetic. The way that they, I guess, earned their spot on the grand final stage, right? Ghost Gaming, a comeback victory to close it out 2-0, but it goes all the way against XOR.
Yeah.
And then I think everybody was going crazy inside the venue for what TSM Academy were able to do.
Absolutely insane.
Pushing it to overtime, an insane clutch in overtime. We got Chamber players popping off and locking it down. And as the players get ready and settled on in, we should be jumping into Pearl here shortly. What a long road it's been, Dryad.
Yeah, it's been a lot of really long days as well in the past 3 days that we've had. It was LCQ for Ghost Gaming, and it was a group stage, day 1 and 2. But we're ready to look at the teams once again. We already know.
Already
the side
know.
of Ghost.
Hey, Ghost has had way too much stage time. These guys have been hogging the stage 100%, but a Proto, Brock, John, Cutie, Qualanoob, Nismo. We heard him on the intro, Coach Kaplan, obviously. And Coach Kaplan, we noted in a timeout previously in the day, right? The players fairly silent, and it's just the coaches going to town, right? Making sure that they cross their T's, they dot their I's, and they cleaned up their act on the server, and it worked out. That was that comeback victory on Haven. Obviously, that's map 2 for us, and we've only got you and I, although this weekend we've had a lot of Pearl. You and I have had very little Pearl. We've kind of been robbed of it. Like you noted at the beginning, it's kind of been that decider. Both of these teams letting it go all the way through pick spans and playing it if they need it, and both of these teams looking good on it.
And we got the chance to see the sort of Ghost on Pearl yesterday, and I was really happy about it. I had a couple questions about how those executions would look right into sight, but they were always pushing for that B-long, and they were playing that Neon as well, so the fast move was giving them quite a lot of support. I'm wondering if this is the same strategy that they're planning on bringing on today. There's something about Ghost Gaming. So number 1, they are really good. And number 2, they're really good at adapting to the enemy team, and that is, you know, not only the individuals that they have, but also what Kaplan is bringing to the table. And you see the impact that he has after those timeouts, but now we get to take a look at the side of TSM Academy.
Yep, Harmful, Rebo, Sim, Venture, ZK. I think the first of the players that I actually ran into when I walked into the venue, said what's up to them all. Obviously, Sim, I believe the newest face for this roster. Everybody else having a bit of time in playing together. And I think a lot of weight on Sim's shoulders to, I guess, impress, right? To perform, being the newest member on the roster. I saw big hugs after that series, and now we get to take a peek at where we're headed, or the agents that will lock in as we jump on out towards Pearl. And looking at it here, Neon for Sim, Harmful actually bringing in the Killjoy. And we've seen a couple of different looks, right? Earlier in the weekend, we saw Cypher Chamber. Now we're seeing the Killjoy actually make an appearance on this one. And for Ghost Gaming, I thought there was a world. Kaplan said you can only run the Neon so many times until people kind of start to figure that one out. But they're going right back to it. They feel comfortable.
And it's a Neon, like I said, that it works so well in this sort of Ghost Gaming yesterday. The entries towards B long, it was what we got to see the most from them, and it was really clean with a fast lane, pushing in, and having so much utility and being able to throw that utility to support Qualanoob and to support him for success. I did want to see that Chamber v Chamber, but I know Pearl is not necessarily the map to see that duel, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that one, though. Qualanoob always on the Chamber and always so good with it.
Yeah, and the things that we noted about Qualanoob playing the Chamber versus playing the Jet, right, is when he's able to play the Jet, it's usually on a map where you're going to get a little bit more, right? You're going to try and take more in the position that you're put in. You're playing it on Breeze, you're dancing around the pyramid, you're tossing out the cloud burst, your dash, whatever it may be. On Breeze, when you're playing that Chamber, it's tough because a player like Qualanoob doesn't want to necessarily just have to rendezvous to safety and wait for the team. Even on Haven, we see that rendezvous is in another position where he can still find value. It's not necessarily just getting all the way out of dodge. And Pearl is the same exact way. Hold and be long. It's not really a position where you want to dance around, throw those cloud bursts out. You do want to get away, but you're going to get away to another angle where you still find so much value with the Chamber, with the Tour de Force, with the Headhunter, whatever it might be. Now, we get the first look, obviously, as we've got the mini-map pulled up for us. We are still waiting to jump on into this game, get things nice and situated. Aline, maybe out towards A. I'm not too sure how everybody's feeling about it, but this map definitely feels defender sided. We'll see if that does make its way through, come to fruition for TSM Academy as we jump on in. It's our first map, a best of 3 here in the grand finals. TSM on the defense, Ghost on the attack, and they're stacked up 5 strong out towards A.
I talked about those B executions, but this time around is going to be the quick entry towards that A side for Ghost Gaming on the attacking side. And guess what? They're about to meet the first fight.
Yeah, 5 players meet in 3, and TSM cut them all down to get things started here. It's all up to Koala. A direct 1v1, but explosive at the start of this one. And TSM, they don't want to give up any space for free. They fight for it early. Koala eventually able to collect that kill. Now in a 1v2 situation, has the spike in hand and has the whole map to play with.
There's a slow rotation that was taking place in the meantime for the Viper, for that Sky, for TSM Academy. But Koala Noob, is if there's anybody that can do a clutch on a pistol round, it's got to be him. But he's got to be careful, though. That Viper, that Sky on the other side looking for him, but still managing to stay alive. The Ghost, scary opponent on that first pistol.
And Team TSM Academy wanting to play strength in numbers. Anything can happen here in the pistol round. And now Koala actually knows where they're at here. So flash through art, it reveals nothing. Spike will be planted. And now he takes that fight back out towards main. Rendezvous available, but nothing set. Healthy is Koala Noob, but unaware is this chamber. Flash, not gonna find much. Toxic screen to cut off the vision. Now around the corner, he spots out both. The right click to land for the first, but he gets absolutely nothing. A TSM Academy kick us off in the pistol.
Throughout this weekend, we've talked about those plays at least together, coordinated 4 trades for Ghost a bunch of times just because they got so much attention on the streams. But for TSM Academy, there's no difference in that. They're always going to be playing those executions together and making sure that you're able to take down that enemy even when things get scary. And that was a big round as well for TSM Academy. Like I said, they've had a lot of back and forth maps throughout this tournament. And on the other side, Ghost Gaming, before the semifinals, they had 80% of those pistol rounds won. So you shut that down, you lower those stats just a little bit, and now you have a force coming in for Ghost.
Yeah, 80% pistol round win for Ghost Gaming. That's insane. So a big pickup from TSM Academy to stop this momentum train, or the hype train that is Ghost Gaming. 0 point comes out, and okay, Koala picks up right where he left off, finding kills in the last round. Good bit of damage, though, onto Nismo. John Cuties all the way to the back line, and this force doesn't seem to be paying off just yet. As Brock falls, the spike follows. Koala now the one to plant as he works towards the tour de force. The A side has been assumed, and maybe catching somebody off guard. No, the timing, it just escapes John Cuties. He tosses out the relay bolts. We'll find a bit more time, but 3 players corralled inside art. The crossfire was there for just a second. Sims got himself a rifle. And I'm not talking about his Twitter bio as Nismo cuts down 2. Can't find the 3rd, but John Cuties there to take it. And it's Ghost Gaming. The force pays off.
And they love to have those forces because they know how to capitalize from them every single time. The times that we've seen the forces from other teams throughout the weekend, they like to play quiet. They don't want to let the enemy know. But Ghost, they're just pressing W and they're making sure that they will capitalize out of those Spectres, taking us to 1-1 on this Pearl map, first one of the grand finals. And it wasn't only the force for the Spectres last round, it is now the investment on those Vandals for 3 of the players. As now it seems like Ghost, they go back to what we saw yesterday, that B hit every single time with the fast lane coming through first.
Yeah, Marshall out for Harmful. Takes a shot, looks to back away. This is where we saw a lot of comfortability for Ghost Gaming, or at the very least, this is where they tried their hand mostly the last time we saw him on Pearl. John trying to be aggressive up close and personal. The Marshall can't quite land the shots from downtown, but Koala Noob is there. And guess what? Koala Noob's got himself the tour de force. The nerfs to chambers, they matter no more, as he'll have that ult online for the rounds to come.
Right there.
See if Sim's ready for this. Okay, Nismo. Okay, Sim wasn't ready for one more, but he picks up 2. A favorable trade given what TSM Academy brought into this round. And now if you're Ghost, you have to play this one a whole lot safer. John Cutie, 1 body shot away from falling. Koala Noob gonna go fishing inside. The Nebula, the gravity well, it's all tossed out right on top of the spike. And there it is. Ghost to find their second, but TSM made it hurt.
Those retakes, with that Astra online, with the Proto online, become a nightmare for TSM Academy. That's just one of the many issues that they're going to have to deal with if they want to get away with a good first half. It's a difficult one, but it is possible here for TSM Academy as they can invest just a little bit more on stopping this execution. And I mentioned it, and I know they know it. Ghost Gaming, they like to go belong. They like to have the same execute with a 0 point coming in first, that fast lane second. And it doesn't seem like this round is going to be any different from them.
I mean, there is a lot of weight on the shoulders of Harmful, right? It's all 5. Being able to split this B side is so incredibly difficult because of how far away from everything B-Long is. So 4 players stacked up, 1 still waiting on the lurk. As Nismo queues up the fragment, gonna toss that one out. Some reinforcements have arrived here on the B side, so it won't just be Harmful, but those reinforcements, they've been noted. Brock to find the first, Harmful falls. ZK here to battle it out, and unfortunately the 2-4 shot doesn't land. Nismo there to equalize and swing numbers back in favor of Ghost. The no command on, and Ghost Gaming doing everything they can to secure this round.
There's a 3v2 as well. Like I said, the retake is very difficult for TSM Academy, but with 2 players alive, they could make it happen. There's still some utility left on the other side, though. They would be suppressed because Nismo, that ultimate as well, on fire, trying to take that first contact, spots one of the players as well. Knows where the second is too.
Yeah, playing the contact perfectly with that flash. Not even looking to play off of it, just looking to buy some time and buy some space. And this is the Ghost we know, Dryad.
It is. It's a quick entry. They do not want to waste any second in every single round that we get to see from them. Another key factor, we've talked about the chamber quite a lot, but Nismo, we see how flexible this player is. We see how good he is at supporting his team. That patience that has to come from him to make sure the duels will be theirs is always there. And this is what makes Ghost Gaming so good. They're incredibly consistent, every single one of them. As now they get to 3, TSM, they have to fight back. There's not too much of an eco to make it happen. Good guiding line first, but immediately shot down.
Yeah, flash for info, tried to make a play with the Sheriff, but no play to be had. So the A site will be conceded, only 1 defender directly on this site. Now maybe a retake to come on through, actually overdrive. Simba gonna get aggressive inside the fast lane, but he gets cut down almost immediately. Brock dealing some extra damage on top of it all. A flawless round. TSM, they didn't bring much into it, and they take nothing out of it.
This is new from Ghost, going towards that A side, knowing that the enemy team, they have no economy to work with, so they switch it up. They have a distraction for a single round. So that positioning is all across the map for the defense. And the Killjoy, here's the problem. Every single time that we saw a team going against Ghost here on Pearl, there was a chamber on the other side that could hold an angle on B-Long, try to shut down at least one of the players. Maybe the Neon going in first, but now you have a Killjoy and the utility's nice. But sometimes he doesn't seem to be enough.
Contention out towards B-Long once more. Those Gaming like to lean this way. The util dump is coming on through. The op can't quite find the shots just yet. The Nightfall comes down, and here come the earmuffs. Flashes on the backside, but TSM are starting to punish. John Cutie escapes with his life for just a moment.
1 enemy remaining.
And now the last one standing is Brock, who's been good. Unfortunately, not good enough here in this one. TSM quick on the rotates, and they'll find their second.
Good run from TSM Academy. Took that operator finally in the hands of Harmful, who is used to having it, as we often see him playing chamber, but that Killjoy, he's not going to have any fear playing that backside. Also backing up when he needs to, getting 2 kills and making sure that Ghost, they don't get the chance to plant that spike. There's also always that awkward timing when they spot that Neon. They know that hit is going to come through. I would love to see that adaptation at some point for Ghost. We've seen it in other maps. They rotate towards A, but this one is a different story. They're going to continue trying that B hit.
And they'll continue to try that mid connector, an area that goes uncontested thus far from Ghost. And a couple of players are A-okay to sit in that one for TSM and play these quick rotates. Now this pit makes it a little bit harder to push on through, but there is clearance. You just have to get to the other side.
Sometimes we do see that contest for Ghost. to the punish and go inside that Viper's pit. But in this map, it's a different story. There's too many of those angles that they're going to have to cover, so still going to try to contest it, just knowing this positioning for this Viper has been opting extremely aggressive. This time a little bit more passive, knowing that Ghost, they really like the site.
The Haunt narrowly missing ZK here. The Prowler gonna swim through the swamp, but finds nothing as well. And the backstab, it's not too far away. The Seas
30 seconds left.
to keep a player at bay, but nothing else behind it. They've walked their way all the way up. Sim gets caught on the flank. 2 players fall immediately on the side of TSM Academy, but the pit still stands. So still a problem? No. Brock will finally sniff out the Viper. ZK falls, the pit follows. Now a 4v2 with just the lockdown available as Rebo falls. Harmful, an operator, an ult, and a dream. But also add a frag on top of it. Takes down Koala Noob, gonna toss out the turret, and Harmful's toying with the idea of trying to clutch this round out for the squad. A heavy investment, only 250 credits. The next shot doesn't land, and the swing from the teammate, John Cutie, will close out the round for Ghost. 5-2 now the score line, and John's got himself an overdrive.
Every round that we get to see from Ghost, when the spike gets planted towards B, Sim tries to go on the flank, but guess who's watching every time? It's a Proto, and he will not allow that Neon to pass near his teammates. He gets shot down. The operator now belongs to Koala Noob, and we know how scary it is with him. And again, this is understanding the enemy team for TSM Academy. They don't have too much. So Ghost, they change their strat. They position themselves all across the map. They're willing to play just a little bit slower for them.
And aggression again, the same trademark. A pain to deal with. We'll see when Sim decides to take care of that one. Uh-oh, he's gonna have to worry about a player. No, not even worried about the trademark, expecting somebody to cross. And that somebody was Brock.
There.
On the receiving end of a Sheriff headshot. So Ghost chopped down to 4. No command. Overdrive still available. Harmful gone means no lockdown here in this round. And with the weapon retrieved, Koala very wary of Sim still on the angle.
And it's going to be the Headhunter actually that manages to get that kill. They knew where Sim was located. Sim couldn't move too far. It was just too loud, and June Cutie as well. Shutting down the eco round for TSM Academy, though there's 2 players remaining. It always does seem like it's a matter of time. You cannot shut down Ghost in a round like this one.
They're not expecting ZK here, though. ZK can do so much damage. Should he go unchecked in this corner? Around the corner comes the Proto. Oh, and the flick, it doesn't land. Things looking dicey for the side of TSM Academy. Again, the economy bringing into that round, it wasn't the best. Sticks and stones. But now they'll have a bye and a moment to breathe.
Right there. Right there.
One thing that we got to see a little bit earlier for the semifinals, it was Ghost Gaming go against XSOR and taking it 2-0. Now, the only match that TSM Academy has lost throughout this tournament, it was against XSOR, so it's a little, we're calling it triangle. What were you calling it?
Transitive properties.
Yes.
Transitive properties, because Ghost beat XSOR and XSOR beat TSM Academy.
See a triangle.
The triangle says that Ghost would beat TSM Academy. But it is Valorant, I think, as we know, is kind of just a strange rock, paper, scissors, where this team beats this team and that team beats this team. And
that is one way to put it.
It's kind of just the way that it works out, you know?
The scary thing is, if you allow Ghost to get ahead and to play aggressive and to even overheat a little bit, they're going to take advantage of it. They're not going to let it go. We saw it in the semifinals. It could potentially see it happen again, as there's no longer a tactical timeout. We get to continue with this game. 6 for Ghost, 2 for TSM Academy. Operator as well in the hands of this attacking team, who's going to go for the same plan every time. And hey, it is working out, but now there's some aggression coming through for TSM.
Yeah, Sim on this side of the map, tucked away in the cubby. Out goes the haunt. Somebody takes care of that, and I think they know that it was Sim or somebody in that corner who took care of it. So they're wary. The fragment comes out, the Neon goes, and that's not only the slide from the high gear, but the fast lane already used. Relay Bolt's going to be the only thing available to the Neon until Sim can find a couple of kills. And you talked about you give Ghost an inch, and they will take a mile. You start to let them heat up, and they'll just run away with the game. Typically, when we see Ghost do bad, Koala Noob is having a slow start. In this one, he is having an incredibly hot start, Triad.
He's looking really good throughout this match, and being the only chamber as well is just enabling him for success every time that there's a lockdown that comes through, just to try to regain a little bit more space, a little bit more time for TSM Academy to be ready for this fight, and they open it up.
Wow, Rebo ready for the sewers push. Sim in a really bad spot here in screens. Eventually, one of these bullets has to connect to his teammate, just trying to keep him alive, but the regrowth, it won't be enough. Venture just gonna say, sorry, buddy, I did what I could.
30 seconds left.
Unfortunately, there's no way out of that one, but a 1-for-1 across the map in the B site once more. Under fire, turret goes down.
There.
Brock holds the angle. John Cutie falls, harmful. Still anchoring on the site, not giving anything up just yet, and unfortunately for a Proto, he should be spotted out as Harmful falls. Maybe it doesn't matter through the link. The fights are there, and well, Proto is now the last one standing in a 1v2 situation. Spikes down, 11 HP, and a shot from the side. It's Rebo to Astra Dip there at the end. A third picked up from TSM Academy, and 6-6 is still available for this team.
It is still an opportunity after that last round, after the timeout that they took. We see the adaptation for the defense of TSM Academy, where they say, hey, let's also play aggressive. Let's try to match that aggression a little bit towards the beginning. And yes, it was a lot of resources invested. It was a fast lane to get out of the duel. It was Sim going down, but it was still just trying to gain time for that rotation as well to come through towards the end. So 2 members alive allows that round to take place and to go this side of TSM Academy. A Ghost, they're going to try it again, and the aggression from the Neon is not there anymore.
Venture trying to play pop flash here, gets himself just a bit, but he finds a couple of kills, 2 kills in the last, 2 kills in the next, but immediately answered back as the Nightfall comes through. The second one here, earmuffs are on, Sim survives, sees, finds nothing. The spike will be planted.
Sim is also not going for the flank this time around, and I think that catches Koala Noob off guard too.
The 2 players inside the link, Brock in the close corners, they almost line up for the double kill, but not quite as a Proto. Now it needs to try and hang on for the team. Spike is planted. The wall goes up. And unfortunately, he can't see. The tap is there, and as he swings, the toxic screen should be met by both players. Ooh, here comes the gravity well, though. We'll pull him off the spike for just a second. Vulnerable, Nebula goes up. He needs to deal with Rebo first, but nope, the defense is just too strong. A 4th for TSM Academy.
2 duels, too difficult for this one, for the last player alive on the side of Ghost, and so TSM Academy answering back, getting value out of the timeout that they took. And again, being able to match up that aggression at least at the beginning of their round. When they said it wasn't the Neon this time, but they changed it. They made sure that Sim would capitalize from this. The opening from Venture was really everything. You have a guiding light, but it wasn't even necessary. It was just a surprise. That Venture was never so aggressive, especially alone, especially the only initiator on the B side. So now we get to see another timeout.
Another timeout. I believe Ghost Gaming calling this one, as they were off to a hot start. And what did you say? It's usually right about round 6, 6-0.
But this is different, right?
Is it?
Well, it was in 6-0, so plays a little different.
Plays a little different.
Yeah, to me, is every time it's a 6-0. The one who hasn't gotten any rounds, they just start getting them. It doesn't matter if it's thrifty, it doesn't matter if it's full buy, they always get it. But this is a different story. It's been a little bit more back and forth, especially with the trades. TSM Academy, they tried to deny that spike to get planted, and that means sometimes it's a Viper with a Viper's Pit, sometimes it's a Sky from Venture pushing in, sometimes it's a Neon pushing forward, but they're always keeping a good amount of variety in the ideas that they got for this one.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blinded.
And Ghost went from managing to win their rounds near flawlessly to losing the last few in a row. And we'll see what that timeout is fixed, because once more the B site under fire. Viper utility gonna be disrespected, pushed right past fast lane. I mean, it conceals the push all the way into those back halls. Venture, though, however, he's vulnerable. He tries to flash on the outside. He does get the blind, but he doesn't get two this time around. Only good for one, but ZK is there. The swing numbers back. Sim, a nuisance, out towards the flank once more. Now Kualanu needs to go huge. He spots the ponytails over the top. The relay pull right at his feet. The headhunter's there, but two players just on the other side. And they're both there as the cloud will fall. Ghost try B again, and TSM stuff it.
Last round before
5 rounds now for the set of TSM Academy, and you see that conditioning after the last 2 rounds and 3 that they won on this defensive side, where initially when we saw the execute from Ghost, they were just going in, they were using that fast lane, they were not checking those corners a little bit closer to the left, and now you never know if there's a Neon, if there's Ventura on the sky, if it's a Viper as well pushing forward. And even though the defense was playing backside, it was still good enough to get those trades. So now, the reason why Ghost Gaming decided to go A, it's not because it's an eco for the enemy team, is because they're in trouble. They were getting ahead by a couple rounds, and they're being read so well. The timeout, the coaches as well, always having such a massive impact on a first half like this one.
Tech timeout here. Admin's working with the team, see what's going on.
Yes.
Shout outs to the crowd once more. All you beautiful people hanging out with us. We appreciate you more than you know. As much as I like to hear my own voice, I don't want to hear it echo through an empty venue. So thank you for hanging out with us. I know the players appreciate it. On top of it all, you guys are the GOATs. That's true love right there.
Yep.
That's true love.
Yep.
It seems like Bob helping Venture. Venture said, I don't know. I went from getting 2 kills every round to only getting 1 kill in the last one. Something must be wrong. Somebody help me out here. Bob, take a look.
He was getting 2 kills 3 rounds ago. I mean, he's still doing really good. The Sky as well. It's an interesting difference between the 2 compositions. They're generally very similar, but in a situation like this one with a Neon where you want to keep the utility for a little bit longer, then you're relying on Venture to be the one who's getting first contact, and he's been answering really well.
I think TSM as a whole have been answering really well. And,
Yeah,
and the problem, we kind of noted it, right, is the B main split is almost non-existent. We saw a world where Koala was trying to sneak through the sewers, and it was read by Rebo. We saw a world where Aperto was trying to play through B Link, but to catch the timing to be up in B Link while you're worrying about somebody pushing B Link from the B site or somebody coming from mid connector while your team is trying to push long without just getting absolutely decimated by the player in halls. There's just so much going on, so you really just kind of have to deathball that B site and hope for the best. Hopefully you can get yourself set up in a position in the halls to fight your way through the site. And as you were noting, well, I guess everybody sees the mini-map if you're watching there. At the beginning of this tech timeout,
wow.
Yeah, they were leaning towards A. Ghosts were leaning towards A. We'll see if that continues.
There is one thing as well that is difficult instead of Ghosts. When they are playing the post-plant scenario towards B, you're leaving a Proto on B ramp to deny that flank from often Sim, who's been pushing forward round after round. So even though it's predicted, even though you can hear as well, you know, if the trademark's still alive or the chamber's still alive, you know it's going to take place. That puts a lot of pressure on the Proto. And when he gets taken down, it's happened 2 rounds. He gets taken down, and they're going to Sim at least 2 kills while everyone realizes you have to turn around. There's a Neon behind you.
Yeah. And we've already seen it a couple of times, I think, with Ghost Gaming specifically, where Aperto kind of has been that guy who is usually a little bit delayed with the team, and then he's in a spot where he's jumping into that astral form, and it's not always the best time to do that. So when he is, you know, playing this B ramp, or whether he's hanging out in the mid shops like we've seen him play, waiting for this lurk, One bad timing of being caught as you're trying to work these stars for your teammates on this B site. And things can go poorly. It sounds like we got a reset on the PC. We should be jumping back into the game as soon as possible. And Dryad, I might have to cheat off your notes here because my tablet is only at 9%. So.
What about the notebook?
What is the notebook? You know, like what is even?
What?
You know, just what even?
What
is
do you
the
mean?
Notebook? This is. The
Well, to be
death
fair,
note.
I do not know how you read your own notes.
You know, I did. At one point, I wrote down some team names in here.
Yeah.
And almost all of them lost, which would kind of make this the death note. The
That's what I
only
was gonna
team-
say.
The only
It's also
team-
black, so
Yeah.
black pages.
The only team that hasn't lost from my notebook is Ghost Gaming. If they lose this grand finals, this is the death note.
So they can blame you if that
They can blame me.
happens.
I will take the blame. It's the caster's curse.
The caster, singular.
The caster's curse. We share
no.
the desk. We share the pain. We share the flame. That's our motto.
I don't know how to feel about that, you know?
Semper Fi, do or die, always faithful.
I don't know. That is a lot of pressure just on a black notebook. That looks a little bit terrifying.
It's kind of a cool notebook.
It's cool, sure.
I got that jelly roll pen.
Yeah.
All right. Who cares about my pen? Who cares about the notebook? Let's get back into the game. Tech issues aside, the last round of the half. And there's a few more ducks in the TSM pond than the Ghost Gaming pond. Both overdrives available, but that is all Ghost Gaming bring to the table in Wave Ultimates in this round.
Getting kills with the overdrive. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult task as well. But to your point, should be coming in first, and there's a round where Ghost, they do not have those rifles in their hands. They do not have too much to work with. Just whatever they could gather for this last round before that second half.
And some noise out towards mid early in this round. The first that we're seeing of it from Ghost Gaming. The problem with even drawing anybody towards mid is that rotation towards really any of these sites, whether it be through Art or through that B connector, B link. They're so quick. So once more, Ghosts, they're going to line up and play out towards this B site. And TSM have the read.
It's the same thing once again. Without the best eco as well to work with. And the overdrive as well coming through, hoping to make a difference for Joan Cutie.
Yeah, John takes some damage on the way in. The fast lanes fall, which means sight lines are there. Nebula Smoke will subside. So free passage now from the defender side at spawn. Also player up top in heaven. It's going to be a grabbing blow to try and keep that player at bay. Venture going to find the first. It's Koala to fall. And that is the recipe for success against Ghost Gaming. Take down Koala and the rest will fall. And that's exactly what's happening. Sim, 2 kills, drops the robot. Jumping on the defuse with ZK for just a moment, and Ghost Gaming, they're trying to fight back into this one. Unfortunately, Proto's the last one standing. The high-low might be too much. No, he takes down Rebo, finds the next. The classic in hand with 3 health, but it won't be enough. Proto did everything he could, but he falls short, and TSM will find us even at the half.
And he was so close, but when you have to pull up the classic, things get a little bit more scary. The adaptation as well, the timeout for TSM Academy was beautiful with all the rounds that we saw going for this defense right after. And Ghost Gaming, again, every single time on this Pearl, on this attacking side, they were having that same entry. They know that it works for them. But when you're going against TSM Academy, it is a different story. They will adapt, and they will bring you new ideas. They will bring new strategies to the table. So 6-6 for Grand Finals, map number 1. It is exactly what we wanted to see, but one has to close it out here. And Ghost on the defense, they also like to push in, and with a Chamber and a Neon towards B, you know it is going to happen.
67% win rate on defense for Ghost Gaming. 100% win rate on the map, but a bit stronger here in this second half. We said that Sim has some big shoes to fill, and I think he's done a darn good job thus far.
Yeah.
And now he gets to do it on the attacking side.
And he tried to support his teammates just a little bit longer, but has to be the one, the tip of the spear, to go in here. That pistol round, it would be massive for TSM Academy. Been getting away with a couple of those against Ghost in a 5v5. With less than a minute remaining, it could be a different story though.
I don't know, it seems like the same TSM story. It's been that way the last couple of rounds. They go back to it. Nismo falls asleep on the angle, gets punished for it. John Cutie and a Proto. Okay, a Proto showing us the classic skills. We missed them in the last round. We get to have it now, and ZK, well, ZK got it done with the classic before. Can he do it again? This time the odds maybe a bit more in his favor in the way of health and armor. Unfortunately, the numbers are not. John Cutie, 2 kills on the round, and Ghost reclaim their lead.
A Proto makes up for the kill that he missed with the classic on that round before the second half. It makes it up with 3 on this one. A massive round for Ghost. Could have been massive as well for TSM as it was 6-6, but you can never count a Proto out. Is Astra, this controller, always looks unstoppable under pressure, and we talked about it, Ghost. When they're under pressure, this is when they perform the best.
Oh, look at the aggression. The relay pulls out. Walmanuk to punish. They back away. They take that kill. And we now look to play their numbers. John Cutie not feeling the best. Having to deal with some of that utility tossed right at his feet. But Koala healthy with no teleports, but Marshall to work with.
Right there.
And we'll see if B is the final destination.
It's a similar situation to what we've seen from TSM Academy, even from Ghost on this B site. They want to isolate this target to duels with Ghost. They just have the Spectres in their hands, even a couple Marshals too. TSM Academy will try to go for it. Koala Noob though, answers back.
The perfect timing inside the Nebula smoke. Koala just keeps doing it, but Harmful gets one back, and we're seeing the strength in the Marshal. Unfortunately, the flash was good. The shots were wide. And Ghost will find the anti-eco win. But coming into this bonus, a bit of damage dealt. And we'll see what Brock can get done with this judge. I don't know. Judge out towards B might not be the play.
Why not?
Well, you're too deep into the as a Bucky stan.
I actually never play with any shotguns. I can't stand it. But watching it, it's kind of fun.
But watching it,
because I'm not the one suffering. So.
Then why were you standing the Bucky so hard?
It's fun to see them get
The other day I thought you would die for the Bucky.
I would. Yeah.
Something ain't right. Something ain't
There's
right.
something wrong with me. It's okay.
Yeah. Something ain't right here.
We get to see another tech pause as well coming through. In the 2 rounds that goes, we're able to get away with pretty comfortable. Like I said, a couple of trades that happen, but it's okay because TSM Academy should be in a better position for this one. So it's not ideal, it's not perfect, but the entry towards A could be massive here, especially when you have so much support for that Neon to be the front line, to be the one that gets that first contact. The hesitation for Ghost, they know they don't have too much to work with. So they can back up, they can try to play for the retake, they can try to isolate this target. And a Proto is able to get one as well. A couple trades too. Ghost, they have numbers here for a second.
Yeah, only for a second. Harmful there. Swing things back in favor. Fragment. Gonna force him back. Squala works his way up on the flank, and Rebo was ready for it, but didn't take the shots there, so Koala does it again. Scalps a member of TSM Academy, now has a rifle in his hand, but most importantly, a spike right at his feet. And for ZK and Harmful, this round gets a whole lot more difficult having to retrieve that spike. And they've only got 35 seconds to do it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, I don't know how they do that, Dryad.
How do you see that as well?
30 seconds
a
left.
tiny pixel. But that's enough for Ghost. As Joan Cutis gears 3 kills for the round. The bonus goes the way of Ghost, and this is the team that has won most of those third rounds every single time throughout this tournament. And you can see why. They're always catching the enemy off guard. We've seen it from Koala Noob. Solid for Koala Noob for this one. And they're able to catch one by one the players hiding in the corners without numbers and without anything else that can be done. There's a little bit of a bigger gap for Ghost, but this is the way that the first half started for them. They started getting ahead until TSM requested that timeout, started to catch up, though this is nothing else but an eco for TSM. That means they get to go mid.
This could be our first look at a team really trying to assault this mid-connector B-Link area.
Yeah.
But they choose otherwise. Play this default 5-point stance across the map with players inside Art. Out towards A main, B main. Still hovering mid. And a toxic screen. It cuts off that mid connector.
Yeah.
But you don't get much more than that, so we'll see how they play around that, or if they choose to play around that. I think Harmful's got big shoes to fill and trying to open up this A site to allow for that funnel into Art. But obviously unbeknownst, both Nismo, now Brock, and a Proto are locking down this A site.
There's always a lot of respect in a round like this one from the side of Ghost. No matter the map, they're going to play back on that defensive side. No need to push in too aggressive with the Sheriffs on the other side, but the time slowly running out and TSM having to act towards this A site.
They do funnel on through. Out comes the haunt here for Ghost Gaming. It doesn't really reveal too much. Sim the first to fall, but a nice shot in response. Unfortunately, you're running out of time and you're running right on into the meat grinder, but the spike gets planted in TSM Academy. Look to hang on for just a moment. Two players here in Sneaky. The hops away, but a Proto won't allow it. A headshot through the wall. A 4K on the round means a cosmic divide, and the next and a 10th. Double digits for Ghost. 6-6 at the half Dryad. And Ghost refuse to give up anything else.
They do not want to lose any other round, but that was, once again, an eco for TSM Academy. They got a couple trades early on before for Proto will shut things down. And then it's just this positioning from the Astra. Most of the times when we see an Astra on the other side going against Ghost, they are positioning a little bit more of that utility towards B. Like I said, that patience for Ghost, that respect that they give the enemy will be enough to put them under pressure to make sure that they get to double digits and to make sure that a tactical timeout will come out. This is, I said it, this is a point where there was a timeout for TSM Academy and then they started fighting back. Can they do it again?
Yeah, this map, it just seems so hard. Unless you're finding ways to abuse that B site, or you have a bit more space to play with. Obviously incredibly linear, but you can play around a little bit more with your utility. Pushing through mid, Art, A main, the nooks, the crannies. There's just so much to worry about.
It is a lot more difficult as well with the composition that TSM Academy is running on this attacking side. You don't have a chamber, you don't have a KO as well to throw that 0 point towards backside of B. So you're gonna have to adapt, and we've seen some teams as well, they like to run it down towards A site. It does seem the safer side for TSM Academy as the timeout runs out. And they position once again that Sentinel utility, that Killjoy, to make sure the lurk is not gonna be a possibility on the other side.
And just lurk util out towards B. Stun comes through. Lands onto one, but nothing behind it. Nismo, however, gonna toss out that fragment. Sim wants to jump right through the util's there, and Sim gonna get punished for it. Proto just holds down Mouse 1, 27 bullets later, forced to reload, but he wants some more after doing so. We'll find the side of the head of Rebo as ZK tries to claw TSM's way back into this one. It's so incredibly difficult. The pit comes out, and Proto just wants to play on the inside of the Trailblazer. Does not spot this Astra inside the Nebula smoke, but he gives away his position. He tries to fish through the swamp, and he finds nothing. Venture and Harmful, however, Finding frags in response. Sinismo completely pinched here. And this A connector takes a headshot of John Cutie. The tallest of tasks will find the first. The op goes down, but Venture through the swamp will grab the round for TSM, and they're back.
Really good mid-round for TSM Academy. They got the Viper Spit activated, and all the players in Ghost, they were gonna get caught inside. They had to get out, and getting out put them off position, a little bit caught off guard by TSM Academy, who answered back, and part of it, massive part of it was harmful, and one of the most consistent players when it comes to kills for this team. I mentioned it, he likes to play that chamber, but this Killjoy is not going to slow him down from getting kills and from getting rounds for his team. As Ghost, they lose the first one on the second half. And TSM Academy, they're gonna try it again towards A.
You should run.
The lockdown will clear out the A site. Venture hoping to stop anybody pushing through the nebula smoke. Before the lockdown comes through, Cosmic Divide will also stop this push from Flowers, but it looks like Nismo wants it to go, but no, a beautiful nanoswarm to keep him at bay for now. John Cutie, however, takes down his counterpart in Sim, and the spike will be delayed. Stuck inside dugout, 2 inside the cubby, make it 1. John Cutie wants some more shots through the wall, but it's Venture to try and sneak around a Proto here to neutralize. And just like that, you blinked, you missed it. Goes forced off the site, but they battle back strong and only lose 1 in doing so.
Again, a Proto just supporting that distraction as everybody from Ghost was able to come for that retake. Make sure that there's no more space that TSM Academy is able to get into this A site. And with that, Ghost, they get to 11-7 for TSM Academy, who attempted that B site, that B hit a couple times. It didn't work so well, so they approach A, but it's being read by a Proto, especially this Astra consistently on that A site.
Hero Rifle for TSM Academy, Overdrive available as well. Trailblazer thwart. Spots 1, but typically 1 here for Ghost Gaming. This time it's Brock, usually Nismo, but he's just around the corner. And not a lot of love out towards that B side, although we're seeing that toxic screen sent that way. And the problem now is that because they give up all that space, look at Koalanu, right? He's all the way up on B ramps. He knows that they're not on this side of the map. Mid connector and B link, they're locked down. So they're just about funneled here into this A side as the Nightfall comes through. That's going to mark 4 of the players of TSM Academy, but stunned up are Ghost Gaming. And ZK able to capitalize. 2 players just around the corner. The C's comes through. It's good for everybody. The HP gets cut down, but it doesn't matter. ZK continues to fight forward, and the fast lane will allow them to sneak on through, and it's 3 kills for the Viper.
And the C's was good, but the kills are even better this time around for TSM Academy as they finally get to plant the spike. And Ghost, they leave Koalanu caught off guard. You mentioned it, he was pushing forward. He was getting all that information that there was no one looking towards that B site. So that rotation from him comes a little bit late for that information game that he has to pay for.
Next.
The kill with the operator will be good for a couple, but TSM should get to 8.
An 8th round picked up here for TSM. And they've done a good job of avoiding Koalanu. This was the map earlier in the weekend where he absolutely went off. He will collect 1 more on the way out. We'll see if
they won.
It's going to be enough. Look at that. Plays the pillar so the flash doesn't land. Thrifty round, no way. Koalanu just gets everything he wants. Almost closes it out there at the end.
They won the operator so bad for TSM Academy, and they almost got it, but Koalanu, he's just so good. Every single time for a round like that one, yeah, you have to back up. You have to give up, but now it is a timeout that comes on the side of Ghost, I believe. And the first time that we saw it was actually TSM Academy, and he continues having that story of they ask for the timeout and they start winning rounds. We see it once again in the second half, but now it's the time to Ghost. The time for Ghost to play the game too.
Ghost hearing the footsteps, getting a little scared of TSM running up on him, getting closer in rounds. And although we have just about a full crowd here at the venue, some of you at home have this fear of missing out, and you've missed the whole weekend. You're here in the grand finals, but I would imagine you still have a chance to tweet at us if you'd like, using that hashtag NerdStreetChamps.
We've gotten some interesting stuff.
We've got some interesting stuff, but maybe this time around you can do less of making me meow and more of rooting for your favorite team or your favorite player, showing some love to the 12 players and coaches included that share this server. As we see that same aggression out towards B long, this time Koala Noob able to capitalize, finally get some value in this one. And once more, that is the recipe for success. Koala Noob means so much to this Ghost Gaming squad, and he's finally back in action.
We talked so much throughout their matches for Ghost about how the opening picks always go for Koala Noob, and this round, he gets to make it back. Good 4-2 as well. And a Ghost already positioned towards the B side. Again, TSM Academy, they attempted it before. It didn't work out. It seems like this is going to be the same story for the round, the 19th round of this map number 1 of the grand finals. As Koala Noob, 3 kills at the end. And this was also the first round where we saw 2 operators, one on one side, one on the other side, but the one on TSM Academy got taken down so early that is enabling Ghost to get to map point here on Pearl. This is the map that they wanted to go with, and we get to see why.
And I didn't quite see what it was, but I think Venture was a bit too slow on working through that B link, and the trademark triggered. It didn't fire, but it triggered, and it let Koala Noob know that somebody was coming through this link area. Allowed for him to hold that angle. But a good look, again, for TSM Academy. They're trying to show us different stuff. It's not easy to time this B split. And that's just another reason why Harmful not able to get into the fight. And now out towards mid once more. Oof, all the way up through ARP here, finally. Somebody gonna look this way, and it's John Cutie to punish. Sim not quite ready for somebody here in A-Link. It's Koala Noob. Koala Noob. Koala Noob. He might have the right angle, might have the wrong angle. Rebo's there to punish. It was Rebo all along, all a part of the plan. Koala Noob falls. Now Harmful looking to play this split, no longer out towards long. He's the player inside the link, and he's starting to cause problems. Beautiful flash on the outside. Another pit available, but Nismo sits Rebo down. The Viper still stands. The Swamp is still there. But they need to be careful here. Harmful falls inside the links, trying to jump away, and just like that, it's Ghost Gaming to do it. 6-6 at the half. They swap sides, the defense, and they lock it down, Dryad.
A Proto, the player that we've always seen towards that A side, rotating towards the end, and the Astra gets 3 to close map number 1 for Ghost. It was looking a little bit scary for a second, especially that first half that ended up being 6-6, but under pressure. Ghost Gaming always reacting, always knowing how to close it out. It was also a TSM Academy that felt like their backs were against the wall for that last round. They tried going on the B side that never really worked for them. And it just played right into the strengths of Ghost as they get away with the map number 1. We gotta see what the second one can bring.
And these replays seem to be from the latter half of the match. Lest we remind you, the pistol round went the way of TSM Academy, but after that, Ghost, they force up, they make it work, they make it hurt.
They love to force this round.
They love to force. They absolutely love to force, and for good reason, but both of these teams look strong on Pearl. We were expecting Pearl 100%. We got it in the first map. 13-8, a fairly close map, I guess, at the end of the day. 13-9 is kind of my cutoff, but 13-8 is...
You used to say 13-8, and now
no,
you're
I'm
saying...
pretty sure I always said 13-9.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I always said 13-9.
No.
Hey, don't try and throw me under the bus here. I'm a TSM fan, but I got a TSM background, all right?
Okay.
I'm not biased, okay? I'm not biased. Fortunately, that is just map 1. We've got 2 more in our best of 3 here in the grand finals for the Nerd Street Champs, but some of these players that you see on the server, you might see elsewhere. and maybe they can help you kind of take your game to the next level, guys, because gamers everywhere gamers around the world, I should say, are getting better, stronger, and faster after just a few sessions with Metafy. You can get trained by the best pro players in the world, and you can book a live session right now while we've got some downtime, and if you use the promo code STREET20, you can save 20% off all lessons, replay reviews, and training plans. So please do check out metafy.gg/nerdstreet. And while you guys are doing that and getting nice and settled in to schedule your first session with some of these pro players, we're going to hop away for a short break. When we come back, map number 2 of our grand finals.
With Metafy, you learn directly from the best players in the world. They'll review your gameplay, show you new perspectives, and outline the steps you can take to shatter the bones of your enemies. Or just raise your skill rating. Book a session or replay review right now on metafy.gg.
Yeah, what's going on, amigos? We back on the couch with me, it's Rab, and we got Ghost Gaming. Y'all been out here tearing up the entire LAN like 3 days in a row. What makes you so sexy? Shut up. One word.
Aggressive.
Okay, but what's your name, my brother?
My name's Gianfranco, or in-game Koalanev, and I'm the Chamber and Jet player.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Hi, I'm John Curry. I'm the IGL for the Ghost Gaming.
Oh yeah, but what makes you sexy, John?
Maybe the hair.
Hello, I'm Kaplan. I'm the coach of Ghost Gaming, and it's definitely my massive masculine assertive coaching energy.
100%.
My name's Alex, or Proto. I play controller for Ghost Gaming, and it's probably my mustache.
Yes, it is. 100% it is. Do you feel bad for your opponents that you won't even give them a round to breathe, bro?
Yeah, I don't think they're like that good. So I mean, it's just pretty easy.
Damn.
Well, we usually try to finish fast, so we go eat.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest motivation for us.
Okay.
We say American burger, and the half is over. Pretty much it.
We definitely make some mistakes and give our opponents chances to win the game, and if they can't do it, it's their problem.
I don't feel bad about it.
If you were to give advice to me on how to get us ready to DM me back, what would you say?
Say you're radiant.
I'm not radiant, bro.
You
Look
can
at me.
you can
What?
lie. You can lie.
So as long as I'm radiant, she'll DM me back. You sure?
That's not true. I'm sorry. That's false hope.
Do you have a Twitter check mark?
No.
Oh.
Damn, that's tough. To her, you're the unofficial 6-man for Ghost Gaming. That will do the job.
I can say that.
As long as you just talk about your normal casting and not how you cast League of Legends,
Wow.
I think it'll be good. You don't want her knowing you know anything about League. That's just
You're right. I can't have anybody knowing that I play League of Legends, bro. I'm also friends with your elusive manager, Creed. Now, is Creed actually a raccoon?
Some days I actually think he is, yeah. It feels like it, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he is. But like he's like half raccoon, half human, at least.
How does that happen?
He is half raccoon and half talent and acquisition specialist.
I didn't hear the question again. I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
Your manager, Creed, I'm friends with him. And I
Yeah.
want to know, is he actually a raccoon?
That's a secret. I feel like everyone here can't be giving that out, you know?
Wow.
drawing?
I
don't give a crap if you like drawing or not, but you can take this.
Can you please introduce your lovely face to everyone?
What's up, y'all? I'm Tanner Metro. I'm a caster here for the Nerd Street Champs.
You know, you have a really good voice. I'm glad to hear that you are a caster. I can see him doing a really good job.
I just met him.
Whiteboard's not really my thing because I'm left-handed. And so but I'll try. What am I doing here?
How about you just start from the right?
That's not how that works.
Just start from the right.
And draw my words backwards.
All right, start the timer. You got 45 seconds.
To answer the question.
Yes, absolutely.
While
With your
I'm
left
drawing
hand, because you know, beta. Let's start.
Draw that thing.
All right, so how do you
Okay.
get your hair so why are you thinking? You don't even know what
I
you're
don't know
gonna
what I want to
draw.
draw now. I had an idea, and then you said that you guys were going to guess what it is, and my idea was very guessable. And now I'm really
Well, I
struggling.
wonder how many seconds
okay,
he has
here we go,
left.
Here we go.
Hey, this guy casts Valorant.
I know,
Apparently.
right?
I'm gonna go
Can't
like
even think of
this.
anything.
So how do you get your hair there?
Well, my hair actually, the way that it goes like this is I use Harry's styling cream.
Do you use it for your beard as well?
I don't have a beard. I couldn't grow a beard even if I tried.
It seems like you do have one right now.
Do I have a little bit of a mustache?
Yeah, I think you do.
Well, so what the thing with me, the problem is that the way that this is a lot harder than I thought.
And time.
Okay.
Wow, that looks like. Hold on.
Soak this in for a second.
I know who that is.
You know who that is?
I know who that is. That's Ravish.
What?
That's the most ravishing man in the world.
What? No, that's very clearly Jet. She's going upwards.
No, that's Rav.
What is it?
It's Rav.
Oh my God.
It's Jet. It's supposed to be Jet updrafting A main on ascent and looking over the wall.
Why does her hair look like Bowser?
I thought that was Rav dunking on people. That's why I thought it
You
was
know
Rav.
what? I forgot what Jet's hair looks like. So
you just went for the spikes, frosted
It's
tips?
it's just a ponytail.
I
It looked
just
like Phoenix
tried-
for a second. That's why I was a little confused.
yeah, you know, that's my bad. I gaslit you guys into thinking that I drew well. I don't draw well.
Honestly, we are the victims here. Thank you for
Yeah,
validating
I'm used
us.
to being gaslighted.
Hold on, that's not good.
Gaslighted.
I am Boone. I am the broadcast manager at Nerd Street.
Cut that out. Okay, Boone. You have 45 seconds to draw anything Valorant related, and then we have to guess what it is.
We know how artistic you are as well. This is going to be great.
I feel like I have to handicap myself for this one.
Oh, he's like, nah, I'm too good. 45 seconds, that's way too much time. Is your name actually Boone?
Yes, actually.
I actually didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. No, I didn't know.
He hired us. We should know this.
Wait. What is your last name?
Boone.
Oh, okay. Boone.
You guys ever read your contracts?
Yes.
I read it.
What is it?
No. We gotta guess.
Oh, yeah, we got to take a guess first. Take a guess.
Is that conveyor belt? Is that conveyor in a icebox inside?
Ice Baby. Great song.
Definitely not. I mean, it's in the game. Yes, but which one though?
One of them.
A hint is someone's probably gonna do a giveaway about it on Twitter.
He's plugging the freaking Nerd Street stuff.
Listen, we asked our boss, what did we really expect to come from this one?
Champion.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm not a champion, so I couldn't have guessed that,
You're
honestly.
a champion, Boone. You're the first one to beat us.
You guys are the champions over here for doing the content and also being a great job this weekend.
Thank you, Boone. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to, of course, follow the Nerd Street Twitter, the Nerd Street Twitch.
The Twitch?
The Twitch.
The Twitch?
Just stop.
Are you okay?
Make sure to follow me. Only
Okay.
me, not Marks.
Oh, that's fine.
Gompers. If you're gomping really hard.
Mark Swong.
I'm sorry, I'm voice cracking. If you're gomping really hard, make sure to follow the Gompers X Twitter. Make sure to follow Marks here.
I didn't think she was going to give me that one, but it's at Mark Swong. Thank you, Gompers.
Yeah, of course. I'm so generous. Hire me.
And me too. And we're back. Game number 2 just around the corner. 21 rounds we went on Pearl. 13-8, the scoreline in favor of Ghost Gaming. Now, we head elsewhere, Dryad. We head to Haven.
Yeah.
And we've got some... Things could get shaky here, I guess, is the best way to say it.
It's really interesting to look at Ghost Gaming here because yesterday they played it. It didn't look too good, but it was a different composition to what they have brought today in the 2 matches and the 2 rounds where they played that Haven. It was against Virtuoso and the one that we got to see a couple hours ago against XOR. So they went back to the composition that was working out the most with that race instead of the neon, and they looked so much better. Yes, it took that overtime to close it out, but it is so much better than the 2-13 that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, and I would say, I guess, historically, just throughout the event, throughout the weekend, Haven has been the slowest starting map for Ghost Gaming. So really good that they got that win in map number 1. Haven is going to be map number 2, so they have a bit of momentum, some wind in their sails. But for TSM Academy, you have to be looking at this one as, obviously looking at every map a winnable map, but the next two, right? The two maps where we've seen weaknesses from Ghost Gaming, who have been relatively flawless throughout the weekend.
This is the map that obviously TSM Academy is going to fight to take, and is the last chance as well, or Ghost Gaming could be walking out of the grand finals with a 2-0 victory. TSM Academy have looked pretty good on this map as well, so I'm interested to see how they're going to be performing against Ghost, because it goes back to what we've seen before and what we've been talking about. It's a Ghost Gaming that starts to play aggressive, they get some momentum going, and they're not going to let it go. In a map like Haven, they have to hold on to it for their dear lives.
And the last time we saw Ghost, their comeback victory, Kuala Noob, a little bit quieter at the start of the game, really started to step up as we got deeper into that map, and then obviously closing it out in overtime. And TSM Academy on Pearl did a pretty good job of avoiding Kuala Noob and trying to make sure that he didn't find any impact. Obviously, you can't do it always.
It did feel like a more passive play for Kuala Noob on Pearl, but it was still incredibly consistent round after round. And when he had to pop off, when he got to get 3 kills, he was going to do it. But when we got to see it for those semifinals, the side of Ghost against XOR, what really, really closed out the map was the performance that we saw from a Proto. And he's been showing up for this grand finals. He's not going to stop.
He is not going to stop. No, I think almost dropped a 30 bomb in that last one. Obviously, we would be remiss if we didn't mention TSM's comeback victory in their semifinals on Haven as well. So a very strong map for both of these teams. But Dryad, you noticed something. Not only about Sonics when you were watching the TSM Academy game, but you noticed something about Ghost, right? And the site that they like to hit. So obviously I would imagine that tendency also picked up by TSM Academy.
And it is the same thing, right? You get to pick up on the enemy's executions, mistakes, and anything. But for Pearl, I mentioned it was always B. For Ghost, here on Haven, it is going to be most likely that A hit every single time. But they're starting on the defense, so we don't have to worry about that yet. It's going to be TSM Academy on the attacking side. The two of the Raze players going against each other. Sim, he was playing the Neon before. I like what I saw. He was always trying to surprise the enemy, catching them off guard from behind when he was on the defense. But here, it is all about the double satchel to go in. And the support that he gets as well with Venture before playing that Sky for map number 1, but here with a Fade, it has made me really happy to see the consistent performance that Venture can bring.
And I was wondering what look of Ghost we would get. As we said previously, rocking 2 different compositions coming into this, either the Raze with the Breach or the Neon with the KO. That way you still have some supplementing. Always, always, always a Fade. But when you bring that Raze, obviously you have that Seize nade combo. When you don't bring the Raze, but you do bring the KO, you've got that Seize with the Fragment. So you have some options on top of it all. I've been loving that we're getting a whole lot more of the Astra on some of these maps. Teams really starting to figure out how to play the Astra, even after the nerfs, only dealing with 4 stars. Obviously the cooldowns bumped up quite a bit, but the proficiency, it has been there. As we look to get ready into game, Haven loading up for both of these teams. Ghost Gaming starting on the defense, 1 map ahead. And this team, they're no strangers, Dryad, to a 2-0.
Pretty much every single match that we've seen, and I said it, 18 maps that Ghost Gaming had played so far in this tournament since LCQ. Most of them have been 2-0s. Where TSM Academy is a little different. More often than not, they're taking it to 3 maps. And this is the way to do so, because they lose Pearl. They look so much better here on Haven. We talked about the compositions as well. And I agree with that Astra, especially for post-plant scenario. It works out perfectly. We've seen it, and we got to see a little bit more from a Proto on map number 1. We've seen it a little bit more from this player, but Zeke is also able to show up, and he has to do so along with the rest of TSM Academy to try to take us to a 1-1.
And the game is live. Map number 2 just about underway. 20 seconds until the barriers fall. Once more, Ghost. They mount the defense out towards the A side. A few players lean. Quite a few players lean here for this Ghost squad. And John Q and Nismo, I think they've got something cooked up to kick this one off. Expecting an A lobby lean here from TSM Academy, but they're headed elsewhere.
It's a different idea here for the start of TSM Academy, and compared to Ghost, they're more likely to play these slow rounds, especially here where the information game is going to be everything for TSM to get away with the pistol round. We saw them doing it for map number 1, and the B hit is a good opportunity for map number 2.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that we saw Teal Team do, right? The B hit is usually a tertiary plan. It's the backup after the backup here on Haven. It doesn't seem to be the play here, but just flexing that at the beginning could keep Ghost guessing for the rest of the game. The gravity will make sure nobody pushes the Proto, but just on the other side, a headshot will find its way through. Nice right click, the kills come right back the way of Ghost Gaming, and now only one remains. He's revealed by the Hunt, and he does not have the firepower. ZK falls, and Ghost, they boost the pistol percentage.
Just a little bit more. It's already high enough, but they can always get only better and better for the side of Ghost as they get away with the pistol round here on the defense. Their reaction was immediate, and we saw the players of TSM Academy looking a little bit towards the B side, getting some information, shutting down the trademark all the way towards the left, all the way at the top. And what that meant is that that rotation from the player that was towards A would happen faster. It would make Ghost Gaming half numbers in a better positioning. There it is, that sees Paint Shell's combo. Only does a little bit of damage as well, but the Paint Shells on the other side are able to trade it back.
Yeah, that sees nade. They did a good job of making sure that that doesn't get much value. We do go 1-for-1 to raise his fall as that grape dissipates out towards A long. Rebo hoping to find something, just nothing to be had.
And we know about this combination of the C's and the Paint Shells all across Valorant at this point, but the one team that has been doing them consistently on that A lobby, it is always Ghost. Other teams, maybe they attempt a similar idea with the gravity well, but for TSM Academy right now, they're having to play a little bit more reactive to what Ghost wants to bring to them. Yes, you take down the race. It's still 4v4, and it's still a long way to go as they, once again, go back to that A site.
And Cut Noise now look to re-hit. 3 defenders strong.
30 seconds left.
Are Ghost Gaming on this side of the map. And that does not bode well. Stuns aplenty. ZK basically stops right in his tracks with the Nova Pulse and the fault line. And now the last one standing is a potent one. The Headhunter available for Harmful, but he's only good for 1 of the 3 kills here on this site. And Ghost will collect the second.
The team that has gotten the most bonus rounds is Ghost, and sometimes they don't even look too much like a bonus. Sometimes they're going to force for more, which means all the pressure is on TSM Academy's shoulders with the Vandals that they got. And the execution towards A, we've seen a little bit of pressure early on. They go back to mid, they go back to see if anyone is trying to push from Garage, and when that's not the case, the time could be running out. TSM Academy more likely to play slow on these rounds to try to spot and play that information game against Ghost.
Your Harmful's crept his way up here. Inside Bunny. He's gonna need to be more than that to try and find that kill. Good C's, and obviously you get that information when you see that C's kind of standing in place. You see the trail, you know that you caught somebody. So flex out towards mid. And a similar look to what we saw in the pistol round here from TSM Academy. Obviously they've got rifles this time around as ZK deep inside the spawn still hanging out.
A retake here would be a little bit scary. That Prowler towards Garage is not going to spot anyone because everybody in this attacking side for TSM Academy, they're entering that B side. They're getting spotted on their way.
Spike plant coming on through. Here comes the blast back up and over the top. The bonus round, Nismo finds the first. Koala will also grab one, so a 2 for 2 thus far. Oh, and they line up for Zim. He wants some more. He'll toss out the paint. But this ain't Splatoon. Nothing there to be had. And oh my God, Koala Noob, you gave him too much. Zim will find 3, make it 4. Cuts him down, and TSM punished the bonus.
This is the team that we know. In a round like this one, you know, get that confidence with those multi-kills to secure the first round for TSM Academy here on Haven, the map that they need to win for these grand finals no matter what. And they just started the potential path to do so. The entry towards B is a difficult one. A Ghost, not too much to work with. Cannot answer, cannot fight back, as the strategies now become a little bit more standard for this attacking side. With that entry, the information towards A, but a Koala Noob that was pushing forward had nothing to stop him. With an operator that he's been waiting to buy, waiting to get in his hands, the duel between the two chambers. So interesting for this match.
Prowlers exchanged through Garage. B-site once more under fire by TSM Academy. Sim gonna reclaim that high ground now, has the showstopper online, sends it out towards A-Link, but it gets absolutely nothing. Not even a bit of damage onto Brock, who will back away. And Ghost Gaming do this so well. They just look to receive this attacking side. Allow them to push into the crosshairs, push into the sight lines, and a beautiful setup there. Flash for Koala Noob allows them to collect the kill onto Rebo, ensure that spike is planted, but the defense bolster just a bit stronger. 2 players, the favorite. Sim just hopping around the boxes, somehow still dies to the showstopper. Pink Shell's out and over the top is harmful. Locks it down, or at the very least tries to. Headhunters out, and they are doing their darndest. The last one standing is Nismo. He's healthy, and he'll clutch it out. A 3K, and another round for Ghost.
Another round where we get to talk about Nismo on this race. I mentioned it before, an incredibly flexible player for the side of Ghost Gaming. An incredibly clutch player in a scenario like this one, 16 HP that he ends up with. But a showstopper that had to be invested. And 2 kills as well to close it out for him and his team. On the B side, even though, yes, they always say the retakes are easy, you need a player like this one to actually make it happen and turn that idea into a reality. A couple rounds now for Ghost. They get to 3. TSM expecting and getting so close, turning into a 1v1. But that one was not going to be enough. And Ghost, they go back to that comfort. They go back to playing back. You don't see Koala Noob pushing A long, at least just yet. But he's ready for it.
Okay. There.
Boombot taken down here in Garage. Nothing new here, although the C's nade goes out on the window. That's new from TSM Academy, but the feint out towards mid. Not too new. Here comes the Nightfall. This will reveal how many are here. Rolling Thunder just behind it, though, and that'll slow down the push inside the Garage for now. Brock expecting somebody up close and personal, so he sends a flash into the window, but no contact just yet.
The season 8 combo, something that at least on this match we haven't seen before. It doesn't get anything though, it just allows Ghost to play, once again, so far back. Just giving that respect to TSM Academy, knowing that the time belongs to defense as up right now. It's still 5v5, it's still barely any damage taken. No damage taken for any of them.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, not much time. Look at the haunt, it reveals everybody pushing through, and a Proto gonna capitalize. John Cutie will also work his way into the kill feed, but this is the man of the hour, a Proto for 3. And ZK will need to match it with 14 seconds on the clock. This one seeming undoable, but good damage in response. 3K for 3K traded, but a few too many defenders remain for Ghost as they find their 4th.
What a hunt from John Cutie. Spots absolutely everybody. And hearing that combination of utility, hitting that pressure towards Garage, Ghost, they knew something was going on. And that something was that entry from Garage to see or at least the attempt before everybody got shut down. And the Proto got 3 kills. He was also with the Spectre. He gets taken out at the end, but this is not something that anybody can do. A Proto, once again, considered the man of the hour, just popping off, making sure that the team of Ghost will stay on top, as now we get to see a tactical timeout. So, for all the tactical timeouts that we've seen today from TSM Academy, they always turn into a round win. It's been all the times that we saw in Pearl, and now they get to see what the brain of their coach looks like for the next approach of the attacking side.
They've been having difficulties cracking into the code that is this Ghost Gaming defense. The B site hit has been working. They get that spike planted, and they've shown us a couple of different looks in way of holding that site. Either holding that site almost directly, or pushing into some of these connectors, into some of these links. One worked out, one didn't, but they look to go elsewhere. No B this time around, pistols in hand. They'll line up out towards C, working on getting Sim that showstopper back in hand once more. Rolling Thunder to Cosmic Divide available, but it's gonna need a few picks or maybe some damage before pulling the trigger on those ults.
A couple picks will trigger at least that Rolling Thunder to come through. And we often see that reaction for TSM Academy. First map, we got to see what a Viper with a Viper spit use when you get a couple picks on those eco rounds, but here it is the Rolling Thunder can have the better impact. It all depends on what they can do against Koala Noob. They get to see it first, they get to have a contact against the chamber, and it is a duel for the operator.
And look at that, this is that Koala Noob chamber that teleports to safety, but he does not have to wait for his squad. He can just continue to push forward and try and find value. He will eventually get punished a couple of right clicks later, and Venture's got himself a nice little upgrade in the operator. Damage, the name of the game, though, as that spike still down out towards long. Sim now taking point
I have the spike.
for this TSM attack, and ZK's got himself the spike in hand. Clear passes towards this A site, so at the very least, the spike plan awarded for this team.
We talk about the Rolling Thunder, but at least for the attacking side, that is not going to be a possibility to come through with 3 players remaining. Yes, there is an operator, but Ghost, they have a lot of utility. A lot of flashes as well to put Venture out of position too.
Yeah, and I mean, this Nismo picks up 2. Sim's the last one standing, but this is a very expensive round for Ghost. They toss some ults on into this. Sim finds a rifle. Can't find the 2 remaining kills, so Ghost Gaming will collect that 5th round off the timeout. But again, just an eco round. TSM Academy did the best they could. You almost, I don't want to say you call that one a win, because obviously you'd like to win that thrifty round. But you get that spike planted, you work that economy starting to grow once more, get those stonks up.
Need a drop.
The re-aggression as well that we got to see for Koala Noob was a little bit uncharacteristic of him, as he rendezvous, he plays a little bit more passive after at least guaranteeing that 1 pick, but he wanted to go down and he wanted to go for that recontest. He was able to secure 2 kills. And to get a little bit more for this side of Ghost. I'm wondering how much of that re-aggression we'll get to see back, because in that first matchup they had to back up, and that would leave Koala Noob all alone. But this is different. There's an operator now towards the C side, and Koala Noob with another first blood. And another one where the chamber on the enemy team were harmful gets taken down first.
And taken down early. Again, Koala, very scary. When he gets off to a good start, that's exactly where he's found himself. Ghost Gaming also in that same boat. Cosmic Divide, though, will allow safe passage onto the safe site for now. A tap onto the spike, trying to bait out some utility. Nothing to be had just yet. Venture now going to look to get that one planted. The Rolling Thunder still available. Fault line going to be queued up first, but an aftershock to force him out from underneath heaven. Here comes the util from the outside of the map as Cosmic Divide subsides. We go aftershock for aftershock, Prowlers through, and all the util, all the chaos, it's all coming through, but a Rolling Thunder to stop the push on the opposite side. Unfortunately, there's only 1 player not affected by that being a Proto, and he's all by himself on the bottom side of the map. Proto eventually going to be entered for as Brock shakes off the stun, works his way back into the site in the kill feed. It goes back and forth, and it's all up to ZK to try and hang on, but there's a rocket in his face. A Brock it in his face. A Brocket
Yeah.
in his face.
You know, get to defuse the spike here for Ghost as they get to 6-1 on a map that looked a little shaky from them the days before, but it's looking just better and better for them with this composition, with this aggression, and the changes that they bring to the defense. Kuala Noob this time around on the C site. And Nismo that is reacting so quickly to that communication from his team. You see him everywhere ready for that retake and guaranteeing kills with the paint shells, guaranteeing some nice combinations for the players of TSM to go down.
Util exchange out towards long. Nismo seemingly unaffected for now. Haunt reveals 1 but 2 player shot. Paint shells out into the cubby. That's a tough spot to be. Rebo forced out, and the paint shells will eventually do the trick. Gravity well not going to be enough. Blast pack. Nismo stays in place for now. Finally cross and narrowly escapes with his life.
The use of utility there for Nismo, throwing everything, but guaranteeing that the paint shells would be enough to allow Ghost to get the numbers advantage and to put TSM Academy once again in an uncomfortable situation towards A long that they try to contest every time, and they never know who is going to be on the other side. Is it going to be Kuala Noob? Is it going to be Nismo now? Playing a little bit more aggressive. I mentioned it. He was often backside. He was often reacting and rotating, but this time he changes it up and he capitalizes from it as the adaptation from TSM comes through. Trying to spot anybody towards Garage, but the trademark is the only thing that gets taken down for
30
them.
seconds left.
And TSM are going to have to commit here, Sim. He's hoping to find somebody in a close angle. Nice op shot from Harmful. He sends a few of the Headhunter bullets through the box. Will eventually be punished for doing so. Hangs out for just a second too long, and John Cutie will send him packing into the next round. 10 seconds. A seize at their feet and the spike in hand, but TSM Academy seemingly having no way into this site. The spike actually maybe comes down. They line up for a second, and that's going to be enough, if not through time, through kills. Ghost Gaming will find their 7th, and they are not letting up off the gas, Triad.
They're not going to let it go. If they can hold on to this momentum, they could get to 8, maybe 9 on the side of Ghost. TSM Academy, uncomfortable buy for this one, round number 9 that we jump into. Maybe a little too much respect given to this defense. The defense that is not, it's not pushing forward, it's not going courtyard to get you and take you down, but it is sometimes waiting with an operator for Kuala Noob. And sometimes he just always seems to be in the right place at the right time with it. The TSM Academy just being as careful as you can, hoping the Ghost is the one that's going to push forward here.
Yeah, that B plant was working, and you can almost assume maybe a quick in and a quick out for TSM, given what they bring into the round. So Kuala Noob set up on that B box. But he's been robbed of anything early in this round, just under a minute left in round number 9. And now we're finally starting to see that commitment from TSM Academy. They're headed out towards that C site, and they'll be welcomed by a Proto.
Face your fear!
No one else in a Proto. Does get caught by the Nightfall though, but still going to commit into the site.
Still gonna find a kill as well. Again, TSM Academy, they're not bringing much into this one, but that absolutely hurts. He gets tagged by the Nightfall, he still escapes. The paint shell, ZK gonna find a nice kill as he creeps his way onto the site, but Proto still here. A Proto's hungry, and this guy's gonna eat. John Cutie eventually punished, but Harmful. Again, another situation where TSM Academy, they run down the clock and they just don't have enough time. The cross, the angle being held from 2 different positions. And this is Ghost Gaming.
This is Ghost Gaming.
Ghost are gaming.
Ghosts are definitely gaming on this map. Looking better and better. And also, for TSM Academy, the more rounds that we get to see from them, they're slower that this team is playing on the attacking side, giving maybe a little too much respect to Ghost was capitalizing from any situation. Also reading the attacking team so well when you put Koala Noob towards B for the first time, knowing that TSM Academy didn't have too much economy to work with. So those B hits are the ones that they like to go for in a scenario like that one, even though it wasn't the case. That Rendezvous put him right into position for that last round, but this is a different story for TSM. I mentioned how slow they've been playing the past 2 rounds. I want to speed it up just a little bit, but it is once again this B site.
Yeah, B side again, and this is the play, right? Give Sim the ball and let him make the play. It's exactly what he does. The rocket doesn't do the trick, but the paint shells will. However, inside the garage, Nismo, a force to be reckoned with. Will sit one down, but are they ready for the backstab? ZK just around the corner. There goes Nismo, and he's off the server at the very least for this round. A Proto, though, unchecked. Backside last round. Tucked in the cubby outside garage in this one. As Sim works his way through, another paint shell is available. Maybe another paint shell's kill here for the Rays of TSM Academy. No, 7 HP. Koala Noob survives. And TSM Academy, it's taken everything here to try and get another round in the win column. They've got the high-low, and they maybe have the angles. The first one falls, that's Sim to go. A 1v1, and Koala has chamber dipped for the majority of this game, but I think Harmful ready on the angle, only needed the classic. 7 HP wasn't enough, and TSM, they show signs of life.
For the second round, finally, TSM Academy able to close, and it was the B hit that somehow, some way has been working out so well. The execution that we see towards the beginning makes sure that everyone from Ghost is going to move away, is going to respect that attempt at least of map control for TSM Academy. As now they want to fight back. Harmful with the operator. They chamber in the meantime towards B. Nismo might be the one to get contact towards A first. But there's nobody on the attacking side. Too far forward. They know that utility has been invested early on from Ghost. And the tour de force here, once again for Koala Noob, it's going to open things up.
And timing here on this next shot. Flashpoint queued up, just in front of the box. Flash goes out, Koala on the backside. Now gonna try and take position on the other side. Collects a second, wants a third. He's flashed, he backs away again. As his trademark gets taken down, a little bit of contention inside the garage. Here comes the rolling thunder, though, from the defense. Nobody home, unfortunately, but now the attack are starting to work their way through. The Prowler spots one, but ZK gonna catch John Cutie off guard. A Proto now holding the close left angle here. Inside the connector to garage, but everybody wants to jump through the window. 4v3, Ghost the player ahead. And TSM Academy, they're all stacked up in this window.
No one's going to be too close to TSM Academy in this garage. You're going to try to play on this defense to get at least a couple plays going on. And Koala Noob could get another one. We'll get another one. We'll make it 3 for this round. Make it 4! Finally gets shot down, but he's done enough. He got his 4. It leaves only that breach behind the defense for Ghost. They get to 9, and this is only the first half.
10-2 available for Ghost Gaming, and the way that they've been playing, it would be hard to deny that that's where they end up. The way that Koala played around this.
So well. He's so good. He's insane, and we were questioning it. I was questioning how aggressive, how much he wanted to re-aggress after getting that opening, because often he's a little bit more defensive after it, but he is feeling confident. He gets to 4. And now it is once again that combination for the side of a Ghost. There is a lobby.
Okay, Harmful, giving us a little something here. Tour de force in hand. 1 shot, 1 kill. And will land to the body of Nismo, and the Rays will be no more. Still 4 defenders, but 5 alive for TSM. Almost 3 defenders. Nope, yep, 3 defenders. Harmful will scoop up the next, but he can't be the only hero here of this round. He's gonna need some extra help, and there it is, Sim in the kill feed. Smokes are down, Prowlers are out, the A site under fire. Both defenders are here on this side of the map, and this should not be allowed. Ghost Gaming almost do it, but TSM Academy, they hang on. 9-3. And for the TSM fans out there, you have to believe in the curse.
You're going to have to believe with everything that you got that the curse is going to happen for TSM Academy. not only for TSM Academy fans, but also for all of us that want to see a map 3, though. It is just looking so well. Also, if you can have 2 players left alive, and it is a Proto and Colony, things get scary, but luckily TSM Academy was able to change and close things out for that. The 3 rounds, that was all that they were able to get on the attacking side. The defense could be a different story. But again, Ghost so good with it. Before the semifinals, they was 80% of those pistol rounds won for this tournament, for the Summer Champs, in the hands of Ghost. And even though it's been a little bit more back and forth here, they know how to play them so well.
Quick up towards B. The utility's all tossed out, but it doesn't matter. The pistol round, a nice little back and forth for just a second, but it's red to flood the kill feed. 2 for 4. C-Site open for business. Nice headshot there. Almost stops the plant. Unfortunately, does not do so. And you look at those health bars. You're a couple of taps away from Harmful finding one of the most important round wins for this team, TSM Academy squad.
There's a 1v2 in a pistol round, though. And Harmful, you saw what he was able to do a couple rounds ago with this chamber. Has been performing really well, but when you know Ghost is going to be positioned towards long, when they have the Astra utility, it is a nightmare to deal with, hoping that they're going to peek one by one. They're just going to play for time. Ghost, they play this post plan so well, and for Harmful, there's nothing else to do but to die with the spike. And Ghost, they get to 10.
Everybody's crouch key is working on the server.
Just making sure.
Yeah, just making sure. At the very least, it's working for Brock and a Proto. A tough round. Again, a hindsight look at that round, and it's very winnable for Harmful. 1 headshot, 1 body shot is all it would have taken, and we know how strong that Headhunter can be with that rate of fire. But you wipe that one away, and you go into the next. Ghost Gaming coming into this one. Anti-eco. They've got the weapons. Last pack to try and get that boom bot up. It didn't quite get the air that I think Nismo was hoping for. But a free C-Site. A gamble stack. That was the wrong gamble.
The Proto in such a good position. This is what he does best.
Out of the charges.
Get those kills. Make sure that there's no chance. At least create the distraction. The TSM Academy, they have multiple kills, positionings to deal with. Might be a little too hard for them as the time slowly running out. The Harmful trying to push forward would only get to trade.
And at this point in the round for TSM, time is really becoming a problem here. Nice flash, nice frag. Koala finds the next Headhunter out, and the shot goes wide. Now Johnny to try and hang on, and he sprays them both down. Long-range engagements with the Spectre. They can get wonky, but for Johnny, makes him look good.
You could put any one of the players of Ghost Gaming into a 1v2 situation, and they would win it most of the times. It is absolutely insane what they get to do here. Now, the thing about TSM Academy is that last round, it wasn't a force with Spectres, but it was a force with Sheriffs that they wanted to have for the most part, that shields as strong as they could get to shoot the enemy from far away. And that means that this defense is not looking as solid as they could for the round number 3 of that second half. But it could be enough with the Guardians.
Okay, yeah, 1 shot's all you need to the head. A couple of taps later, and 2 players dead for the attacking side of Ghost. Harmful finds another head in Nismo, and TSM once more. They got the defibrillator out. They're not done just yet. The Guardian spam continues, but with 5 HP, Sim is forced to back away. 1 stray bullet from a 2v2 is this 15th round.
It's a 2v3, but most of the time we've seen Ghost being able to catch up with those numbers early on, and there's still a lot of time, but TSM, they know exactly where these 2 players are. For Ghost, the spike's still yet to be planted. And a little crossfire for a second that we got to see from TSM Academy, making sure Ghost will not stand a chance, but you have to deal with Proto first. He gets spotted by the Hunt, but he's still alive in this round.
What a flick from a Proto. The 5 HP
left.
Sim didn't stand a chance against the Vandal, and now Venture needs to tap. And not enough aim labs here in this round. Can't
Every
play grid
single
shot here on
time.
Haven.
Every single time. TSM Academy, they have numbers advantage, at least by 1. Ghost, they catch up. They make it not only even, but they make the round theirs towards the end. We've seen this throughout the entire tournament. This is why Ghost have been undefeated. They only lost 2 maps, but all the matches have been theirs, and it could be the grand finals as well as they get to match point. There's only 3 rounds for TSM Academy, and 1 more for Ghost to get away with the victory. 2-0.
It only takes 1, and TSM Academy need to be perfect for the next 9 just to get us to overtime. And it looks like they want to be aggressive with it. Harmful all the way down C long, maybe finding a backstab of Proto, ready for some cheeky stuff. No funny business, says the Proto. He feels a tingle in the mustache, and he knows that somebody's coming down C long. Harmful punished. Only 4 players stand in the way from crowning Ghost Gaming our champions here for Nerd Street, and make it 3, Dryad.
A Rolling Thunder as well that is going to come through, and the 3 players alive for TSM Academy. They might have to play for this retake here. All 5 alive for Ghost, all alive and well.
You are divided.
1 more round, and it could be this one.
This could be it. Util still available. Cosmic Divide. Fault line onto 2. Jumping out of Sim. They try to play the wall. 1 for 1 so far, but you cannot afford to trade if you're TSM Academy. Sim comes through, and that'll do it! Ghost Gaming are undying in their run here from LCQ to now Nerd Street champs. Give it up for Ghost Gaming.
20 maps played for Ghost Gaming. And only 2 that they lost, but they get away with the victory for the grand finals of the Nerd Street Summer Champs. And it feels good for them. They get to hug. They get to celebrate a victory that is so well deserved. A team that is incredibly well rounded. We got to see it every round, every match. So well deserved for each one of them.
TSM Academy in high spirits as well, cannot hang their heads. A 2nd place victory on this trial, these tribulations, the tumultuous road that is this Nerd Street Champs. It was not easy for TSM to make it here, but they did so.
It was also a lot of really long days for them, multiple matches that they had to play, multiple best of 3s today. It wasn't any different. It was multiple matches. They got a little break, but they were always ready for the grand finals. So we were worried about how they were going to start, if they were going to start with all that energy that we know Ghost Gaming for, but they absolutely did start and finish in the best way possible.
And for Ghost Gaming, this is just another stepping stone, right, for this team that has put up dominant performances all throughout North America. As we take a look back at the replays here on Haven, you couldn't ask for a better 2 teams to join us here. The series to get here as well. We had 2 grand final caliber matches in the semifinals. Dryad, Nerd Street Champs delivered. Nerd Street Champs delivered. That's what you expect here. And you know what? The real winners are the friends we made along the way.
And also Ghost Gaming.
And Ghost Gaming, of course. And the fans that stayed and hung out with us. Seriously, what a long day. Shout out to everybody who helped put this on. And Ghost Gaming. It's a little bit late, but I wonder what they're going to do to celebrate.
What time is it? I've lost all track of time throughout today.
I think my my tablet is not the right time. I think it's still Arizona time, unfortunately.
Oh.
So
Okay.
It's a late night. It's a late night here. But some well-deserved rest for both of these teams. We're going to be cooking up an interview here soon. If not one, then probably all for Ghost Gaming. I think we've kind of run down the list to see who we've been able to talk to. They have been hogging that main stage, and for good reason, right? Undefeated. Obviously dropped maps, but not dropping a series. And you talked about it coming into this series for Ghost Gaming. They were, 5 maps more played than TSM? And that was 2 whole days that they had to play before, right? That road for TSM was so incredibly long. So to even make it here, it obviously means so much. As there's a scoreboard for you guys, just in case anybody missed it. Just in case anybody missed it, Koala Noob at the top of that one. Again, a player that means so much for this team.
I think for this entire match as well, Koala-Noob got 44 kills. I believe he got 22 on map number 1 as well.
22 on map number 1 as well.
So
impressive.
We talked about him the entire weekend.
Yeah.
It's been more than a weekend. It's been a long time, but it's for a reason. Koala-Noob, what a consistent player over and over again. A Proto as well, supporting so much. Every single one of the members of Ghost, they have, and they had some clutch moments. They all got the spotlight and they all get the victory.
They all got the spotlight. They all get the victory. Unfortunately for you guys at home, I think only one of us, or one of them, are going to be joining us for an interview. I think we're still working to get that one set up. Maybe, okay. I thought I could summon a hashtag there right at the end. If anybody was tweeting hashtag nursery champs, I thought I'd be able to make some. I thought I'd be able to make some magic happen and whip something up. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Shout out to everybody who joined us, all the teams along the way. 12 teams joined us for the LCQ. 24 finally made it in through this Friday, Saturday, Sunday run. And everybody who made it in today walks home with a bit of cash in their pocket and a bit more experience. I think the coolest thing, Dryad, was talking to a lot of the players and
cool,
a lot of the fans and just kind of getting, I guess, a general idea, right, of whose first LAN this is or kind of where the experience lies for some of these teams. A team that I do want to shout out, not to take away from Ghost Gaming and their incredible victory, but, or I guess a player, right, Slammed. Slammed was, from ICUP, Slammed was a gamer. Man, that guy was,
he was a gamer.
A lot of attitude, a lot of firepower on the server, and I hear apparently all around a good person. And we got a whole lot of that. We got that all over the place from players coming in, whether it be for LCQ or teams like ICUP who actually qualify.
Yeah, it was actually really cool to be here to actually get to meet the players and talk to them. You know, you often just see the tag, you see them getting the kills, you see them at the top right. But when you get to actually talk to them in person, it's a different story. They get to tell you a little bit more about what is really going on behind the scenes. So the preparation that comes through for a tournament like this one, a massive tournament, it was a lot of fun as well. There were some really intense moments, some really fun moments as well. But, I mean, we got to see it all conclude. Today is not over yet, though.
Not over yet. We got a little bit here at the end as we are going to jump to the stage. We've got Ghost Gaming, the entirety of the crew waiting by with Ravish for our post-game interview.
Thank you, Dryad and Santa for the phenomenal cast. I am, of course, here with the entire team of Ghost Gaming, the winners of Nursery Champs. Now, as y'all know, y'all were absolutely phenomenal the entire day. Look at the crowd. They absolutely love you. Such a big fan. Let's hear it one more time for Ghost! Hell yeah, that's what we're talking about. Now, I'm gonna start off right off with y'all. No, considering y'all absolutely fried those last 2 games, was there anything this entire weekend that felt like a real hurdle that y'all had to overcome, individually or as a team?
No, honestly, we came in here with a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
I think we work hard. We go through a lot of stuff in server work.
For sure.
And we came in here thinking we're gonna win.
Yep.
And we did it. So
I know, everybody did too.
As that.
Oh yeah, pass it on.
As long as we play our games, as long as we're playing our games, we're definitely gonna win.
Yeah.
Our only enemy is us not showing up pretty much, so we're chilling.
Damn, respect. Brock, what do you got?
Yeah, we just need to not overheat. That's our only issue. I feel like.
All right.
If we do that, we're good.
No overheating, baby. No Odins right here.
Agreed. Keep it nice and simple. No overheat. We're chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, what he said. It was a little.
What do
bit
you mean what
easy.
he said, bro? Come on, man.
As long as I didn't overcome and overpeak, 'cause I was probably the biggest offender of that always, because I'm the realest chamber. Then we're good.
You're right. Hey, Proto, what you got?
No, definitely keeping the comms clean is a big thing for us. And
I'm gonna need you to speak into the mic, brother.
Hello.
Yeah, that's it.
Definitely keeping the comms clean is big for us.
Yeah.
Sometimes we talk really fast, but we still know what we're doing.
Yeah.
And other times we talk really fast and we have no clue what we're doing. So it's
Okay.
we got to find that in between. That works perfectly.
That's what I like to hear. You know, why don't you go start off with you, pass it back to make our lives easier. All right, cool.
Sure.
Now, going along with that as well. Now, I find that there were a lot of hopes coming into this weekend too, and the biggest thing so far is I know y'all got your eyes going towards VCT, going towards next year, right? So, I'm talking about developments for y'all because I know y'all got a lot of fans out here. So, what would you say that you individually as players want to see yourselves overcome going into next year? For you specifically, Proto, what's up?
I have no clue.
Damn, that's crazy. So you perfect, huh? All right.
Well, no, we just got to keep working on what we're working on, you know?
All right. Okay.
That's all I
Okay.
can say.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, similar answer. It's just the small things that add up. It's
Closer.
the small things that add up that kind of make us fall short of
Sure.
many events like VCT playoffs. But overall, once we're playing hot, I feel like we're pretty unstoppable. We just have to keep finding that consistency.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
Yep, I agree. As long as we can, optimize practice at home and stuff, I think we'll be cruising. Every time we're at these lands, we work our asses off. So.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
I feel like we just need to keep improving, and we'll be good for next year.
All right. I like that. Keep on improving.
Yeah, for me, keep improving my Jillian.
Okay.
And as a team, don't be complacent and keep working hard every day.
That's true. Complacency is bad.
I think for us, it's pretty much executing everything that we practice during our scrims. I think the whole world saw during group stage that we pretty much have a really strong team.
You're nuts.
And as long as we play our game, we're a top contender, that's for sure.
100% you are. Now, of course, to consider you guys just did win winter champs too. We do we just won summer champs, I should say, but we do also have winter champs coming up as well for NSG. Can we expect y'all to take that home too or not?
Of course we will.
Of course you will. Yeah. All right, that's what we'd like to hear. Now, one final question for you. Now, what was your favorite part about the entire weekend? I'll send y'all home.
For me, I think this is our first experience on a LAN together as a team. We already had a boot camp in the past, but showing up on a stage like this and playing together is a very good experience as a team. So it felt really good playing with the team and meeting everyone again. So
beautiful. John?
For me, it's the food after winning. It just tastes different.
Okay.
That sweetness is different.
Okay.
Same. Mine is winning is pretty much my favorite thing about the event.
I agree. Winning is fun.
Definitely a big fan of being with my players. I'm always impressed by how hard they work. Late at night after these LAN days, we're still grinding. We're always talking about the game. It just never fucking ends.
Okay.
Yeah, winning was probably the best thing. And performing on stage and just in LAN in general is also a really good feeling. Because a lot of people get nervous and stuff.
All right.
Winning, but I would definitely say winning with these guys in particular. I
Mhm.
think we all deserve it, and we're putting in the time to prove that.
All right. Now, Air Proto, ask you specifically, can I expect you to show up and win, and we'll show up and win NSG Winter Champs, yeah?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Can I expect you to show up and win NSG Winter Champs?
Yeah.
That's what we like to hear. All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Ghost Gaming, everybody! All right. Beautiful. Thank you all very much for the interview. Appreciate it. Let's go. Facebook, all right. Thank you. Photo. All right, y'all go and take a photo real quick. Take the photo. Now, with that though, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor, pleasure to be your host for the evening and one of your casters. I want to thank you all for watching the entire day, the entire weekend, and supporting NSG, the Summer Champs, and being here at the LAN if you could actually make it. If not, well, hey, hopefully we can see you next time, right? Because it was a phenomenal experience. I know the players loved it, and I hope you loved it. So big shout out to everybody behind the production staff, everybody who made this all possible, everybody at NSG. And I hope you all stay tuned to the NSG socials for Winter Champs that is coming up next. So y'all stay locked online. But until next time, I am Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Lead our Wolf. What is that spike gets planted? The operator territories. Killer Miller gonna hop onto the spike. Nobody knows where this race is at. Still, orbital strike is on. Get back and try and help him out, and that he does. One headshot, make it to everybody. There to punish, no rendezvous to safety. However, as the smoke subsides, the dash into the wall is just enough to dance around it all, and it's 3 kills, make it 4! Incendiary timing, it does buy a bit more. Expecting some more as it's Stunner around the corner. He falls asleep for just a second. The wall, and he's immediately answered, but look at this, it's Blue in the kill feed, and Ming has to do it all. He still has the resurrection. Those aren't his teammates' bodies, unfortunately, on the spike, and Ming now in a 1v1 will do it, and we're headed to map 3.
Punchy. Watch them get more out of this. He gets this big game scene for himself. It's 1v2. I want to see you there.
Never mind.
Nope.
Yeah, City Boys, they're just really taking it out with darkness. This is the KO that we wanted to see. Coming down, Governor doesn't even care about the one-way. Governor set free.
Staring contest through the wall.
Calypso and Screwface having a contest.
Concuss and as you pop in. They don't check the course. Bullet though. And a Fraggleton. Oh no, actually tries to go to the smoke. He's trying to catch him off guard. Down. Excellent stuff coming out.
Squad. Finally a kill found. With these double smoke setups alongside the Cypher Cage. There's actually another for Screwface. A third as well. Finally dropped by Anderson. Overgrowth utilized. Calypso back up near full HP and is able to find a 4K because of it to try and put nearest airport of a map. They're shut down though. The Shorty only finds one. It's precision to shut it down. ADSing with the Bulldog in hand.
There's no stopping.
Oh!
On the other side. Once again, running out of time.
But out towards long, that's typically where K3K likes to play, and Renz just shoots through the smoke.
Full house of frags. That dash found all the information. A multi-dimensional push.
Because they know they need to try to get the plant through, and this is it. Right? Sniper definitely has a sneaky suspicion that the push-up is coming down, and Seldris was a little too wide.
Oh, but the recon bolt to the Hunter's Fury does it.
2 players from
Calypso back towards screens. Headhunter finds one. A second across on around towards the backside of screens. Able to find the head of Pure. One more looking for it.
It's so much more difficult there, and Zeldris does it again. Yet another Empathy just taking them all down. They can't even peek any single corner because they're already all dead.
And it's a high-low situation. Gravity not working in their favor. The decay works out. They're all so low, and they get focused down.
On the hunt the entire time. The spike refuses being held, and what a round to win from TLC.
In a proto, they're gonna respond back.
No way! Koala hits a crazy shot, make it 3 underneath. Koala does it all. He gets us to overtime. Come on through. The swings there. Only a Sheriff. The dink and double dinks. But Vic can play the clock. No, he'll play the frags instead.
Hey, baby.
They got shorties. They got shorties.
You gotta be the one that saves me.
They want to try and find their 6th, and they're in the driver's seat to do so. Spike is at the ground.
Forward location, Scuba is going for the dive deep towards the back.
Controlled and gain that ground, but this is good actually. Welshie looking for that opening pick, and Welshie looking for another. Now at least Auction and Academy, they're not cornered into that wall again, Rav. Instead, they actually have at least that 1v2, but this time Sword, they lose those numbers.
Cause after all, my wonder wall.
I have to completely go through without any of that intel to assist in there.
That for the Shadows online, but Crunchy takes, oh no, dim sum.
Windblade shower in hand. A right click is all it'll take. Recalls on the stars. The right click goes wide. A Proto steals the life away from the Jet.
Things are getting out of control, but perhaps they can try to regain.
Sound like you're from Harry Potter.
I am Professor Moody. We're here for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Wingardium Leviosa. Bang! That's how it goes down. And the second shot of Avada Kedavra.
A dimensional take on this defensive side. They want to reinitiate. That's exactly what's going to happen. They distract him with the first. They swing onto the second, but he's built up the tour de force. That may just become his fallacy. But he finds the kills required.
Are you kidding me?
A 4K for Harmful.
Be tossed in. FD going to be swinging off at that. Wow. Finds Pure R's head.
By it was Nismo, cuts down 2, can't find the third, but John Kitty's there. Yeah, 5 players meet in 3, and TSM cut them all down to get things started here. It's all up to Koala.
Now, take him off the spike. They have to stick.
Go players, what are you doing, dude? Oh, you're going for the knife kill, and you're going to find
Very least trying to headhunters out, and they are doing their darndest. The last one standing is Nismo. He's healthy, and he'll clutch it out.